Chapter 601 Believe me. They are just a vulnerable planet-level civilization.
Great moon god, I beg you to wake up from your endless sleep. Lord, please send down divine punishment and burn these blasphemers to death.
In the vast universe, unknown galaxy, and inside the spacecraft located on the moon, the intermittent shouts of believers gradually reached Ella's head, because the arcane locks around her body are used to restrict herself and seal off time and space. Her connection with these believers has also been greatly affected. Only the thoughts of the believers at the moment of death can she feel. Arrive. In recent times, the frequency of believers' deaths has obviously begun to increase. From the last-minute cries of these believers, Ella also extracted some useful information. That is, the wizards have begun to consciously uproot their faith in the kingdom, and they vigorously hunted down devout believers who were still loyal to themselves. Have you noticed the source of your power? Ella secretly thought to herself that it was normal for her to be targeted for siding with the Wizard Council and the gods of the main world when they went to war with each other. However, the current situation is obviously extremely bad. If she loses the help of believers, the possibility of her escaping on her own will become extremely slim. The only hope now is the fragment of soul left in the main world. If he can successfully cooperate with the gods, he will have a chance of freedom. Complex thoughts flashed through Ella's mind, and then she continued to accumulate strength bit by bit. The deaths of a large number of believers restored a little of her nearly dry divine power. Although it is still unknown whether there will be another chance to escape, it is particularly important to restore strength at any time. Ella, who was silently waiting for the opportunity with her eyes closed, suddenly sensed someone stepping into the power room, and her eyes immediately opened. After seeing the person clearly, she couldn't help but frown, because it was Lin En who stepped into the power room. Ella's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Could it be that the other party realized that she was accumulating strength, so she planned to completely deprive it of it? But this idea was rejected the next moment. After the other party came in, he had no intention of taking action. Instead, he glanced at the bound himself with a scrutinizing gaze, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Satisfy? The moon god couldn't help but frown. She was indeed a prisoner now, but she had accumulated some self-destructive power. After Lin En glanced around, he said coldly,
I'm here to remind you, Ella, the spaceship is going to go on a long journey. You'd better be calm. If I find out what you are secretly doing in private again, then there is no need for you to exist. Got it?
The extremely obvious threat made Ella feel extremely humiliated. Her face turned livid for a while. She stared at the wizard in front of her, but she swallowed the harsh words. She knew very well that she would only be the one to offend him and suffer. Lin En raised his hand at this time, and more arcana locks came up one after another to strengthen the protection. Ella did not resist needlessly, which made Lin En even more convinced that he was which hands and feet moved by the power of faith were not discovered by the other party. After confirming this, Lin stopped pretending to test, strengthened the protection again, and completely isolated Ella from the possibility of exploring the outside world. Then removed the entire power room from the spacecraft, and then returned with the power room, located on the giant projector in the sky of the Eternal Star. The construction of this giant projector began more than 2 years ago, and anti-force field magic was applied to the bottom to allow it to float in the air. The unknowing wizards within the parliament are very interested in this, and various rumors continue. But in fact this place is an experimental site for advanced technology. The entire projector is 5 kilometers long and is divided into dozens of sections. Each section is a simple small spacecraft. If the spacecraft designers of the Institute have any new ideas, they usually conduct experiments on it first to collect accurate information, data, and ensure it is correct before installing it on the new spacecraft. It can also be used to experiment with the effects of ultra-high speed on the interior of the atmosphere. Now Lin En plans to use this thing to send Ella to the sky.
Speaker Dennis, has the transformation work been completed?
Lin stepped into the projector and saw Dennis and others who were undergoing final debugging work.
It's almost there. The previous test went very smoothly. If nothing goes wrong, it won't be a problem to continue sailing for half a year,
Dennis said very confidently, and then introduced Lin to the internal modifications of this small spacecraft. First of all, the weapons system was eliminated, and only the protection, propulsion, and communication devices were retained. In addition, there was no need to carry people, so the space was compressed to the extreme and the energy consumption was greatly reduced, meeting the needs of long voyages. At the same time, he also built a front and rear separation device according to Lin En's instructions.
What about the light curtain problem? Has it been solved?
Lin En asked again. During the previous ultra-high-speed travel, Since the speed of the spacecraft was faster than light, the information flow carried by the light was compressed, and it looked like a series of chaotic light points.
How solved?
Dennis said helplessly. The communication device carried on this small spacecraft is the latest test product. Aurora has improved the light and shadow projection magic. Now it will no longer be the same as before. Finally, the image is transmitted through quantum entanglement. Come back to achieve the purpose of communication. The only drawback is that there is some delay, and it is possible to lock the target extremely accurately. Lennon nodded. It would be good to be able to solve the problem of the light curtain in such a short time. Even if there are some shortcomings, it doesn't matter. They are not fighting an interstellar war, so long as they can convey the information back.
Then put this thing on.
Len patted the floating power chamber behind him and placed it in the specially reserved groove on the spacecraft. After Dennis made some debugging and confirmed that it was correct, he pulled the start switch, and the runes on the outside lit up one by one. After a few seconds of accumulating power, this simple machine with a height of only more than 10 meters, the spaceship disappeared directly in front of everyone. So fast that even Lynn could only see a faint afterimage.
Fly! Ella!
Lynn muttered silently in her heart. The next thing they need to do is wait. According to the coordinates of those alien fleets, there are still 3 months to reach the Eternal Star, which is about 0.3 light years. And this simple spaceship will approach the opponent at 1.5 times the speed of light, which means they will meet in early a month, at 7 times the flow rate of time. Even if the gods of the main world choose to cooperate with the incarnation released by Ella, they should not be able to launch a large-scale invasion in 4 or 5 days. In the large universe, the second spiral arm, 15 huge disc-shaped battleships quickly passed through the stellar dust cloud known as Corda. As early as 100 atomic hours ago, the main shape resembled a spire-shaped isosceles triangle. The captain of the ship had already woken up from his slumber. It will still take a lot of time before they reach their target location. But space navigation itself means risks. Some powerful civilizations can even extend protective nets to extremely remote areas. And now they have entered most galaxy-level civilizations. The warning range may be attacked at any time.
How is the rough observation of that galaxy going? Have you found anything?
The console looked at the long monitors on the side and communicated with each other using electromagnetic waves. The so-called rough observation is to decipher the information carried by the light received by the spacecraft. The farther the distance between the two parties, the fuzzy the information. The closer the distance, the clearer the information. And even a clear and complete image can be constructed. The only problem is that the information carried by these lights comes from the past and lacks timeliness.
Lord Archon, judging from the observed scenes, it should be just a planet-level civilization that is incapable of long-distance voyages.
The monitor replied confidently. The Homestar standard for classifying cosmic civilizations is level 1 to level 9 civilizations. Among them, the first 3 levels of planetary civilizations, as the name implies, can only operate on the home planet where they were born. Whether they have the birth of intelligent life, whether they have perfect fusion technology, whether they have completed the transformation of planets in the system, whether they have the ability to travel into space, etc. factors as criteria for classification. Judging from the observed results, the other party cannot even meet the standards of a second-level civilization. First of all, the planets in the galaxy have no traces of large-scale transformation, which can rule out that the other party has interstellar colonization technology. Secondly, the light emitted by the star has not weakened at all, which shows that the other party does not have the ability to utilize this huge energy source. Such an obvious waste. Third, their process of receiving and deciphering the information carried within the light is extremely smooth for those civilizations that are proficient in using electromagnetic wave technology. Such omissions are absolutely impossible, because there are too many technologies that can prevent the leakage of information.
From the observation situation, there is no threat to the target civilization at all,
the long monitor said contemptuously.
Don't forget, our exploration fleet was destroyed there.
The adjutant on the side couldn't help but remind him. This kind of rough observation can only be used as a limited reference, because some civilizations will deliberately modify the information carried in electromagnetic waves. For example, one of their exploration fleets once reported that a certain airspace that seemed to be a void was actually inside is a highly developed civilized world.
A civilization with such a technological level cannot even hide its coordinates,
the monitor retorted, saying that there were many factors that could destroy the exploration fleet, such as space turbulence or a sudden cosmic storm. After all, the exploration fleet is equipped with technology from the last era, so it is possible that it cannot cope with these cosmic disasters. The Archon also does not believe that the other party's technological level can reach such a level. It seems that their operation this time should go smoothly. However, the next moment, a message marked as urgent was transmitted from the detector projected from the front. An attack beyond their predictions has arrived. Chapter 602 This is impossible. It completely violates the laws of mechanics. A strong siren sounded throughout the battleship. The geometric aliens who had been discussing how to deal with this low-level civilization immediately became serious, and their whole bodies glowed with a light representing warning.
What happened? Is it cosmic turbulence or a large-scale meteor shower?
The Archon asked seriously.
No, it's neither. It's a civilizational creation with obvious signs of transformation, and it's approaching at a very fast speed.
The monitor transmitted electromagnetic waves at an extremely fast speed.
Judging from the path, there is a 90% chance that it comes from the indigenous civilization we are about to reach. Very fast?
The console paused.
Has it been monitored? How fast is it?
At the same moment, the monitor also received the detailed information transmission from the detector, and there were colorful lights all over his body. This was a sign that his consciousness was in chaos. It took him a while to answer with intermittent transmissions.
It's 1.5 times the speed of light.
This answer caused everyone in the star battleship to fall into silence and shock, and colorful lights began to appear on everyone.
This is impossible. Could it be that there is an error in the detection?
A long-shaped geometric star took the lead in sending a questioning message. The speed of light is the upper limit of the speed that the current universe can accommodate. Even the local galaxy cannot be completely occupied. How is it possible for a planet-level civilization to create a creature with 1.5 times the speed of light? Just when some crew members were falling into doubt and panic, the monitor suddenly spoke again.
Wait. Its direction doesn't seem to be completely towards us.
If it continues to fly along the opponent's path, it will be separated from them by a distance of 3 atomic hours. Hearing this, the Archon breathed a sigh of relief, and the colorful and flashing lights on his body quickly subsided. Maybe this was not a creation of the natives of the target planet, but maybe a detector of a higher civilization that accidentally passed by the galaxy and happened to pass by here.
Wait. It suddenly turned again.
The electromagnetic waves emitted by the detector became more and more intense, which also meant that he was extremely excited.
This is unreasonable. This is impossible.
Because according to the information sent back by the detector, the metal creation completed an obtuse angle turn of 120 degrees without any deceleration, and the speed increased again during the entire process. This completely violates the laws of mechanics. After all, the effects of force are mutual. No matter what kind of propeller is used, the speed will inevitably decrease significantly when turning or changing direction. However, the opponent actually kept moving at super light speed throughout the whole process, drawing out lines in the void. A perfect arc. No. The monitor suddenly thought that there was a propeller that might be able to do this. But before he could speak, an electromagnetic wave was transmitted first.
It's the warp engine technology.
It was the Archon who spoke, and a light representing fear glowed around him, and it became more and more intense. This kind of fear spreads throughout the spacecraft like an infectious disease. Everyone knows what the curvature engine represents. It is a technology that the top scientific researchers in the mother world are painstakingly researching, but have not yet been able to completely publicize. You can already use it skillfully. A square geometric star was even more horrified.
Trap! This is a trap!
From the moment he first received the coordinates, he suspected that there was fraud in it. After all, it was abnormal to think that the missing exploration fleet suddenly sent a message after such a long time. The only explanation is that it is a bait. A trap to induce them to come.
How far is it from us? Has this metal creation started to slow down?
The Archon urgently sent a message.
No. They are accelerating. They are still accelerating.
The monitor replied in horror.
Attack! Attack immediately!
The Archon ordered without hesitation, using the maximum electromagnetic wave. At such a close distance, the other party still shows no sign of slowing down, and even speeds up again, which means that it can never be a peaceful exchange and negotiation. So there is only one possibility left. The other party is here to destroy them, and with their sailing speed at a disadvantage, they didn't even have the possibility of escaping. A strong electromagnetic wave signal was emitted, and 15 disc-shaped warships immediately opened the launch port of the spacecraft. A dark black dot quickly condensed in the void, and then the dot began to gradually expand, with 1,000 atoms. Seconds later, there was a violent explosion, turning into strong beams of light that blasted towards the unknown metal creation from all directions. This is a super weapon that can destroy a planet in an instant, Star Destroyer cannon. On the other side, in the Eternal Star, in the Parliament's operational command room, a group of speakers and senior counselors gathered here, because according to Lin's estimation, the crewed spacecraft they launched would meet the alien fleets right here. A few days. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of this last moment. To a certain extent, whether the plan goes smoothly will directly determine the fate of this planet. However, this nervousness did not last long, because the process was too boring. The images uploaded from the light screen did not change at all for several days. And even a stray cosmic meteor appeared in the field of vision. Lin En did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the third day of their surveillance, several man-made objects that were clearly different from meteorites and natural debris were discovered about 1 billion kilometers away. And a few seconds later, these things that were about 10 meters in size and should be detectors rushed towards the direction of the spacecraft.
It seems that we have been discovered.
Vittorio's expression immediately became solemn. It is a pity that they did not carry weapons on the spacecraft. Otherwise, they could have been destroyed.
It doesn't matter. The speed of these detectors is too slow,
Lin said calmly. There was naturally a reason why he deliberately removed the weapons system of the spacecraft. One is because the weapons on the spacecraft are not high-end enough. The other party has mastered antimatter technology for a longer time than them and should be more comprehensive. Not to mention the scatter neutron cannon. This is completely plagiarized and will only make the other party laugh out loud, lower the enemy's judgment of their strength, and thus create doubt. The second is to remove burdens and maximize speed and flexibility. Lin En is very clear about their advantage, which is the super high speed brought by the control of high-dimensional space. Since the speed of light is the limit of speed in low-dimensional space, it is difficult for both energy weapons and material weapons to reach the same speed as spacecraft, as long as they cannot be concentrated. No matter how powerful they are, it is meaningless. Lin En, who advocates the theory of speed advantage, has undoubtedly taken it to the extreme. Now that the other party has discovered it, there is no need to save energy. The alchemy circle set up on the spaceship began to frantically draw on Ella's divine power, and its speed further increased, reaching the terrifying 1.7 times the speed of light. Those detectors that tried to get close to block them were instantly left behind under such a high speed of racing. Lin had only one goal, and that was to get the spaceship closest to the alien fleet, and then open 2 spacetime gates, preferably to throw some of the warships in. If nothing else goes wrong, Ella's incarnation in the main world should have reached cooperation with the gods of the main world. Now the disk spaceship has become their symbol. If this fleet suddenly appears in the main world, it will inevitably suffer. To attack, the alien fleet that is attacked will also be on high alert, and the possibility of a direct fight between the two sides is extremely high.
It's almost time.
Lin En stood up and transmitted an electromagnetic communication. In various prisons in the kingdom, the wizards, who have been prepared for a long time, have executed all the believers of the moon god who were detained in the prisons. The entire execution process was very simple. Flame magic had been set up in each prison. So more than 300,000 believers of the moon god died almost simultaneously. The huge power of faith soon transcended the barriers of time and space and was transmitted into Ella's divine head. Ayla, who was struggling to support herself one moment because of the continuous draining of her divine power, felt the taste of abundant divine power for the first time in the next moment, and eased from the state of being drained. With almost no hesitation, Ella followed up with this increased power and began to attack the cage that bound her. Although she still didn't understand what happened, so many believers died at the same time, which made Ella's eyes smell a conspiracy. A bright moon rose in the power room, and the arcane chains that bound her body began to tremble violently. However, Ella, who was using all her strength to activate her divine power, was horrified to find that her power had lost control, and a wave of the same source came from the same source. An extremely unfamiliar divine power burst out within her godhead. When the distance between the two sides was only 1 million kilometers, and the 15 Star Destroyer cannons were ready to fire, the entire spacecraft began to twist and disintegrate, and a rift was torn open in time and space.
So fast?
Herav looked at Lin and was a little surprised. Didn't he say that he would wait until he got closer to the fleet before taking action?
No, that's not what I meant.
Lin En frowned slightly. He just used the backhand laid by the light priest in the moon god Faith to stop Ella's resistance, so that he could be there as soon as possible when necessary. Open 2 portals. Then, there is only one possibility left, which is that the main world took the lead in opening the 2 passages with the help of Ella's incarnation. They actually thought of going together, seeing that the cracks in time and space were rapidly expanding, and a terrifying shadow of thunder appeared in the realization. Lin's frown relaxed again. Putting the battlefield in this universe is not a bad thing. Chapter 603 Our enemies may be civilizations from higher dimensions. The divine power is boiling. The divine personality is distorting. And the divine body is melting. In just a few breaths, Ella, the god of the moon, fell out of extreme unwillingness. And powerful energy waves immediately burst out in the vast void of the universe, with the terrifying energy provided by the death of a god. The passage between the two universes was opened. A dark crack first appeared in the void, and then expanded rapidly, and terrifying thunder immediately emerged from the inside. Harry, the god of thunder and war, soon descended into the universe, and sensed the difference in this world the moment he invaded. Big. It is so big that the existence of the boundary is almost invisible in the high-dimensional horizon. At this moment, Harriet understood that he was not coming to an ordinary large plane, but most likely a huge world comparable to the void where the main world is located. A trace of fanaticism and ambition suddenly condensed in Harry's heart, but the next moment it was replaced by a strong sense of crisis. Fully 15 Star Destroyer cannons arrived at the speed of light, locking the target from all directions. It only took 3.5 seconds to cross a distance of 1 million kilometers at the speed of light. And just as they arrived, Destroyer cannons, Star Cannon, has already been activated first.
Is this the war weapon of those wizards?
The god of disaster also saw the light of destruction coming towards them, as well as the disc-shaped creation further away. This time, a god was used as a sacrifice to open the portal between the two worlds. The energy that can be accommodated is very huge, so Harriet is not the only god who descended on this universe. There are also fire, disaster, sky, order, with 5 gods including space. The lineup can be described as very luxurious, based on the information extracted from the memory of the moon god. They naturally knew those disc-shaped alchemical creations, the war weapons of wizards. It seemed that the wizards were not unprepared. The god of disaster thought that their surprise attack would catch the other side off guard. But who could have imagined that the other side would launch the attack first? As for the oncoming light of destruction, although it exudes an extremely powerful aura, the god of disaster doesn't care. Just because he can't take it doesn't mean that other gods can't. Nessus, the god of space, took the lead. Under the high-dimensional vision, the curvature of the surrounding space began to distort rapidly. As a god with powerful divine power, and the controller of the laws of space, it was he who used Ella's remnant soul to locate the location of the universe. 15 flying, Star Destroyer cannons quickly disappeared into the transformed void. However, Nessus, the god of space, soon discovered that the power contained in these energy beams was beyond his imagination. Nessus wanted to bounce these attacks back, but found that he could not do it, and finally had to retreat. Ask for the second best. Under the surge of powerful divine power, the originally straight path began to twist and deform under the influence of space curvature. 3 of the closest Star Destroyer cannons collided with each other, and the 5 outer Star Destroyer cannons collided with each other. Is off the path. Nessus, the god of space, looked very ugly. Even though he tried his best, he could only barely stop half of it. He is the god of space, not the god of time and space. The priesthood of time is divided separately, so he is only powerful but not a great god. There are still flaws in the control of space. Just when the other 7 Star Destroyer cannons were 100,000 kilometers away from them, Harry took action. With a squeeze of his palm, terrifying thunder emerged in the dark and void universe, forming an electromagnetic field that spread tens of thousands of kilometers. These Star Destroyer cannons detonated early. The gathered transboundary energy burst out instantly, and the terrifying power directly triggered a quantum tide. However, due to the weakening of the electromagnetic force, it did not really affect the gods 100,000 kilometers away. But even so, they still felt the threat of death if their true bodies were hit by this thing. They would probably die directly, and the possibility of survival would be extremely slim. Only Harry was not afraid at all. One of his purposes in entering this plane was to find a qualified opponent and build a crown of glory with the blood of war and enemies. What's more, the power shown by the opponent did not exceed the scope of his ability to deal with it. The ability to control thunder is undoubtedly the best among all priests, because this electromagnetic force exists anywhere in the universe. So even if he steps out of his own divine domain, his power has not declined significantly.
My name is Harriet, Lord of Thunder and War, Conqueror of Plains, Great God.
Harriet made an arrogant declaration, and countless incandescent beams appeared in the electromagnetic network that spread tens of thousands of kilometers. Colored light spots flew out from inside, The so-called light spots are just the result of observation from a macro perspective of the universe. In fact, each light spot is an energy beast up to 5 meters high. They are the creations of divine power, the incarnation of thunder, and the vanguard of war. The geometry people on the battleship saw all this. The fact that the Star Destroyer cannon was blocked was secondary. What really shocked them was that the shipboard optical brain did not analyze what the opponent was using at all. Means to achieve space and electromagnetic force control. This means that the technology used by the other party exceeds the current technological reserves of the parent world. As for Harry's roar, they naturally heard it, but they didn't understand it. Even with the current technology of the home planet, it would take at least 500 different words to ensure that a low-level encrypted language system could be cracked.
According to the detection, the space around those unique life forms shows different distortions, and the images transmitted back from the detector are completely inconsistent with the ordinary three-dimensional perspective structure. The adjutant on the side reported eagerly, with colorful bodies on his body. The light flickered continuously, and the descending postures of several gods were displayed on the light screen in front of them. This is a four-dimensional creature, and our enemy is a civilization from a higher dimension.
A long crew member guessed in horror. From the short first contact, the opponent has already demonstrated high-end technologies such as curvature engines, superlight navigation, wormhole technology, and the creation of intelligent energy creatures, and can use some unknown technology to directly control space and electromagnetic forces. Manipulate. This is undoubtedly the worst guess. A true high-dimensional civilization is definitely not something they can compete with.
Not necessarily. It might just be some kind of special four-dimensional war weapon.
The executive retorted the message. For example, the exploration fleet once reported on a powerful civilization outside the distant star field. It gathered most of the energy of the galaxy to create a batch of intelligent light quantum creations to deal with interstellar wars. But they are still not truly high-dimensional. Civilization has only gone further than them in the study of dimensions and energy. Chapter 604, Star Destroyer Cannon, Gravity Bomb, Wormhole, and Dimension Jump. Facing an opponent whose technological level may far exceed that of the home planet. Whether to continue the war or surrender immediately is a question worth pondering. However, their opponents have already made their choice. For them, a large number of energy beasts rushing out of the electromagnetic zone are the declaration of war. The executive officer also quickly made a decision. Since the other party deliberately revealed the coordinates to lead them into this trap despite having a technical advantage, and then sent such a powerful four-dimensional war weapon, it was definitely with extremely great malice. Therefore, they can only choose to continue this war, show the power of their own civilization, and at the same time test the strength of the other party's civilization. As long as it demonstrates strong destructive power and war potential, even if it loses in the end, the mother world will not be at an absolute disadvantage in the subsequent possible negotiations.
War! Continue the war!
The executive officer said with great determination. With the current situation, it is simply impossible to wait for the leaders to finish their discussion before issuing orders. Every minute and every second determines the survival of these 15 battleships and the mother world. At the same moment when the order was issued, the bottom of the disk battleship cracked open, and tens of thousands of sentinels, 10 meters in size, and weird shapes flew out from it. This is a war creation of the geometric civilization, usually responsible for conducting intelligence reconnaissance, close-range raids, and planetary occupation. Since the single mass of Sentinel is not worth mentioning compared to that of a battleship, it can accelerate to 99% of the speed of light, and is extremely flexible. When necessary, it can even detonate internal gravity bombs, and can fly at high-dimensional levels above, destroying the surrounding airspace for thousands of meters. In fact, it is not that there is no research on dimensions and geometric civilization. On the contrary, this is a technology that researchers from the mother world have focused on conquering, and gravity bombs are one of the results. If we use low-end nuclear technology as an analogy, the gravity bomb is the miniaturization of the hydrogen bomb, and the curvature engine is the application technology to master nuclear fusion. On the other side, in the battle conference room of the Royal Capitol in the Eternal Star, a group of speakers and senior counselors looked nervously and excitedly at the flickering light screen in front of them. In the void, a large number of sentinels fought with the energy beasts, and terrifying high-energy rays continuously swept out, wiping out all the thunder beasts in the entire area. But in terms of high-end combat power, the advantage of geometric civilization has become extremely weak. With the dimensional control of Nessus, the god of space, and the electromagnetic control ability of the great god Hariel, 3 warships were quickly destroyed by thunder. Hit by a gun. It was dismembered into the most basic microscopic particle form under ultra-high temperatures of tens of billions of degrees. The weakest god of fire also became the first god to fall. He was hit by a Star Destroyer cannon and drowned in the light of destruction that could destroy a world. The powerful power attracted a group of congressmen to be shocked. Call. I have to say, this is much better than the movie. Being able to watch this unprecedented battle at such a close range also benefited from Lin's newly acquired light priesthood. The crude spaceship they launched was divided into 2 cabins, the front and rear. The one in the front was used to trap Ella and raid the opponent's fleet, while the rear cabin was used to trap Lin when he decided to carry out a suicidal spaceship charge. Separated, this thing has 2 functions. The first is to broadcast the battle situation to them in real time, and the second is to provide coordinates when necessary, so that they can take advantage of the situation and clean up the mess. Before, Lin was a little worried whether this cabin disguised as a galaxy wreckage would be discovered. After all, there was nothing nearby. But now it seems that his worries were in vain, because the 2 sides started fighting directly, and the battle was very fierce. They had no intention of caring about anything strange about a meteorite hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It's like a grain of sand suddenly appearing on the smooth ground. Although it is sudden, it requires careful searching to find it. In addition, Lin added the disguise ability of the Light Priest to this cabin, hiding the magic power and energy fluctuations, making it even harder to find. Compared to most of the council members, who were already silent in the exciting interstellar war, Herev and Vittoria weighed the balance of power between the 2 sides with solemn expressions. First of all, there are the gods from the main world. The most powerful one is undoubtedly the god who can control the power of thunder. Not only did he use electromagnetic force to wipe out 3 galaxy-level battleships, he even blocked the main ship from approaching. Scattered neutron cannon fired from a distance. You must know that when measuring speed based on reference objects, the speed of these neutron cannons has reached the speed of light. Their mass is also greater, and their power is more than 10 times more powerful than the weapons carried on the Parliamentary intercepted spacecraft. If it hits the Eternal Star, it will be enough to break the planet they depend on into a sieve until it completely collapses. The remaining gods who descended were much weaker in power. For example, the most incompetent god of fire was frozen by a cooling ray, lost the ability to dodge, and finally died under the Star Destroyer cannon. In addition, these alien spacecrafts also have a unique dimensional technology that allows warships as big as a city to teleport. The largest main ship relies on this technology to avoid the extremely large range created by the god of thunder, electromagnetic field. However, Lin speculated that this technology should have some insurmountable shortcomings, such as too much energy loss, distance limitations, and inability to accurately position. Otherwise it would be used more frequently.
I just don't know which one of them can win this war.
Arad smacked his lips. Judging from the current situation, the outcome is not easy to say. The strength displayed by both sides made Arad secretly frightened. The 6 descending gods are just the vanguard of the main world. The fleet that appears in front of them may also be the entire power of the alien civilization. It is hard to say whether there is even a tenth of it. But both of them have shown enough power to defeat the Eternal Star, a powerful force that has destroyed many times. Fortunately, Lin En had a sudden idea and staged a big show, making both sides mistakenly think that the other was their enemy and started fighting directly. It can only be said that the current high-end combat power of the Council is still too little. There is only one spacecraft that can achieve faster than light travel, and now it has been downgraded with the fall of the moon god Ayla. Lin En is the only one with god-level combat power, even within his own divine domain. It is impossible to defeat 6 gods and an entire space fleet.
I think there is a high probability that the gods of the main world will be able to win. The door to space and time has not stopped operating. As time goes by, there may be more powerful beings coming to this universe. Maybe we should find a way. Close the space-time door to balance the balance of power between the 2 sides.
Aurora said slightly worriedly. For the Parliament, the best outcome is for both sides to lose. A complete victory for either party is not what they want to see. Lin shook his head and retorted.
Don't forget, these unknown alien creatures have also mastered wormhole technology.
Moreover, in any scientific and technological civilization, the most cutting-edge technologies are in the laboratory. Due to material supply, technical obstacles, and the most critical cost issues, they cannot be used in conventional warfare. Most of the technologies that can be installed on a large scale are backward generation. So now it is just an appetizer, and the war will probably continue to escalate. This is what Lin hopes to see. The destruction of a fleet and the death of several gods are insignificant. Only greater casualties can make both sides fearful. Chapter 605, Dimensional Trap and the Fallen Gods. In the vast universe, the unknown galaxy, and within the second cantilever, an extremely brutal galaxy war is taking place. Although there is no vibration of gas molecules in a vacuum to transmit sound waves, and can only be transmitted through more complex means such as electromagnetic waves, the aftermath of various high-energy rays, spacecraft wreckage, and war weapons still fully demonstrates the horror of this silent war. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the cabin disguised as a space meteorite was inevitably affected, and the images transmitted back became blurry. The war between the two sides has entered a fever pitch. The god of disaster, whose appearance resembles that of the Moko people, even aimed at the two disk warships that failed to escape the magnetic bombing. With a flick of his finger, an extremely strange magic power appeared on them. It is shrouded in high dimensions. Disaster is a very peculiar concept, in which all disasters and misfortunes can be summarized. If it were on a planet, the god of disaster would only need a thought to cause landslides and tsunamis, causing the earth to tear apart and magma to spew. Even if it was the domain of other gods, this kind of power would be no exception in the void of the universe. Undoubtedly restricted. It is not that there are no disasters in the universe, but the power of the god of disaster is not enough to easily trigger them. Fortunately, this does not mean that he has no means at all. Silently, under the baptism of magnetic bombing, he is about to reach his limit. The energy shield exploded directly, and the solid SHL of the spacecraft began to show signs of corrosion. The optical brain continued to issue warnings, and the geometric stars in the spacecraft were even more horrified, because the attack was very strange and did not belong to any technology they knew. And this was just the prelude to the attack, when the energy coating on the outer SHL of the spacecraft was completely destroyed. Misfortune befell every geometry person. The long geometric stars were twisted into twists without warning, and blue body fluid spurted out from everywhere. In just a short time, hundreds of geometric stars in the huge ship turned into twisted bodies. Mummy. Everything will decay, both physical and spiritual. This is the misfortune that must befall any living being. In an instant, the two warships with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers were reduced to only one SHL, floating disorderly in the void of the universe. And all the personnel inside were dead. But the god of disaster apparently missed one thing. This kind of interstellar battleship does not completely require human control. After confirming that no one inside was left, the ship's optical brain suddenly activated the two spacecraft for the last time. The dimension jumped and landed directly on his face. Almost at the same time, the power chamber was detonated immediately, and all the tens of tons of positive and antimatter energy stored inside were released. The god of disaster had no time to react before being involved in the surrounding airspace, with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. In less than an hour before and after this galaxy-level battle, the weaker Flame, Calamity, and Sky gods have all fallen one after another, and the other side has also lost a total of 9 galaxy-level battleships. The powerful and strange magic of the gods can be said to have caused the geometric civilization fleet to suffer a lot. It is difficult to deal with it because it is unknown. Once the energy shield is broken, even for a moment, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be destroyed. But the same is true for the other side. 3 of the 6 gods who descended directly died, leaving only the most powerful god of thunder in war, Hariel, the god of space, Nessus, and the god of order. Although the descending gods also cooperate with each other to some extent, and occasionally help each other block enemy attacks, they basically still fight their own way. But the other side is different. With the cooperation of the shipboard optical brain, they cooperate extremely closely with each other, and only after defeating them one by one did the balance of war turn back. After experiencing the initial panic and fear, the Archon soon realized that the enemy was not as terrifying as they imagined, and they could barely cope with it. The ship's optical brain also quickly analyzed that the other party was using a brand new energy source that had never been discovered before. It seemed that not all the information sent back by the exploration fleet was false.
Lord Archon, we have just received a message from the Mother World. The leader asked us to activate the coordinates immediately.
The monitor excitedly announced the message. Hearing this, the crew members in the main ship were very excited, which meant that their support was coming. The Archon also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the leaders of the Mother World finally made a choice. Dang even consumed all the number 7 elements stored in the main ship and opened a temporary wormhole on the battlefield. Almost at the next moment, Disk battleships emerged from the wormhole one after another. In order to ensure victory in this war, the Mother World dispatched 40 of the most advanced warships this time and brought a cutting-edge weapon. The disk battleships that flew out of the wormhole were arranged in a semicircle in the void, with bursts of blue light. And then the space in front of them continued to vibrate like ripples. The opponent's sudden support force directly made the god of space on the field want to retreat. The previous 15 ships of these strange alchemical creations had caused them to fall into a bitter battle for hundreds of years. And now 40 more ships came unexpectedly. You must know that once they leave the divine domain and the main world, once their divine personality is shattered and their divine bodies are destroyed, it means they will fall directly. However, the desire to retreat has obviously been forgotten now. The god of space soon discovered in horror that this airspace was blocked from 4 dimensions. The energy required to distort time and space has increased by more than 1,000 times than before. This is one of the cutting-edge weapons of geometric civilization. The dimensional trap. This powerful dimensional weapon can tear apart space and trigger ultra-large-scale quantum tides. Under the washout of this horrific cosmic disaster, almost no aggregate of matter or energy can survive unscathed. At least before this war. The Archon firmly believed so. But now this common sense has been broken. The dimensional trap they created with all their strength indeed trapped these powerful 4-dimensional biological warfare weapons. The god of space and the god of order, who possess powerful divine power, had their solid divine bodies directly submerged under the washout of the quantum tide, leaving only the lower godhead is struggling to support itself. But Harry, the god of thunder and war, reluctantly withstood this terrible cosmic disaster, which shows the power of the great god. And as the 3 gods of fire, disaster, and sky have fallen one after another, the space-time rift connecting the main world and the universe has expanded dozens of times, and a sky-covering giant hand comparable in size to an asteroid emerged from the crack. Extended. This is exactly what the Lord God himself did. Chapter 606. The Out-of-Bounds God and the Ultimate Weapon of Geometric Civilization.
It was the Lord God who took action.
At the moment when the giant hand extended from the rift in time and space, all the wizards present had their hearts in their throats. Especially Herav and others who had experienced the great retreat in a foreign land. He was extremely aware of how terrifying the opponent was, and almost destroyed the entire foreign land with just one blow. Its power cannot be described in words. Even Lin Un's expression became serious, and a part of the memory extracted from the remaining consciousness of the moon god soon appeared in his mind. Compared to gods with certain responsibilities such as lies, undead, and life, the Lord God is the real controller of the main world. According to rumors, there are 3 in total. But even the moon god Diana has never seen them use all their strength. Appearance. The only thing that can be determined is that the giant palm extending from the void this time is larger than the one that grasped the foreign land last time. Using the spaceship as a reference, a rough estimate shows that its size is not much smaller than the eternal star. And it is extremely condensed. Really. Even the skin lines are clearly visible. Lin Un suddenly felt a chill in his heart. And then he realized that this was by no means a simple projection of power. It was most likely a real hand. Part of the Lord God's body. Obviously. With the fall of the 3 gods, the space-time gate connecting the 2 worlds can now accommodate more powerful beings to pass through. The main god is trying to step into this world himself. As the giant palm stretched out from the rift in time and space, the situation in the light screen suddenly reversed 180 degrees. The cutting-edge weapons of the geometric civilization and the terrifying dimensional traps can even trap a god with great divine power like Harry, and severely injure 2 other gods with powerful divine power. But the impact on this giant palm is not. It is very limited, and only slightly reduces its forward speed.
What should we do now?
Aurora could tell at a glance that this kind of weapon that can affect time and space should be the most powerful force that this alien civilization can bring out. But it is obviously not enough to deal with enemies at the level of the Lord God. Lin pondered for a while, and then spoke.
I deliberately left part of my power in the cabin of the spacecraft in case of emergency. Maybe I can find a way to close the space-time door. But there is only one chance.
In fact, the appearance of the main god was not beyond his expectation. After all, the opponent had taken action during the battle in the foreign land. This time he decided to invade on a large scale. So he must be prepared. Now it depends on whether the extraterrestrial civilization is capable of dealing with this formidable enemy. In the cosmic void full of wreckage and electromagnetic rays, the giant palm that covers the sky has surpassed 45 disk battleships and grasped it. And the speed is extremely fast, even under the influence of the dimensional trap. It has reached subdimension, the speed of light level. It only takes about 4 seconds to cross this distance of 1 million kilometers. Escape does not exist. The Archon is very clear that once the opponent breaks through the dimensional trap, relying on the control of higher dimensional space, the speed can easily exceed the speed of light, and it is impossible to evacuate. The previous jump is very likely it also exposed the coordinates of the mother world. But before that, 45 Star Destroyer cannons had roared out together. This kind of terrifying weapon that can disintegrate a planet with one blow is naturally powerful. Needless to say, it quickly blasted away the giant palm. The protective magic on the surface exploded the flesh and bones inside. But this giant palm is so big that an injury of this degree does not matter at all. If compared to the analogy, it is like using a toothpick to poke dozens of bloody holes in the palm of a hand. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound in the giant palm. In fact, there is no concept of direction in the vacuum of the universe. Normally, even if there is a wound, the blood will only adhere to the surface of the palm, or fly in all directions. But at this moment, the large amount of blood is all strangely speeding in the direction of the battleship. Go!
Zoom in! Zoom in a little more!
Aurora keenly sensed something was wrong and said quickly. Lin nodded. On the light screen, the original perspective of the overall situation shrank to the falling flesh and blood residue. After seeing the scene inside clearly, everyone present couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. Because these were not stripped flesh and blood at all, but strange-looking eyes, densely packed and overlapping, which made people feel a moment of chills. Thin streaks of red rays shot out from the inside of these eyes. Millions of beams of light bombarded down like a spectacular meteor shower. Even though the energy shield protection of the disk battleship was top-notch and the energy reserve was very sufficient, it could not withstand such a large number of attacks. In one encounter, more than 20 disk battleships were destroyed. Seeing the almost crushing battle on the light screen, the counselors present couldn't help but take a breath. The gap was really too big. Lin and others were not the only ones watching this scene. In the parent world of the geometry stars, at the disk meeting, the electromagnetic waves during the quarrels were constantly flowing between each other, and colorful lights were flashing in the conference room. Most of the governors who participated in this meeting believed that they should cease the war immediately, because the high-dimensional war weapons drilled out of the rifts in time and space were so terrifying that even the most sophisticated dimensional traps of the mother world could not do anything. In effect, a total of 45 rounds of Star Destroyer cannons were fired, only causing some innocuous flesh wounds. If we continue to engage in war, we will not only cause greater casualties, but we will also pay an extremely heavy price after surrender. This is simply an unwinnable war. However, there are also many geometricians who hold opposing opinions. If this war ends with their complete defeat, they will inevitably fall into a more dangerous situation. You must know that they have made a long-distance wormhole jump this time, and they have probably leaked the coordinates of the parent world. There are also levels of surrender. If it can demonstrate the strength of civilization and let the other party know that a rash attack will require heavy casualties, then it is possible to reach a temporary peace at a certain price.
Even dimensional traps can't defeat these high-dimensional weapons. What else can we use to resist the opponent's offensive?
Several senior governors clearly communicated. Although the total number of warships they invested this time is only 55. They are all a group of ships with relatively advanced technology currently in service in the geometric civilization. There are no old-fashioned warships that are about to be eliminated. And looking at this situation, even if the mother world invests several more warships, even twice the force cannot turn the tide of the battle.
How about using the ultimate weapon directly?
An oval-shaped leader suddenly spoke. The moment the message was received, the conference room immediately fell into deathly silence. The so-called ultimate weapon is a super weapon developed by the mother world based on curvature engine and microscopic particle technology in the past 100 years. However, just 30 years ago, when the weapon development reached the most critical moment, a major accident occurred, which directly caused a very important scientific research planet was completely wiped out, and a large number of cutting-edge scientific researchers inside also died. In the end, this cutting-edge technology that was beyond the control of the mother world's current technology was temporarily shelved, and it was not too late to wait until there were new breakthroughs in microscopic particles and dimensional technology before continuing the experiment. But then someone started to express doubts.
It's too late to prepare the ultimate weapon now. Right. There's enough time,
the leader of the elliptical shape said with certainty. Because the star system he leads has been secretly continuing research in private, and was originally preparing to conduct its first weapons experiment in a while. Of course, the other Yuanpan leaders have also thought of this. But now is obviously not the time to hold people accountable. This war is related to the survival of the entire mother world. So they can only give it a try. After the decision was made, the order was transmitted to the target galaxy through quantum entanglement. And the warships on the battlefield also received the message.
Lord Archon, quickly, start the dimension jump. The longest distance.
The observer on the main ship shuddered immediately after receiving the word final weapon, and completed the communication almost as quickly as possible. The latter did not hesitate at all and directly used all the remaining energy to make the longest dimensional jump. I have been using it with caution before because it consumes a lot of energy. Only main ships are eligible to install it. Moreover, the jump distance is not long, which is about 500,000 kilometers at most. It can be reached in less than 2 seconds at sublight speed. The only advantage is that it is fast. It only takes 0.4 seconds to arrive. And now is the time to use it urgently. The remaining main ships also disappeared in place. But the remaining disk battleships were not so lucky, since they were not equipped with dimensional jumps. They could only escape from the area at sublight speed crazily. But they were destroyed one step ahead. It's coming! An ordinary ball with a diameter of 50 kilometers was thrown through the temporary wormhole. Its appearance is incredibly smooth. Since the moment it appeared, its body has been continuously collapsing inward. In just 1 second, it was compressed to the size of a crystal ball. It was like a huge vortex. And the surrounding space and light, wreckage, all matter and energy were torn in. This is the ultimate weapon of geometric civilization: artificial black hole. Chapter 607, Artificial Black Hole. The Torn Main God. What is a black hole? It is one of the most terrifying naturally occurring wonders in the universe. It is known as the gravity monster and star eater. It is usually formed by the collapse of supermassive stars. This man-made black hole is the final creation of the geometric civilization's research on dimensions and microscopic particles. The inside is a core composed of a large number of highly dense neutrons, while the outside is wrapped by a huge mass of special metal, with element 9 used as a partition in the middle. Once the time is right, the internal neutron cluster will be further compressed from a high-dimensional level to overcome the neutron degeneracy force, so that the gravitational force of the inward collapse is greater than the repulsive force between microscopic particles, thus forming a small black hole. In order to create this ultra-dense star with a volume of 50 kilometers in diameter, it almost exhausted the resources of the entire galaxy. It took a full 30 years to create such a super weapon. But its power is also terrifying. The extremely high density brings extremely terrifying gravity, which can even prevent light from escaping. Within 0.01 seconds, a huge gravitational vortex was formed in an instant. The god of thunder and war within it had just escaped from the influence of the quantum tide, and felt a strong threat of death. In the high-dimensional vision, the threads representing space were like water being drawn into a whirlpool, constantly falling towards the central singularity. The first thing to be sucked in were the pieces of flesh and blood tissue that looked like eyes, followed by the wreckage and energy remnants scattered in the void, and then the three gods inside. Under the impact of the quantum tide, the weaker god of order's body had already been destroyed, and he was dragged into the rapidly expanding black hole with almost no resistance. Nessus, the slightly stronger god of space, tried hard to resist this terrifying tearing force. But this was in vain. He had consumed too much divine power in the previous war, and was unable to resist this cosmic miracle. Power. He only lasted for 0.5 seconds before he followed in the footsteps of the god of order. The divine body of the god of thunder and war has also been dismembered. Even the interstellar battleships could not escape the gravity of the black hole and were all torn in, because the escape speed of this small black hole is 1.5 times the speed of light. It's not that the leaders of the mother world don't take the lives of these geometric stars seriously, but that the giant palm covering the sky comes too fast. Even for 1 second at night, these battleships will be crushed into pieces. Sacrifice is a bait, but the death will be more valuable. And the palm that stretched out from the space-time rift and was as big as a planet was bent to crush the black hole. Two powerful forces intertwined on the battlefield. The nascent black hole sucked in limited matter, and it was difficult to shake the giant palm for a while. However, as the three powerful gods were sucked into the singularity, the matter and energy inside increased again. The balance of power was soon broken. A large amount of blood and flesh spurted out from the blood hole exploded by the Star Destroyer cannon, presenting terrifying blood pillars one after another in the void. The scope of the black hole is also rapidly expanding. For this disaster that can be called a wonder of the universe, the more matter and energy it sucks in, the more powerful the distortion of space will be. And its intensity has almost no upper limit.
What kind of weapon is this?
Seeing this scene, Vittorio and others were horrified. One moment, they were worried about the geometric civilization being unable to resist in front of the Lord God. The next moment, they stood up one by one, looking at the horror in horror. The space-time vortex. The entire palm extending from the time rift was sucked in by the strong gravity of the black hole. First, the skin and flesh were torn off. And then several knuckles were torn off. Then the tearing force became stronger and stronger. And the numbers were directly torn off. A finger was swallowed up. Lin En was also extremely surprised. The other party actually mastered the method of creating a black hole. And his judgment on the technological level of this alien civilization was once again raised. However, judging from those interstellar battleships that were also swallowed by the black hole, it seems that the opponent is still unable to control the super weapon freely. Fortunately, in order to avoid being accidentally injured by the aftermath of the war, the viewing location he chose was very far away, outside the scope of the black hole event horizon. But even so, with the sharp increase in the mass of the black hole, it won't be long before the influence will spread. To here,
It looks like this war is coming to an end.
Seeing that the giant palm as huge as a star was torn apart and turned into the nourishment of the black hole, Lin En quickly made a judgment. It's time to clean up the mess. At the same time, according to this, in the void of the universe 0.1 light years away, after the terrifying black hole swallowed up the giant palm covering the sky, the range of the event horizon has reached hundreds of thousands of kilometers. From a distance, it looks like a huge hole has appeared in the void universe. The main ship that had previously launched the dimension jump escaped from the black hole in time. However, due to the continuous battles and an ultra-long distance space teleportation, the energy was completely exhausted, and it could only rely on the spacecraft to capture cosmic rays. It was then converted into electricity to barely maintain the energy required to move forward, and the speed was reduced to about 1/3 of the speed of light. Their only hope is that the scope of the black hole will not continue to expand. Otherwise, the spacecraft will 100% be directly involved at its current speed.
What a terrifying force.
The Archon looked at the magnificent spectacle of the universe behind him, and thought of the giant palm that covered the sky and the sun. That kind of powerful high-dimensional war weapon could actually compete with a superstar like a black hole. Fortunately, it was defeated by them in the end. The ultimate weapon was swallowed.
Has the Mother World issued any new instructions?
The Archon quickly calmed down his fluctuating emotions and glanced at the observers on the side.
Not yet.
The long observer hesitated for a moment, then sent the message again.
Lord Archon, our communication seems to have been blocked, perhaps due to the interference of the black hole.
The Archon vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The existence of the black hole would indeed interfere with communications, but they had already left the scope of the event horizon, and communications would not be completely blocked. Just as he was thinking about it, a strong siren suddenly sounded inside the spacecraft.
What happened?
The remaining crew members in the spacecraft became nervous instantly, and colorful communication electromagnetic waves flashed in the cockpit. The Archon immediately restarted the ship's optical brain, which had fallen into standby mode due to exhaustion of energy. But before that, an extremely unfamiliar electromagnetic signal suddenly forcibly invaded their communication system and conveyed a message to their minds.
Surrender. You have been arrested.
Chapter 608. We want to become the most bragging civilization in the universe. The moment the electromagnetic signal was sent out, a bright-colored figure appeared on the spacecraft, holding a long geometric star in his hand. This was undoubtedly the power projection that Lin En deliberately left here. When he saw that the spacecraft could not even support the energy shield, he rushed in straightforwardly. The sudden message made the geometry people on the spacecraft extremely nervous, and they all took out their own weapons anti-electron launch guns from their bodies. But just before they took action, all the time, space and matter around them seemed to freeze in place, and then hundreds of weapons levitated together and floated to the rear. Lin stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and hundreds of anti-electron launch guns were instantly dispersed and reduced to the most basic particles under the Great Disintegration Technique. What technology is this? The Archon was stunned. Although it was nothing to directly decompose matter into basic particles, and the matter decomposition device carried on the spacecraft could also do it, the other party obviously did not carry any technological instruments beyond the scope of his understanding. And the other party, they also cracked their communication signals and language system. The fact that Lin was able to learn the language of the geometricians so easily was naturally attributed to the power of psychic spells. In fact, the brains and consciousness of these strange-looking aliens are also protected. It is something similar to coding. Unfortunately, It is not the same as magic at all. So there are naturally loopholes. So after taking care of the guards on the outside of the spacecraft, Lin En successfully obtained some basic information about geometric civilization from the minds of these aliens. Now he is throwing it out in order to increase his mystery in the eyes of the other party and create a high-level image. The power of hierarchical civilization. After all, the unknown is the scariest thing. With the previous interstellar war as a prelude, coupled with such a mysterious appearance, it was obviously very effective. And it instantly calmed these aliens, who had never seen magic.
We request to be captured in accordance with the regulations of the Galaxy Convention.
After all the weapons were disarmed and the energy of the spacecraft was exhausted, the Archon did not resist needlessly. The enemy in front of them was obviously a high-dimensional life form. No chance of winning at all. Lin En had also obtained corresponding information about the so-called Galaxy Convention in the minds of those guards. But he was not prepared to pay attention to them at all. It was just a rule agreed upon by a dozen larger civilizations in this galaxy in past wars. It won't work outside this galaxy. Similarly, Lin did not intend to kill all these people, but let the battleship continue to sail to the Eternal Star. Although part of the main god's body and the subsequent tearing force of the black hole wiped out most of the disk battleships, several main ships with sufficient energy escaped. Each main ship should have coordinates on it, which means that if necessary, the geometric civilization's fleet can appear near this star field at any time, which is only about 0.1 light-year away from the Eternal Star. So it becomes extremely important to intercept a ship and negotiate directly to ensure they are in a superior position. Seeing that Lin En ignored the so-called Galaxy Convention at all, the Archon's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say that the spacecraft had no energy and could not carry out long-distance voyages.
The energy you are using should be antimatter. Right. This is easy to handle.
Lin En stretched out his hand, and a large amount of anti-hydrogen elements continued to gather in the palm of his hand, and finally condensed into a fist-sized liquid sphere, floating in the air. Squeeze antimatter with your bare hands. Lin En showed his hand again, which made the geometry stars present widen their eyes. This was completely beyond their understanding. A burst of colorful light also appeared on the Archon's body. Fortunately, he still managed to maintain his composure and asked someone to take back the antimatter collection equipment and prepare to restart the forward and reverse power furnace. After Lin En left marks on the bodies of these geometric stars, he let them go to the Eternal Star on their own, and then reached the outer star field alone. This battlefield of the Galaxy War is now completely shrouded by the black hole's event horizon. From a distance, it looks like a pitch-black abyss, with an extremely bright ring covering the outside. This is the energy that permeates the battlefield. The remnants are being spirally sucked into the scene of bottomless darkness. It was also the first time for Lin to appreciate the spectacular miracles of the universe at such a close distance. No, it should be called an alien man-made miracle. Fortunately, the gravitational capture range of the black hole is right next to the open space-time rift, blocking the invasion of the main world. It seems that there is no need to worry about the threat from the opposite side in the short term. Of course, this is not a 100% guarantee. The part of the main god's body that appeared from the rift in time and space has shown the ability to compete with the nascent black hole. Lin En could not guarantee whether the other party had the ability to crack the black hole. But there is also a lot of bad news that comes with it. That is, while the black hole provides them with protection, it also cleans up the entire battlefield. After the gods of the main world fell, no matter their priesthood, divine power, or divine personality, they were all sucked in the singularity at the center of a black hole. It is almost impossible to get these trophies. Forget the rest. Lin En is very coveted by the Thunder Priesthood. After all, it is related to the most original power of the universe, electromagnetic force. Once he can fully master it, his power will definitely be improved to an incredible level. Lin reluctantly circled the black hole's event horizon several times, trying to find some missing loot, but in the end it was all in vain. So he had to settle for the next best thing, since he could condense the Olympian godhead in this universe. Then is it possible to re-embody the rest of the priesthood? On the other side, the Eternal Star is in the battle conference room of the royal capital. Seeing that this horrific interstellar war finally ended, with almost both sides losing, Vittorio and others breathed a sigh of relief. But now is obviously not the time to celebrate, because there is still a very urgent problem that needs to be solved. That is, how to conduct follow-up negotiations and strive for as many benefits as possible. You must know that their current deterrent power relies entirely on the proxy fights of the gods of the main world. Once the opponent finds out that they have been fooled, the good situation they have painstakingly created will be over. In anger, Geometry civilization will send more fleets. A large-scale invasion cannot be resisted by their strength alone. Chapter 609. Showing weakness to the enemy, and fearing too much if you think too carefully. How to disguise a high-level civilization is a question worth pondering. A group of congressmen in the war conference room put forward suggestions with great imagination. Some people thought that the parliament should build a huge tower in the place where geometric civilization is received. It should be as high as possible, as bright as possible, and as high as possible. How majestic! How majestic! Some people also think that they should display all the most cutting-edge technologies of the parliament and then tell the other party that this is their weakest and most insignificant technology, so as to have an intimidating effect. Noisy discussions resounded in the conference room, and various suggestions, either outrageous or feasible, were put forward. The most exaggerated one was Raphael's plan. He proposed to create an area made entirely of antimatter as a means of negotiation. Location.
This consumes too much energy and is too deliberate.
Vittorio shook his head. The other party also has control of the antimatter technology, and may even have a higher level than them. This may not be able to scare him, but it will be easily seen. There is a flaw. Harov also nodded.
Our advantage lies in magic. We still have to work hard in this area.
According to the information they learned, the Eternal Star should be the junction of two different universes. Magic power should not exist in other star fields. Using this thing, that is completely beyond the other party's understanding, as a display of power, the core should be able to achieve good results. Aurora and Anthony also agreed with this point of view. But how to create an oppressive negotiation place troubled them. While everyone was discussing, Lin En, who had been focusing on the avatar, suddenly opened his eyes and interrupted everyone's discussion.
I just received some bad news.
The noisy conference room immediately fell silent, and Harov asked with a solemn expression,
Is it possible that the alien civilization still doesn't give up and plans to continue attacking us? No, it's not that bad.
Lin En shook his head, and then told the information his incarnation had collected in the minds of the geometry stars. Although this fleet is several light years away, it is not completely unfamiliar with this star field. They can capture the light reflected from the sun through a special instrument and decipher the information carried therein. And as the distance gets closer, the information obtained becomes more comprehensive. Now the geometric civilization knows that they have not completed the colonization of the remaining planets in this galaxy, and even once regarded them as a planet-level civilization that has not yet been able to leave their home star. Of course, this is not wrong. During the rule of the Empire and the Church a few years ago, without considering high-end combat power, the level of the entire civilization was not even up to the second-level civilization in the opponent's evaluation system. Fortunately, after this war, it should have a certain impact on the judgment of these aliens, at least judging from the memories he obtained. Some geometricians have begun to doubt whether they will receive the coordinates from the Eternal Star. It won't be a trap. After thinking for a long time, Vittorio came up with a new point of view.
Since it is difficult for us to imagine the posture of high-dimensional civilization, and it is not easy to achieve a watertight performance, it is better to do the opposite. You mean to take the initiative to show weakness to the enemy?
Anthony immediately understood what Vittorio meant, and the latter nodded. Since the other party thinks that they are a civilization that likes to pretend, it might as well continue to solidify this understanding. Lin En also thinks this idea is good, but needs to add something more. It's best to show weakness to the enemy, but also to make people think carefully about the details.
That battleship will arrive in this galaxy in about a month, and we don't have much time left.
January passed in a blink of an eye, and while the Parliament was actively preparing, in a certain star field in the second spiral arm of the large universe, unknown galaxy, a disk battleship with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers was quickly heading towards the target galaxy. Okay, the distance between the two sides is less than 1 billion kilometers, and the information obtained by capturing reflected light is becoming more and more. But no matter how you look at it, this does not look like a galaxy under the control of an advanced civilization. They could not see the light energy conversion instruments surrounding the entire star. 4 of the 5 planets were still in their most rudimentary state and could not find any trace of civilization. Could it be that this is a galaxy that has just been discovered and colonized by the other party? But it's not like we don't even have basic facilities, like light energy conversion equipment. The Archon is puzzled by this. But this is not the only thing that has made it difficult for him to understand during this period. For example, although they are prisoners now, they are not subject to very strict control. And even there is no supervision at all. And even navigation is free. Are these people not worried at all about them suddenly changing direction and running away? Unless The other party believed that there was no possibility of their escape. Out of this fear, the Archon let the spacecraft move forward honestly according to the fixed route. But he still made some small moves in private. After the energy system was restored, he secretly conducted a communication with the mother world, and the incident of being captured was reported. The leaders of Yuanpan had no intention of holding people accountable, and they all felt that this was a rare opportunity to find out the details of the target civilization at close range, and then decide on the next steps. For fear of being discovered, this secret communication was interrupted after a few atomic minutes. Another important reason was that the target galaxy was already in front of you. The ship's optical brain also quickly sent a prompt. 2 spaceships that were not inferior to the main ship were approaching at an extremely fast speed, and there were very obvious time and space fluctuations in the surrounding area.
It is indeed a warp engine.
The Archon confirmed this again, and then hurriedly sent a message.
Quick! Convert the appearance of this spaceship into encrypted information as quickly as possible, and send it back to the mother world.
He knew very well that the cutting-edge scientific researchers of the mother world were also studying curvature engine technology, and had reached a critical moment. The ready-made spacecraft in front of him could undoubtedly become a good reference. Just like before, the message was sent without any obstruction. At the current disk meeting, the leaders who received the message immediately summoned a group of top spacecraft designers to analyze the technological level of the other civilization starting from its appearance. If we can find a way to imitate it and crack the secret of the curvature engine, that would be great. Chapter 6 Tinlin, the Galaxy Governor of the Pan-Magical Empire. Under the powerful analytical capabilities of the optical brain, the transmitted image information was quickly suspended in the disk conference room in the form of a 3-dimensional projection. Interstellar spacecraft will always be the benchmark for testing a civilization's technology, from its power system, appearance design, and material use. A civilization's technological heritage can often be seen. The appearance of the 2 spaceships sent to contact them looked like a huge diamond-shaped fortress. What attracted special attention was that there were many exquisite patterns carved on the outer SHL, which seemed to be arranged according to certain rules. Obviously, it was not just as simple as decoration. As for the function, a group of scientific researchers could not figure it out even after discussing a few atoms. Even the material used to make the outer SHL of the spacecraft is completely unknown, because these 2 ships were specially modified in the past month to cope with this contact. The outer SHLs were coated with a special coating with a thickness of 30 centimeters, using magic gold dug from foreign lands. This special magic material is also very magical. Although its hardness, radiation resistance, and high pressure resistance are not as good as the original SHL metal, it is hundreds of times harder than ordinary steel. The most important thing is that it has very good magic conductivity. Coupled with the magic circle developed by Vittorio, it can completely isolate the detection of various rays. The successive obstacles in materials and alchemy caused a strong sense of frustration among the spaceship designers of the geometric civilization. The only thing that could be understood was the appearance design.
I speculate that they probably placed a curvature generator at each end of the front and rear to form a U-shaped curvature space that contracts in the front and expands in the rear to push the spacecraft forward.
A designer who looked like a ring quickly made a guess based on the shape of the spacecraft and the detection data of space fluctuations sent over. However, he was very confused about the structure of the 2 spacecrafts, because according to the analysis of the optical brain, a pointed cone shape with a small front and a large back is the most energy-saving and reasonable shape of the curvature spacecraft. The new battleship they envisioned will also adopt a similar structure. However, a civilization that may come from a higher dimension will obviously not make such a low-end mistake. The use of a diamond-shaped SHL must have some deep meaning. In view of the 2 obstacles in materials and alchemy, no designer dared to say that the other party's spacecraft design had major flaws, which was just a joke. They don't understand. There is only one possibility, and that is that there is an extremely obvious technological generation gap between the 2 sides. Under the intense discussion among the spaceship designers, colorful spectrums flashed throughout the disk conference hall, and various ideas were put forward. For example, one of the designers believed that the other party deliberately adopted a diamond-shaped structure, which was probably used to carry some kind of special weapon or to place a long-distance orbital acceleration device. Some geometry stars also proposed a new idea. Is it possible that the reason why the opponent's curvature spacecraft has a rhombus structure is because this advanced civilization simply likes this shape, just like they like circles, compared to the designers who were racking their brains to think about the structure of the spacecraft? The geometric aliens who had become prisoners at the other end of the galaxy, were under greater pressure. They went to their destination under the escort of 2 curvature spacecraft. Destination: the Moon. This is a very desolate satellite. There are no huge urban agglomerations or any protective measures. All you can see is a wasteland.
Is this the satellite prison you built?
The Archon's body emitted a white light, and he couldn't help but send a message. Many civilizations in the universe like to build prisons at the center of satellites, using their huge SHLs as natural protective layers. They are usually used to imprison some dangerous galaxy-level felons. But looking at the desolate surface, the Archon felt that it really didn't look like it, because all the satellite prisons he had seen had all been heavily protected to prevent anyone from rescuing or escaping from the prison. At least from space-based weapons and planets orbiting the satellite. There is always a level 1 energy protection device. Right? Otherwise, once attacked by the enemy fleet, it would not even have the ability to fight back. Facing the consul's inquiry, Raphael had no intention of replying, but just showed an intriguing smile. The hundreds of captured geometricians were confused and kept analyzing the meaning of each other's expressions. They had no idea that Raphael simply didn't know how to answer. According to the strategy of the previous discussions in the Parliament, if you don't know how to answer, you just need to smile. This is undoubtedly a very simple and effective method. Although it cannot solve the problem, it is enough to make people fall into doubt and confusion. This is exactly the effect they need to achieve.
Okay, we're already here. That's it.
Raphael led a group of geometry stars to a flat open space, and then clapped his hands in their confused eyes. And the whole land shook, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes. A majestic building that combines magical alchemy and federal design styles rose out of the ground. Hundreds of pillars engraved with runes included everyone, and the desert surface beneath their feet it also quickly became hard, appearing as smooth and hard as gold. In just 10 seconds, a gorgeously decorated conference hall was formed, and then thousands of azure figures appeared on both sides of the hall. These turned out to be some kind of unknown energy life forms. The Archon quickly confirmed this via electromagnetic waves. All the geometry stars were also frightened. Only then did they understand that the planet was not as empty and lacking in protection as they had expected. But they just didn't see it. The energy creatures that appeared in the conference room were a group of divine servants with pseudo-legendary power created by Lin in imitation of the gods of the main world. As for the conference hall that suddenly appeared, now that the entire moon is within the scope of the divine realm, it is easy to create a city out of thin air, let alone a building. Lin, who was leading all affairs in the dark, did not let these alien organisms think too much. He appeared at the main seat of the conference hall through a close wormhole and spoke directly.
Everyone who has come from afar, I am the Galaxy Governor of the Panmagic Empire. You can call me Lin.
Panmagical Empire. Governor of the Galaxy. The consul kept these 2 terms firmly in mind. Seeing that the other party did not put him directly in prison, he immediately guessed that this should be some kind of process similar to a crime trial. Chapter 611 War Trial and Sky-High Compensation.
Dear Governor, I am the Captain and Chief Consul of the 37th Column of Geometric Civilization. Please forgive us for our previous offense. In fact, this conflict is just a misunderstanding. We are not going to this galaxy with any intentions. Not with malice, but with goodwill and friendship.
There was a faint white glow all over the Archon's body. While delivering the message, the spire-like body also split apart, forming a 90-degree bend from top to bottom. This is usually when the lower-ranking person meets the upper-ranking person. Etiquette only for those who have it. After an interstellar war and several attacks, the Archon was 90% sure that the other party was a super civilization whose technological level surpassed that of the mother world. So his attitude was naturally lowered to the extreme. After all, this conversation is too important, directly related to the survival of the mother world.
Goodwill and friendship.
Before Lin could reply, Arad, who was mixed in with a team of divine servants, stood up and delivered a very sharp message.
Are you referring to the sudden and unprovoked attack on the detectors we sent? It's not without reason. Lord Governor,
the consul hurriedly explained.
We detected that the detector was still accelerating and approaching again even though it was extremely close. It may have great malicious intent. So we made a tentative move. Feint.
The consul thought for a while before the word came out of his mouth.
This is entirely your one-sided statement. We have accurately calculated the orbital path of the attack. If we do not avoid it in advance, these 15 energy cannons will hit the detector from different directions.
Arad said with a sneer. Raphael on the side also added.
In addition, this probe was just patrolling the border of the galaxy as usual. After discovering your movements, it rushed to confirm the situation. but it did not expect to be attacked by the most violent attack.
The words of the two people made the consul choke directly. It was true that they acted first. But if the other party hadn't made such a misleading move, he would have been more cautious. But the next moment, the consul realized that he had made a huge misjudgment. That is, he regarded the detector's speed-up behavior as a sign of attack. This may be true for traditional propulsion systems. After all, deceleration requires a cycle. It usually takes about 20 atomic minutes for the most advanced warships of geometric civilization to go from sublight speed to full hover. But the warp engine is different. The reduction from top speed to static level is likely to be within 1,000 atomic seconds. Wanting to understand this, the Archon felt his body tremble, as if he was on the verge of disintegration. In other words, it was his misjudgment that ultimately led to this interstellar war that should not have happened. Now, even if he returns to his home world, he may be imprisoned or even executed for the crime of provoking a war. But now is obviously not the time to consider personal honor and disgrace. The consul hurriedly explained.
I think this is a not-so-nice misunderstanding. Lord Governor, our ship uses an antimatter source-driven propulsion device. It is relatively difficult to change orientation and slow down at ultra-high speed. So in a million, speeding up within a kilometer is usually considered a prelude to an attack.
The Archon very sincerely recounted the process of how he misjudged the situation and launched the attack, and said that as the chief culprit of the war between the two civilizations, he could self-destruct and apologize. Of course, this cannot completely make up for the losses of the war, but geometric civilization can also provide corresponding compensation.
Compensation? How do you want to compensate? A galaxy? Or 100 galaxy-level battleships?
Raphael showed a bit of disdain on his face, but he suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart. They have seen the power of geometric civilization. The Star Destroyer cannon alone makes Raphael jealous. This is a powerful weapon that can kill the true god and destroy a world with one blow. The super weapon named Black Hole by Lin is even more terrifying. It can even repel the Lord God. Naturally, the Archon didn't know Raphael's little thoughts. In his opinion, this was an obvious mockery. But it was normal to think about it. Facing a civilization with a higher technological level, he wanted to come up with something that would satisfy the other party. Compensation is never easy. At least not by myself.
Dear Governor, regarding the issue of compensation, I cannot give you a direct agreement. You need to ask the leaders for instructions before you can make a decision.
The consul lowered his attitude again.
I gave you a whole month. And you haven't discussed a charter yet?
Lenin said suddenly. These words made the Archon feel a chill in his heart. Only then did he realize that his previous ability to contact the Mother World was actually the result of the other party's deliberate laissez-faire. It was even possible that the entire communication process had been under the surveillance of the other party, and that he didn't even notice it at all.
In that case, I'll give you a few more days to think it over.
Lenin waved his hand, and more than a dozen divine attendants led a group of weird-looking geometry stars down. The Archon returned to the spacecraft alone under the strict supervision of several divine attendants. He used the ship's onboard optical brain to meet with the waiting disk leaders and reported all the latest news and his conjectures. However, for such a big matter, it was obvious that the discussion could not reach a conclusion for a while, and there were many voices of approval and opposition within the group. Fortunately, Lin did not ask them to give an answer immediately. However, in the past few days, the captive geometricians did not receive any preferential treatment and were instead imprisoned in prison. This prison was built in the center of the moon. After hearing about the satellite prison mentioned by the consul, Lin temporarily manipulated the divine domain to create it. The area was very large, but it looked a bit crude. Hundreds of geometricians were imprisoned separately. In addition, Lin also deliberately used the Moko people, right people and other intelligent creatures in the main world as models, and used his divine power to squeeze some prisoners in to serve as their roommates to facilitate the process. Next steps. The technological level of this alien civilization is very high. If something is leaked out, they will benefit a lot. However, because they are pretending to be a civilization from a higher dimension, they directly ask for some low-end technology. Most likely it will arouse suspicion. In addition, the barrenness of this galaxy is seriously inconsistent with their boasted setting. It may be able to confuse the other party for a while, but it may not be possible after some time. So there must be a more reasonable explanation. Chapter 6:12. Do you call this a high moral civilization?
This is where you will stay next.
Raphael imprisoned the governor and two adjutants of the geometry people deep in the satellite prison, and then took out a uranium ore, a ball of lunar soil, and a bottle of nutrient solution. Asked,
"Do you need food?" Uranium elements. Energy blocks or nutrients for carbon-based life forms?
The consul glanced at the food in Raphael's hand. He didn't dare to take the only decent nutrient solution. So he shook his head and said that they usually use hibernation to solve the problem of energy consumption. At most, there is no need to supplement any nutrition when it lasts for 1,000 atoms. Raphael didn't pay attention, left a few people behind, and left with the divine attendants. After these energy life forms left, the Archon began to observe the satellite prison. It must be said that the whole thing can only be described in a crude way. Apart from a cage made of unknown metal, no existing technological creations could be seen. The only advantage is that there is a lot of space.
This prison is a little too unprepared.
An adjutant couldn't help but inform that if they had left the uranium element just now, they could have used a micro-decay bomb to explode the prison. The consul is also very puzzled. Judging from recent contacts, the behavior of this civilization is really strange. It is very backward in its backwardness, and its strength makes it impossible to see the boundaries. Some civilizations with skewed technology trees will indeed be extremely strong in some aspects and slightly weaker in other aspects. But the gap is not so exaggerated. Moreover, no matter how many aspects are involved in the manufacture of interstellar spacecraft, there is no extremely strong industrial power and technological reserves. It is impossible to mass-produce long-distance spacecraft.
Another bunch of idiots.
Just as the Archon was about to reorganize his thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded in their brains. This sound is very strange. It is not an electromagnetic wave, but it can pass through the psychic protection and be accurately received by them. This can be called a strange scene, causing the bodies of several geometry stars to glow with a glimmer of fear. When they turned around, they discovered that they were not the only ones in this cage, but there were two prisoners who were imprisoned together. But they had not been arrested at all before. Their electromagnetic wave detection detected. The person who spoke was a right man, whose body could almost blend into the surrounding environment when completely still, and could even block the prying eyes of electromagnetic waves, while the other prisoner was curled up in the corner, sleeping soundly. Before the other party could react, the right man continued to speak mockingly.
Just 3 days ago, there was an idiot who was imprisoned who had the same idea as you. And the result? TSK, TSK, TSK.
The right man did not continue speaking, but judging from his tone, the other party's fate must have been very tragic. The consul was very interested in this prisoner, who was also being held deep in the prison. It was just embarrassing that they did not carry a language translation device, and could not decipher the language for communication. After thinking for a while, the spire-shaped head was hit. When it opened, a projected image was suspended in the void. This is the relatively ancient and most useful method of communicating three-dimensional images. However, this low-end communication method disgusted the right people.
Which civilization do you come from? How come you are imprisoned here if you don't even know how to communicate spiritually? Let's do this. I will establish a channel for spiritual communication. And you don't have to waste your efforts anymore.
As the right said, they used magic nets to invade their consciousness. They were inexplicably looked down upon, which made the three geometry stars very embarrassed. They couldn't find a reason to refute, and they couldn't refuse with face. So they had no choice but to accept this special method of communication. After solving the language problem, the communication between the two parties suddenly became extremely smooth. When it was learned that the other party was captured and imprisoned here because the fleet he commanded was defeated in the war with the Magic Empire, his attitude softened a bit. Yes, he reminded me with some sympathy.
Don't look at the fact that this prison is very crude on the surface and has no protection. In fact, there is no possibility of escape at all. Why do you say that?
An adjutant asked unexpectedly.
As far as I know, the Magic Empire has mastered a very powerful technology that can inject a special energy into microscopic elements, thereby achieving absolute control over everything. That is, the entire satellite is under the control of the other party.
Hey, the reason why there is no protection is because there is no need at all.
The right man explained half-truthfully. As he spoke, the ground shook violently, or the entire planet was shaking. The rights calmly told the geometricians not to panic. This was just a routine. Every 3 hours, the positions of all the prisons would change randomly, which meant that no one could really be sure which part of the moon they were on. Place. After this position change was over, the right man spoke again.
If nothing goes as expected, you should have come here specially after receiving the news that this star field has special energy.
Right. Also, the consul keenly caught this word and hurriedly asked the other party if he had the same experience.
The right man nodded, and then shook his head helplessly.
Similar news has actually been spread in other galaxies in this universe. I suspect that this is a trap at all, or that the news is a specially released bait. Bait? Yes. It's just like fishing. A star system like this that is unprepared and possesses special energy is like bait hanging at the end of the hook, spread all over the corners of the galaxy, quietly waiting for the big fish to take the bait. At this point, the right man couldn't help but sigh. I call it a civilization of anglers. The concept of fishing is somewhat unfamiliar to many geometry star people, but after the explanation from the right people, they quickly understood its meaning. But why is it so troublesome? The Archon asked in confusion. With the level of technology displayed by the Magic Empire, it should be a very simple matter to launch an invasion and occupy the entire galaxy. No one knows this. Maybe it's because he has a very high moral standard, so he doesn't like to initiate an invasion. The right man shrugged and guessed. Colorful shimmers of light suddenly appeared around a group of geometry stars. They took the initiative to spread rumors and set traps to attract greedy people to invade, and then reversely encircled, invaded, and blackmailed them. Can this be called a high moral civilization? After being reminded by the rights, the consul finally realized something was wrong. Although he commanded the fleet to launch the attack first, the time and space wormhole was opened before the attack could reach the opponent, and powerful four-dimensional biological weapons were sent to fight. It didn't look like they were just here to cruise. Now it seems that the other party is clearly inducing them to take the initiative to attack so that they can be on the moral high ground. Insidious. It's so insidious. Chapter 613, If it weren't for you, we would have almost been deceived. From the inexplicable receipt of a message from the exploration fleet thousands of years ago, to the defeat and capture in the interstellar war, to entering this satellite prison, all the strange things they found were explained in this moment. There are many civilizations in the universe. Due to the different environments for survival and evolution, any kind of weird things may appear. Naturally, high moral civilizations are not uncommon. Some powerful civilizations possess very high-end technologies, and do not worry about precious energy issues at all. They do not need to rely on external expansion to meet the acquisition of rare elements. They are more inclined to dominate the order of a region rather than to relying on the absolute advantage of science and technology. They invade and massacre. The civilization they faced this time was probably technically up to standard, but morally it was obviously another weird thing. The Archon suspected that the main intelligent group in the Magic Empire, amid extremely abundant supplies and long-term stability, would prefer peace over war. But the upper echelons obviously did not think so. Such a conflict led to such a unique defensive counterattack strategy. If the enemy attacks first, then war and judgment against the evil invaders will become justifiable. This is the meaning of the existence of bait. The more I think about the Archon, the chillier I feel in my heart. But fortunately, this is not all bad news. At least, the other party will not launch a large-scale invasion of the geometric civilization without finding a good reason. So you were also lured here by this bait? The consul looked at the right man, who was also a prisoner, and felt a bit of sympathy for him. No. In fact, I am an interstellar mercenary leader who was ordered to rescue several felons imprisoned in this satellite prison. Due to the previous agreement, it is not convenient to disclose it. As for the result, alas, you are also now saw it. The right man let out a long sigh. Although he did not explain the details, it was all understood. All the geometric stars were filled with sympathy. No wonder the other party would remind themselves that this prison looked simple, but was actually very terrifying. It turned out that they had personal experiences as evidence. After jointly criticizing the insidious behavior of the Magic Empire, the relationship between the two parties immediately became much closer. However, while they were friendly on the surface, both parties also had their own intentions to obtain more information from the other party. The Wrights mostly talked about the various settings of the Magic Empire. They only occasionally mentioned their experience as an interstellar mercenary before being arrested. His reputation was so resounding, but anyone could see that he was bragging. It means a lot. And a group of geometry stars have no intention of hiding some basic information about the current galaxy. Or in their opinion, this low-level information does not have any value. But this is exactly what the Parliament lacks most now. At the end of the discussion, the Wright specifically reminded the geometricians that after they lost this war, the other side would most likely make a big deal, put forward an angry condition, and then deliberately show weakness to make them feel that they would not be able to fight. Opportunity to take advantage of the situation and bring the entire star field under control. The consuls believed that, after knowing the other party's insidious behavior, they would naturally not be fooled by those appearances. While several people were discussing, in the Eternal Star, the capital of the Magic Kingdom,
The senior members of the parliament and the speakers were observing the situation in the satellite prison through the influence of projection magic. Seeing that the other party had been completely fooled, Aurora said in a funny voice,
"These alien civilizations are a little too easy to deceive." "Right. It's just that they don't understand magic."
Lin shook his head. The high-end technology they displayed was all real. And the previous war, as a foreshadowing, could have such a good effect. This attempt to use prisoners to obtain information was undoubtedly very successful. While explaining the reasons for the backwardness of this star system, it was also able to obtain maximum information without arousing strong vigilance from the other party. According to those geometry stars, there are 15 civilizations in this galaxy that can reach the galaxy level and achieve long-distance voyages. Among them, there are 3 level 6 civilizations that are equivalent to them, since the technological level between them is not much different. The overall fairly peaceful. There is no way. A galaxy is too big. Its diameter alone reaches hundreds of thousands of light years, which means that it would take hundreds of thousands of years to fly from one side to the other at the speed of light. If there is no wormhole in terms of technology, it may be impossible for a civilization to travel across the entire galaxy from its birth to its demise.
Then what should we ask for as compensation that is more appropriate?
Vittorio said thoughtfully. This is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. A galaxy-level civilization has too many technologies that they need. But they certainly cannot ask for these low-end technologies directly. Otherwise it will be bad to arouse the other party's suspicion.
Maybe we can ask for an entire star system,
Harrow suggested. As long as there is a physical object, they can use material analysis to decipher the other party's technology. This is also the advantage of magic. The rest of the speakers were a little worried about whether the other party would agree, because it was an entire star system. It contains at least one star and several modified planets. Before this, they had never thought that these huge celestial bodies could be used for trading.
If it's just a star system, there shouldn't be any problem,
Lin said freely. The star system under the control of geometric civilization is very vast. When quantum entanglement transmission was said before, there were hundreds of connected light points. Lin even felt that what they asked for was a little too little. Since he had already told the other party that he was a lion, he naturally had to ask for more. The broken window effect should be very useful against most intelligent creatures. When he was searching the memories of those geometric stars, there was one thing that interested him very much, and that was the so-called element number 7. It was this peculiar element that allowed the geometric civilization to achieve a technological leap and become one of the most powerful civilizations in this galaxy. After several hours of discussion, the compensation quota was officially announced: 5 star systems, 100 active warships, and 10,000 tons of element 7. When this news was spread back to the mother world, the leaders of the geometric civilization felt extremely angry. This condition was humiliating. And element number 7 was the foundation of the strength of the geometric civilization and could never be handed over easily. In the eyes of many Yuanpan leaders, they were not defeated at all in the last galaxy war. Although they lost more than 50 of the most advanced galaxy-class warships, they also killed the high-dimensional biological weapons sent by the opponent. From the scene judging from the above, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are evenly matched. Chapter 614, A Wave of Sudden Wealth. Becoming a magic empire of galaxy-level civilization. Under Lin's harsh conditions, which could be called robbery, even the Yuanpan leaders, who originally preferred compensation for defeat, could not accept it.
War! Only a war can wash away this shame.
A Yuanpan leader of the main war faction sent a message with the highest frequency electromagnetic wave. Since the other party has no sincerity in negotiating, then summon more fleets and fight with the other party. A total war. Similar remarks soon dominated the entire Disk Council. However, as the true leader of the geometric civilization, the donut-shaped supreme leader was not carried away by anger. Instead, he looked at the person who had just been released through the quantum communication screen, the consul who acted as the intermediary in this negotiation.
Tova, you have been deeply into that civilized world. How much do you know about them? What is their technological level compared to ours? It's very powerful. Very powerful. The technological level of the other party's civilization is definitely beyond what we can compete with,
the consul named Tova said with great conviction.
I think we should give up the idea of war, continue negotiations, and reduce the compensation to an acceptable level through negotiation. Isn't this a bit exaggerated?
A Yuanpan leader asked dissatisfiedly. If there is really such a big gap in the technological level between the two sides, then they should have no resistance in the previous galaxy wars. And judging from the images transmitted by the warships arriving in this star system, it does not look like a galaxy under the control of a powerful civilization. Instead, it is full of desolation and backwardness. Seeing that the Yuanpan leaders were confused by these superficial appearances, Tova quickly told the truth about the information about the magic empire that he had learned in the prison, using a galaxy as a bait, releasing news to induce other civilizations to launch attacks, and then using the righteousness of anti-invasion to counterattack and suppress these civilizations to satisfy their own moral needs. Such insidious behavior frightened all the Yuanpan leaders. No wonder that I always feel that this civilization seems so fragmented. But compared to Tova, who has experienced it personally and firmly believes in the words of the rights, some Yuanpan leaders still have deep doubts about this and are unwilling to believe that the gap between the two sides will be so large that they cannot resist. Situation.
Are you sure you're not mistaken?
The Supreme Leader also asked solemnly.
I have personally seen the powerful technology of manipulating elementary particles. In just one atomic minute, they built a huge trial hall on the surface of the satellite. And their satellite prison also proves this.
Tova spared no effort to exaggerate the power of the magic empire, and even deliberately boasted, in order to dispel the war intentions of the Yuanpan leaders as much as possible. Under Tova's constant assurance and exaggeration, the Yuanpan leaders, who were originally excited and wanted to start a war, had to calm down again and think about the pros and cons of war. It is undoubtedly foolish to launch a war with no chance of victory. It will only drag the entire civilization into a bottomless abyss.
Perhaps only our ultimate weapon can make the other party feel afraid,
Tovar said hesitantly. This is also the only bargaining chip they can bring out in the negotiation, because it has indeed repelled the enemy sent by the other party to annihilate the fleet. High-dimensional biological weapons. And judging from the information sent by other fleeing main ships, the black hole still exists in the void and has not been dealt with. It is not known whether it is impossible or it consumes too much. But no matter what, it is enough to serve as a powerful deterrent and bargaining chip. Hearing Tova mention the ultimate weapon, all the disk leaders had different expressions. There is no doubt that artificial black holes are the trump card of geometric civilization. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a black technology that transcends civilization levels, because in addition to particles and dimensional technology, manufacturing it also requires a large amount of element 7. It was even jokingly called 100 years forever due to the high difficulty of research and development. Although it is finally done, the only one in stock for experiments has been used up. It will take at least another 10 years to create a second micro-black hole. For a galaxy-level civilization, 10 years is neither long nor short. Sometimes an interstellar voyage requires more than 10 years of effort. But the other party may not be willing to give them another 10 years of preparation time, traveling at 1.5 times the speed of light. From the eternal star to the border of geometric civilization, 5 years is enough. This does not include wormhole jumping, a technology that can span large distances in a short time. Seeing that the Yuanpan leaders did not respond immediately, Tova knew in his heart that they might not be able to use the ultimate weapon for the second time in a short time. Fortunately, the enemy may not know this, and may be able to use intimidation to increase one's own deterrence. Tova, who was uncertain but shouldered a heavy responsibility, quickly returned to negotiations with the bottom line of compensation discussed by the Yuanpan leaders. After more than half a month of bluff, intimidation, and compromise, this unique negotiation concerning the survival of two civilizations was finally finalized. The original 5-star systems were reduced to 3, and the 100 active warships were also reduced to 2. With 10 ships, Element 7 has increased from 10,000 tons to 500 tons. Originally, Tova wanted to replace Element 7 with other rare or resources, and even maintain compensation for 5-star systems on this basis. After all, Element 7 is too important, and it is not enough to say that it is the foundation of geometric civilization. Pass. Raphael, who was in charge of the negotiations, originally wanted to agree because the compensation offered by the other party was actually much higher than they expected. In the end, it was Lin who insisted on asking for it, and forced the other party to give in. In view of the identity they created before, they need to remain relatively strong. The more the other party wants to give something, the more casual they have to be. The less the other party wants to give something, the more insistent they are to ask for it. It was precisely under such a conflict that at the worst time, it was almost on the verge of war. Both Raphael and Tovar were frightened, but they had to bite the bullet and continue talking. Although no one hopes that war will really break out, they have to make the other party believe that they are ready for a war at any time. So much so that when he returned from the negotiations, Raphael was a little depressed. On the contrary, there was an indelible smile on his face, because they completed this great victory with 0 sacrifices, without spending a single soldier. It has 3 entire star systems, 20 interstellar battleships capable of long voyages, and the Magic Kingdom. It should be said that the Magic Empire will become a veritable galaxy-level civilization from today on. Chapter 615 Lennon, don't be surprised by what I will do next. When Raphael returned and made the results of the negotiations public, the entire Wizards Council suddenly fell into great joy. They actually succeeded in robbing a powerful interstellar civilization. And the compensation they received was beyond everyone's imagination. It was like workers who had worked hard to save money suddenly received a huge inheritance. This excitement was simply unbearable. Words to describe. The happiest people are undoubtedly the legendary speakers. Because in a sense, a planet represents a god. You must know that there are now 15 legendary wizards in the Parliament. Although the most powerful Vittorio has just broken through the 9th ring a few years ago, and is still a long way from holding the Ascension ceremony, but with extremely abundant supplies. Now, this day will come sooner or later. The galaxy they were in only had 5 planets, which was obviously not enough. Some council members even worried that Lin In, who was the first to ascend to the throne of God, might monopolize the resources of the entire galaxy. There is no need to worry about the problem now. After a little fooling around, they have gained control of 3 star systems. This universe is extremely vast, and the resources can be said to be almost unlimited. Just as the speakers were preparing to celebrate, Lin In asked a very important question.
When are they going to deliver these compensations? This is not clearly stated.
Raphael replied hesitantly, and at the same time he also realized that he might have made a huge mistake. That is, the concept of time of the cosmic civilization might be different from theirs. Due to previous negotiations and the intelligence overheard in the satellite prison, they have figured out the basic timing units of geometric civilization, which are divided into atomic seconds, atomic minutes, and atomic hours. As can be seen from the name, this method of timing is calculated based on the natural vibration frequency of atoms. It is very similar to the atomic clock they made. The only difference is that the elements used are different. The other party uses periodicity. The element numbered 1 on the table is hydrogen, which has the smallest mass. In addition, the concept of year also exists in the words of the geometric civilization. If we convert time, a year of the geometric people is approximately equivalent to about 10 months here, and it also revolves around the parent star as a unit standard. This should also be the easiest and relatively applicable timekeeping method for primary civilizations. It has still been retained after the geometric civilization moved towards the starry sky, just as Lin In had guessed. Although the issue of compensation had been finalized, the other party obviously had no intention of paying the bill immediately, and instead found various reasons for delaying the payment. For example, the reserves of Element 7 are limited, and the geometric civilization does not have much inventory. The mining and separation of the ore takes time, so the 500 tons of Element 7 will be divided into several batches and are expected to be delivered within 10 years. The 3 seeded star systems were only given a star map, marking the locations of these star systems without giving them specific coordinates. 20 galaxy-level battleships were placed among these star systems. Inside, Raphael, who was still high-spirited at first, was immediately dumbfounded, because judging from the star map, the location of these star systems was roughly estimated to be more than 70 light-years away from them. Even the original God-powered spacecraft would take a full 50 years to arrive.
Are they going to regret it?
Aurora looked at the star map that was sent to her and frowned in dissatisfaction.
No, this is probably just a test,
Lin In said in a deep voice. The geometric civilization has a very wide sphere of influence, and the other party did not deliberately choose those star systems that are hundreds or even hundreds of light-years away from them, which shows that they are not deliberately embarrassed, and they cannot find mistakes in this aspect. The only problem is that the location coordinates are not given directly. This test is whether they have the ability to carry out long-distance projection to unknown star fields in a short period of time. It seems that their previous deception did not fully convince the other party. Raphael was a little annoyed. During the previous negotiations, he was too busy discussing gains and losses, arguing with the other party about the scope of compensation, and trying to increase his own bargaining chip as much as possible. Instead, he ignored the equally important issue of time and gave the other party the possibility of manipulation. Of course, the main reason is that the pressure of disguise is too great. If he is not careful, he will become the trigger of another war. He has no thought at all and cares too much about these details.
I can't blame you, Speaker Raphael. If you lose a small war, no one will be willing to let the other side bleed. Even if this is not the case, they will find another reason.
Lin In shook his head. It is estimated that there will be no shortage of small tests like this in the future. Most geometric civilizations will continue to observe their subsequent actions. Whether they accept these star systems or subsequently manage these new territories that are incorporated into the Empire's territory, they will become an indicator for the other party to measure their strength. If it is discovered that their behavior is different from that of higher dimensional civilization, or if they fail to demonstrate sufficient deterrence, something will happen again.
Then do we need to ask them to hand over the coordinates?
Raphael asked with a frown.
This is tantamount to admitting that we cannot carry out long-distance space-time projection without coordinates.
Lin objected. This technology is obviously very important. If they do not have such ability, it means that even if they can win in a frontal war, it will take thousands of years to completely eliminate the geometric civilization. After all, it is the territory of a galaxy-level civilization. The scope is simply too great. Lenin's words made the speakers present frown. If there were no coordinates, it would be impossible for them to actually sail the spacecraft for 50 years.
Right. But fortunately, we have actually obtained the coordinates in advance.
A smile suddenly appeared on Lenin's lips. Vittorio and others paused for a moment, looking at Lin in surprise. Harev's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he suddenly thought of something.
Is it that one? Yes.
Lin nodded.
Although the nearest coordinates are 4 light years away and cannot be reached directly, this may be more beneficial to us.
Raphael was confused. When did they get the coordinates of these star systems? Why don't you know? Raphael was extremely confused. But he saw that the other speakers looked like they had suddenly come to their senses, and he really couldn't bear to ask.
Immediately inform those geometry stars that we will send people to take over these 3 star systems in one day. So they should not be too surprised.
Lenin said decisively. Chapter 6:16, we have to be as arrogant as we can be. The leaders of the large universe, the unknown galaxy, the second spiral arm, and the geometric civilization gathered in the disk conference room through stereoscopic projection, waiting for a response from the Magic Empire. Although the issue of war compensation has long been finalized, the time for delivery has not been agreed upon in the contract. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to make small moves. As a negotiator, Tovar, who had seen the technological level of the Magic Empire, strongly opposed this. He was extremely worried that such an offensive move would cause the other party to retaliate. Unfortunately, his opinions were obviously not taken into account, because this compensation is not a small amount even for a galaxy civilization. 3 star systems are okay. They are only equivalent to a few tenths of the territory. Even if they are seated, it won't hurt. It just doesn't look good in appearance. But the other 2 conditions are very disturbing. Once 20 battleships are in active service, delivering it is equivalent to making most of the cutting-edge technology public. Even though the opponent may not be interested in these technologies, they can use them to analyze various data and weaknesses of the battleships, which will put them at a huge disadvantage in the next interstellar war. Not to mention element number 7. That is definitely the last thing they want to give out. Therefore, even if the situation is stronger than others, there are still many Yuanpan leaders who are not willing to hand over their things just like this, and plan to continue to test the other party's strength and delay some time. The final delivery date of element 7 was chosen 10 years later precisely because it would take 10 years to create a second micro-black hole. Although this tentative plan has won the unanimous consent of the vast majority of Yuanpan leaders and left enough room for relaxation, facing a civilization whose technological level may far exceed theirs, no one can decide until they get an accurate reply from the other party, being able to completely relax. About an atomic hour later, Toba finally connected to the home planet's communications again.
What's going on? Did they raise any objections?
A Yuanpan leader quickly sent a message.
That's not true.
Toba shook his head, and then said again hesitantly.
But they said they will send people to pick up these 3 star systems tomorrow. So let's not be too surprised.
All the Yuanpan leaders looked at each other, and these words were obviously beyond their expectations. Is there really a way for the Magic Empire to teleport over long distances without coordinates? You must know that even if a main ship is captured by the opponent, the portable positioning coordinates have been used in the war before, which means that the Magic Empire should not have their accurate positioning now. And it still spans a distance of 70 light years in one day. They have long understood the so-called day, which is the time it takes for the planets in the galaxy to rotate once. One cycle is about 20 atomic hours. Achieving ultra-long distance delivery in such a short period of time is simply beyond their knowledge. And only a technology that is still under imagination can achieve it, since the speed of light is the upper limit of 3-dimensional space. It is absolutely impossible to achieve this in low-dimensional space. we can only use some method to directly project coordinates from high-dimensional space. For example, the probability cloud of a free electron covers a wide range of directions and can appear anywhere instantly. If a civilization can control this probability and establish a high-dimensional model of the entire galaxy, it may be able to send a large number of electrons back to provide enough energy, and then establish a space-time channel through the entanglement reaction between microscopic particles. But so far, this technology is still in theory, and no scientific researcher dares to guarantee that it actually exists. Several Yuanpan leaders even wondered if the other party was just blowing the truth. But normally, no one would tell a lie that would be exposed in a very short period of time. So they must be absolutely sure. The supreme leader felt vaguely uneasy. The other party might not just be planning to send people to take over the 3-star systems. Otherwise, there would be no need to remind them not to be too surprised.
How long is it until the day they define?
The supreme leader suddenly asked.
There are about 7 atomic hours left,
Tova quickly replied. According to the Magic Empire's time. The other party only notified him in the evening. If this tomorrow is punctual enough, there will not be much time left for them.
Immediately pass on the order. Enter the first level alert defense state, and make the 3 selected star systems ready for handover at any time,
the supreme leader said solemnly. While the Yuanpan leaders were discussing, a huge diamond-shaped battleship was hovering on a flat land on the moon. 1,000 carefully selected crew members were already prepared for this voyage, and Raphael was also among them. He was very curious about the method Lin said, and because he couldn't keep up his face and he asked just come and watch. Lin didn't mean to hide it. When he saw that the time was almost 0, he stretched out his right hand, and an illusory bottle was suspended in his palm. A red light spot could be vaguely seen spinning inside the bottle.
Isn't this the communication device we intercepted before?
Raphael finally remembered and understood everything in an instant. Lin smiled and nodded. He discovered a long time ago that this thing is actually a stable coordinate, so it can continuously transmit messages to geometric civilizations dozens of light years away without interruption for thousands of years. The only problem is that establishing a stable channel requires huge energy sources on both sides to distort time and space. The energy contained in this coordinate is very limited. The geometric civilization can only locate it through it, and there is no way to open the door directly. But they can use magic to solve this problem. As for the energy of the entangled particles on the other side, there is no need to worry. Probably in order to meet the needs of the star battleship's return. The other side has placed energy furnaces for time and space transmission in many star systems in the territory, and they are connected to the device that accepts coordinates. Lin can feel the huge energy through the entangled particles, and they can completely use this in turn. After listening to Lin's description, Raphael was amazed, then hesitated and spoke.
But wouldn't this be a little too risky?
It is no joke to break into the opponent's territory directly and be besieged if something goes wrong. Moreover, after leaving the divine domain, the power of the god will be weakened and there is a risk of falling.
Don't worry too much. The more arrogant we are, the less courage they will have to attack,
Lin said with a smile. Since we have said low before, the probability of them being attacked is not high. This time he must go in person. After all, now that Ella has died, the god-powered spaceship has lost its energy and can no longer fly at faster than light speeds unless he, the god, is on top. Chapter 617 Don't be nervous. We are just here to borrow a lesson. Big universe. Unknown galaxy. Second cantilever. Raven Star. Inside the Interstellar Protection and Security Affairs Department. After receiving the first level alert message from the Mother World, Archon Ned immediately conveyed the order.
Are those damn silicon-based monsters coming again?
A senior lieutenant, who looked like a triangle, asked worriedly.
No. This time it's because of another thing,
Archon Ned replied in denial.
You should still remember the special signal we received some time ago. Right. Lord Ned. Are you talking about the signal sent by the exploration fleet?
The senior adjutant immediately thought of it. They were also extremely surprised when they received this subpoena. After more than 1,000 years. If it weren't for the optical brain's record, they would have forgotten about it. I heard that the Mother World has sent a fleet to investigate. And I calculated the time, and it should be here now, Archon Ned said with a sigh.
That signal was a trap. The fleet sent by the Mother World was attacked by a more powerful civilization. The entire army was almost destroyed. Only 4 main ships escaped.
It has caused panic. This news is currently only spread among their level. The civilians at the lower level don't even know that there is such a war.
The worst case scenario is that a small-scale conflict breaks out at the border, which should not spread here,
Ned said with relief. and the several adjutants were relieved. However, just a second after the words fell, the ground under his feet suddenly began to shake violently, followed by a terrifying explosion.
What's going on?
Archon Ned rushed to the side and looked into the distance through the protective window. The giant energy generator towering high above the earth was collapsing at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying energy aftermath broke through the protective barrier like a tsunami, destroying everything around it. A dazzling red light lit up around Ned, which was a sign of extreme fear, because this energy generator stored a huge amount of antimatter. Once it all exploded, the entire planet would be torn to pieces in an instant. Fortunately, such a situation did not happen. The terrifying energy did not directly act on the planet, but flew straight into the sky, tearing apart the blue sky. The red light around Ned was even more intense, because he had already seen that someone was preparing to create a wormhole above the planet.
War! This is war!
Ned roared angrily.
Immediately send me a message to the Mother World and report the news here. In addition, prepare all space-based weapons for me to attack immediately.
Several adjutants immediately activated quantum communication. Thanks to the previous Level 1 combat readiness order, the entire planet's protection system had already been activated. In fact, when the energy generator exploded, hundreds of space-based cannons were already aimed at the torn sky, and they immediately began to store energy after receiving the order. The black light of destruction condenses between the muzzles, and each hit is enough to cause an asteroid to be destroyed. At this moment, a man from the Square Geometry Star suddenly broke into the Interstellar Protection and Security Affairs office and spoke with great urgency.
Lord Ned, we just received a communication from an unknown direction. The other party said that they need to borrow a passage from here to receive 3-star systems that now belong to the Magic Empire.
Borrow the way? Archon Ned was obviously stunned for a moment. After hearing about the Magic Empire, he immediately thought of something. On the other side, several adjutants in charge of summons also spoke quickly.
Lord Ned, the Mother World has responded. The Supreme Leader asked us not to be the first to attack.
At the same time as they were talking, above the torn sky, a huge diamond-shaped battleship had slowly emerged from the surging space-time vortex, and space-based weapons hovering in the orbit of the planet were also ready to go. Archon Ned immediately grabbed the communicator and issued the order as quickly as possible.
Stop attacking.
Stop for me. No one is allowed to attack without my order. Is this a world under the control of interstellar civilization?
In the battleship that had just jumped out of the space-time gate, the Great Wizard Igna looked at the magnificent city projection projected on the light screen inside. At this moment, they seemed to be traveling through a huge steel jungle, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe them as a series of oceans. Various strange symbols and weird geometric figures appeared in front of them in the form of buildings, layer upon layer, towering into the clouds. The most eye-catching thing was a huge ring-shaped building made of metal, which was actually floating like this. In the void, there is no support underneath, and the amount of energy consumed just to maintain this state is not a small amount. It can be seen that this civilization has reached the point of going crazy about geometry. However, the rest of the crew were obviously not in the mood to appreciate the strangeness and magnificence of alien civilization, because thousands of protective ships had surrounded them, and hundreds of space-based cannons were pointing at the sky. Even if the terrifying destructive energy, even though they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, Igna and the others still felt that their hairs were standing on end. Lenin was not nervous, because the most dangerous moment was actually when they just came out of the wormhole. The other party might launch an attack because of unclear information or overreaction. That's why he deliberately sent a notice to the other party in advance to prevent this situation. Now that this difficulty has been passed, the other party has no reason to attack. The fact was just as Len expected. Even though it was heavily surrounded, no protective ship dared to take the lead in launching an attack. The main ship driven by Len and is like a lion that has entered the territory of a hyena on the grassland. And the protective ships surrounding it are the hyenas, who are afraid of the power of the lion. They only dare to attack from a distance. Wait and see. This sense of humiliation makes every geometry person who looks at this diamond-shaped battleship feel frightened and angry. You must know that in the past 1,000 years, the geometry civilization has only entered the first level alert state 3 times, all of which were related to the silicon-based civilization from another galaxy. Related, and even in the most thrilling encounter, the opponent failed to completely break through the defense line. After a difficult resistance, the coalition of more than a dozen carbon-based civilizations successfully repelled the silicon-based monsters and kept the enemy out of the galaxy. But today, A warship from another civilization appeared majestically in front of them. In the hinterland of the galaxy, they were unable to launch a counterattack due to orders. They could only watch helplessly as the other party moved through the city in a show of force. Chapter 6:18 The Frightening Geometric Civilization. After experiencing the initial worry, Igna quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, the opponent seemed to have a strong army, but in fact they did not dare to attack them at all. So there was nothing to be afraid of. The surging space-time gate behind him slowly closed, and Lin also began to speed up. In the past, after rushing into the space-time gate, the speed was too fast and hit something weird, causing the spacecraft to be damaged. So it was always traveling at the lowest speed. But now there is no such scruple. The surrounding space and time, which were originally only slightly concave, became more and more distorted. With the expansion of Lennon's domain, it was not only the spacecraft that was affected, but almost the entire city was affected. The frigates surrounding the rhombus-shaped spacecraft were also affected. The crew inside were horrified to find that their vision and perception of electromagnetic waves had been severely disrupted. The whole world seemed to be spinning non-stop, and their orientation and time were completely lost at this moment. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a few seconds, and then the spacecraft changed from extremely slow to extremely fast, and rushed directly out of the siege of thousands of protective ships. The dozen closest frigates were directly torn to pieces by the surging space-time vortex. As the spacecraft truly entered superlight speed, Lin was completely relieved, because the speed of light is the speed of low-dimensional space. At least most of the weapons currently displayed by Geometric Civilization have lost their deterrence in the face of such speed, and they are truly safe. ArchonNet obviously knew this, but he had no choice but to watch the other party leave, and dejectedly asked his adjutant to transmit the images here back to the mother world. The disk leaders on the other side, who received the three-dimensional image, looked at the collapsed energy tower, and the dozens of frigates that were torn apart from the Raven Star. They were both angry and extremely frightened.
How dare they? This is clearly declaring war on us.
A round disk leader roared angrily, and red light flashed around him, as bright as a fireball. The other Yuanpan leaders looked dejected. Why wouldn't they dare if the other party had such technology? Judging from the news transmitted by Raven Star, in addition to ultra-long-distance space jumping technology, the other party actually cracked their communication system. Before entering through the wormhole, he deliberately gave a friendly warning. But even so, it caused thousands of civilian casualties.
What is the speed of this spaceship? Has it been measured?
The Supreme Leader asked solemnly. Judging from its size and the long-distance space jumping technology, this is probably the most advanced main ship in the Magic Empire.
It's 1.5 times the speed of light,
the messenger replied. After a pause, he continued speaking in horror.
No, the spacecraft continues to improve, and it is now twice the speed of light.
Twice the speed of light. Hearing this, all the geometric figures present fell into an unspeakable silence, and only felt a numbness in their scalps, even though they had seen detectors with a speed of 1.5 times the speed of light before in the interstellar war. But after all, it is just a detector, with a small mass and volume. According to common sense, the speed of the detector will be much faster than the ships used for combat. However, this common sense has now been overturned. In other words, in the last interstellar war, the power displayed by the other party was just the tip of the iceberg. But they mistakenly believed that the Magic Empire had done its best.
Since they have the ability to carry out long-distance projection, why don't they go directly to these 3 galaxies instead of borrowing a tunnel from here?
Another leader of the oval-shaped disk asked in confusion. And it happened to be that the energy of the tower was also destroyed, and he suspected that there should be some restrictions on opening this kind of wormhole. It's just that most leaders don't think so. In their view, this is a warning and a strong counterattack against their tentative attitude. It also represents a frightening fact. That is, for the Magic Empire, distance does not matter. It's not a problem. As long as they want, they can attack the hinterland of Geometric Civilization at any time. Consul Tova also believed in this. No wonder the other party was so casual during the negotiations, and did not even set a delivery time. Now it seems that they don't care at all, and are not worried that they will go back on their word.
Does the rest of the compensation need to be postponed further?
Tova asked cautiously. The originally colorful, quarreling and talking disk conference hall fell silent again. They all understood that both the star system and the battleship were just incidental to the compensation. What could really interest the other party was probably Element 7.
Let someone send the first batch of supplies as soon as possible,
the Supreme Leader said with a sigh.
Although the other party suddenly rushed directly into the hinterland of the geometric civilization this time. The damage caused was limited after all. He even set a communication in advance. It's not like I completely broke my skin. But if they continue to be ignorant of current affairs, and wait for the opponent's fleet to come and get it themselves, then they probably won't be so polite.
How is your research on the shapes of those diamond-shaped ships? Are there any new breakthroughs?
The Supreme Leader looked at the invited cutting-edge scientific researchers.
There is nothing gained yet.
The designer, who looked like a triangle, said in a very embarrassed manner. Because the Magic Empire's battleship was so strange. They used an optical brain to analyze it. Except that they found that the opponent's curvature engine used you apart from the curvature space structure. There is no substantial gain. There is no information at all about the spacecraft's weapon system. A group of cutting-edge scientific researchers who were puzzled did not know that in order to avoid being detected by analysis, the Council did not install any weapons on the spacecraft. If there was a meteorite rain or disaster, they could only rely on Lin N's god-level combat power to deal with it. It would be damned if the optical brain could analyze it. On the other side, at twice the speed of light, a diamond-shaped warship has successfully flown out of Raven Star. The galaxy under the rule of geometric civilization looks very prosperous, not as empty as their star system. Hundreds of thousands of spaceships shuttle between various planets, probably civilian ships used for trade or transporting supplies. The shining star is surrounded by a huge energy extractor, and the continuously surging fusion energy is absorbed and stored.
I really don't know when such a grand event will appear on the Eternal Star,
the great wizard Igna said with a sigh.
I believe it won't be long,
Lin said with confidence. Chapter 6:19 100 years of hard work was wasted. Navigating in the vast and boundless space is extremely boring. There is nothing but darkness all around. You can only see little stars flashing in the distance. Each bit of light represents a star. And this time, their goal is a star system 4 light-years away. Fortunately, Lin N has already been promoted to a medium level of divine power, and his control over space and dimensions has become more comprehensive. The speed of the spacecraft has once again reached a new milestone. Fully twice the speed of light. But even then it would take a full 2 years to get there. The only good thing is that there is a time difference between the inside and outside of the spacecraft. So they don't need to wait that long. According to Lin's calculations, it will take about a month to arrive. This month, Igna and others were not in vain. They studied the star map attentively. Probably because they were lucky. The whole journey was relatively peaceful, except for a large-scale vacuum meteorite rain. I have never encountered any other cosmic disaster. The stars shining like faint sparks in front of them are getting bigger and bigger, which means that they are almost reaching their destination. The wizards in the spacecraft were very excited, because they were now heading to a star field that would soon belong to them. When the distance between the two sides was only 100 million kilometers, Lin gradually began to slow down, and the shining star finally appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the sun, which appears orange in appearance, this star is more azure in color, which means its surface temperature exceeds 10,000 degrees Celsius. A planet located in the innermost orbit of the galaxy was too close, and its surface directly turned into surging lava, becoming a complete forbidden area for life. But of course this star system is more than that. Otherwise the geometric civilization would not have the guts to take it out as compensation. There is another planet at the far end of the galaxy's orbit, which happens to be in the habitable zone. And the geometric civilization even performs it. After some transformation, it is very suitable for the survival and reproduction of carbon-based organisms. The battleship soon stopped at the station of the Life Star. The 7 geometry stars had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin N and others coming out of the cabin, they hurriedly greeted them. Dear Governor, I am the manager of the Office of Planetary Ecology and Prevention. You can call me Mountie.
The leading geometrician sent a message using electromagnetic waves very respectfully. The order from the Mother World was issued more than a year ago. These civilizations that may come from higher dimensions must be treated with the highest courtesy. As long as the other party does not make too outrageous demands, they must be met. This was an order issued by the Supreme Leader himself. Naturally, many did not dare to show any slightest hesitation. After welcoming Lin N and others into the station, he had people bring up 2 balls the size of human heads.
Lord Governor, these are the coordinates of 2 other star systems. As long as they are activated, the corresponding wormholes can be opened. Originally, the leaders wanted to send a fleet to send you there, but they did not expect that before they could set off. You had already 1 step forward.
Manager Mooney very tactfully stated that they had not intentionally concealed it in the previous negotiations, and because the distance was too far, they did not deliver it in time. Although the Magic Empire has demonstrated the ability to accurately deliver long distances without exact coordinates, they have to give it to others even if they don't have to ask for it. It's a matter of attitude.
Since it was just a misunderstanding, I'm relieved.
Lennon smiled and nodded. He understood that the previous move was the right one. His extraordinarily arrogant attitude, and the inadvertent display of cracked communications, and the ability to teleport over long distances has successfully aroused the fear of geometric civilization. With these two coordinates, they no longer have to rely on spaceship navigation to accept the other two star systems. The universe is really too big. 2 times the speed of light seems very fast. But the distance that needs to be crossed is also measured in light years. And when he just left the spacecraft, Lennon found that he could no longer sense the intercepted communication coordinates to the communication station set up on various planets by the geometric civilization. This shows that the other party has re-upgraded the communication system. And it also means that he can no longer rely on communication coordinates to open the space-time door as before. All I can say is that the other party is very aware of current affairs and delivered the things at the right time. Lennon reached out and made a move, and 2 balls the size of human heads floated in front of him as if they were being pulled. They were then broken apart and reduced to basic particles under the Great Disintegration technique. He didn't dare to use the things offered by the other party at will, even if the probability of geometric civilization tampering with it was very low. He had to be on guard. And as long as they have coordinates, they are not indispensable for energy. Manager Mooney stared at the scene of Lin and casting the spell, trying to figure out something, but in the end, he found nothing. In the past 2 years since Lin En and others sailed from Raven Star, the geometry civilization also made many conjectures based on the intelligence collected previously. After seeing the power of the Magic Empire, the leaders were even considering don't let scientific researchers turn to researching energy ascension technology. This is a complete sublimation of life form. It can be seen from the power of the Magic Empire's high-dimensional war weapons. After transforming yourself into an energy form, you will gain powerful control over microscopic and time-space. So you do not need to rely on any instruments. You can do all kinds of incredible things. It can be said that one person is a powerful star battleship. Complex thoughts kept flashing in his mind. But while thinking secretly, Manager Mooney did not forget about business, and introduced Lin En and others about the situation inside the galaxy. This is a newborn star of life, numbered 1,700. This nascent value is not that this planet has just been formed, but that it has only completed its initial ecological transformation not long ago. Before that, it was a barren planet without any life. They worked tirelessly in a spaceship to drag an icy comet of a suitable size from a light year away, let it hit the planet, and spread it across the sky. A thin film of material that forms an atmosphere to prevent water loss and the effects of stellar storms. The last and most critical thing is to establish an ecosystem. Even with the technological level of geometric civilization, it took nearly 70 years to establish a rough ecosystem for the entire planet. As a result, before the actual colonization could be carried out, the Yuanpan leaders threw it away as war compensation. The resentment in the heart of the administrator Minnie was extremely deep. They had spent nearly 100 years of hard work and had to give it away like this. Chapter 620, Big Deal. Planet Ranch Plan. Although there was constant resentment in his heart, in the face of these envoys of high-dimensional civilization, the manager Minnie did not dare to express his dissatisfaction. And he led everyone to visit the building that was just built 10 years ago, with great sincerity. Out of the station. The area of this station is not large. Only about 100,000 square kilometers. It is built on a plain, and the interior still has the architectural style with geometric aesthetics. Every time Lin En saw this building full of squares, triangles, circles, and various symbols, he couldn't help but want to vomit. However, it was obvious that with the technological level of geometric civilization, he did not care about the so-called energy loss and space utilization. Of course, whatever makes you happy. Mooney led everyone all the way into the main hall, where brilliant light screens were projected on the 4 walls, showing scenes from all over the planet. The great wizard Igna's eyes swept across the massive light screen, and his extremely powerful computing power and excellent eyesight saw every scene in his eyes. In the dense jungle, a ferocious beast suddenly rushed out and threw a herbivore that looked like a deer to the ground. It locked its neck and strangled it on the spot. But before it had time to enjoy the feast, he was cut off by a dozen short forest beasts and fled in a hurry after a fierce battle. On the snow-capped mountain peak, a huge bird flew down, killing the fleeing prey with its claws. The scene of the jungle and the survival of the fittest appears everywhere on the light screen.
And all of this is under the remote control of geometric civilization. Moody said very proudly that there are more than 500,000 microdetectors scattered all over the planet, which can monitor anything happening in any area in real time. The great wizard Igna was shocked by the methods of geometric civilization. In a sense, many and others were the creators of life in this world. In just over 70 years, they were able to build a desolate planet into a planet full of life. World. This is simply unimaginable. Lin En is also very interested in this technology. Building an entire planet's ecosystem is not an easy task. Although the Federation also created a planetary ecosystem when he traveled through his previous life, the technology was obviously far from perfect. How to maintain stability among species was an extremely troublesome issue. You must know that building an ecosystem is not as simple as releasing a few wolves or deer, but involves millions of species of organisms. The most difficult thing is to establish a microbial community. Forests, mountains, grasslands, wetlands, freshwater, and marine ecosystems are also different. Even if a quantum computer can be used to simulate the simulation in advance, it will be difficult to achieve perfection because there are too many variables. A slight oversight will cause the whole system to collapse like a domino, causing the death of a large number of biological communities, let alone completing such a difficult ecological transformation in other star systems. The technology of geometric civilization is obviously very mature. To colonize a galaxy, you only need to send 30 ships and 2,000 people to complete it. Lin guessed that the other two star systems should be in similar situations. Although the geometric civilization promised them that there must be a life star in every star system. Judging from the current situation, it is probably the same as just now. The ecosystem is completed, and the planet has not yet been colonized. But this is not all bad. If the other party really cedes important territory, and allows them to rule a large number of highly civilized geometry people, this would be a really bad thing. Reality is not a game. Dominating a group of aliens with completely different cultures, languages, ethnic groups and even shapes is 100 times more difficult than occupying a single depository. What's more, they are completely virtual LS. If they are trapped due to poor management, they will be trapped. But it's over. The technology of establishing an ecosystem revealed by the geometric civilization also gave Lin En some new ideas, which may be able to increase their strength very quickly and solve their indispensable magic problem. While Lin En was thinking about it, Mooney had already led them into the main control room and explained various instructions and methods of controlling the monitor. Originally, according to the ideas of the Yuanpan leaders, all the technological facilities on the planet should be dismantled and taken away, or thrown into the stars and burned to prevent the leakage of technology. It would be enough to leave one life star to complete the agreement. But 2 years ago, because of their slight temptation, the Magic Empire directly opened the portal in Raven Star, causing the death and injury of thousands of geometric planet people. Such an obvious warning made the Yuanpan leaders have scruples, so they could only send these the facilities were kept. And I comforted myself in my heart that the other party probably looked down on these low-end technologies, and there was no need for them to waste their efforts. After completing the handover, Mo and I planned to take the people away, but was stopped by Lin En. Next, I plan to build a planet ranch here to experiment with the Empire's latest energy biomodification technology. Since the ecosystem of this planet was established by you, it's better to stay and study together. Although this planet ranch plan was Lin En's temporary idea, it is also very important. Regardless of the fact that the current parliament has successfully stabilized the powerful geometric civilization, and also used the other party's power to repel the invasion of the gods of the main world, there is no risk of destruction for the time being. But its own strength is still much stronger than these two opponents. Big gap. Now that there are 3 more galaxies under the rule of the Magic Empire, the most indispensable thing is magic power. After all, this is the most important thing in building the divine domain. Over the years, Lin En has gained some clues about magic power. Matter and energy can transform into each other. Although magic power comes from another universe, it also follows this law. The medium is the soul. Lin En did not intend to rely on faith to continuously harvest the souls of intelligent life and transform divine power like the gods of the main world. However, the ecosystem created by the geometric civilization has given him new inspiration. If they want souls, they can use the advanced genetic modification technology of geometric civilization combined with magic power to cultivate a batch of powerful monsters that grow quickly and iterate quickly, and survive the fittest in a natural state. Every dead creature will be taken in by God's realm and converted into magic power. This will not only save worry, but also promote the emergence of powerful individuals. This is the so-called Planet Ranch plan. Lin's sudden invitation made the geometry people present quite surprised and a little moved. They were very interested in the energy biotransformation technology that Lin mentioned, because the scientific researchers of the Mother World are secretly studying the technology of energy ascension. They may be able to obtain some key technical information if they stay. Chapter 621. This is simply a miracle in the history of biological evolution. Under Lin's invitation and the temptation to observe the biological modification technology, after a moment of hesitation, the manager Mooney led a group of geometry people to stay, intending to learn the technology in private. Lin, who had other plans, naturally didn't care much. After learning about the planet's landforms, location and other information through the optical brain, he stopped delaying and reached a snow-capped mountain in one step. This is the highest place on the entire planet, and it is also the place where the icy comet fell. It is shrouded in glaciers and snow. At first glance, it looks like a vast white dead place, but Lin can sense that it is covered by glaciers and snow. Vitality. In areas where the temperature is below -20 degrees, there are still tens of millions of creatures living in this area, forming a complete ecological cycle. It's just that today is obviously going to change. Lin closed his eyes and began to sense the location of the eternal star, although the two sides are separated by a full 70 light-years distance. That is his divine domain, and the connection between the two is enough to transcend the barriers of time and space. Unless they step into the main world, no one in this galaxy can. The existence of the eternal star can be clearly sensed everywhere. In other words, there are two clear high-dimensional coordinates between himself and the divine realm, which can become the medium to open the door to time and space. This is one of the reasons why Lin needs to get here in person. About 10 seconds later, Lin opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and tapped in the void, just like dropping a stone on the calm water. Under the horizon of a higher dimension, the stable spacetime curve begins to ripple, and with the input of energy, it becomes more and more intense, and finally distorts to form a spacetime swirl. In recent research, Lin has also figured out some characteristics of magic. For example, without restrictions, it always flows spontaneously from places with high concentration to places with low concentration until a relative balance is reached. So he didn't even need to actively guide him. A huge amount of magic surged out from the inside and rushed to this new world, infecting everything around him from a microscopic level. Whether it's the white snow, the solid rock underneath, or the dust floating in the air, all matter is included. It's just that this speed is still too slow. If it continues to expand at this speed, it will take at least 10 years to completely cover the entire planet. Lin took another step, and with a flash of figure, he appeared in every corner of the planet, opening time and space gates to the eternal star at 21 fixed points, such as the sea, plains, and jungles. The speed of the influx of magic power increased more than 10 times in an instant. But similarly, the magic concentration of the eternal star will continue to decrease. Fortunately, they captured the foreign land and plundered all the material and energy there. In addition, the death of a god increased the magic concentration of the eternal star to an astonishing level. When divided, it should be able to complete the assimilation of the second planet. A steady stream of magic power poured out from more than 20 spacetime gates. Quietly, this star of life, which had only been in shape for more than 10 years, underwent an unprecedented transformation. In the hidden jungle, a fleeing dolphin beast was bitten on the neck by a ferocious predator. When it was about to die, it suddenly burst out with powerful force, broke free from the restraints, and used its long fangs to bite the back, stabbed through the victim's abdomen. A deer that was grazing leisurely on the plain suddenly burst into intense flames. Although magic has just entered this world, some exceptionally outstanding individuals who can adapt to magic have already begun to evolve, and the originally stable ecosystem was instantly broken. Lin saw everything that happened. At the same time, he also sensed the microdetector of the geometric civilization. This instrument is very tiny, only about 1 millimeter long and wide. It is difficult to imagine how such a thing can complete various complex tasks. Work. Fortunately, he will find out soon. As Lin's mind turned, hundreds of thousands of detectors covered in the magic field disintegrated in an instant and were reassembled and restored. The whole process only lasted about 10 seconds, but the internal information was already under Lin's control. These detectors are built using some kind of quantum-level microcarving technology. They look small in size, but they contain more than 2 trillion tiny circuits inside that are invisible even with ultra-high-power magnifying glasses. They can observe and detect by capturing specific electromagnetic wavelengths, collect the surrounding scenes, and convert them into corresponding images and project them into the light screen in the control room.
Is this the power of high-dimensional creatures?
At the same time, in the main control room, seeing Lin En casually opening 21 wormholes on the planet, Manager Mooney and all the geometry stars were horrified. And they also noticed the drastic changes in some creatures. Is it a gas catalyst that can promote genetic modification? Mooney subconsciously thought of this, because the geometric civilization had similar technology. By releasing gas that stimulated growth, the carbon-based life forms inside it could iteratively evolve in the direction they expected in a short period of time. However, Mooney soon discovered that this was by no means as simple as a gas catalyst, because some of the infected creatures showed abilities beyond logic, such as stepping on flames, having lightning appear all over their body, or being able to float briefly and go. The analysis of the optical brain also supports this point. The air is filled with an extremely special energy that is not recorded in the database.
Quickly, let the detector get closer, and then put a batch of atomic-level biological modification machines into the bodies of these creatures, and find out as soon as possible what changes have occurred in various organs of their bodies, and how that special energy is to do this,
Mooney said with great excitement. This is simply a biological miracle. The rest of the geometry stars immediately got busy, calling up the control light screen, and prepared to execute the order of Manager Mooney. However, after some operations, the detectors distributed throughout the planet did not move at all. The instructions they issued has no effect. After receiving the report, Mooney called up the permissions of the optical brain in disbelief, only to realize that these detectors had unknowingly been completely out of their control. Mooney suddenly remembered that just after Lin opened all the portals, the detector's light screen projection was suddenly interrupted for a while. At that time, Mooney didn't pay too much attention to it. He only thought that it was interfered by energy fluctuations and blocked the transmission of electromagnetic waves. Now it seems that it was at that time that the other party used some unknown method to seize control of the detector. Chapter 622 The Creator and Creation. The sudden loss of control of the monitor made Moni and others' eager moods suddenly fall to the bottom. However, if you think about it, you will know how the other party allowed them to study such cutting-edge technology at will without taking any protective and supervisory measures. Now the Magic Empire controls all the monitors and cuts off the communication system, which is equivalent to placing them under house arrest on this planet. Moni suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have agreed so rashly. But now it was obvious that he could no longer regret it. On the other side, Lin En, who stood above the sea, spent 2 days and 1 night expanding the divine domain to every part of the planet. Of course, this is only a rough covering of the divine domain on this planet. The concentration of magic power is unusually low, and it is mainly used to prevent the magic power from pouring into the boundless universe. If you want to truly infiltrate the entire planet, or even penetrate deep into the core of the earth, you must wait for more magic power to flow in from the eternal star, and it will take more than half a year at the fastest. After completing this preliminary work, Lin En had no intention of staying and returned directly to the main control room. Lin's sudden disappearance and sudden reappearance made Mooney secretly make a note in his mind that the Magic Empire may have mastered the technology of miniaturizing wormholes.
I have spread an energy that can promote the evolution of living things all over the planet. Next, you have 2 tasks. The first is to accelerate the evolution of these living things and promote the legend. Well, that is, the emergence of energy life forms. The second is to cultivate a group of powerful monsters with good growth and rapid iteration.
Lin En didn't care at all and directly gave the task. His strong attitude made the geometry stars feel a lot of pressure. As the leader, Mooney could only speak out despite the pressure.
Sir Governor, the Mother World has very strict restrictions on biomodification technology. Some of these technologies may need to be applied to the Mother World before they can be used.
Mooney's words are not all excuses. In fact, not only geometric civilizations, but also many galaxy-level civilizations that master high-end biological modification technology have similar restrictions. In the starry sky of the universe, there are many examples of the Creator being counterattacked by intelligent creatures and even digital life forms created by him. Therefore, in order to prevent the fleets sent out to construct the planet's ecosystem from messing around and creating any potential threats, there are usually some restrictions. Lin En pondered for a while, and then agreed to let Mooney conduct the interrogation, but asked that the results of the research be kept confidential for the time being, and he would have someone responsible for monitoring the communications. Hearing this, Moni breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that he would be silenced after finishing the work. judging from the fact that the other party did not stop them from communicating with the mother world. The situation should not be the worst. Lin informed Mooney and others of the modified instructions for operating the detector, and then allowed them to start research and report the data every 10 days.
Sir Speaker, are you just going to let them study magic?
After walking out of the main control room, the Great Wizard Igna asked worriedly. Magic power is an important bargaining chip for them to deceive and intimidate geometric civilization. If they just let the other party conduct research, it will be difficult to deal with it if the secret is exposed or something is researched. Lenin smiled and did not explain. He asked MONI and others to participate in the research on biological modification. Naturally, it was not just because of their skills and experience in this field. He believes that preliminary research on magic will definitely allow geometric civilization to further confirm their identity as a high-dimensional civilization. Because this special energy can affect almost all matter and energy, even more mysterious dimensions. The Magic Empire seems to be lagging behind now, just because the time given to them is too short, and they have not been able to maximize the magic of magic. As for the leakage of a small amount of magic power, this is not a big deal. To a certain extent, the magic power in the divine realm is part of his body. If the other party conducts research in private, what results can be achieved only depends on his willingness to reveal his magic power. That kind of characteristic can even be messed up to disrupt the other party's research ideas. If the other party chooses to use the same method as them and rely on magic power to transform themselves into energy life forms, that would be even better, as it is equivalent to being under their control. But now is not the time to induce. Just to release a bait first. So Lin and restricted the communication between Mooney and others with the mother world. In the future, when they are strong enough, they may be able to gain something. After comforting the Great Wizard Igna a few times and asking him to pay more attention to these geometric aliens, Lin took a dozen alchemists to the docking place of the spaceship in the station. Just now when he was expanding the god's domain, he noticed that there were a total of 30 interstellar-class warships on this planet, 20 of which were compensation prepared by the geometry civilization, and the remaining 10 were engineering ships for planetary transformation. Considering that MONI and others did not need to use them for the time being, Lenin prepared to pack them all and take them back for study. Based on the time of the Eternal Star, their previous voyage took a full 2 years. They don't know how the Magic Kingdom is developing now. It's time to go back and take a look. In the Magic Universe, the main plane, after several months of fermentation, the news of the failure of the cross-border war had already spread, causing an uproar among the gods. You must know that this war was launched by the main god Moragos, with 6 gods including thunder, fire, disaster, sky, order, and space as the vanguard. Even the main god himself took action. But the final result was it ended in a fiasco. All 6 gods who went to that new plane fell, and no one was spared. Even the main god Moragos was severely damaged. This can be seen from the continuous outbreak of natural disasters in the main plane in recent months. The god of life and creation, who luckily escaped, was secretly glad. After witnessing the fall of the god of lies in a foreign land, he realized that those so-called wizards were not that easy to deal with. So he decisively found a reason to retreat. The second line gave up this precious opportunity to gain credit. Otherwise this club would have definitely fallen. Even the great god Hariel couldn't escape, and he didn't think he could survive. However, it is undoubtedly too early to rejoice now, because the god of life and creation soon sensed the call from the pantheon again. The god of life and creation sighed helplessly. He knew that he had no choice to refuse. He could only secretly hope that he would not be the unlucky one this time. Chapter 623. Believe me, that must be their full strength. Between the main plane and the endless void, a huge palace stands here. In the epics passed down from generation to generation by the right people, this is the residence of the gods. However, the records in the epics are obviously untrue, because normally it is not there will be gods willing to arrive here, unless called by the Lord God. One after another light and shadow emerge on this everlit hall. Each light and shadow represents a god. The god of life and creation arrived here early. Faced with the Lord God's invitation, he naturally did not dare to show any slightness. However, before coming, he did not expect that the scene this time would be so grand. All the more than 100 gods in front of us have arrived. This means they will arrive too. At the same time that this idea emerged from the heart of the god of life and creation, ripples suddenly appeared in the space and time in the temple, and a terrifying pressure began to appear in the hearts of every god. Everyone realized that the Lord God had come. Sure enough, 3 huge black shadows appeared out of thin air in the deepest part of the hall. They did not appear from any direction. but from illusion to reality. Just like crossing the barrier of time. From the future and the past to the present. The god of life and creation subconsciously glanced at the main god on the right. His Majesty Morgos. It was rumored that this transcendent great being had been severely damaged. But Morgos, who appeared in front of them, still looked as usual. As if the rumors were all false. However, the successive natural disasters on the main plane are real. While the gods were thinking secretly, the god of harvest and fertility spoke first and asked,
Your Majesty, do you have anything important to tell us when you summon us here? I think you should have heard that the results of the last war against the new plane were not satisfactory. Now the thunder, war, fire, disaster, sky, order, and space priesthoods have all been vacant.
Lord God Morags, he said directly, even though they had been mentally prepared. The gods who were actually confirmed to be present were still horrified. Some gods with weak divine power couldn't help but have a hint of fear in their hearts. If lies, undead souls, and the priesthood of the moon were added to the list. 9 gods had already fallen in the war with the new plane.
Your Majesty Morgos, are the wizards in the new plane really so powerful?
The god of life and creation asked in a deep voice. This time, 6 gods took action together, including a great god like Harry. And even the main god took action himself.
The power possessed by those wizards indeed exceeds our expectations.
Morgos' voice rang throughout the hall.
The alchemical creations they create can even rival the gods.
Of course, the most important thing is that Harry and others who entered it were deceived, according to their previous expectations. With the help of the remnant soul left by the new moon god to connect with the main body, they could open the door of time and space and launch a successful raid. However, the result was completely opposite. When the 6 gods arrived, what awaited them was a fleet that had been prepared and the Star Destroyer cannon that had been blasted in advance. There is no doubt that this is a trap. The new moon god probably deliberately left a ghost to lure them into taking the bait. The most important thing is to let him take action himself. Once a god leaves his own divine domain, his strength will be greatly reduced. This is true for ordinary gods. And there are the same restrictions for the main god. And because the power is too strong, it is even more difficult to cross the 2 realms. Based on this, the opponent made a very insidious choice to launch a sneak attack at the moment when his true body entered the new dimension. Morgos, who happened to be stuck in the middle of the road, could not avoid it and could not do much. The power was so overwhelming that he could only resist. And then his arm was torn apart by the secret weapons carefully prepared by the wizards. After Morgos explained, the gods in the temple relaxed a little. The wizards from the new dimension did not win the victory on the frontal battlefield, but by playing dirty tricks. They were able to repel the Lord God's crown's attack through various means. And it was not as terrifying as they thought. The god of harvest and fertility even believed that in order to deal with the war with the main plane, the wizards had gone all out and used all means. So much so that they had to sacrifice the new moon god to achieve their goals. This conclusion is also recognized by most of the gods. If the other party is really capable of competing with the main plane, there is no need to abandon the captured moon god realm and withdraw all of them to their home base. While the gods were discussing, Morgos told a good news at the right time. In the last war, he personally stepped into the new plane and found that they had underestimated the hugeness of this plane before. Even though his perception could not reach the edge and measure the dimensional distance, it was certain that it is by no means as simple as a large plane. It is probably a super large world that can rival the main plane.
A world comparable to the main plane? How is this possible?
The god of wisdom and knowledge said in disbelief. In their understanding, the main plane is the center of the void, the largest world. So much so that there have been rumors among the gods that the other planes were once part of the main plane due to some unknown reason. The reasons were separated, but the probability of Morgos lying to deceive them is very slim, which means that it is probably true. Realizing this, the gods present became excited. They knew very well what a world as big as the main plane represented. It meant massive resources that could carry more gods. And even it is possible that digital gods will be born again. With the fall of the 9 gods, their priesthoods and divine kingdoms have become ownerless. These are all ladders for ascent. It can be said that if you can control that world, every god present will benefit from it. However, some of the more rational gods felt a chill in their hearts. The god of life and creation is one of them. Ever since they learned about this new dimension, their knowledge has been constantly refreshed. After every war, the strength ratings of those wizards will be higher. The last war, it may not be all the power the other party has. What kind of terrifying existence would emerge from such a huge world? A great battle that brought down the gods and destroyed countless divine realms suddenly came to mind of the god of life and creation. However, this may not be an opportunity to get rid of the control of the Lord God. Chapter 624, 1 month on the ship, 2 years on the ground. In the Eternal Star, Magic Kingdom, Planetary Protection and Dimensional Supervision Office. The Great Wizard Theodore, who was fishing and drinking coffee, was telling the story with great interest to a group of apprentices who had just graduated from the Magic Academy and were sent to do odd jobs. His great achievements in the wizarding land back then.
That is to say, have you ever seen the Magic Star with your own eyes and talked to him face to face, Lord Theodore?
A witch asked with surprise and some doubts. The other apprentices also looked at Theodore excitedly. As the gravedigger of the Empire and the Church, the controller of the Magic Network, and the founder of the Magic Kingdom, Lin had no sense of existence beyond the ordinary world or even the dimension. Questions are the object of admiration for all apprentices and wizards, especially last month's hit movie, which pushed the reputation of this magic star to the highest peak.
Of course.
Theodore nodded complacently and said when he saw that everyone present was really interested.
Speaking of it, this happened more than 10 years ago, when Speaker Lin Yin was chased by the church. He took the knowledge and inheritance of the Secret Magic Society and took a boat to the Aida harbor. I happen to be in the Great Wizard. He works under Aram and is responsible for shipping and the review of outsiders.
Theodore was quite proud to tell everyone about this past incident. If you really want to count, he should be the first wizard in the wizarding land to have contact with Speaker Lin. He also witnessed with his own eyes how the other party transformed from a formal official, the wizard Rose, to fame step by step, and became the supreme ruler of the parliament. The apprentices who had just left school were naturally excited to hear it. They had just learned in the theater last month about the Magic Star's great achievements in spreading knowledge in the Empire, revealing the truth, and fighting against the evil church forces. Even when faced with the pursuit and interception of more than a dozen bishops and cardinals, Lin Yin, who was only an official wizard at the time, still managed with ease. In the end, he defeated the pursuers in the harbor town on the border of the Empire, and killed thousands of the elite guards of the Empire. According to rumors, a cardinal turned the situation around by using divine magic. Now Theodore's narration undoubtedly directly connects the plot. Just when he was about to continue spoiling the story, a strong alarm sounded suddenly. Theodore's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke urgently.
I detected dimensional fluctuations. So I cheered up and immediately asked someone to notify the speakers. Maybe the gods from the main world are calling.
This dimensional inspection system covering the entire planet is the latest work of the Magic Research Institute. To put it bluntly, it can sense abnormal space fluctuations in the area, and this is usually a precursor to opening the space-time door. The Parliament on the other side that received the communication immediately responded. 15 galaxy-level battleships and 20 legendary speakers were dispatched together. Thousands of annihilation cannons had also adjusted their muzzles and pointed at the sky. Fortunately, soon, with the arrival of a quantum communication, the hearts that Harav and others had been worried about suddenly relaxed and turned into overjoyed. Lin Yin and others who went to the hinterland of geometric civilization are back. About 3 seconds later, a diamond-shaped battleship flew out of the surging time and space gate, followed closely by the second, third, and fourth ships.
We haven't seen each other for a month. The changes in the kingdom have been a bit too great.
In the spaceship, an alchemist looked at the city scene projected on the light screen and said with emotion,
I remember the last time I came here. The royal capital here wasn't that big. Right.
The changes in the royal capital are not just big. A new city with a larger area has even been built next to it. However, it is empty inside and has many huge signs erected. It does not look like it is used for living.
It's only 1 month for us. To the outside world, it's already been 2 years.
Another alchemist corrected. When they were in a foreign land, many people had experienced a 7-fold difference in the speed of time. But now it has suddenly increased to 20-fold. And they are still a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was only a month. If they stayed on the spaceship for several years, they would not know what the kingdom would be like when they came back. Lin Yin was not too surprised by the changes in the kingdom, although he had spent more than a month on the spaceship. The Eternal Star was his divine domain. Of course, he could not know anything about what happened inside. Information will be transmitted to his mind at dozens of times the speed. The reply from the kingdom was quickly conveyed asking them to follow the instructions and dock at the interstellar port. Only then did the crew realize that the new city erected next to the royal capital was actually a newly established interstellar port by the Parliament. It was expected to be able to accommodate 50 Galaxy-class warships and provide services such as inspection, maintenance, and energy replenishment. Under the strong onlookers of countless citizens of the royal capital, More than 30 huge battleships, with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers, were hovering in the port one by one. The nearby area was set up with anti-force field magic. Otherwise, there would be no floor tiles that could withstand the battleships. That's a terrifying quality. Herav and others were already waiting in the interstellar port and immediately came to greet them.
Speaker Lin, this trip to the hinterland of geometric civilization. Everything went smoothly. Right.
Ever since Lin En and his group opened the space-time gate to the geometric civilization 2 years ago, they have been in a state of semi-lost contact. Although Lin En was able to receive messages from the outside world due to his connection to the divine realm, the time flow rates on both sides were inconsistent, making communication inconvenient.
The harvest is pretty good. Much richer than we expected before.
Lin showed a smile on his face, and roughly explained his plan to establish a planet ranch, and asked the council to send some wizards to the new planet world, assisting those geometric stars in the improvement and research of Warcraft species, using an entire planet as a pasture and artificially cultivating Warcraft species through genetic technology. Lin's generosity once again left Herav and others speechless. However, in this way, it solves the most troublesome problem for the Parliament at present. Due to the comprehensive popularization of magic education and the improvement of the magic network, the number of wizards is increasing day by day, and the number of users of the magic network has also increased to a full 1.5 million. Of course, most of these more than 1 million people are just apprentices, and the number of formal wizards is less than 1/10. Even so, the resources consumed are an astronomical number. In recent years, the prices of alchemy and potion materials have skyrocketed. The large-scale breeding base they established simply cannot meet the demand. Lin's planetary ranch plan can perfectly solve this problem. Chapter 625 Element 7 and High-Dimensional Matter.
Using an entire world as a pasture for cultivating monsters? Isn't this too wasteful?
Although the planetary ranch plan proposed by Lin was very shocking, and could solve the most troublesome problem of the current parliament, Raphael and others still felt that something was wrong. That is a whole star of life.
A planet is nothing.
Lin naturally saw everyone's doubts, and couldn't help but said with a smile.
Don't forget, geometric civilization gave us 3 star systems, and there are at least 2 more planets with life like this.
If they can master the corresponding ecological transformation technology, or gain life or create a kind of priesthood, they can also transform other planets in the system. Therefore, the living planet is too rich for them, and the empire simply cannot. There just wasn't enough of a population to colonize.
The population of the kingdom is still too small.
Lin sighed. In the past 1,000 years, under the rule of the empire and the church, the total number of citizens on this continent was approximately 20 million. Thanks to their lightning speed in ending the war that swept across the continent, the population did not decrease on a large scale, but instead increased a lot. The increased population is mainly liberated slaves and hidden hermits. They were not included in the empire's statistics before, but it is naturally different now. All people who have been oppressed by the nobility and the church are the most loyal citizens of the kingdom, coupled with the barbarians who were incorporated in the north and the halflings who escaped from foreign lands. The population once again increased by about 5 million. However, in the past 10 years, childbirth has been the main driver of population growth. Due to the rapid increase in living standards and the lack of protective measures, the number of births has soared like a rocket propeller. The population has naturally caused a surge, soaring from 25 million to 60 million people. The population has nearly doubled in more than 10 years. This is undoubtedly a terrifying rate, but it is also very normal. Roughly speaking, the average annual growth rate is only 9%. In fact, if it were not for the tight working schedule, adding a few million more people to the population won't be a problem. Under the empire's characteristic child labor system, the first batch of teenage children were already able to participate in work. These newly added laborers, who had received basic education, largely made up for the gap in skilled workers. Even so, in Lin's opinion, it is still far from enough. If you want to support a huge galaxy civilization, a population of 10 billion is not enough, and a population of 100 billion is just barely enough.
The growth rate of the population must continue to accelerate. In fact, we can consider using some rewards or honors to encourage births.
Lin gave Herav and others suggestions based on the policies that encouraged births in previous lives. If you remember correctly, in his previous life, when agricultural civilization was gradually moving towards industrial civilization, some countries even achieved a natural population growth rate of more than 20% per year. It only took 1.66 million people to go from a population of 60 million to 1 billion years. This is the horror of exponential growth. Anyway, They don't need to worry about insufficient resources now. The more population, the better. If they wait until the rise of humanistic thought, it will be a fantasy to have such fertility again.
By the way, Speaker Lin,
Vittorio on the side said quickly, as if he thought of something.
Just a month ago,
those geometry stars sent 2 warships to hand over part of the compensation.
During that time, Lenin happened to be out of contact, and suddenly discovered that the geometric civilization's fleet appeared in the galaxy, which scared them to death. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm.
Element number 7?
Lin paused, and quickly guessed what the handover compensation was, and immediately became interested. He had seen the so-called element number 7 in the memories of some geometry people, but it was not the brains of scientific researchers that he retrieved, so he only got part of the basic information. However, the geometric civilization has been hiding it tightly, and they almost got into a fight because of it during the previous negotiations. This is enough to prove the importance of element 7. It is something that even galaxy-level civilizations regard as a treasure. This is also he specifically asked Raphael to ask for it during the negotiation.
Did you come up with anything in this month's research?
Lin In asked curiously. Vittorio's expression suddenly became a little strange.
This element is very strange. It seems to have no fixed form. We have used many methods, but cannot accurately calculate its mass and volume. Even using the Great Disintegration technique, we cannot crush it.
Vittorio's words made Lin even more interested. Even though he postponed the original process of receiving the wind, he first went to the location where element 7 was placed. The Parliament obviously knew the importance of this thing. So after completing the handover with the geometric civilization's fleet, it placed it at the bottom of the sky tower. And the guard was also very tight. About half an hour later, Lin passed through a door engraved with runes and met the long-awaited element number 7. It was a mass of material about the size of a fist, glowing slightly, just like what Vittorio said. Its shape was constantly changing. At the same time, Lin also noticed subtle changes in the surrounding space. It's not like a twist caused by quality, but a more profound effect. Herav, who has the most research on element 7, couldn't help but say,
I found that this thing seems to be somewhat similar to the Godhead. I suspect that it is probably a kind of high-dimensional matter.
Lin took Hera's words and agreed with this point of view. He instantly understood why the geometric civilization paid so much attention to it. Ordinary high-dimensional matter is not a rare thing, because microscopic particles all possess high-dimensional properties. In a sense, all matter has more than 3 dimensions. However, the macrocosm seems to have some limitations. Once these microscopic particles are arranged, when aggregated into macroscopic matter, it loses its original high-dimensional characteristics. Element 7 is different. Its volume is trillions of times that of microscopic particles, but it can still exist in a high-dimensional state. This particularity is where its value lies. Lenin stretched out his hand, and under the pull of magic power, the number 7 element suspended at the bottom of the tower floated over and landed in his palm. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of divine power carrying will poured into it, and soon Lin noticed the difference. If the divine power were compared to water flow, then this palm-sized mass of matter would be like a bucket that cannot be filled, receiving a steady stream of water, but showing no signs of filling up.
Chapter 626, the low-dimensional expanded form of high-dimensional matter. Under Lin Un's perception, the divine power in the body was disappearing at an extremely fast speed, and soon it was over halfway. The palm-sized element number 7 in front of him was like a bottomless whirlpool, as if it was about to swallow everything in. Herav, Vittorio and others also looked at Lin nervously. They had studied this strange element before, but the results were not satisfactory. If someone from the outside had not interrupted in time, Vittorio I almost got stuck in it. At this moment, like Vittorio, Lin's consciousness was trapped in a weird thinking maze. His mind was divided into 2 parts. One part existed in the outside world, and the other part was trapped in the palm-sized element number 7. Inside, the surrounding is like a strange maze, surrounded by overlapping lenses. Lin knew very well that this was a unique scene in high-dimensional space, just like a 2-dimensional person looking at a 3-dimensional object. As the object continues to move, the cross-section displayed in front of it will continue to change. Fortunately, Lin In, who had transcended the realm of gods, had also become a high-dimensional creature. From both internal and external perspectives, the appearance of element 7 was quickly revealed in front of him. This is an irregular hypercube with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. It is as smooth as a circular mirror and reflects the surrounding sceneries. As the object rotates, It is as dazzling as a Wanhua mirror. The divine power instilled before is not without effect. Magic power can impregnate every element they are familiar with, even microscopic particles. Even though element number 7 is very unique, it cannot avoid the contamination of magic power. It's just that the magic power required is too huge, and legendary wizards like Herav alone cannot control it even if they drain it dry. After spending nearly 60% of his divine power, Lin En finally gained control of this group of element 7. Although it looks only about the size of a palm, its mass is about 100 tons. Unlike neutron stars, which rely on the close contact between microscopic particles to achieve high quality, the terrifying mass of element 7 comes from the fact that it has 4 dimensions at the same time. Just like a metal block with a length and width of 1 meter and a thickness of 1 centimeter. Its mass is about 78 kilograms. But if its thickness is also increased to 1 meter, the mass will become 7.8 tons. Element number 7 has 4 dimensions, which is equivalent to countless 3-dimensional substances stacked together. The quality is naturally very exaggerated. However, element 7, which has a huge mass, is constantly changing its shape like a plaything under Lin En's control, being kneaded into various shapes.
Speaker Lin, what is the use of this thing?
Anthony asked curiously. Lin paused, stopped ravaging element 7, and immediately opened his mouth to explain.
This kind of high-dimensional matter can intuitively affect space and time, and has strong plasticity.
For some reason, the inference that triangles are the most stable structure suddenly popped into Lin's mind. Could it be the same for dimensions? Lin En thinks this is very possible, because the high-dimensional forms of microscopic particles are usually displayed in the form of probability clouds, which are very unstable. However, with countless microscopic particles, they are fixed together under the trend of strong interaction force, exposed in front of them in a low-dimensional form. Its form becomes more fixed. Countless speculations quickly flashed through Lin's mind. Just the 2 discovered characteristics are already very useful for scientific and technological civilization. This is the key to moving from low dimensions to high dimensions. It's no wonder that element number 7 is so favored by geometric civilization. The speakers present were also eagerly discussing the use of this substance. Vittorio quickly put forward a very useful constructive opinion. Since this thing can have a direct impact on time and space, can it replace it? The divine power system provides energy for the warp drive. Hearing this, more than a dozen speakers suddenly felt their eyes light up. After losing Ella, the god of the moon, as an energy source, the curvature engine they developed became a beautiful decoration and no longer had the ability to fly at faster than light speeds. Unless Lin is willing to serve as this energy source. As the leader of the Wizards Council, it is obviously impossible to spend too much energy here. Moreover, a superlight spacecraft can be used as a deterrent, but it will not play a decisive role in the war. Now if element 7 can be used as a replacement, then mass production of superlight spacecraft will become possible. Ahem. While everyone was discussing, Herav suddenly coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention again.
It's not too late to start the research on element 7 later. I'm afraid the celebration banquet I asked people to prepare has already started.
Lin nodded and put away element number 7. He was not very interested in this formal banquet, but the alchemists who came back with him needed proper rest and adequate rewards. This grand celebration banquet was held in a luxurious exhibition hall, and almost all of the people who could attend were great wizards. In just 2 years, with the help of the Magic Network, the number of great wizards has increased to about 5,000, and the number of legendary wizards has also exceeded the 20 mark. For these new Magic Network users, Lin En also met them one by one and became familiar with them. After the banquet was over, Lin couldn't wait to return to his residence from the Sky Tower and began a more in-depth study of element number 7, such as trying to cut it, break it, or mix it with various elements and particles to observe its characteristics. The first cutting did not go well. Lin tried various methods, and finally found that cutting ordinary substances on element 7 was like cutting off fluid with a knife. It could only make the thing change its shape, but could not do anything to the true sense of cutting. After a lot of fiddling, Lin En used divine power to make a quantum knife and barely completed the cutting work, directly cutting out 2 pieces of element 7 with similar sizes. Of course, it only looks like the volume is the same as before. In fact, their mass has changed, and they have been cut into 2 pieces from another dimension. Then Lin tried to use magic to stick them together, trying to restore them to their previous form. This was undoubtedly more difficult, and what he didn't expect was that the accident happened very suddenly. One of the palm-sized elements of number 7 suddenly began to expand rapidly, swallowing up everything around it. Not only this room, but also the huge mansion outside. And even the entire streets of the royal capital disappeared into the royal capital out of thin air. Chapter 627: The Folded Royal Capital and Dimensional Space. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the square of the royal capital, the bell erected on the top of the sky tower slowly rang, which also heralded the end of the day's work. As a laborer in the glass workshop, Dalit put down the blowpipe in his hand and left the factory filled with steaming sweat together with the rest of his colleagues. Under the illumination of the street lamp, they headed towards the tavern together. Along the way, a dozen workers kept complaining about the national literacy policy of the parliament in recent months, which not only reduced their working hours from 11 hours to 9 hours a day, but also reduced their wages by about 20%. Instead, they had to take a 2-hour basic literacy class every weekday morning for a fee of 1 silver coin per month. And no non-attendance was allowed. For Dalit, going to class was much more uncomfortable than working. The messy numbers and symbols made him feel dizzy. After studying for several weeks, he failed to learn the basic knowledge mentioned by the wizards. Clear. Fortunately, night is their own time. They can temporarily forget about the scorching heat in the workshop and those troublesome formulas, and have a few drinks. But today seemed to be little Lucy's birthday. Dalit suddenly thought of his daughter, and was thinking about what gift to buy when he passed by the store later. Just when Dalit was thinking about how to surprise his precious daughter, he suddenly bumped into the person in front of him. However, several workers in front of him stopped very suddenly, with expressions of horror on their faces.
"What's wrong?"
Dalit asked in confusion.
"There were so many people in the streets and houses, and they all suddenly disappeared just now."
A worker pointed forward in horror and stammered, almost wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes.
"How is that possible? Are you too tired?"
Dalit said with a sneer. "You must know that this is the most prosperous area in the royal capital and the most heavily guarded place in the entire kingdom. I heard from the wizards that even a fly flying in from the outside will be detected by the magic barrier covering the capital. So it is extremely safe." However, when the Dalit turned his head and glanced in the direction that the workers were pointing, the mocking look on his face suddenly turned into a look of horror. He was very familiar with this road. He would pass by it every day on his way to and from get off work. Dalit clearly remembered that after leaving the workshop, there was an alley. Here was his favorite Blackthorn Tavern, and behind it was the Grand Square, the most prosperous place in the royal capital. But now the alley has disappeared. It was not the kind of disappearance that was evacuated, demolished, or destroyed, but it suddenly disappeared, as several workers said. The Wangdu Square that was originally separated by an alley now appeared directly in front of him. If he hadn't just passed by this street this morning, Dalit would have wondered whether he was too old and had memory errors. The few workers who witnessed the disappearance of the streets were so frightened that they fell to the ground. 1 second they were facing familiar streets and alleys, and the next second they were on the square. Is it an illusion? Or magic? Or maybe a certain wizard was joking with them? However, the Dalits quickly rejected this, because there were a lot of people in the square, and many people witnessed the disappearance of the streets like them. There were even couples who walked into the streets while the other one was still stranded in the square. I just watched my other half disappear in front of me, and now I am looking for him everywhere like crazy. The response of the parliament was undoubtedly very fast. Within just 20 seconds of the riot, wizards in golden and red robes came from all directions to seal off and isolate the place. After roughly understanding what happened, Sanchez, who had just arrived, felt a chill in his heart. An area of hundreds of meters in radius disappeared directly. As a legendary wizard, he was unable to detect the slightest clue. Even the magic barrier covering and monitoring the royal capital did not give any warning. After hesitating for a moment, Sanchez asked someone to try to pass through the area. The result was very smooth, and no disappearances occurred. Sanchez's brows suddenly furrowed. He walked to the middle of the city square and the industrial area and expanded the field. But he didn't get anything. Everything in front of him was so harmonious. If he hadn't remembered the plan of the royal capital, he would have started to doubt it. Whether this street really exists? It seems that it was designed this way by the engineers of the royal capital from the beginning. This should be some kind of magic designed into the dimensions. Sanchez thought of this immediately.
"Sir Speaker, I suspect that this matter may be related to that person,"
a great wizard quickly reminded. Sanchez nodded. Of course, he had not forgotten that Lin's residence was nearby. And such a thing happened just after the other party came back today. If it was just a coincidence, he would not believe it. Only God can do such incredible things. But generally speaking, if the magic star wanted to do something in the capital, he should have warned him in advance. But now no news has come back. This made Sanchez feel vaguely uneasy. Just as he was about to ask someone to notify Harov and others, he saw dozens of streams of light flying over from a distance. It seems there is no need for this. But that's right. There is such a big flaw in the core of the royal capital. No one can sit still. On the other side, in the alleys of the Wangdu that disappeared inexplicably, a carpenter who had just come out of the tavern and was about to go home saw the bright black thorn sign again after walking for a while. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but start to doubt. Did he drink too much? Otherwise, how could there be two Blackthorn taverns in the capital? As time goes by, more and more kingdom citizens in the streets have discovered something is wrong. In the past, this street was only a few hundred meters long, and you could see the end at a glance. But this time it was different. No matter how you walked, you can't get out of this alley. It's like you're trapped in a weird maze. Lin En, who was also inside, had also left his mansion and was suspended in the sky, staring at the gradually becoming chaotic scene below. He did not expect that he would peel off the entire area after all his messing around, forming an independent space. It's like folding a corner of a page in half, forming two areas inside and outside the page. For low-dimensional beings, this folded space disappears in front of them, as if it has never been existed. Chapter 628, Low-Dimensional Expansion. Mastering the mystery of time and space. Seeing the chaos in the capital due to the inexplicable disappearance of the streets, Lin En did not mean to warn him. He just used psychic magic to calm the kingdom, which was spinning in the streets and almost going crazy. Lead the people so that they don't have to worry too much. As for the royal capital, the parliament has been peaceful for a long time, and it is really unprepared. An entire street has disappeared. It turns out that the clues cannot be discovered until the civilians discover the problem and report it step by step. This made Lin very dissatisfied. So he regarded this incident as a small test, and then focused on dealing with the unexpected incident. The influence of Element 7 on time and space exceeded his expectations. Or perhaps this material and magic had some kind of wonderful reaction, which actually stripped away an area hundreds of meters in radius. Lin En looked up at the sky. The bright moon had disappeared, because the inside and outside had become a self-contained cycle of independent spaces, and even light could not be transmitted in. However, according to his guess, the three-dimensional coordinates of this area have not changed at all. Only the fourth-dimensional position has changed. What is needed now is to return the four-dimensional coordinates of this street to its original position, and then find a way to remove this coverage. Lin En thought of the method and immediately started experimenting. He had successfully impregnated the number 7 element with magic power before, and naturally knew that the missing part of the number 7 element was not really missing. It was like a ball that enveloped the entire area. It was just because it was too big. You cannot see it with the naked eye until you are in it. Outside the sphere, there is a vast void. No, it cannot be said to be nothingness, because Lin can clearly sense that the huge quantum tide is constantly surging, and the density of energy rises and falls. Every moment, countless microscopic particles will disappear or disappear in the void. Sudden appearance. Lin couldn't help but guess that perhaps these disappearing particles would set off a strong cosmic storm somewhere. While pondering, Lin En was not idle either. He began to control element number 7 to wrap around the entire street and move in the void, moving closer to the four-dimensional coordinates of the eternal star. Fortunately, it was his divine domain there, and he could confirm the distance and direction between the two parties at any time, which saved him a lot of energy. The whole process went smoothly, and lasted for about an hour. The street returned to its original position, and the next step was how to return the form of element number 7 to its previous state. This is not an easy task, because the change of element number 7, just now, was completely accidental. This time, it took Lin En more than 3 hours to find the trick, which is consistent with the technique he developed. Clay the bottle and the Mobius strip are somewhat similar. Element number 7 covering the entire area began to shrink gradually, folding together in an incomprehensible and strange way, and finally reduced to a palm-sized ball, suspended in Lin En's palm. It is hard to imagine that this thing, which is only a few dozen centimeters in diameter, can cover an area of hundreds of meters in radius after changing its form. In the previous attempt, Lin En discovered that this was far from the limit that element 7 could reach. If he wanted to, he could extend it hundreds of times. Low-dimensional expansion? Such words came to Lin's mind. This concept was proposed by researchers in the past life of the Federation who study dimensions and time and space. It was recorded in the brain as a relatively cutting-edge scientific fantasy. There are many similar experiments. For example, a scientific master with extremely high authority in the dimensional field. In order to break the barriers between dimensions, applied for the Federal Superparticle Compression device that is still under experiment to compress a piece of material with a volume of 1 mm into a plane with a thickness of 0.1 nanometers was created, and its area was extended tens of millions of times. However, he did not have permission to view the final results, but he only knew about it. Countless complicated thoughts flashed through Lin's mind, and bursts of noise and shouting could be heard from below. The entire street suddenly disappeared and suddenly returned, making the citizens of the kingdom feel scared while being trapped. Herav and others breathed a sigh of relief. They tried various methods outside but to no avail. Soon, obviously, such a situation is completely beyond what they can handle. Lin put away element number 7 again, and with one step, he appeared in the street. A group of wizards gathered nearby quickly surrounded him.
Are you okay? Speaker Lin? What happened just now?
Raphael hurriedly asked. Lin had been out of contact for more than 2 hours just now, which really scared them. After all, the Wizards' Council seems to be developing well now. But Raphael knows very well that all deterrence is based on Lin, the only true god. If something goes wrong on the other side, their strength alone will not be able to cope with a geometric civilization and the threats from the main world. And the system of the magic network will collapse because of this. It will definitely be a disaster.
I'm fine. I just had a small problem while experimenting with element 7.
Lin explained succinctly, and then continued to ask.
By the way, how long has it been on the Eternal Star since this street disappeared?
Although Raphael didn't understand why Lin suddenly asked this, he still told the truth.
About 2 hours and 15 minutes in total.
Since the first abnormalities were discovered by civilians in the royal capital, and they had to be reported step by step, the specific time was not accurate to the second, and could only be roughly estimated. Lin nodded and said confidently,
My time here is 4 hours, 27 minutes and 36 seconds.
Hearing this, all the wizards present paused for a moment, but soon realized something, and their faces showed emotions of shock and surprise.
Does it also mean that element 7 can affect time and artificially create areas with high time flow rates?
Vittorio said in surprise. Herav, Aurora and others also looked at Lin excitedly. If this was true, it would undoubtedly be shocking news. They knew the horror of the difference in time flow all too well. The reason why the council was able to successfully defeat the Lord of the Undead and Ella was definitely due to the 7 times speed. 1 month of development on the opposite side. More than half a year has passed on their side.
Not bad.
Lin laughed. He had noticed this just now, when he was manipulating element number 7 to return the streets to their original directions. Time and space are inherently integrated. Since the 4-dimensional coordinates of this street have changed, the flow rate of time will inevitably change. Chapter 629 4-dimensional coordinates and high-speed zones. The space-time characteristics revealed by element number 7 made all the wizards present extremely interested. It's a pity that the requirements for studying this thing are too high. Not only does it require unimaginably huge magic power, but it also requires the ability to affect dimensions. The noise of the night quickly subsided. The common people of the royal capital who entered the streets experienced the initial panic and fear, and then the surprise of their sudden return. After they were out of danger, they began to brag about this embarrassing experience. Call it a strange experience. One drunkard even swore that he could see his back as long as he turned his head in the street just now. Such bizarre remarks naturally caused many civilians to laugh. Lin had no intention of resting at all. After explaining what happened, he asked Herav and others to form a team engaged in dimension and space research. And they wanted to select wizards who specialized in theory. They may not be able to help with actual research, but their open minds may be able to play some role. You must know that truly cutting-edge technology is often calculated directly on paper. However, with the recent accident as a lesson, Lin did not dare to continue conducting research in the royal capital. After careful consideration, he planned to relocate the research laboratory for Element 7 to the moon. It was not that he had taken it lightly before. In fact, Lin had deployed extremely powerful protective magic in the research room of his mansion. Unfortunately, it did not have much effect against the power of higher dimensions. After emergency deliberations and discussions in the parliament, the members of the Dimensional and Space Research Group were selected one by one. If Lin had not limited the number of people to 50 people, the members of the House of Representatives would have wished for everyone to go together. Everyone knows that this is a rare opportunity, especially those wizards who have gone to foreign lands to perform missions, and they understand this deeply. Obviously, I had only stayed there for less than half a year, but when I came back, I found that the kingdom had become completely different. All of my colleagues had been promoted one by one, leaving only me who was still where I was. So for the competition for places is fierce. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Human lifespan is always limited. Staying in an area with a high time flow rate will only pass this period of time in advance. Some apprentices, who have no hope of promotion, like to stay in places where time passes slowly. In this way, when you return to the kingdom, you will be able to see many new and interesting things, as if you have traveled to the future. The final result of the discussion was that the legendary speakers of the parliament left half in the kingdom to preside over the subsequent development work, and then selected 40 great wizards, who had made great achievements in magic research from among the great wizards to assist. As for the venue, it is easy to manage, although the space-time gate from the Eternal Star to the moon has long been opened, and the work of transforming the satellite to establish a habitable spot is also in progress. It is still very empty in general, and it is enough to circle around any place as an experimental base. After a night of discussion, dozens of relevant bills were placed in front of Lin En. Herav wants to lead people to study whether the gravity of the planet will continue to work in the independent space that has been stripped away. Judging from the descriptions of civilians entering the streets, gravity still exists. Otherwise, they would have floated long ago. Whether there will be other effects requires further research. Vittorio was even prepared to go a step further and test several of the laws of chemistry and physics. There are also several wizards from the Nature Conservation Association who plan to engage in farming and breeding in areas with high time flow rates. If it can succeed, then there will be no need to worry about the food problem. Just a field of about 1 million acres can supply tens of millions of people, enough to cope with the ever-expanding population in the kingdom. In addition, there are also questions about how to establish communication and real-time messaging between areas with different flow rates at different times, or how to bring in a group of magic bats with a life limit of 3 months to observe to see if their lifespan will be increased, or proposals such as cuts. Lin En went through all the proposals one by one, refuted some of the experiments that were too outrageous, and agreed to the rest. The considerations of Herav and others are basically very comprehensive. Not only will many experiments be conducted internally, the parliament will also send people to establish corresponding experimental control groups on the moon to ensure the accuracy of the data. This is why Lin En asked the parliament to set up a research group. After others finish the chores, he can spend more computing power on more important things. The most important thing is, of course, peace of mind. In the next month, after Lin En gradually became familiar with the space-time characteristics of Element 7 on the desolate moon, he took matters into his own hands and used divine power to peel off an area with a total area of approximately 100,000 square kilometers. It was a very wonderful feeling, like driving a small sailboat on a rough sea. Once you lose your shelter, you are at risk of being swallowed by the quantum tide at any time, just like the first, second, and third dimensions. The fourth dimension also has 2 directions. The farther away from the original coordinates, the more obvious the space distortion and speed changes. After some research, Lin directly divided this distance into corresponding time units. Each time unit is equivalent to twice the time flow rate of the Eternal Star. It can also be reversed to enter a low time flow rate area.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't the main world be here too?
Lin En suddenly thought of this terrifying question, and his brows suddenly furrowed. He clearly remembered that when they opened the 2-dimensional spacetime gate, there was a 7.25 times time flow gap between the two sides. However, when all members retreated from the foreign land, this gap had been reduced to less than 7 times. Based on the current situation, it seems that this means that their positions are constantly getting closer. Once this flow velocity difference drops to 0, one of the 2 worlds will be captured by the other, or merge with each other. Most of the gods in the main world use this method to find and assimilate planes. However, Lin En's frown relaxed, because according to his conjecture, in addition to the coordinates of the 4th dimension, the coordinates of the other 3 dimensions of the 2 universes should also be different. It's like throwing a small ball in any direction with any force, and the probability of hitting a fixed 3-dimensional coordinate is extremely slim. Realizing this, Lin gathered his mind, refocused his energy on research, and began to try to maximize the time flow rate difference. Double. 3 times. 4 times. The stripped experimental base was getting further and further away from the original coordinates. Lin clearly felt a slight pressure, and the consumption of magic power began to surge to resist the increasingly intense quantum tide. Chapter 630. Use the continent as a ship and the quantum as the sea. The endless quantum sea. The place where everything begins and ends. A continent with a diameter of about 100,000 square kilometers is like a lone boat in a storm, constantly floating in the quantum ocean. And Lin is like an experienced helmsman, always using the coordinates of the eternal star as his guide. Fixed point. Sailing in this quantum ocean. However, they were obviously not the only passengers in the quantum sea. After Lin increased the relative time flow rate to more than 10 times, he vaguely sensed the existence of other planes. This is not an intuitive sight, but a perception of the other party's existence through changes in the curvature of space. These beings that are also floating in the quantum sea are very large in size, and the influence of gravity can cover 4 dimensions at the same time, like a giant ship cutting through the waves. Ripples spread in all directions. Since he can sense it so clearly, it proves that the other party is probably very close to their position. Lin Eng can even roughly restore the general outline of that plane in his mind, but he does not dare to contact it rashly. The big universe is really too dangerous. The technology of the geometric civilization is pretty good and can even create cosmic wonders like black holes. However, there are 3 such 6th-level civilizations in this galaxy, and a galaxy like this in the universe is as numerous as sand. Soon, as the speed of time further increased, the ripples in the space began to become disordered, which showed that there were many passengers in the current area. Some were stationary or as slow as a snail, while others were as fast as lightning. Keep moving. Just when Lin En raised the 4-dimensional coordinates to 15 times the time node, one of the targets in spatial perception suddenly moved closer. Lin En immediately became nervous. Dare to take the initiative to approach probably means that the other party is completely sure, and it is probably a very powerful civilization. Just when Lin was considering whether to escape by boat, the latter disappeared very suddenly. It disappeared without a trace, and the shock caused by its gravity could no longer be felt. At first, Lin thought that the other party had used some method to temporarily eliminate the influence of gravity, just like a submarine lurking on the bottom of the sea preparing to raid the ship and needed to turn off its radar to avoid being detected. But Lin En soon vetoed this, because the opponent's forward speed in the dimension was much faster than his own. If he decided to make a surprise attack, he would probably have already launched an attack. It's been a long time now, but there's still no movement.
Did it get wiped out?
Lin En thought wildly. Of course, this possibility is very low. It is more likely that there was something more important suddenly, so the time and space jumped to other places. Almost facing a war made Lin temporarily put off his plan to continue moving deeper into the quantum sea. He also noticed that compared to the eternal star, or the large universe, areas within 10 times the flow rate are safer. This is probably because low-level civilizations do not have the ability to navigate the quantum sea, and for advanced civilizations who can control dimensions. In terms of civilization, a mere 10 times the flow speed will not have much effect. In addition, the surge in consumption of divine power also makes Lin unbearable. If he wants to maintain a high temporal flow rate stably for a long time, he needs to continuously consume divine power to resist the baptism of the quantum tide. The greater the difference in flow rate, the deeper he goes into the quantum world, the more seawater is consumed, the more it will be consumed. In the end, Lin chose to adjust the time flow speed to about 10 times. After confirming that there were no other passengers near this speed area, he devoted some attention to checking the movements of Herav and others, while Lin was concentrating on manipulating the changes in dimensional coordinates. The wizards who entered it together had begun drastic transformation work. In view of their experience in the foreign land, several legendary speakers directly joined forces to build a large fusion furnace to provide light source from the sun, and relied on turning the fusion furnace on and off to simulate the changes of day and night. Then, there is improving the soil quality and creating oxygen. This is the responsibility of the wizards of the Nature Conservancy. By planting a magic plant called Weaver Mushroom, these 2 points can be achieved at the same time, and a certain light source can also be produced incidentally. The initial transformation plan has been in progress for several months, and the scope is about 10,000 kilometers, which is 1/10 of the separated continent. With magic, the most versatile tool, the progress has become extremely fast. In less than half a year, a moving emerald green has appeared on the originally barren continent. The next step is to place creatures and build an ecosystem cycle.
This is just like the creation of the world,
Raphael said with emotion as he looked at the vast grasslands, jungles and rivers passing through in front of him. Sanchez also nodded proudly. The large jungle was his masterpiece. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, this place was an empty desert. But the next moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears.
We are still far from the creation of the world.
The one who spoke was naturally Lin En. After finishing various attempts in the quantum sea, He had been observing everyone's experiments. On the surface, it seems that the ecological circle of Sanchez and others has been established well. By adding an appropriate amount of predators and prey, a set of primary ecological cycles has been formed. However, it also lacks many things, such as the microbial community, which is simply growing barbarically. Lin En was sure that once they left, all the creatures inside would be extinct within 10 years. Secondly, the place is still too small. 100,000 square kilometers sounds large, equivalent to the area of a small country. But it is still too difficult to complete a complete ecological cycle without external help. Small-scale ecological loss of control is likely to cause chain reactions and lack the ability to self-regulate. After Lin En told him one by one, Raphael felt a little embarrassed when he spoke out. Of course, he also understood that the ecosystem they established was not perfect enough, and he had just expressed his feelings before. Lin En did not blame them blindly. He only pointed out these flaws to prevent everyone from getting too carried away. In fact, their experiments have achieved a lot of results. At least it proves that it is completely feasible to use high time flow velocity areas to grow crops and engage in animal husbandry. But the problem is that the technology is not up to standard. In addition, just as they had expected, the influence of the sun's gravity on this continent still exists. And even the changes in gravity they feel are very weak, which makes everyone amazed, knowing that they can't see it at all now. Where is the sun? Chapter 631 Lin's plan to increase the dimension of the planet.
How does the gravity of the moon and the sun affect this place?
Hera was puzzled. They had obviously moved away from their original position and could not receive the light from any stars. He even tried digging down, only to find that the bottom of the rock formation was completely empty and not connected to anything.
This is probably because our three-dimensional coordinates have not changed,
Lin En said thoughtfully.
So we are actually still where we are now.
Raphael found it difficult to understand.
You can say that,
Lin laughed.
For example, this continent is a point on the plane coordinates system, and the x-axis and y-axis are both 1. Now the coordinates have been converted from a plane to a three-dimensional solid, with an extra z-axis, and only its three-dimensional coordinates have changed. The change has increased from 1 to 10. But what about the x and y-axis? Can you say it has changed?
All the wizards present immediately fell into thinking. Their level of Olympiad was not bad, so they could naturally understand the high-dimensional theory explained by Lin using coordinate axis as an example. Gravity can penetrate 4 dimensions. Since the coordinates of the first 3 dimensions have not changed, the sun and moon can still affect the stripped continent under their feet in these 3 dimensions. It's like 2 people standing opposite each other, but unable to raise their heads. One of them suddenly flies to a height of 10 meters. For the other person suddenly disappears, and he can't see anything behind, left, or right. Although the person is not visible, both parties can still hear the call, because the propagation of sound involves 3 dimensions. This is also one of the evidences that Lin returned the street to its original position just by changing the 4th dimensional coordinates. You must know that the universe is constantly changing. The eternal star is rotating around the sun at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. The galaxy they are in is also rotating towards the huge source of gravity at the center of the river at an extremely fast speed. Even the galaxy itself is moving. If there was no gravity pulling them, they would have flown hundreds of millions of kilometers away by the time they returned. Seeing that Hera and others had understood what he meant, Lin didn't explain any more, turned to look at Vittorio aside, and asked about the other party's experiment.
Many classical physical laws have become disordered here, but microscopic laws are still valid,
Vittorio replied. During this period, he conducted more than 1,000 experiments and discovered many interesting things. For example, the gravitational acceleration in this continent is an uncertain value, with an approximate error of about 15%, which may be related to the change of coordinates in the 4th dimension. Some chemical reactions also became much more violent here, and he had not figured out the specific reasons yet. As for the cosmological constants, such as absolute zero, the speed of light in vacuum, and the gravitational constant, they have not changed much. Lin nodded, which was in line with his previous guess.
By the way, Speaker Lin, how many times has the speed of time on this continent increased now?
Hera asked curiously.
Compared to the eternal star, it's about 10 times more,
Lin responded later. 10 times. The wizards present were somewhat surprised. Doesn't that mean that the flow rate difference between the eternal star and the foreign land is even greater?
Is this the limit?
Vittorio asked again.
Of course not.
Lin En shook his head, and after hesitating for a moment, he roughly recounted his experience in the quantum sea. hearing that there are many civilizations in the quantum sea that are in high time flow areas. Herav and others frowned. This is not good news. Lin En is very open-minded. This universe is really too big, and it is very normal for some civilizations that can control high dimensions to appear in the universe. No matter how powerful you are, there will always be a civilization stronger than you. No matter how weak you are, there will always be existences weaker than you. And they also have a unique advantage. That is, they have the treasure of magic power. Now there needs to be one more element, number 7.
How much does it cost to resist the quantum tide? And how long can it last?
Herav quickly asked a very important question. Lin made a rough calculation.
In general, the faster the flow of time, the greater the consumption. With my current strength, I can maintain a flow rate of 10 times until my divine power is exhausted. And I can probably last for about 15 years.
But he certainly can't use up all his accumulated divine power. So the limit is to maintain it for about 10 years. If the magic power of the other wizards in the magic network is used, it can continue to be maintained for a while. However, due to the speed difference between the two sides, it will only be replenished at 1/10 the speed. The gap is 10 times, and it is simply impossible to make ends meet.
As a result, this method cannot be used as a commonly used method,
Herav said with great regret. To some extent, divine power is also a scarce resource, not to mention constructing a high-speed area. Well, this is currently the only true god-level combat power in the Parliament. Raphael, Vittorio and others were also a little disappointed. They had thought of many plans before and needed to use high-speed areas to achieve them. But now they are afraid that they will be postponed.
That's not necessarily the case.
Lin En smiled and shook his head.
Then it depends on whether the geometrician staying in the new world can complete the biological transformation plan according to my instructions.
You mean? Herav's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately understood what Lin meant. If those geometry stars can really produce powerful monsters with good growth and rapid iteration, they can use a steady stream of soul transformation power to offset the consumption of maintaining high-speed areas and achieve a perfect positive cycle. The most important thing is that the scope is an entire planet. How many resources can this produce? It's exciting just to think about it.
But, is this really possible?
Vittorio was somewhat worried. The planet that the geometry civilization compensated them had an area nearly 1,000 times larger than the continent at their feet.
It should be possible.
Lin En was 90% sure. He had already tested the limits of the low-dimensional expansion of element 7. 500 tons could barely cover a planet. Theoretically, this low-dimensional expansion is nearly infinite. But if the thickness is too thin, it will be difficult to resist the erosion of the quantum tide. It was precisely because of the risks that he did not use it directly on the Eternal Star. If something went wrong, the losses would be huge. After deciding on the plan to increase the dimension of the planet, Lin En began to return the stripped continent to its original position. The purpose of this experiment has been basically achieved, and it can be considered a success. Chapter 632. This is definitely a more efficient energy source than element 7. In the New World, within the Institute of Planetary Ecology, after more than half a year of hard work, experiments on new biological communities have been initially completed. Lin En and others, who received the news at the same time, immediately put down the matters at hand and arrived at the station through the portal on the moon.
The special energy you spread on this planet before was simply amazing.
Manager MONI was extremely excited to see Lin En again, although he had expected it from the beginning. After a detailed and in-depth understanding, the magic of magic still exceeded his imagination, and could even be said to have subverted his imagination. Cognition. This thing can actually achieve quantum-level control, truly achieving a deep impact on matter at the microscopic level. Mooney has figured out all the incredible abilities that the other party showed more than half a year ago. However, the more he studies, the more frightened he becomes. A civilization that can fully master this energy will probably be far more powerful than the Yuanpan leaders. Expectations? This is definitely a more efficient energy source than element 7. Lin En casually responded to the words of the manager MONI while taking the quantum storage device handed over by the other party. Inside was all the research data for more than half a year, which was stored in a chip with a diameter of only 1 centimeter. Reading is also very simple. There is a unique biological interface inside the geometry star's body, and the internal information can be received by placing the chip in it. It is also not difficult for Lin. Decoding this level of information is still possible for a high-dimensional life form. About 2 minutes later, all the information was presented in Lin En's mind. There were images and various data that were very comprehensive, and even failed cases were recorded. These are very valuable biomodification experiences. The result of Mooney and others is to cultivate 27 kinds of demonized creatures, covering herbivores, carnivores, scavengers and omnivores, forming a complete ecosystem. And they only need 2 days from birth to death, to about 5 months. The most important thing is that these creatures also possess the 3rd and 4th levels of intelligence. This grading of wisdom comes from the geometric civilization, and is roughly divided into 7 levels. The first level is only biological instinct, such as small insects such as bees and ants. Their brain capacity is very small, and most of their behaviors come from instinct, which is the genetic information engraved in their DNA. The second level is the beginning of wisdom. Most birds, reptiles, and fish are at this level. They can think simply, and know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Those large creatures are basically at the 3rd level, capable of slightly more complex social actions, and have an IQ equivalent to that of a child of several years old. The 4th level can be described as humanoid creatures, such as the kobolds in the Eternal Star. They have their own settlements. Some leaders know some superficial magic, know how to make simple houses and shelters, and have their own language. But due to various innate limitations, it can hardly be called a true civilization. Humans are naturally the 5th level. They are completely separated from ordinary creatures. They can carry out very complex social interactions and develop culture and technology. But some behaviors are still limited by the influence of genes. Geometry people are at the 6th level. They can modify their bodies and adjust their genes as they wish. They are no longer bound by the so-called biological instincts. Their brains are comparable to a supercomputer and can handle multiple tedious tasks at the same time. As for the 7th level intelligent creatures, geometry people have never seen them before, so they were added in recent years. They are high-dimensional life forms. According to the assumptions of those geometry stars, the other party has surpassed carbon-based organisms. Even in the category of 3-dimensional life forms, there is no concept of genes and bodies at all, and they are naturally more advanced intelligent creatures. In fact, with the technological level of geometric civilization, it is not difficult to genetically modify intelligent organisms of the 5th and 6th levels. However, Lin specifically asked the other party to limit the intelligence of these creatures to levels 3 to 4. Firstly, it is inhumane to breed and enslave highly intelligent creatures. Secondly, it is prone to problems, and the cost of management is high. If humans on Earth knew that there was an existence that limited their lifespan, and that their souls would be harvested and transformed into divine power after death, they would not be able to think about how to kill gods every day, and they might even rebelliously stop having children. Therefore, the gods of the main world usually compile a set of reasonable doctrines for brainwashing, and also grant pardon to some particularly devout believers, allowing their souls to enter the kingdom of God and enjoy eternal peace. After understanding the basic situation on this planet, Lin nodded with satisfaction.
You have done a good job, Mr. Mooney. We have already felt the goodwill of the geometry civilization.
Lenin's words undoubtedly relieved Moni and others. They were most afraid that they would all be killed after building the ecosystem. After all, he participated in the research of magic, an extremely miraculous energy source. Now it seems that the other party does not seem to care much about the leakage of magic power information. Before, it only gave verbal warnings. In the past half a year, Mooney communicated with the Mother World several times. As long as the specific detailed research on magic power was not leaked, information will not be warned, and sidestepping is allowed. Perhaps this thing is not as important to high-dimensional civilization as imagined. Realizing this, Moni felt somewhat melancholy. The sacred objects they cherished might be ordinary things in the eyes of others. While Moni was thinking about it, Lin looked at the monitor screen in the hall and spoke again.
This progress is still too slow. It would be better to speed it up.
Is this still slow? The faces of the geometry stars present were a bit unsightly. They used the most advanced technology of civilization this time, and the lifespan and iteration speed of living creatures were not as short as possible. If the lifespan is too short and iterates more than a dozen times, its IQ will begin to degrade, because it does not use its brain at all, and it will be difficult to accumulate enough knowledge to pass on to the next generation. Mooney has no doubt that the other party has more advanced biotechnology, but he did not use it directly before, and only suddenly mentioned it now, which is like a deliberate humiliation.
You seem to have misunderstood what I meant.
Lin saw the thoughts of the geometry stars. Although Moni and others concealed their emotions very well, the electromagnetic waves emitted still exposed them.
But it doesn't matter. You guys will find out soon.
The moment the voice fell, Lin had disappeared from the same place. When he reappeared, he had reached the highest peak of the world. He stretched out his hand and a glowing substance immediately appeared in the palm of his hand, and then expanded rapidly, covering everything around him. Covered. Chapter 633. This is the Empire's most cutting-edge technological latitude control. With the first two attempts, this time the low-dimensional expansion went very smoothly. In order to conceal that he relied on Element 7 to achieve this, Lin also deliberately added some artificial flash effects and blocked the detection capabilities of the surrounding detectors. The low-dimensional expansion is very fast, covering the entire planet, and it only takes about a few seconds. This is far from the limit, and Lin predicts that its speed may reach the speed of light. At the same time, in the Institute of Planetary Ecology, MONI and other geometry stars stared at the display screen in front of him, watching Lin's actions one by one. Just as he was thinking about what the other party wanted to do, the sky darkened. One moment, it was the scorching sun at noon, and the next moment, the entire planet was plunged into darkness.
What's going on? Is it night?
A geometry man said in shock. He suspected that Lin might have accelerated the rotation of the planet, so it changed from day to night. But Moody was vaguely aware that things were not that simple. He mobilized the detectors distributed around the planet as quickly as possible and looked at the sky at the same time. The star emitting light and heat completely disappeared from the detection range of all detectors. Obviously, it was not as simple as the planet rotating half a circle more. Moody suspected that the other party had transferred an entire planet to another part of the universe in an instant. No, maybe it may not be as simple as space transfer, because even the stars in the sky have disappeared. Minnie immediately turned his head and looked at Harav and others who followed Lin, looking forward to an answer.
Look, this is one of the cutting-edge technologies of the Magic Empire. It can control the fourth dimension and build a high-speed area, which is about 10 times the flow rate of the universe,
Raphael said with a smile. Lin allowed them to disclose this information, so Raphael had no intention of hiding it. According to Lin, even if they deliberately concealed it, they would be able to analyze it soon after these geometricians reconnected with the mother world. It's better to be generous and take the initiative to reveal it. Looking at the flashing light on Minnie and others, Raphael felt quite proud. In their previous contact with the geometric civilization, they had a deep understanding of the other party's power, and the Parliament could only rely on the intimidation of the gods of the main world. Now it's finally their turn to show off with real technology. The flashing light around him lasted for a full minute before stopping. MONI barely controlled his outward emotions, but the horror in his heart did not diminish at all. The technology of manipulating dimensions and changing the flow rate of time is exactly what the geometric civilization is vigorously conquering. It is known as one of the 3 key technologies that can improve the level of civilization. It's just that the top scientific researchers of the geometric civilization have not yet fully mastered the curvature engine, and they are even further away from such dimensional technology. Among the powerful civilizations that Mooney knows, there are cosmic-level civilizations that have mastered similar technologies, which are completely beyond their reach. According to the speculations of Yuanpan leaders, this civilization has been in 2 completely opposite states of technological stagnation and leapfrog technological development for a long time. Because as soon as there is a breakthrough in basic science and technology, the other party can allow some cutting-edge scientific researchers, or even an entire planet, to enter the time flow rate that is 10 times that of the universe, and complete technology research and development in a very short period of time. This is the real technological explosion. And this technology can also be used in space wars. If you think about it with your feet, you can know how much advantage a civilization that can produce fleets and various resources at 10 or even dozens of times the speed can have in a war. Could it be said that the Magic Empire is already a cosmic-level civilization? This thought came to Moni's mind. In fact, when the Magic Empire demonstrated its warp engine, ultra-long-distance space jump, and dimensional life transformation technology, similar ideas were already in place. But their understanding of cosmic civilization basically comes from hearsay and rumors from the edge of the galaxy. And that powerful civilization that can master dimensions almost killed itself in the end. Being able to achieve huge technological breakthroughs in a short period of time is undoubtedly an advantage. But there are also hidden dangers. It is said that after a certain technological jump, the galaxy that entered the high-speed area launched a rebellion with technology beyond one level. This war lasted for thousands of years, thus destroying tens of thousands of galaxies. After paying a huge price, the rebels won the final victory, and disappeared directly into the universe with the remaining galaxies of civilization, probably into a high-dimensional space. This is also the only cosmic-level civilization they have learned about. In addition, even the sworn enemy of geometric civilization, The Silicon-based civilization whose territory covers the entire galaxy has not been able to break through this level, because part of the opponent's technology tree seemed to be Askew. The carbon-based civilization alliance they formed was able to barely resist, even if Menedang is determined. The next time he communicates with the Mother World, he must remind the Yuanpan leaders to once again improve their assessment of the strength of the Magic Empire. At the same time, high in the sky, Lin En was concentrating on driving an entire planet through the endless quantum sea. This is much more difficult than controlling the previous lunar continent, and the consumption is much greater. The accumulated divine power flows out like a flood to maintain the low-dimensional expansion of Element 7. The only good thing is that we did not encounter any thrilling accidents this time. Just as he had guessed before, powerful civilizations with flow speeds of less than 10 times would be disdainful, and weak civilizations would not be able to reach them. But for their trickery, just right for our civilization. It took about 5 days for Lin to push the planet to the appropriate 4-dimensional coordinates, and then looked at the planet shrouded in darkness.
It's time to make a sun!
Lin En murmured to himself, then flew to the coast, raised his hand, and the huge waves were lifted up. Trillions of tons of seawater sprayed into the sky against common sense, forming a huge water column with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers. Lin clenched his fists expressionlessly. The huge amount of seawater immediately exploded and was reduced to various basic forms. The elements then circled and began to be selected, and the heavier tritium and deuterium elements were separated. Next up is fusion. Lin En used his divine power to create a strong magnetic field as a cage, continuously pressurized it, and raised the internal temperature to more than 100 million degrees. The light of fusion soon appeared on the vast sea. Then, the second one, the third one. Since the created sun is far less massive than a star, and the energy released is not of the same magnitude at all, it is impossible to find the entire world. So we can only win by quantity. Chapter 634 3 Days in the Sky and the Disappearing Planet. The sun suddenly went out, and the world fell into darkness for 5 days, causing a panic among the creatures in the new world. The biological clock is completely disrupted. Predators and prey are scurrying around like headless flies, and the originally orderly world instantly becomes extremely chaotic. But all this changed on the 6th day. All the creatures on the beach felt the blazing heat that seemed to burn everything, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. A sun rose above the sea, followed by the second and third sun. They hang high in the sky, spreading their own light and heat outwards. The seawater below quickly evaporates under the terrifying high temperature, forming a strange and dazzling mist of light. In the new world, all the creatures who witnessed all this were shocked by the spectacle of flying in the sky for 3 days.
Gulu. Jili Gulu, the sun. There are 3 suns.
A group of strange-looking creatures about 1 meter tall gathered on the coast, making chaotic and noisy sounds. This kind of creature was named a broad-eyed beast by the geometry stars. Their eyes are very special. After optimization and transformation, they can easily see extremely distant areas. They are also one of the 3 cultivated 4th-level intelligent life species, although they have only been born in this world for about 4 months. Because they were transformed from the planet's indigenous creatures, they already have basic common sense and have completed their first iteration. The geometric civilization has a large amount of basic knowledge and biological instincts engraved in their genes, allowing them to spontaneously learn hunting, cooperation, and even simple language. Precisely because he possesses a higher level of wisdom, he is most deeply touched by the spectacle of the world suddenly falling into darkness, and 3 suns rising at the same time. That is the deep-seated fear of the unknown and disorder. Just a few months ago, these broad-eyed beasts had just elected a leader and summarized the rules that the sun would rise at a fixed time and set at a fixed time. However, the elders of the tribe had not yet engraved this rule in the form of images. In the tree, a sudden change occurred. An elder of the broad-eyed beast could not accept that the natural laws he had spent his whole life summarizing were wrong. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the 3 blazing suns that appeared on the sea. It was the most dazzling thing he had ever seen in his life, more intense than the lightning falling in the rainstorm. Under the exceptionally good sight due to the enhanced magic power and genetic modification, the elder of the broad-eyed beast was surprised to find that there was a dark shadow vaguely in the center of the sun, and it was moving. But just at this glance, he couldn't bear it. The bright light of the 3 suns was extremely fierce, and his eyes seemed to be on fire. However, the elder of the broad-eyed beast ignored it, and instead opened his eyes even wider, trying to see clearly what that black shadow is. He vaguely realized that this might be the truth behind why the whole world fell into darkness and soared into the sky in 3 days. The next moment, A painful and crazy roar resounded along the coast. The elder covered his eyes tightly, and dark green tissue fluid continued to flow out of the dry pupils. His eyes were burned out. The eyes are the most proud and precious thing of the broad-eyed beast. After paying a terrible price, the elder also saw something that others had never seen. Regardless of his blind eyes, he pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Guralud! Garuduk!" A large number of broad-eyed beasts quickly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. But most of them could not withstand the terrifying glare brought by the three suns. They just vaguely saw a black shadow and closed their eyes in excitement. Less than 1% of the broad-eyed beasts relied on amazing perseverance to overcome their physical discomfort and see the truth. But their eyes were burned by the strong light like those of the elders. Painful wails resounded along the coast. But even though their eyes were burned blind, the broad-eyed beasts still held their heads high, shouting in pain and shouting continuously, "Guralud! Garuduk!" More and more broad-eyed beasts also shouted. Lulu-de is the fantasy created by the broad-eyed beast tribe because they are afraid of typhoons, lightning and huge waves. It is the controller of all disasters. Sky, ocean and earth, which is translated as Lulu-de. God. Lin-En, who had just finished pinching three suns, also noticed thousands of broad-eyed beasts gathered on the coast. They kept shouting and jumping. Some of the blind broad-eyed beasts looked up at the sky, as if while swearing something. The rest of the tribe lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of the sun's rays. Interesting. Lin-En probed his divine power into the brains of some broad-eyed beasts, and quickly understood what they were thinking. The seeds of faith have been planted. This was not within the scope of his expectations, but it might be a good try. Lin-En pondered, but did not interfere with the idea of showing a miracle. He kept moving his hands, flying into the sky with three suns, and placed them in the orbit of the planet in order, facing three directions. Fly away, constantly rotating around the world like a satellite. Their orbital altitude and speed have been carefully calculated by Lin-En. For most of the year, the creatures on the planet can basically only see one sun, and occasionally two can be found. As for the 3-day sky, may only meet once every few years. The planet's ecology is also expected to undergo considerable changes. Fortunately, they hired foreign aid this time, and should be able to cope with it.
Isn't this the theory of the center of the earth?
In the research institute, Harav and others looked at this scene and were speechless. However, since there were outsiders around them, they could only sigh silently in their hearts. If Ella had the same power back then someone's heliocentric theory might have become a fallacy. Those geometry stars were very calm this time. Creating a few small suns is not a problem for the geometry civilization, but it is not as convenient as Lin-En. What really makes Mooney wonder is why the Magic Empire, as a cosmic-level civilization, has to spend so much effort to carry out this ecological transformation, and also spread the very precious magic power on this planet. Could it be that he is preparing to conduct some kind of experiment? For example, testing the effect of magic on carbon-based intelligent creatures? Mooney thought it was very possible, and hurriedly asked someone to activate a batch of atomic-level biological modification machines again, and secretly recorded the precious data. On the other side, in the Disk conference room of the geometry civilization in the big universe, a group of Disk leaders also received an urgent report from the Raven Star. The planet they were monitoring before suddenly disappeared. Chapter 635, Grazing Planet.
What? The planet numbered 1700 suddenly disappeared?
In the round meeting room, the leaders who received the intelligence couldn't help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. If the report said that the galaxy governor, who was staying on the planet, suddenly disappeared, they would be able to understand it. But it would be a bit weird to say that the entire planet disappeared. Or does this disappearance refer to being destroyed? Without waiting for the Yuan-Pan leaders to question, the monitor sent the corresponding images back through quantum communication. In the barren space of the universe, a huge planet is slowly rotating around the star. At a certain moment, a layer of shining thin film material suddenly emerged from the interior of the planet, covering the entire planet. Then, within 100 atomic seconds, everything just disappeared in front of them. The Disk leaders magnified the transmitted image thousands of times, but they could not fully understand how the entire planet disappeared. The round conference room suddenly fell into a strange silence. But this silence did not last long. Waves of colorful lights soon flickered in the conference room. For an entire planet to disappear without a trace was simply beyond their knowledge. Although it is easy for geometric civilization to destroy a planet, it is just a destruction. The other party completely wiped out the planet in an instant, and there was no obvious energy aftermath that was detected by them. This was a bit shocking.
Could it be some kind of wormhole teleportation technology?
A ring-shaped leader speculated. The Magic Empire had shown them ultra-long distance time and space teleportation before, so he suspected that the planet had not disappeared, but was transferred to other places in the universe. Similar time and space transmission technology is also mastered by geometric civilization, but it can only stably transmit fleets and supplies with coordinates, or make unstable short-distance time and space jumps without coordinates. Directly teleporting an entire planet to another place through a wormhole is completely impossible with their current technology. However, someone soon raised a second conjecture, whether it was possible that the other party just used some kind of special device that could hide the location of the planet. Judging from previous reports, before the planet disappeared, the spacecraft cruising nearby had detected a strong electromagnetic wave response. So the other party may have used some kind of electromagnetic wave shielding device to visually create the illusion of disappearing in place. However, these two speculations were quickly rejected, because after discovering that Planet 1700 suddenly disappeared, the cruising spacecraft entered the galaxy to explore. To avoid misunderstanding, the spaceship sent a special notice before leaving, with the reason that it was coming to hand over part of the compensation materials. This is also a strategy that has been decided before to deal with emergencies. However, the information detected by the spacecraft made the disk leaders feel hesitant. The planet had indeed completely disappeared into the galaxy. The spacecraft even made a circle along the original orbit of the planet. What was the result? None were found.
By the way, I remember that Mooney and his crew are still on Planet 1700, and their coordinates should be recorded.
The ringleader suddenly reminded. Everyone present immediately realized that the name Mooney had only appeared in their field of vision recently. In normal times, a captain responsible for planetary transformation would not have caught their attention at all. But Mooney unexpectedly gained the appreciation of the interstellar governor, and even took great risks to pass on some key information. So he was instantly remembered by all the Yuanpan leaders. This is a great hero. If you can return safely, you must be rewarded heavily. Of course, the most important thing now is to find out where the missing Planet 1700 is gone. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the observer. After the latter urgently contacted the spacecraft in Galaxy 1700, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on his body, and the communication channel was stumbling.
Now, the current position of the detection spacecraft overlaps with the coordinates of Mooney and others.
As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy conference room immediately became quiet. But this false calm was broken the next moment.
How is this possible?
A Yuanpan leader slapped the table in astonishment.
You're saying that the detection spacecraft is now inside Planet 1700, but can't see anything?
Could it be that all their detection methods have been blocked? Even close observation will be affected. Amidst the constant quarrels and discussions, a voice suddenly resounded in the conference hall.
I suspect this may involve higher dimensional technology.
The speaker was the chief spacetime and dimensional engineer of the geometric civilization. His eyes never left the transmitted influences, and he made a bold guess. It's like lifting a cup high and placing another cup in its original position. Of course, their two-dimensional coordinates will overlap. Just when the geometric civilization was shocked by the strange disappearance of the planet. In the new world, under the speed of time 10 times, 1 year had passed quietly. A year is very short on a cosmic scale. A galactic voyage may take several years. But for the creatures in the new world, it is extremely long. Many creatures have already iterated 4 or 5 times. In the first few months, the impact of the 3 suns caused the demise of a large number of animals and plants. But fortunately, creatures can always find a way out. And the adaptability brought about by rapid iteration is also very outstanding. But the most important thing is the Geometry Star's miniature biological modification machine, which can quietly modify the genetic level of a race, providing a lot of convenience. After Lin En arranged all this, he accepted the results of breeding with peace of mind. More than 20 kinds of magically transformed creatures are spread all over the world. Thanks to the terrifying reproduction and growth rate, the number of intelligent creatures has quickly exceeded 1 billion. And the number of ordinary creatures has exceeded 100 billion. This is not all including insects, plankton and various types of microorganisms. Almost every minute and every second, countless creatures will die due to the cruel struggle for survival. A large number of souls are included in the Godhead under the inspiration of the Necromancer priesthood, and then converted into magic power to resist the erosion of the quantum sea. Chapter 636, Electromagnetic Priesthood and Broad-Eyed Beast Prophet. Lin En was hanging high in the void, looking down at the scene of the entire planet below. This place has long become his divine domain. So even without the help of detectors distributed on various continents, Lin Ying can still intuitively see what is happening on the planet every moment. Involving millions of intelligences, there are large-scale tribal wars of creatures. And there are also predators of the jungle at the corners of the jungle. Although this is already the fourth divine realm constructed by Lin Ying, it is extremely different. In the Eternal Star, humans are the absolute protagonists. And because he was once a human being, Lin Ying's more tolerant approach can be regarded as long-term and mutually beneficial. As for other intelligent races and monsters, their numbers are relatively small, and research is always difficult. As for the alien world and the moon, one is a world that is about to perish, and the other is a desolate satellite. Neither of them is considered a complete star of life. The planet under your feet is the real testing ground where you can perform whatever you want. Lin Ying stretched out his hand, and countless floating light spots suddenly appeared in his palm. They were so densely packed that they were too numerous to count. However, most of the light spots looked very dim, like some kind of plankton, floating aimlessly. Only a few of them appeared to be very active, constantly running amok. Every point of light is a soul. A total of billions of souls were bound in a palm-sized ring sphere. In this year, there are certainly more than a few dead creatures on the planet below. After some experiments, Lin Ying discovered that even in a high-concentration magic environment, only intelligent creatures above the 4th level can condense a substantial soul. After other creatures with low intelligence levels die naturally, their consciousness will die together with their bodies, unless they mutate under the transformation of magic power. After studying for a while, Lin Ying thought, and the gray-white mist of death spread and surged up. A large number of souls were immediately swallowed up by the power of death and turned into nutrients. The soul is the medium for the transformation of matter and magic power. This is a guess that has been verified before. With the necromancer priesthood, this transformation has become very convenient and requires almost no effort on his part. It only took a day to transform such a huge number of souls. The massive amount of souls replenished Lin's depleted divine power due to resisting the erosion of the quantum sea. The surplus was about 40%. And it can be expected that as time goes by and the number of intelligent creatures further increases, this proportion will increase. It will be improved a lot. Lin Ying is also planning to take this opportunity to do something. Gather up priesthood. The priesthood is an extremely important source of power for a god. For example, before he obtained the priesthood of the dead, it might have taken him half a month to transform billions of souls. But now it only takes about a day. Enough? It's a bit like a more advanced spell slot. When the god with this priesthood casts the corresponding system of divine spells, it is as natural as breathing. As for the magical arts involving other priests, Lin always believed that they would not have much impact. But after formal contact with the gods of the main world, he changed his mind. Because the gods he fought against usually used the power of their own priesthood. This made Lin couldn't help but guess. And I am probably a special case. Because there is no other priesthood in this world. And the priesthood of Mathematical Olympiad is very wide-ranging, covering almost all aspects. Ella should have realized this. Or perhaps discovered something from the legacy of the previous moon god. When she first established her faith and promoted the doctrine, she gave herself the name of the creator god, and forcefully suppressed, trying to make all believers believe that they control everything in the world. Of course, Ella's plan definitely failed in the end. With a population of 20 million and millions of devout believers on the Eternal Star, it would be impossible to unite a priesthood with such a high status. Lin Ying didn't plan to reach the sky in one step. Nor did he plan to spend a lot of time condensing a priesthood that was of little use. After careful consideration, he set his goal on thunder. Thunder and lightning are very powerful natural forces. Their essence is that positive and negative charges attract each other and neutralize when they finally meet. After Anthony came up with electrotherapy, even formal wizards could barely use its power, and they would be restrained by the Faraday cage. But the power of thunder is much more than that simple. You must know that among the 4 basic forces, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, and the electromagnetic force are all related to it. Only the gravity involving dimensions and space and time cannot be unified. It can be said that in addition to dimensions, electromagnetic force is the fundamental existence that constitutes the laws of operation of all things in the universe. Its upper limit is astonishingly large, which is why Lin Ying chose this priesthood. Now is the time to seize this opportunity and gather the clergy of the electromagnetic system while completing the breakthrough. Lin Ying closed his eyes and sensed it. The thick dark clouds in the sky were gradually gathering, and strong thunder flashed inside. Time passed day by day, and after 3 years of brutal expansion, demonic creatures and monsters filled every part of the planet. As one of the 3 4th level intelligent creatures, The broad-eyed beast has undoubtedly become the protagonist of one of the continents. Those broad-eyed beasts, who once looked at the sun and were burned blind, suddenly became the prophets of the tribe. They claimed to have received divine enlightenment and saw the truth of the world clearly. And after losing their eyes, their ears and perception have become more sensitive than before. Under the influence of magic, they can also control fire and wind. This is undoubtedly regarded as a gift from God. If the rest of the tribe wants to become prophets and learn to master the power of fire and wind, they must look directly at the three suns with their eyes every few years, when the 3-day sky scene appears, and give their most proud sacrifices, eyes, in exchange for God's gifts and enlightenment. Some prophets of the broad-eyed beast firmly believe that the stars in the sky disappeared because God brought them together and created 2 other suns. That sea area has become a holy place in the eyes of the broad-eyed beasts. As time goes by, the myths passed down by mouth have become more and more outrageous. A large number of imagined classics and legends about gods are burned on the rock walls for believers to worship. Under the fanatical belief, some broad-eyed beasts will even take the initiative to blind their eyes to show their piety in an attempt to obtain divine enlightenment. But God has no time to pay attention to them. Chapter 6:37. The storm is the cry of the gods, and the thunder is the anger of the gods. On 3-star day, during the celebration to worship the gods, Mukade, the great prophet of the broad-eyed beast tribe, stared at the sky covered by dark clouds, feeling extremely sad. According to records and classics, at this time every 4 years in the past, 3 suns would rise at the same time on the other side of the sea, forming a 3-day spectacle. But the situation this time was extremely different. There were only dark clouds in the sky, and a powerful thunderstorm could be vaguely condensed inside. Such bad weather has lasted for hundreds of days. So much so that recent generations of broad-eyed beasts have never seen the sun from birth to death. The heavy rains have also posed a huge challenge to the survival and reproduction of the tribe. Therefore, the great prophet Mukade has been waiting for the miracle of 3 days of lofting to dispel all the haze. It is a pity that looking at the current celestial phenomena, Mukade immediately understood that his idea was probably in vain. Noisy gurgling sounds continued along the coast, and they gathered nearby. The broad-eyed beasts who came to participate in the celebration were also a little uneasy. Their eyes were fixed on Mukade and others on the stage, looking forward to these gains. Divinely inspired prophets can provide an explanation. In particular, when will the spreading thunderstorms subside? Whether hunting, fishing, livestock or planting all need good weather. The great prophet Mukade stared at the anxious broad-eyed beast below with his empty eyes. After pondering for a moment, a loud voice soon resounded.
This is a warning from the gods. People, the storm is the cry of the gods, and the thunder is the anger of the gods. Obviously, such weather is a punishment from the great god to the entire tribe.
The words of the great prophet caused an uproar among the hundreds of thousands of broad-eyed beasts gathered here. Fear condensed in the minds of every broad-eyed beast. From time to time, some people anxiously asked the great prophet whether they had done something wrong. What? Offended the gods, thus causing him to become angry. The great prophet Mukade raised his scepter high to stop the noise of the crowd, and then raised his tone again and spoke compassionately.
The reason for this divine punishment is because of the cracks in our faith. With the expansion of tribal territory and population, more and more broad-eyed beast tribes have deviated from their original intentions, even disregarding the protection and guidance of the gods, provoking wars between tribes, and causing wanton killings. This is against the betrayal of divine grace.
The more Mukade spoke, the more excited he became. The broad-eyed beasts gathered at the beach soon became immersed in it. They had no doubts about the words of the great prophet, because when the storm appeared and spread, it was a tribal war, the most intense time. However, at this moment, a loud roar interrupted the great prophet's impassioned words very suddenly.
Lies! These are all lies!
The sharp and piercing voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the great prophet Mukade was no exception. He was extremely shocked and angry that someone dared to refute his words in public. Contrary to everyone's expectations, it was the leader of a large tribe who spoke.
Do you want to question the divine revelation? Shaggu?
The great prophet Mukade also recognized it. Although his eyes were blind, the wind would always tell him the answer. Mukade's rebuke can be described as severe. Blasphemy is an unforgivable crime among the broad-eyed beast tribe. Even the tribal leader must be punished the most severely. However, Shaggu was not afraid at all and shouted angrily.
There is no divine revelation at all. Mukade, you deceived us. You deceived everyone.
While the broad-eyed beasts were in an uproar, Shaggu raised his hand high. Violent flame suddenly erupted from his palm, and roared.
This is the proof.
McCade's calm expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. According to the prophets, magic is a gift from the gods, and a gift to the most devout believers. Only by dedicating the most precious eyes of the broad-eyed beast can one be qualified to learn and master it. And now Shago has mastered magic without any guidance or looking directly at the three suns to gain divine grace. Seeing the flames erupting from Shago's palm, all the broad-eyed beasts present were horrified. Even some of the prophets had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and cracks appeared in the firm faith in their hearts. They gave up their proud long-sightedness to gain the ability to master flames. Now Shago tells them that they don't need to endure these unspeakable pains. How can they accept this?
Lies! These are all lies! There is no divine revelation at all. It was these prophets who misinterpreted God's will and offended the gods. They are the blasphemers.
The leaders of other tribes also took the opportunity to attack, shouting loudly, and then led the guards towards the high platform. This is undoubtedly a premeditated change of power. Since the first prophets witnessed the miracles, divine power has completely overridden secular power. Even the appointment and removal of leaders of major tribes must obey the will of gods. In the past, many tribal leaders could only swallow their anger due to fear of divine power. But now they finally have this opportunity. Continuous bad weather has made the broad-eyed beasts living on this continent miserable, and dozens of prayers and sacrifices by the prophets have not had the slightest effect. Doubts can be said to come one after another. So this big celebration has become the best opportunity.
Kill these rebels for me!
Great Prophet Mukad waved his scepter angrily, spraying out a strong stream of fire, killing several approaching broad-eyed beast warriors. However, the other prophets, who were usually pampered, were completely caught off guard. Due to the harsh rainy weather, the air became extremely humid, and the power of the flames was greatly weakened. Many prophets did not even have time to cast magic before being stabbed to the ground by sharp-boned spears. Blood and wailing sounds continued along the coast, and tens of thousands of corpses dyed the nearby sea water red. In fact, this scene didn't just happen on the coast. The well-prepared leaders also arranged manpower within the tribe to kill the crowd of prophets. However, even if they seize the opportunity at the big celebration, they cannot undermine the huge influence of these prophets named after gods on the tribe. An unprecedented war soon started on this continent. In just 10 days, the powerful broad-eyed beast tribe alliance instantly fell apart and fell into a protracted civil war. The endless killings also gave birth to a huge amount of soul power, and an unimaginably powerful energy was filling every part of this continent. At this time, Lennon's actions to consolidate the priesthood were coming to an end. Chapter 638, Electromagnetic Priesthood and Mastery of Strong Interaction Force. Crackling, noisy and harsh thunder continued to resound over the ocean. In the center of the vast ocean, where the clouds were densest, a large number of positive and negative charges continued to gather. In an instant, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. Then, lightning as thick as an adult's waist continued to fall from the sky, causing waves to explode on the turbulent sea. A huge amount of seawater evaporated, disintegrating into a diffuse mist under the terrifying high-temperature current. In the entire sea area, millions of swimming fish died on the spot, and their corpses were turned up from the sea, forming a strange scene of corpses floating on the sea. At the same time, it also attracted more carnivorous fish to gather here. And then the cycle continued under the power of thunder. Obviously, the swimming fish in the New World have not yet been able to develop the instinct to actively avoid thunderstorms during their short evolution process. If it were a normal thunderstorm, it would not be able to cause such horrific damage. But these falling lightnings are not naturally formed, but a little energy that escapes when the priesthood is condensed. This is also the reason why Lin En chose to carry out the condensation priesthood here. At first, he was able to control it and only conduct experiments on a small area of the sea, trying not to affect the reproduction and survival of life on the planet. However, as time goes by, the priesthood gradually takes shape, and 1% of the energy emitted is formed. This thunderstorm affected the entire continent. All Lin En could do was to speed up his movements again and complete this final step.
First of all, Ampere's law, Gauss's law, Gauss's magnetic law, Faraday's law,
Lin En thought, and the dense lightning around him was transformed into a large number of complicated and exquisite formulas. These symbols and calculations continued to extend, and soon covered the surrounding area. At the next moment, a large number of formulas began to simplify the complex ones, and gradually gathered together, outlining 4 equations composed of letters and symbols. This is exactly its Maxwell's equations. Next comes Ohm's law, Biot-Savart's law, and the electric field energy formula. All the formulas related to electricity and magnetism were separated from the mathematical Olympiad by Lenin and used to create the Thundering Priesthood. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as electromagnetic priesthood. A few days later, the new priesthood was formed. It took more than 10 years and took many detours. Even though he already has 3 priesthoods, the necromancer priesthood was taken by force, and the mathematical Olympiad priesthood was incidental to promotion. The relevant experience was almost zero, so he could only try it bit by bit. Similarly, Lenin also discovered that even though he separated the electromagnetic formula from the mathematical Olympiad, the connection between the two still existed and was not completely severed. Electromagnetism is like a secondary priesthood extended from the mathematical Olympiad, and the two maintain a very subtle connection. This made Len couldn't help but think that from the memory of the moon god Diana, the Lord God can build an entire god system. Could this be such a construction method? Should we separate a physics department and a chemistry department? While Lenin was deep in thought, he did not stop moving his hands, and the experiment with great interest played the role of electromagnetic priesthood. First of all, his control over electromagnetic force has been greatly strengthened. Controlling the planet's magnetic field is as simple as eating and drinking water. He can even directly control the magnetic field of living things, exterminating all living creatures in the world. But what Len values most is the influence at the microscopic level, such as the weak nuclear force and the strong nuclear force. The so-called strong nuclear force, also known as the strong interaction, is a force that can act on quarks. It is it that overcomes the repulsion between microscopic particles and forcibly binds protons and neutrons together to form the nucleus. The weak nuclear force is the opposite. It can make quarks repel each other and promote the fission and decay of atoms. Before obtaining the electromagnetic priesthood, Lenin could only barely detect these two forces acting on the microscopic level. When creating neutron clusters, he also relied on the relatively primitive high-speed impact method. But it was different now. He could clearly perceive the interaction between the two basic forces inside an atom. More than a dozen plans flashed through Len's mind. And then he stretched out his hand. The free elements in the surrounding air were immediately broken down into basic particles, and countless protons and neutrons gathered in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, Len did not try to shorten the distance between neutrons by brute force as before, but instead prepared to increase the range of the strong interaction force. This is undoubtedly a crazy and incredible idea. What would happen if the range of influence of the strong interaction suddenly became larger than the range of the repulsion between microscopic particles? In that entire area, all matter will attract each other and be tightly combined. It may even collapse due to the exaggeration of the collected mass and turn into a black hole. It's just not easy to do this. After a simple experiment, Lenin soon discovered that the electromagnetic priesthood can indeed affect the strong nuclear force. But every time its scope of action is doubled, the amount of divine power consumed will also be the same. Increase. Lenin had no choice but to focus on eliminating electromagnetic repulsion, preparing to give it a two-pronged approach. After some tossing, the critical point was finally broken through. The basic particles gathered in the palm no longer wandered aimlessly around, but collided and stuck together like magnets attracting each other. An extremely tiny neutron cluster was quickly formed. Of course, Lenin was not satisfied with this. The air contained too little substance. With a thought, a huge amount of seawater rose from the sea level and poured into his palm continuously. The area near the palm has been specially processed, so that the repulsive force between particles has become very weak, and the range of strong interaction force has increased hundreds of times. In other words, there is no need for Len to do anything extra. All substances entering this area cannot maintain a stable atomic form and will spontaneously gather together. Being able to do such an exaggerated thing is not only because of the help of the electromagnetic priesthood, but more importantly, Lenin has once again achieved a breakthrough, jumping from a medium divine power to a powerful divine power. On the one hand, this is due to the previous accumulation and the blessing of the electromagnetic priesthood. On the other hand, it is due to the powerful energy transformed from the souls of hundreds of billions of intelligent beings who died in the continent under their feet in the past 10 years. It has to be said that the biological modification technology of the geometric civilization is too powerful to create this almost perfect pasture. Just a few years is enough to compare with the evolution of the natural planet for more than thousands of years. If there were 10 such life stars, Len would even be sure to be promoted again within a few years and become a god with great divine power. Chapter 639, Return to the Big Universe and the Idea of Artificial Black Holes. A huge amount of seawater flew up like a tornado and was continuously sucked into an area of about 70 centimeters in the palm of the hand. It was like a bottomless whirlpool swallowing everything up. Within 10 days, billions of tons of seawater were pumped in, and the entire vast sea level dropped by about 3 meters. These materials were compressed into a sphere with a diameter of only about 1 cubic centimeter. The terrifying density was comparable to the material inside a neutron star, and the surrounding space even experienced extremely obvious distortions. Even light seems to slow in this area, and its strong gravity causes the path of the light to deviate.
Is this the limit?
Lin soon stopped drawing seawater because he found that the compression of matter by the strong interaction force had reached its limit, and creating a small neutron star was not his purpose. What Lin really wanted to create was an ultra-small black hole. The enemies he needs to face at his level are all very powerful. All the trump cards he has had in the past are meaningless in front of the Lord God. Therefore, it has been proven that the black hole that can harm the Lord God level existence is the next step he has prepared for himself. A killer move. With this card, you can officially have the power to communicate with geometric civilization and the main world. Lin's initial plan was to create an ultra-high-density material aggregate and allow it to naturally collapse into a black hole. This method has certain feasibility, because there are many black holes in the universe, and some massive black holes are also formed by the collapse of neutron stars. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, the compression of matter by the strong interaction force is not as strong as he expected. If you want to rely on this method to continuously increase matter until the gravitational force is increased enough to completely break the gap between neutrons, or even crush microscopic particles into black holes, the mass required is very huge, and I am afraid that the entire body under your feet will be destroyed. It may not be enough even if all the material on the planet is crammed into it. Maybe we have to work hard on dimensions. Lennon kept pondering, and soon came up with some new ideas. It's just that the experiment here is obviously not suitable. Lennon looked around. Although he had stopped pumping the seawater, the impact was not so easy to eliminate. A huge vortex formed in the center of the ocean, which may last for several years before it completely subsides. In addition, the energy released when condensing the priesthood created thunderstorm clouds covering the entire continent, worsening the living environment of animals and plants on this continent. Regarding this, Lin En was also a little helpless. His current strength was too strong for the creatures on the planet, and even the slightest move of his hands could cause a world-destroying disaster. It would be best to find an empty and desolate planet for experiments next time. While Lennon was thinking, he activated the electromagnetic priesthood to eliminate the gathering thunderstorm clouds, and then dropped the sweet rain to restore the vitality of the earth. As for the protagonist of this continent, the rise and fall of the broad-eyed beast tribe, Lennon has seen it all, but he was busy breaking through the rain condensation priesthood before, so he didn't have much time to care about it, and he is not ready to interfere now. The other party believed in him purely because he accidentally witnessed the scene of him creating the sun. Lennon still admired the first batch of broad-eyed beast prophets. In order to see the truth of the world, they did not hesitate to sacrifice their eyes, and they had a demeanor of dying in the morning and evening. However, under the iteration and corrosion of power, the subsequent prophets obviously, he no longer has such a spirit, and is more interested in using divine power to satisfy his own selfish desires in the name of God. For example, the monopoly on magical power. The learning of magic has nothing to do with whether you believe in God, and there is no need to sacrifice your eyes. Lin has never set down any oracles at all. However, based on the protection of their own rights, the prophets of the broad-eyed beast still maintain this bad habit, and will it bears the divine name. In fact, even if there is no scene of 3 days in the sky, the broad-eyed beast tribe will sooner or later develop the idea of believing in gods. This is a path that any intelligent creature needs to go through in the process of understanding the world. Therefore, whether it was the spread of faith or the resistance of a group of broad-eyed beast leaders to the theocracy, Lin En had no intention of interfering, and everything was allowed to take its course. His promotion did not rely on belief in the method of becoming a god. The belief in intelligent creatures was as useless to him. Therefore, Lin En would not treat the other party differently just because he was his believer. All living things on this planet have been identified from the moment of transformation, which is why Lin named this place Planet Ranch. Although this is a bit cruel, the Parliament is still far from being able to show kindness in extrasolar galaxies. Endless fraternity will only bring endless troubles and greater destruction. After all, the intelligence level of the broad-eyed beast is one level lower than that of humans. It can think, communicate, and even form a large tribe. But it is limited to this. It is very difficult to even form a country without miracles, let alone develop technology. And the crypt kobolds don't really differ much, if they regard the broad-eyed beasts as a group of equals communicating with each other. What about the other monsters that also have some intelligence? This concept can be extended almost without limit. There are also primates, various large-scale creatures with high intelligence, warcraft, and even insects, microorganisms, and even plants that extend downward. Regardless of their current level of technology and magic, they can completely transform a planet. For ordinary creatures on the planet, they are no different from the Creator. But in the universe, no. Even in this galaxy, it is still nothing. At present, it also faces quite a few threats. Perhaps one day, when their level of magic is enough to ignore all threats, they can consider creating a cosmic community. But at least for now, some more radical methods are needed.
It's time to end it.
Lin looked at the sky above his head, the boundless quantum sea. Unknowingly, they had been here for more than 10 years. It is difficult to complete the accumulation of powerful divine power to great divine power with the resources of one planet alone. And it is not easy to conduct experiments on various magical techniques here. So it is time to return to the big universe. Under Lin's control, the four-dimensional coordinates of planet 1700 returned to their original positions, and the three little suns were also recovered. It can be predicted that the reappearance of the stars in the night sky and the disappearance of the sun will probably cause an uproar within the Broad-Eyed Beast tribe, and may even come up with a lot of new myths and legends. But these have nothing to do with Lin. With one step, he has entered the Institute of Planetary Ecology. Chapter 640 Special Gifts and the Horror of Geometric Civilization. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
Lord Mooney, we seem to have returned to galaxy number 1700.
Within the Institute of Planetary Ecology, the sudden changes in the outside world quickly attracted the attention of many geometry stars. Manager Mooney has naturally noticed this. In fact, when Lin dispersed the thunderstorm clouds and recovered the three suns, he had already made a guess. It seems that the experiment conducted by the Magic Empire on this planet should be completed. Manager Moni glanced at the research reports compiled on the table. After more than 10 years of research and testing, he had vaguely guessed the reason why the other party had launched such a big battle, that is, to use magic power. A strange energy. Derivative experiments. According to the detection of energy collection and detection devices, the concentration of magic power in this planet has increased several times compared to more than 10 years ago. Judging from the growth curve, the growth rate during the large-scale war is the fastest. Combined with Lin's previous biological transformation requirements of
fast iteration, short lifespan, and high intelligence,
Manager Mooney is almost certain that the derivation of magic energy is related to the death of living things. In addition, the ability of magic to affect time, space, and dimensions also made Manager Mooney once again raise his evaluation of this special energy. After realizing that they had returned to the big universe, Manager Mooney had only one thought left in his mind, which was how to send part of the magic power he secretly stored back to the mother world. However, this thought was quickly put away by the Manager Moni, because with a flash of light and shadow, Lin's figure appeared in front of everyone.
How is your research going? Have you gained anything?
Lin asked casually.
The information on the physical changes of creatures on the planet affected by magic is basically all here.
Manager Mooney handed over a chip the size of a fingernail, which also contained some research information related to magic. In the past 10 years or so, while they have been working hard to eliminate the impact of natural disasters caused by someone and balance the ecology, they have also taken the time to conduct some research experiments on magic power. Most of them cannot be hidden from Harav and others. Monitor. Of course, some of the more critical experiments and conjectures were not recorded in the form of any data, but were stored in his mind. Lin is naturally aware of the little thoughts of Manager Moni. Although he had previously focused on condensing the electromagnetic priesthood and making breakthroughs, this is his divine domain after all. As long as he wants to. What happens inside, nothing can escape his perception. In fact, letting these geometry stars study magic power was the result of Lin's deliberate laissez-faire. So after reading the data, he skipped the topic and asked about the next batch of Element 7. It can be delivered when the time comes. Just a planet ranch obviously couldn't satisfy Lin's appetite. The last compensation set by the geometric civilization totaled about 200 tons of Element 7. After the low-dimensional expansion, it was enough to wrap a planet with a diameter of about 30,000 to 40,000 kilometers. And another 300 tons. The other party has been delaying sending the compensation. But even if they are all sent, it may not be enough. Thinking of this, Lin mentioned that the researchers of the Magic Empire were very interested in element number 7 and might consider other ways to purchase it in the future. Manager Mooney was frightened when he heard these words. After seeing Lin's power to manipulate dimensions, his technological evaluation of the Magic Empire increased to a cosmic level. The geometric civilization may not be able to compete with it. And there are other things that the other party wants. Resources is undoubtedly a dangerous signal.
By the way, ask someone to take this thing back. It's a gift to the geometric civilization.
Lin stretched out his hand and held a ball about 1 centimeter in diameter between his fingertips. This thing is the neutron ball that Lin spent several days binding with a strong interaction force. Although Lin regrets that he failed to turn it into a black hole, the efforts of several days cannot be in vain. Right? Just give it as a gift. Mooney took the ball that was like a marble. The moment he took it, it felt light and airy. Or in other words, it had no weight at all. Its appearance was smooth and flawless, like a perfect mirror, reflecting everything around it. Some kind of weapon made from neutrons? Many immediately realized this. The offensive weapons used by the geometric civilization fleet contained neutron beams, so many naturally recognized them quickly. But compared to the nanometer diameter of the neutron beam, this sphere is much larger, and it is very light in the hand. It should use some kind of anti-gravity technology. With solid technical reserves, Mooney analyzed it thoroughly in just a few seconds. But he knew in his heart that since the neutron ball was a gift specially sent by the interstellar governor of the Magic Empire, most likely it won't be as simple as you think. With Lin's permission, Mooney used quantum communication for the first time in more than 10 years to send out communication signals. On the other side, the disk leaders of the Mother World had just received the information about the reappearance of the disappeared planet 1700. While analyzing, they received the signal from Mooney and hurriedly established communication. Manager Mooney had no intention of hiding anything. After successfully establishing communication, he told the story exactly what had happened in the past 10 years, and sent part of the data back in the form of quantum information. Looking at the data transmitted back, all the disk leaders fell into shock. Although they guessed that the little incident on planet 1700 must be related to the dimension, they did not expect that the Magic Empire actually transferred an entire planet to high altitude. Dimension area. A full 10 times the time flow rate can directly affect an entire planet. And it is not even sure whether this is the limit of what the other party can do. Many leaders had the same idea as Manager Mooney. The Magic Empire was most likely a cosmic-level civilization. Lenin's interest in Element 7 also worried them. Some leaders believed that giving away Element 7 was a complete mistake. However, some disk leaders feel that this is not a bad thing. Since the other party is proposing a transaction, they might as well ask the other party to provide some technologies that the geometric civilization urgently needs, such as the production method of the curvature engine, to speed up their scientific research process.
This is impossible?
Just as a group of Yuanpan leaders were arguing about whether they should carry out this transaction and what they needed to ask for in exchange, a sudden exclamation suddenly sounded throughout the audience, interrupting everyone's discussion. Chapter 641. Destroying geometric civilization is as easy as swatting an insect to death.
This is impossible!
The sudden exclamation interrupted everyone's discussion, and the person who spoke was a cutting-edge scientific researcher from the geometric civilization. After establishing communication with the Mother World, the administrator, Mooney, with Lin's permission, sent the neutron ball over through wormhole technology. Naturally, the Yuanpan leaders attached great importance to this gift from the Magic Empire, so they immediately had people test it. It turned out that the material of this thing was nothing special. It was just a larger neutron cluster. With the current technology of geometric civilization, it can be done with a lot of effort. The only thing worthy of praise is the anti-gravity technology in the outer layer, which allows ordinary carbon-based organisms to hold this neutron ball with a mass comparable to a giant mountain in their hands and play with it without being crushed to death. So they directly summon the geometric civilization. Cutting-edge researchers are studying it.
Are there any new discoveries?
The Supreme Leader paid great attention to it. He didn't think it was just a gift. Since it was sent by the Interstellar Governor, it must have a more profound meaning. The researchers responsible for the detection were very excited.
The range of the strong nuclear force in this neutron ball reaches a full 500 times the atomic distance.
As soon as these words came out, the geometric star figures present were shocked. Although some of the disk leaders are not scientific researchers, thanks to genetic modification, they can instill information directly through the optical brain. So they are extremely clear about common sense knowledge such as the scope of the strong nuclear force, usually between 1 atomic distance and 1/10,000th of the atomic distance. This atomic distance is a distance unit derived from the diameter of the smallest hydrogen atom in the atomic sequence. Similarly, the time unit used by geometric civilization The atomic second is also determined based on the natural energy level transition frequency of the hydrogen element. This avoids the trouble caused by different time units when communicating with different civilizations. Even for weak planet-level civilizations, the atomic second is a fixed value that is easily measured.
So the Magic Empire's technology can directly affect the strong nuclear force itself?
The Supreme Leader's tone was extremely solemn, and the electromagnetic waves emitted were intermittent. Geometric civilization can also create neutron balls. But to put it bluntly, it is just the application of the laws of the universe, by forcibly shortening the distance between protons or neutrons, so that they can be tightly combined. This is how atomic nuclei are formed in nature. They are just replicating this process, and relying on the power of the law itself. The other party's approach involves changing the law itself, even if it is only the most basic increase in the scope of strong interaction. It also proves that the Magic Empire has the ability to directly control strong nuclear force. This means that the man-made black holes they are proud to rely on may not be as deterrent as previously expected. A civilization that has extensive research in dimensions and can control strong nuclear power is very likely to also have the ability to create and defend against black hole attacks. As for why it was not used in previous wars, there are many possibilities for this. The most despairing is the theory of fighting beasts. From the perspective of the Magic Empire, the battle with the geometric civilization fleet may be just an experiment to test the combat effectiveness of high-dimensional biological weapons. It is like a beast fighting in the arena. As long as the victory is achieved in the end, the master will naturally not interfere personally.
Gift.
The Supreme Leader stared at the neutron ball placed in the center of the conference hall and held up by a scientific researcher. He suddenly understood why the other party deliberately bought this thing after proposing to purchase element number 7. He gave it to Minnie and asked him to send it back. This is obviously to reassure them. Element number 7 is the treasure of geometric civilization. When the other party proposed to use it as compensation, some leaders strongly opposed it, believing that handing over this trump card was an extremely stupid decision. You must know that according to those cutting-edge scientific researchers, the potential of element 7 is far from being developed. If this trump card is retained, it may not be impossible to overtake it with a technological explosion thousands of years later. Once handed over, the Magic Empire, which has learned the secret of element 7, will become more difficult to deal with, and may even be destroyed in order to obtain more element 7. Now these leaders no longer have this idea, because the technology displayed by the opponent is really terrible. The 10 times speed of time means that without a miracle, the geometric civilization will never be able to defeat the opponent. As for the gift sent by the other party, the meaning couldn't be more obvious with the current technological level of the Magic Empire. Destroying the geometric civilization is as easy as swatting a bug to death. If they know how to conduct trade, they can satisfy the Magic Empire's interest in element number 7 and continue to maintain peace. If they don't know how to do it, it will lead to disaster. In a sense, this is indeed the best gift.
Supreme Leader, I have another thing to report.
Seeing the long silence in the conference hall, Mooney considered telling the story about secretly storing part of his magic power. He originally wanted to use the opportunity of opening the wormhole to send them back together, but the risk of doing so was very high. If they were discovered, they would be stealing important strategic information, and the geometricians who stayed on planet 1700 would be killed. Needless to say, one misstep may trigger a war between two civilizations, without confirmation from the mother world. He naturally did not have the courage to take this risk. Hearing that Minnie had successfully obtained part of the magic power, the Yuanpan leaders present were a little jealous. The special nature of the magic power can be seen from the information passed before. It is definitely a higher-end energy than the 7th element, and even the dimensional technology of the Magic Empire is mostly related to magic power.
You should have been more decisive. Opening the wormhole this time is obviously the best opportunity,
the leader of the oval-shaped disc said with regret. It is impossible to hide the opening of a wormhole in the planet from the Magic Empire, so this gift may be the only opportunity. In the end, it was a pity that he gave up because of Moni's hesitation. But after all, they have all been missed. In addition, when it comes to the survival of civilization, not everyone dares to make such an important choice, and it is really not the blame on Mooney. After discussing for a while, someone quickly proposed a second plan, which was to take advantage of the next handover of compensation to transport this part of the magic power out. Chapter 642 The Second Star God of the Council?
Isn't this too dangerous?
A Yuanpan leader said hesitantly that when handing over compensation is indeed an opportunity to secretly transport magic power, but the risks are also very high. If the other party has some magic detection device, it will be difficult to deal with it if it is found out. Judging from the intelligence collected, the geometry civilization has no possibility of competing with the other party. Once they turn against each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Supreme Leader is also considering this issue related to the survival of civilization. Now they have managed to maintain a relatively friendly relationship with the Magic Empire. If they rashly get involved in such an important energy as magic, they may break the situation they have worked so hard to create. But magic power is so important. It is related to the possibility of geometric civilization being promoted to cosmic level civilization. What's more important is that Minnie has discovered a way to derive this thing. As long as this part of magic power can be sent back, they can continue to have a steady flow. Obtain this energy.
Didn't the Interstellar Governor say he wanted to obtain more Element 7 through trade? Maybe we can directly propose an exchange.
As a dimension and spacetime researcher, Zaida made an imaginative suggestion, but it attracted ridicule. A group of leaders thought that this was simply a fantasy. Such a strategic energy source, no matter which civilization it is impossible to hand it over easily. This is not only a useless effort, but also reveals that they want to get the magic power. Once the Magic Empire is on guard, it will be more difficult for them to transport the magic power out. However, Ida didn't think so. If magic power was really so important, then the other party would not let MONI participate in this experiment. Thinking that energy like magic is top secret and can never be traded is just a fantasy cherished by low-dimensional civilizations like them. After thinking about it for a long time, the Supreme Leader finally made a decision. Minnie first made a circumstantial request to exchange the magic power with the seventh element. If the other party sternly refused without leaving any room, then they would consider other means. Although I can tell with my feet that the probability of the Interstellar Governor agreeing is very slim. They can also take this opportunity to test the Magic Empire's attitude towards energy such as magic, so that they can prepare in advance for the consequences that may arise if the smuggling of magic is discovered. Be prepared. While Mooney and the leaders of the Mother World were secretly discussing how to obtain magic power in the New World, a continent that had been deliberately vacated, Lin En was testing the development results of more than 10 years. Since the 500,000 atomic-level detectors placed by the geometric civilization on this planet have been reversely controlled by themselves, and they have entered the quantum sea, detectors from outside the system cannot capture the movements here. Therefore, Vittorio and others can rest assured to do various research here. What those geometry stars can see depends entirely on their own control. In the past 10 years, they have not wasted. They directly dismantled all the technological creations left by the geometry people on this planet, and focused on the improvement and research of warships, as well as sorting out the past knowledge system. It has to be said that since Lin arrived in the land of wizards, magic has made a leap in a very short period of time. That is to say, wizards have easy-to-use brains and strong learning abilities to accept this kind of change. Now they finally have taken the time to consolidate and sort it out. While conducting research, the legendary speakers did not neglect the most important thing, which was the improvement of strength. Anthony, Raphael and others have all been promoted from 7th level wizards to 8th level wizards. Vittorio and Aurora, who have completed promotions before, are on the verge of breaking through again. Hera became the first to be promoted to the 9 Rings legendary wizard. Although he had just broken through and his accumulation was very limited, it also meant that he had the possibility of going further. This makes Vittorio somewhat regretful. He was the first person to break through the legend, but now he was beaten to the throne by Herav.
Congratulations, Speaker Herav. It seems that in a short while, the Parliament will have a 2nd-star god-level combatant.
Lin En congratulated her heartily. Unlike Ella, who works alone and persecutes other competitors, Lin will only be happy about Herav's promotion. There are a lot of resources in the universe, and the dangers faced are far beyond what 1-star god can handle. Even if the other party completes a breakthrough, they are still on the same front, and they will not be like the gods of the main world, who are hostile to each other for faith, beaten to death. There is also God, which sounds very high-end, but is actually a starship-level combat power. According to the geometric civilization, high-dimensional life forms like this are at best a bit rare in the universe. If it was not the main god who faced the geometric civilization fleet but himself, then he might have been captured and studied by now. However, only Lin did not care much about the identity of this god. Herav had been so excited that he had not rested for several months, and had been discussing promotion plans with several speakers. With a successful case like Lin En paving the way, Herav is naturally very confident. In addition to the Star of Life under his feet, the geometric civilization has also compensated 2 other planets, which is enough to use as a bargaining chip for promotion.
If you want to break through the legend and become a star god, accumulation alone is not enough. You are also missing a very crucial thing, godhood.
Lin shook his head and poured cold water on the excited Herav. The legendary speakers present frowned immediately. And Ella let it go. She had obtained Diana's godhead. But they remembered that Lin did not have such a thing as godhead when he broke through. Lin naturally noticed everyone's doubts. Shrugged and answered,
My godhead is based on the special created brain of the Arcane Society. And the magic network system also uses this as a trace. But the material used to make it comes from a special substance in a meteorite, which is difficult to reproduce.
Whether it was him or Ella, the reason why they were able to complete the ascension ceremony in a very short period of time was ultimately because they got this key thing first. As a result, Ella inherited Diana's priesthood and became the goddess of the moon. As for herself, perhaps because of the massive amount of data stored in her brain based on calculations and formulas, she directly obtained the mathematical Olympiad priesthood. But before Herav could get impatient, Lin said that he already had some clues about the production of the godhead, and he was considering using element 7 as the core and combining it with quantum computer technology to make one. Chapter 643 brings the entire geometric civilization under our control.
How sure are you?
Hearing that Lin had a way to create a godhead, Herav's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked.
About 70%.
Lin didn't dare to be too strict. Although he already had a specific idea, he had to try it first before he knew it. Anthony, Vittorio, Aurora and others are also very concerned about this. After more than 10 years of accumulation, they are not far away from breaking through the realm and becoming the 9-ring legendary wizard. If Herav can successfully complete the ascension ceremony, then he might be the next one. Several speakers were about to ask for more details when they were interrupted by an electromagnetic wave transmission. It was an emergency communication sent by Sanchez, who was responsible for monitoring those geometric stars. The content was very simple. Manager Mooney, who had just finished communicating with the Mother World, requested to meet with Lin, the interstellar governor of the Magic Empire. It was said that there was something very important. Want to discuss.
What do they want to do this time?
Vittorio couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. Although these geometry stars have been relatively calm for more than 10 years, Vittorio has not relaxed his vigilance. Lin smiled and answered.
The geometry civilization is planning to exchange element number 7 for part of the magic substance. If it cannot be exchanged, it may have to find a way to smuggle it out.
Of course, Mooney would not be stupid enough to tell Raphael so straightforwardly. But the entire planet was Lin's divine domain. In other words, this communication took place inside his body, and Lin was naturally able to intuitively see the communication information between Mooney and the geometric civilization. As for the advanced information protection technology of geometric civilization, that thing only protects against technology, not magic. Or to be more specific, in the opponent's perception, magic is just a kind of energy, and the Magic Empire has mastered the technology of utilizing this special energy, just like producing and utilizing electricity. I never imagined that he was actually electricity itself.
They have a good idea,
Herav said with a sneer. Anthony and others were a little worried. They had previously disapproved of Lin allowing these geometric stars to participate in the Planet Ranch plan, because this would inevitably leak information about magic power. Even if there is a need to use the technology of geometric civilization, they can also forcefully request or requisition some technological instruments through other methods. There is no need to risk leaking magic power. However, things have already happened, and several people could not blame Lin for letting his guard down too much. Thinking about how to verbally refuse to make the other party give up this unrealistic idea, Raphael even suggested imprisoning Minnie and other geometric stars directly to prevent them from secretly working on magic. However, Lin's answer exceeded everyone's expectations.
Of course I have to give it. Since the geometric civilization wants to trade, why don't we agree? Element number 7 is exactly what the Parliament lacks. Isn't it?
Lin said very casually. Despite the fact that the compensation given by the geometric civilization was 500 tons of element 7. But it was not only used to build the Planet Ranch, but also to consider the production of the Godhead, which was simply not enough. That's why he specifically proposed a deal. Apart from magic power, the council might not be able to get what the other party wants.
Are you crazy?
Herav's eyes widened, and he couldn't help scolding him. Aurora, Anthony, Sanchez and others were also shocked. They really couldn't understand Lin's brain circuit, and actually gave away the council's trump cards and support. This is simply what a lunatic would do.
You deliberately left those geometricians to join the Planet Ranch plan to prepare for this. Right.
Vittorio was relatively calm. Just think about what Lin En has done in recent years. You can realize that the magic of trading is by no means a random decision, but a long-term plan. For just a moment, Vittorio couldn't figure out why the other party wanted to do this. Lin En did not answer directly, but instead asked,
In your opinion, what is magic?
Vittorio paused for a moment. Herav and others also frowned and pondered for a while. And then Anthony spoke first.
Magic power is a special energy source from another universe. It can be influenced by mental power, manipulate various basic particles in the universe, and can also affect time and space.
Anthony was relatively concise and explained all the characteristics of magic power that the council had researched. It is not easy to answer Lin's question. From a magic point of view, to explain what a thing is, you need to summarize all its origins, components, production methods, and other basic characteristics. For example, water. You can vaguely say that it is the source of life, a colorless and odorless transparent liquid. Or you can say that it is an inorganic substance composed of hydrogen and oxygen. But this is just the most superficial thing. If you go deeper, you need to explain what the basic particles that make up hydrogen and oxygen are, why the chemical equation is H2O instead of other ratios, and why these two elements can form water. When it comes to deeper things, it can only be described by the laws of the universe for the time being. According to their guesses, magic is probably one of the most microscopic basic particles, involving higher dimensions. So it can be in various forms. Exist. Of course Lin didn't mean to embarrass anyone, but reminded them.
Don't forget, the magic power on this planet is not an ownerless thing. It is also a part of me.
The geometric civilization's research and use of magic power is equivalent to researching and using its own power. Lin En can even control the research results obtained by the other party to a certain extent.
You mean to use the geometric civilization's research and use of magic power to influence and control them in turn.
Herav instantly understood what Lin En meant, but he still felt that this idea was unreliable. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous plan. If you don't pay attention, it may get out of control. If the technological level of the geometric civilization exceeds expectations and completely cracks the secret of magic, it will be over.
I've tried this.
Lin En is very aware of the concerns of Herav and others. In fact, this is what he is worried about. So he took the initiative to let Moni and others stay, acquiescing to the other party's research on magic power, and repeatedly passing on information to the mother world. Just want to confirm whether geometric civilization has this ability. Compared with the risks they need to take, the benefits are also greater. If they operate well enough, they may be able to bring the entire geometric civilization under control in one fell swoop. Chapter 644, Ways to Break Through the Black Hole Blockade. Under Lin En's explanation, all the speakers present began to think about the pros and cons, and they were all shocked by Lin En's imaginative ideas. The geometry people want to achieve energy ascension and get rid of the limitations of the physical body. They are naturally clear about it, and they have mentioned it in many communications between Mini and the mother world. If the other party uses magic as the foundation to achieve this, it is equivalent to putting life and death under Lin En's control. Moreover, if the parliament can copy the other party's energy transformation technology and use it to transform all the tens of millions of citizens on the entire eternal star. Thinking of this, Herav couldn't help but shudder. He simply couldn't imagine how terrifying a civilization composed entirely of legends would be. Aurora, Anthony and others have obviously thought of this. As Lin said, this is indeed a decision with both risks and benefits. On the contrary, Vittorio still had some scruples. He felt that it was not necessary to take such a risk. As long as they continue to maintain the status quo, they will always be able to surpass geometric civilization in 30 to 50 years, and at least gain the ability to compete head-on with the opponent. It will not be too late to carry out this plan by then. After developing dimensional magic that manipulates the flow of time, time is on their side. The longer it is delayed, the better it is for the parliament. Lin En, however, shook his head and spoke to break Vittorio's fantasy.
The geometric civilization is indeed frightened by us now. But you don't think the threat from the main world has disappeared? Right.
Although the invasion from the main world has been repelled by them with the help of geometric civilization, and the open space-time door has also been blocked by the black hole. Lin knows very well that all this is temporary, as long as he gives himself more time. Lin En is fully confident that he can replicate the geometric civilization's artificial black hole technology. Even he can do such a thing. It is impossible for the Lord God, who is much stronger than himself, to be bluffed. You can always think of a solution. Not to mention, The geometric civilization could not claim a complete victory in the last war. Instead, it seized a rare opportunity and carried out a sneak attack while the main god's body was stuck between the two worlds, making the other party unable to avoid it. That's why it was temporarily repulsed. Once the gods from another main world invade again, whether they can cope with it is one thing. What's more important is that the previous lies are likely to be exposed. And then what they need to face may be a siege from two parties. It's not Lin's character to be passively beaten. He prefers to take the initiative and eliminate threats in advance.
In that case, you can only do what you want.
Vittorio no longer objected. He had indeed ignored the threat from another universe. It can only be said that it has been too quiet over there recently. But in the final analysis, it is because they completely lost the channel to obtain news from the main world after giving up the divine domain. The quieter it is, the more likely it is that a greater threat is brewing. After reaching an agreement on actions with everyone, Lin En was ready to meet Imo and I. Even though you have decided to agree to this transaction, you cannot be so casual in the negotiation. You must embarrass the other party before considering agreeing, so as not to make the geometric civilization suspicious. Thanks to eavesdropping on the discussion between Mooney and the Yuanpan leaders, Lin En knew the other party's bottom line in advance. And the exchange was at a ratio of 1,000 to 1. And it seemed that this bottom line could continue to be lowered. In the endless void, in the Pantheon, more than 100 gods have been staying here for several months. The three main gods have joined forces to try to directly blow up the black hole blocking the door through the spacetime door created before.
Failed again!
Seeing the spacetime gate surging and the void regaining its calmness, the god of life and creation silently shook his head. This was already the fourth attempt this month. Although the gods waiting in the Pantheon didn't say anything, they each had their own thoughts. This was the first time they saw that the main gods also had problems that they couldn't solve. The face of the main god Moragos is very ugly. If they can use their full strength, it is not difficult to solve a small black hole. However, they cannot come to the big universe in their true form. With only a little power extended, it is very difficult to solve a small black hole. It's hard to resist the terrifying attraction of black holes. Even the open space-time wormhole itself is inevitably affected. Its volume has been reduced by 2/3 compared to before. It is expected to completely disappear in another half a year. We can no longer wait any longer. This is why Moragos was eager to break through the blockade and tried several times in a month.
It seems that it is impossible to deal with this huge source of gravity through the boundary wall. It is better to find another method.
Another main god suggested in a deep voice. Their original plan was to work together to solve the black hole on the opposite side, and then continue to expand the spacetime gate. After all, this was the spacetime passage they had finally established. Without Ella's coordinates, there was no way to open the spacetime gate in a short time. Enter the other person's world from other places. It's a pity that the attempts over the past few months have obviously failed. Fortunately, their efforts during this period were not completely in vain. At least, they had key information such as the strength and coverage of the huge gravitational source. Since it is difficult to directly destroy the huge gravitational source, it is better to find a way to escape from the capture of gravity, which will be much easier to execute. The combined efforts of the three of them should be enough to allow a god to safely pass through the coverage of the gravitational source, thereby opening the spacetime door in other safer places. The only problem is that the fleet of wizards is most likely still guarding the other side of the spacetime gate. Even if it successfully breaks through the capture of the gravity source, it is still very dangerous. You must know that last time, they were fully prepared and allowed 6 gods to come together at once. As a result, the entire army was destroyed. Even the great god Harriet could not escape. No one wanted to be this cannon fodder. The Lord God Moragos looked around at the gods gathered in the Pantheon. He was somewhat disappointed because of fear and hesitation. Just as he was about to speak directly, the god of life and creation suddenly took a step forward. When the gods were surprised, under his gaze, he spoke.
Why don't you let me do it? We have tried several times but failed. I guess they have relaxed their vigilance now.
Lord God Moragos glanced at the god of life and creation with admiration. If someone took the initiative to ask for help, it would be much better than forcing them to do so. Considering that life and creation are not priests who are good at fighting, Moragos took out a main artifact and handed it to the other party. It's a pity that the god of space has fallen. Otherwise it would be safest for him to carry out the mission. Chapter 645. Even if this is a poisonous pie, we must forcefully eat it. The negotiation with Mooney and others lasted for half a month before it came to an end. With the joint cooperation of the speakers, they accurately grasped the psychology of the geometric civilization's eagerness to obtain magic power, and reached an early agreement. An agreement to exchange 1,000 tons of Element 7 for 10 kilograms of magic power. That's right. That's 10 kilograms of magic power. Although magic is a kind of energy, it also is mass. But it is very light. So incredibly light that it can only be observed when its form is transformed. Because energy is actually the amount of matter. A more microscopic matter. Which is why mass and energy can be converted into each other. They are essentially the same. For example, 1 kilogram of electricity can be easily calculated using the mass energy formula. It is about 25 billion degrees, which can enable an interstellar spacecraft to sail for about an hour. After the negotiations were truly concluded, Mooney even wondered if he was dreaming. The interstellar governor actually agreed to the request to exchange Element 7 for magic power. Although the negotiation process was very difficult, and the final result exceeded the bottom line by 100 times, Minnie was still extremely satisfied. This means that he does not need to risk being killed to smuggle magic power. Not to mention that it may trigger a war between the two civilizations. With Lin Un's permission, Mooney couldn't wait to deliver the good news back to the mother world. A group of Yuanpan leaders had no hope for the success of the transaction. They were discussing how to smuggle out the magic power when the next compensation payment was made. Now they suddenly learned that the other party had agreed to use Element 7 in exchange for magic power. Gu was shocked and speechless. Mooney hurriedly took credit, saying that it was his extremely superb negotiation skills that persuaded the interstellar governor to agree. But this also represents a sad fact. The Magic Empire attaches great importance to magic, a special energy source. But it is far from being as strictly guarded as they thought. It is a general confidentiality level, not a top-secret strategic material. Otherwise, there was no way the Star Governor could make the decision. In addition, the Magic Empire is really interested in Element 7, considering that the other party has the dimensional ability to control the flow of time. Mooney even suspects that their research on Element 7 has reached a very in-depth level, and may even surpass it. Geometric civilization. Such a huge gap simply made all the Yuanpan leaders despair. At the same time, some geometry stars questioned this. Even if magic power was not a top-secret energy source for the Magic Empire, it was still a bit strange to trade it so hastily. Because once this energy can be mastered and utilized, geometric civilization will inevitably usher in a technological explosion in just a few decades, judging from their contact and understanding. Although the Magic Empire claims to be a high-moral civilization, it is not like a truly selfless civilization that is willing to help lower civilizations and even share some basic technologies.
Perhaps it's because of element number 7.
A leader with an oval shape speculated.
Don't you think it's strange? Why did the Magic Empire suddenly appear in that star field, so close to the geometric civilization? According to the intelligence we collected, several planets in that star field have not passed through anything at all. Development.
Therefore, he suspected that the Magic Empire had just arrived in that star system. There was a high probability that the opponent's detector had arrived there and accidentally discovered the exploration fleet that had crashed into the star system, and found the remnants of Element 7 inside. After research, they became very interested in this new element, so they sent out a signal to induce them to receive it, intending to obtain it through war. It was only in that small war that they defeated the opponent's high-dimensional war weapons with artificial black holes, a cutting-edge technology developed based on Element 7, which made the Magic Empire have some scruples. Coupled with their almost humble attitude, it became even more. It was only after the other party completely lost the excuse to launch a war that they agreed to the transaction request. The leader's imaginative speculation was quickly recognized by many colleagues. But there were also many geometry stars who opposed it. After all, there were a lot of loopholes in it. Assuming that the Magic Empire doesn't care much about magic, a heaven-defying energy source, then why is it so interested in element number 7? Isn't it possible that the potential of element 7 is more terrifying than magic power? And if the other party wants to get element 7, they can completely exchange it with other technologies. This is also the strategy they initially thought the Magic Empire would implement in the transaction. There are too many things that cannot be explained.
We cannot use the thinking method of geometric civilization to measure the thinking of an energy life form.
The Oval leader insisted that his guess must be correct. And the other party's brain circuit may be like this. Colorful electromagnetic waves flash continuously in the conference hall. The Supreme Leader was not affected by these disputes, but maintained his original decision and completed the deal.
Inform the Interstellar Governor that we are going to send the remaining 300 tons of compensation and the 1,000 tons of element number 7 traded directly through the wormhole,
the Supreme Leader said with approval. Now that the deal has been made, there is no possibility of going back on it. Otherwise it will most likely anger the other party. Not to mention that the magic power is likely to be related to the promotion of the universe-level civilization. Even if it is a poisonous pie, they must forcefully eat it. On the other side, in the temporary station, Herav and others are also anxiously waiting for a reply from the geometric civilization. Although they have reached an agreement with many, the final decision is made by the decision-makers of the geometric civilization.
How is the situation now? Do those geometricians have any suspicions?
Vittorio looked at Lin aside. He felt that the other party should have almost finished the discussion by now.
Yes.
Lin nodded, then said with a smile,
It's just that they probably still don't understand why we agreed to the transaction request.
From the first meeting with the geometric civilization, Linen has been creating the illusion that the magic empire is very powerful. Later, he strengthened this understanding many times. The other party should now be convinced of this. After all, what they throw out is real bait, and what they display are real skills, so that they can confuse the opponent.
If everything goes well this time, Planet Ranch won't need to continue to expand for the time being. The geometric civilization should help us complete this. As for the next step of creating the Godhead,
Lennon was talking, and the smile on his face suddenly stopped. After a moment, it turned into a lot more solemn. He received a message from the Eternal Star. There was something wrong with the black hole that the Parliament had been monitoring. Chapter 646: The Battle of Gods Outside the Black Hole. Naturally, Lin was not the only one who received the quantum communication. Herav, Vittorio and others also learned about this blockbuster information at the same time. None of them expected that Lin's worries would come true so quickly.
Do you want to find a way to involve geometric civilization?
Aurora suggested. Although the power of the Parliament is now much stronger than before, and Lin has once again achieved a breakthrough, it is still impossible to contend with the gods of the main world alone. The only chance of winning is to bring in the geometric civilization together. It just requires a suitable reason, such as a rebellion within the Empire, to seek their help.
No. It's best not to let geometric civilization get involved in this matter.
Lin shook his head and rejected Aurora's proposal. They had just proposed an agreement to exchange magic power for Element 7, which had already aroused the suspicion of the other party. Now they are saying that there is trouble within the magic empire, and they even need the help of a low-level civilization to tide over the difficulties. It is easy for the other party to get into trouble. Bad thoughts.
Things should not be that bad. Judging from the report, the black hole has not disappeared. This may be just an attempt or a tentative attack,
Lin said with relief. The wizard who was responsible for monitoring the black hole had reported several anomalies in the spacetime gate under the influence of the black hole. The size of the spacetime gate kept shrinking, but there were also several times when it suddenly grew in the opposite direction, and strange things could be seen. Matter gushes out from within. Lin guessed that it might be that the gods of the main world were experimenting with how to destroy or break through the attraction of black holes. And this time, they received a message that was more urgent. It was obviously not an ordinary situation, and it was very necessary to go and see it in person. After some discussions, Raphael stayed here to contact the geometric civilization for the next exchange of supplies, while the remaining people rushed over through the wormhole to provide support. The distance between the two places is very far, about 50 light years. Even if it travels at twice the speed of light, it will take a full 25 years. Fortunately, they placed a detector on the battlefield last time, and were able to use this as the coordinates to open the wormhole. It only took less than 10 minutes. Instead, they flew from the location of the detector to outside the Schwarzschild radius of the black hole. It took a full day and night. Dozens of parliamentary warships were already waiting here, surrounding it in a semicircle. However, it seems a little ridiculous to say that it is surrounded, because under the huge horizon of the black hole, the battleship is as small as a piece of floating dust.
How is the situation?
Lin stepped into the temporary command room and asked directly without any nonsense. It had been nearly 30 hours since they received the intelligence. It was beyond Lin's expectation that the fleet deployed here for protection had not been completely destroyed.
It's hard to say.
The great wizard responsible for monitoring the operation showed hesitation and hurriedly told the whole story. After successively devouring 6 gods and dozens of galaxy-class battleships fueled by antimatter, the black hole's horizon has expanded several times compared to the beginning, and the edge has even touched the spacetime gate, wrapping it inside. Because the attraction of a black hole is so strong that even light cannot escape, and the situation inside cannot be seen from the outside. However, this does not mean that they have no way to obtain information. According to the dimensional theory proposed by Lin, they can directly observe the changes in the black hole's gravitational waves to infer what is happening inside. A black hole is like a huge sphere placed on elastic cloth, which will deeply dent the surrounding spacetime. For the outer spacetime gate, a smaller sphere is placed on the edge of the already concave elastic cloth. The concave spacetime in that area will be more obvious than in other places. In addition, the two gravitational sources will also affect each other. For example, they observe that the energy that maintains the spacetime gate is being continuously sucked into the black hole, and its volume is also slowly shrinking. The previous reports were due to the sudden increase in the gravity of the spacetime gate, and it was suspected that the gods on the other side were causing trouble. However, the current situation is even stranger. A third source of gravity has appeared inside the black hole's event horizon, and it is slowly moving outside the black hole's event horizon.
The speed of this thing is not very fast. When we detected it, it was already several hours after the incident. According to the speed calculation, it will leave the event horizon radius of the black hole in about 1 day,
the Great Wizard reported. Lin En pondered for a while, and immediately guessed that a certain god had crossed the line. A god takes action with all his strength, and the force of time and space evoked is extremely powerful, enough to cause very obvious ripples of time and space at the edge. I just don't know which gods are here. The most important thing is that the battle cannot last too long, and it is best not to make the scene too big. Otherwise it is likely to attract the attention of the geometric civilization. On the other side, the god of life and creation, who is entrusted with important responsibilities, is wandering on the edge of the black hole's horizon. It is pitch black here, even deeper than the boundless void. Time and space seem to have lost their meaning here, and there is no concept of up, down, left, and right. But it is always right to move in the opposite direction of the gravitational vortex. When he first entered this world, he underestimated the strength of the black hole's gravity, and the god of life and creation was almost sucked directly into it. Fortunately, the main artifact given to him by Moragos played a role at the critical moment, forming a reflection around him. The gravitational field has greatly slowed down the influence of the black hole's gravitational vortex, thus avoiding the tragedy of dying before leaving the enemy. I don't know how long I flew. Maybe a day, a week, or half a month. But finally light appeared in front of me. That's light captured from the outside by the black hole. This also means that I am about to leave this damn place. The god of life and creation was not happy, because he knew that now was the most dangerous time. About a few hours later, the god of life and creation completely left the scope of the black hole's event horizon, and what he saw was a bright sea of light, formed by the black hole absorbing and heating matter. It is huge and eye-catching. There was a figure standing in the circle of light, under the reflection of the huge halo. The figure looked very blurry, but it exuded a strong sense of oppression. Lin En was somewhat surprised to find that there was only one god who entered the universe, and he was still defeated by his own men. However, he also knew that since the other party dared to enter this universe, he must have someone to rely on, and he might not be easy to deal with. Even if he raised the seventh element gathered into a group in his hand spoke coldly.
Low dimensions. Expand.
Chapter 647. My name is Og, the controller of life, the god of creation.
Low dimensions. Expand.
The moment Lin finished speaking, the number 7 element gathered in the palm of his hand expanded millions of times in an instant, covering everything around him. The previous uses of low-dimensional expansion were all inside the planet, which could form a protective shield with the help of the planet's own gravity and magnetic field. But this time it is slightly different. It is in the universe, relying only on a thin layer of number 7. The elements serve as shields, and the outside world is the vast quantum sea. The battle venue was chosen here to avoid the surveillance of geometric civilization. The god of life and creation stared at Lin En in front of him, and he was a little surprised. During the last battle, he could still feel that the opponent's power was similar to his own. They were all medium-level divine powers, but now the feeling of oppression was far stronger than his own. Most of the gods I have seen are almost comparable to the great god Hariel. However, he came prepared this time. At the same moment that Lin En unfolded the 7th element, the god of life and creation simultaneously took out the main artifact given by the Lord God Moragos. That is, one eye. It was about the size of a human head, with a dark golden color all over its body, and streaks of blood spreading around its eyes, making it look very ferocious and terrifying. Rather than saying that this is the main artifact, it is better to say that this is a part of the body of the main god Moragos, just separated by a universe. The connection between the two has become very weak.
My name is Og, the controller of life, the god of creation.
Sound cannot be transmitted in the void of the universe, But Og's words seemed to penetrate the barrier of distance and sounded directly in Lin's mind. Under the power of life and creation, the eye the size of a human head began to expand rapidly, and its size soon exceeded 100 meters. Strands of white feathers floated down from the void, and finally condensed into a pair of huge wings. Hidden under the white wings are densely packed polymers made up of countless eyes. Og is using the priesthood of creation to inspire the power of this main artifact. Just as Lin En moved the battlefield to the quantum sea, the white wings suddenly spread out, and hundreds of thousands of terrifying lights of destruction bombarded down. The scope was so wide that it almost covered the entire space enveloped by Element 7. There is no possibility of evasion. Even Lin En couldn't help feeling terrified. If he was hit by these lights of destruction, he might be in danger of falling. As his mind turned, a large number of elementary particles that were imperceptible to the naked eye were arranged in front of Lin En under a certain force, forming a protective layer with a diameter of only about 1 millimeter. What's standing in front of me is the neutron shield. As one of the hardest substances in the universe, neutrons are tens of billions times stronger than steel. Under the action of the strong nuclear force, they are tightly locked together, blocking the front like a city wall. The most important thing is that its almost absolutely smooth surface can reflect light back very well. But these lights of destruction are not just electromagnetic waves. Even such a powerful wall will still collapse layer by layer in the face of hundreds of thousands of lights of destruction. The neutrons hit by the light cannot withstand the huge amount of light. The energy is directly shattered into more microscopic quarks. Not only that, the lights of destruction that hit other directions directly punched a big hole in the protective shield composed of Element 7. And the surging quantum tide immediately surged up. This is one of the most original powers in the universe. Even if no one controls it, it can erase a legend from this world in an instant. Even a god would find it difficult to stay here for a long time. Fortunately, these hundreds of thousands of lights of destruction were not completely directed towards Lin. After being blocked by the neutron shield, their energy was reduced to less than 1%, and they no longer posed much of a threat.
What a terrifying power!
Lin En murmured to himself, his expression extremely serious. This is not only talking about the quantum tide, but also talking about the light of destruction just now. It is definitely not something that a being with medium divine power can achieve. It is most likely derived from the power of the Lord God. After a round of light of destruction, the polymer did not stop at all. It withstood the erosion of the quantum tide and flew towards Lin. The volume further expanded. The diameter of the wingspan even exceeded 1 kilometer, and the speed reached close to the speed of light. The speed of light is the upper limit of speed in the three-dimensional universe. But it is not enough at the high-dimensional level. Just before the polymer appeared, Lin's body suddenly flashed and disappeared when it was penetrated by the flying wings. When he reappeared, he had already reached tens of thousands of kilometers away. This is the dimension jump, copied from the main ship of Geometry Star. This technology can allow a warship as big as a city to teleport. The disadvantages are that it involves too much energy loss, distance limitations, and the inability to accurately position, etc. Question. Lin's dimensional control and cognition are also stronger than those of the geometric civilization, so he can freely control the position of teleportation. But even so, he cannot use it frequently, because before performing dimension jump, it takes 1 second to confirm the safe coordinates. In this battle of gods that moves at the speed of light and is calculated in milliseconds, once a flaw is caught, even 1 second is enough to be fatal. However, the first use was naturally beyond the expectations of the god of life and creation. Although he noticed the fluctuations in time and space, Lin En had already reached a place less than a kilometer behind him before he could stop it. After the first round of confrontation, Lin En had realized that the weird polymer was most likely related to the Lord God and was by no means something he could easily deal with. So he might as well deal with its controller first. Og was obviously aware of Lin En's murderous intention, and he understood that he had no chance of winning alone. Without any hesitation or any thought of resistance, his whole body split open and divided into hundreds of parts, fleeing in all directions. At this moment, Lin En has triggered the particles existing in the quantum sea, and the light more dazzling than the solar flare lights up in the void high-dimensional space. Nearly 99% of the split bodies were wiped out in this blow. However, the remaining dozen bodies split again and escaped deeper into the quantum sea. The priest of life and creation may not have any advantages in combat, but his survivability is extremely strong. He is definitely one of the most difficult gods to kill before his divine power is completely exhausted. Lin En had no chance to pursue him for a second time, because in less than 0.1 seconds, The polymer made up of countless eyes had already killed him again. Chapter 648 The God of Life and Creation who jumps again and again. White feathers continue to fall from the sky. Gorgeous and beautiful, but revealing a strong murderous intent. Lin En didn't dare to let these seemingly holy feathers come close to his body. And he didn't dare to show any slightest care. With a light palm, a large amount of divine power was converted into neutrons and anti-electrons. Immediately afterwards, a bright beam of light flew out from the palm of his hand and penetrated the huge body of the polymer in an instant. This is exactly the antimatter sword. From the moment this powerful magic was developed, it was Lin En's only choice for overcoming difficulties. Even though his power has improved a lot now, he no longer regards it as a means of suppressing the enemy. A good offensive magic. The sword hilt with neutrons as the bone and anti-electrons as the blade revealed its power the moment it penetrated into the polymer god's body. The external magnetic field that bound the energy disappeared instantly, and the energy generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter the energy started to explode directly from the inside. The huge body of the polymer expanded again, but this time it was forced. The blood pupils that were forcibly stuck together by the divine power exploded one after another under the impact of the energy of annihilation of matter and antimatter. After a slash, nearly a third of the huge polymer body was destroyed. However, such a serious injury did not have much impact. It only slightly blocked the opponent's pace. And this part of the destroyed body was still there. Extremely fast repair. It seems that the core that is the basis of power must be destroyed. Lin En thought to himself that the God of Life and Creation had just shown him that thing. It was an eye the size of a human head, but he didn't know where it was hidden in the body. But even if you know it, it is not an easy task to ensure that you hit a fast-moving object the size of a human head with the strongest force on a cosmic scale. We still have to destroy it with a single blow with a large-scale offensive. Lin En made a decision immediately. It seemed that he could only try that one. Complex thoughts flashed through his mind. Now that he was still in the middle of a battle, Lin did not dare to be too distracted. He once again used his neutron shield to block the speeding light of destruction. Immediately afterwards, 8 magic incarnations appeared beside Lin En, 4 of whom took action immediately, trying to restrain the polymer's movements with electromagnetic fields. The quantum sea is located in the high-dimensional space of the universe. There are a large number of electrons inside, under the control of the electromagnetic priest. An electromagnetic cage is quickly formed around the polymer. The other 4 avatars also took action at the same time, blasting hundreds of neutron cannons with a diameter of about 1 millimeter towards the polymer at sublight speed. At this moment, the polymer made up of countless pairs of eyes is trapped in the electromagnetic cage. The invisible magnetic field is like a thread, trapping it firmly. But as the damaged body was repaired, such restraints became weak. The polymer suddenly spread its wings, and the surrounding space continued to surge like ripples. The restraints of the magnetic field were broken in an instant, and those who were speeding towards the neutron cannons also moved away. The polymer didn't stop at all. It already felt a strong sense of crisis. Lin En's body is also condensing a neutron cluster, and its volume is even thousands of times larger than the hundreds of neutron cannons combined. Its power can be imagined. Naturally, the polymer would not just let Lin slowly perform the spell. The wings unfolded again, and the surrounding space was obviously distorted. The speed also increased several times in this moment, moving forward at nearly twice the speed of light. Crossing the distance of tens of thousands of kilometers takes only 0.02 seconds. 8 magic incarnations blocked the front together. But these incarnations with only one level of power could not play a big role at all. In a moment, they were blocked by the flash of light of destruction. However, by the time a round of light of destruction wiped out these magic incarnations, Lin En had already disappeared, leaving only a small ball about 10 centimeters in diameter in the endless void. In the ferocious blood pupils of the polymer, hundreds of thousands of lights of destruction lit up again, trying to destroy it directly. The massive rays of destruction hit the target accurately without exception. But the threat was not eliminated, and the sense of crisis was even stronger than before, because the rays of destruction are actually not so accurate. Many of them are even launched in other directions to block the entire space. But at this moment, they hit the target accurately, or they were sucked in. The small ball with a diameter of about 10 centimeters collapsed before the attack, turning into a singularity and beginning to crazily absorb all matter and energy around it. Obviously, this is a miniature black hole, since it is not easy to capture a sufficient amount of matter in the quantum sea. The mass that makes up the core of the black hole is directly converted from magic power, which consumes nearly half of Lin's divine power. As for the neutron cannon fired before, it was just a cover. just to make the opponent think that his offensive method was long-distance projection. In fact, it was to attract the opponent to take the initiative to step in. This strategy was undoubtedly successful, although the polymer quickly realized that something was wrong. It was already within the Schwarzschild radius of this miniature black hole, even less than a kilometer away from the core. The huge holy wings were torn to pieces by the powerful gravity, and the blood-colored pupils piled on the periphery were also forcibly peeled off. Even the surrounding quantum tides could not avoid the attraction of the black hole, and continued to flow into the singularity like a whirlpool. 1 millisecond after the collapse started, Lin's body appeared 30,000 kilometers away. He had just used Dimension Jump again to escape from the area before the black hole was completed. Visually, watching the polymer being torn into pieces and rolled into the black hole, Lin did not relax his vigilance. Soon he noticed that a strange substance was flying out of the quantum tide of the black hole that was constantly pouring in. If the ripples in space and time it caused were not so obvious, it would have been difficult to notice.
What a pity,
Lin sighed regretfully, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, this miniature black hole is just the product of an experiment, and its mass is very limited. What's more, the other party has already demonstrated the ability to overcome the attraction of black holes. Fortunately, after giving up such a large energy body, the loss is naturally not small. The color of the blood pupil that escaped the black hole's capture range has become extremely dim. Since you can't solve it with one blow, let's make up for it. Lin stretched out his hand, and powerful electromagnetic force condensed in his palm.
Please stop. Great God from another world. I think we should have a good talk.
A very sudden voice sounded in Lenin's mind. The god of life and creation, Ogre, actually took the first step to hold the main artifact. Chapter 649 Og's Sincerity and the Traitorous Gods. Og, who got the main artifact first, did not let Lin stop his movements, and the electrons wandering in the quantum sea were mobilized. The few short rounds of fighting just now have allowed him to test the limits of polymer power. Although this thing is powerful, it is not invincible. The powerful electromagnetic field spreading throughout the area made the god of life and creation no longer as calm as before. And he hurriedly spoke again.
Everything happens for a reason. Please forgive me for the offense I just caused. This is my sincerity.
As the words fell, the god of life and creation opened his right hand, holding the blood pupil that had become fragmented. Without waiting for Lin to ask, Og took the initiative to explain.
This artifact belongs to the Lord God Moragos and contains his will. Before destroying it, I cannot do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, I will most likely be monitored or even killed.
Og said half-truthfully. It was naturally impossible for the Lord God Moragos to tell him that he was spying on him. But he did suspect that the other party had done something to this main artifact. So he did not reveal himself when they first met his true intention. Otherwise, he is very likely to be killed by the main artifact that protects him. However, Lin ignored him, as if he did not hear the words of the god of life and creation. In just a few seconds, a stronger electromagnetic cage was formed, trapping the other party in it. Lin's indifferent attitude made Og's face look very ugly. He gritted his teeth and continued to speak.
I have a lot of information about the main world. The three main gods have now united. Without my help, they will invade this world again soon. It is impossible to fight against them with your strength alone.
Og spoke very fast, but the electromagnetic cages shrank smaller and smaller, and many of them shrank to within 10 meters in diameter. Seeing that Lin ignored him at all, Og was also a little frightened and angry. He hesitated for a while whether to resist, but finally held back because he knew that he had no chance of winning. Lin had no intention of killing him. After restricting the opponent's ability to move, he began to block and peel off the nearby space, and put Og in an area of more than 10 meters in radius into a four-dimensional bottle. Seeing that the god of life and creation showed no resistance throughout the process, Lin believed that the so-called main artifact had been destroyed. However, Lin still did not plan to communicate with Og, and decided to wait for a while before considering the other party's words. Now he has more troublesome things to deal with. Lin turned around and looked around. The protective shield formed by the seventh element on the outside was seriously damaged. The gap created by the light of destruction became even larger under the impact of the quantum tide. The aftermath of the battle also inevitably affected it. When Lin returned to the universe to recover all Element 7, he found that the mass had been reduced by 1/3 compared to before, and the loss was not small. Seeing Lin return, Herav and others who were waiting anxiously outside breathed a sigh of relief. Lin had just moved the battlefield to the quantum sea, and they had no way to intervene, and they didn't know what the situation was.
It seems that the battle went well. Could it be that the main world only sent this one god?
Vittorio's tone became a little more relaxed when he saw that Lin didn't seem to be injured.
This should be the only one for the time being.
Lin nodded, and after pondering for a moment, he recounted the battle and exchange with Og just now.
A rebellious god?
Herav and others frowned immediately. This seemed a bit strange to them. Not to mention that this god was holding an artifact given by the Lord God in his hand. And he should have come with some kind of mission.
Could it be that the gods wanted to stage a fake surrender?
Anthony guessed. The believers of these gods and the divine realm are all in the main world. Now they suddenly say that they want to betray, which is extremely low in credibility. Therefore, it was very likely that the opponent had set up a trap to win their trust by destroying a so-called main artifact.
It may be a false surrender, but we cannot completely rule out the possibility that the other party has good intentions.
Aurora reminded. There are so many gods in the main world, and there will always be conflicts in beliefs, clergy, and territorial disputes, so it is unlikely that they are monolithic. What's more, they showed their power to compete with the main world in the last battle, so it is normal for some opportunists to appear.
Leave him alone for a while, and then we'll find out.
Lin En was not prepared to argue on this issue for too long, and then asked Herav and others whether there was any geometric civilization during this period. What action? Harov explained.
They did send a communication 2 minutes ago asking if something happened here.
Dozens of fleets have been gathering outside the black hole for several days. With the technology of geometric civilization, it is impossible not to know. In fact, the other party has been paying attention to the situation here. Most likely, they want to see how they will deal with this. A black hole that occurs within 0.1 light years of a galaxy.
How should we answer now?
Herav asked. They had just discussed using the black hole experiment as an excuse. After that, no matter how the other party asked, they said it was a secret experiment and could not be disclosed.
Okay.
Lin nodded and agreed. The more you say, the more likely you will be wrong. The less you say, the less likely you will be wrong. Let the other party figure out the rest. In order to prevent another god from sneaking into this universe through the space-time wormhole. After the threat was removed, dozens of fleets did not evacuate, but patrolled nearby. In addition, Lin En also sent a magic avatar to stay on site to avoid some emergencies. On the geometric civilization side, just as they thought, after hearing that the Magic Empire was conducting experiments near the black hole, they gave up their overt inquiries and instead increased their secret surveillance. The compensation for 1,300 tons of Element 7 was also delivered within a week, which shows that the limited output mentioned by the geometric civilization was just empty talk. Lin En also handed over a magic block with a mass of 10 kilograms to Mooney as promised, and allowed him to briefly open a wormhole in the planet and send things directly to the home planet. On the other side, the scientific researchers of the geometric civilization had already made preparations for preliminary experiments. They cut the square with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter into thousands of pieces and began preliminary research eagerly. They had all seen the information sent back by MONI before. If the thing hadn't been placed in front of them, no one would have dared to believe that such a magical and even counterintuitive energy could actually exist. Chapter 650 Magic Derivative Experiment and Quantum Data Consciousness.
Experiment number 67 on the derivation of magic power, its influence on living things, and its transformation. Begin.
In the Mother World, in the Biomodification and Genetic Engineering Research Laboratory, a large number of scientific researchers with extremely high attainments in biology and energetics gathered here, staring closely at the hundreds of carbon-based organisms locked in the energy shield. The number of experimental subjects is undoubtedly a bit scarce, but there is nothing that can be done about it. The specimens they have been allocated are very limited. Only 0.5 kilograms. Even if they are converted into pure energy, it is not enough. And it is expected to last for a long time. There will be no second batch of magic support within a certain period of time. In order to obtain this substance, the leaders of the geometric civilization spent a lot of money and paid 1,000 tons of Element 7, which is equivalent to the amount of mining and transformation for 200 years. If they hadn't found a new mineral source in a galaxy they conquered more than 10 years ago, the leaders might not be willing to make such heroic sacrifices. Fortunately, Mooney secretly delivered a large number of research reports obtained on Planet 1700 back in batches, allowing them to avoid many basic experiments and only need to continue research along this line of thinking. Naturally, what was conducted this time was the most important magic power derivation experiment. Only by deciphering the magic power manufacturing method can we conduct subsequent research.
Experimental subjects number 09 and 012 had a mutated limb reaction, and half of the cells in the body were eroded by magic. Experimental subjects number 027 and 031 had 3 times the amount of magic infused, severe stress reactions, and require emergency treatment. The brain waves of experiment number 041 and 052 are abnormally active, and the basic elements in the protective cover are moving in ways that do not conform to the laws of mechanics. It is recommended to conduct more in-depth testing. Hundreds of experiments were conducted almost at the same time, and these carbon-based organisms that were injected with magic soon began to change to varying degrees. For example, experimental subject number 047's physical strength has increased several times compared to before, even exceeding the limits of carbon-based organisms. There were 2 carbon-based creatures that were lucky enough to survive being injected with 10 times the magic power, and some of their bodies were energized, which greatly excited the geometricians. However, the backlash caused by such direct magic injection was also extremely serious. 90% of the hundreds of experimental subjects suffered damage at the cellular level. Their bodies could not withstand such a huge energy infusion. More than 10 of them received more than 5 times the amount of energy. The experimental subject injected with magic power was already dying in just a few atomic minutes. Fortunately, the biomodification technology of geometric civilization is very powerful. These diseases that are considered incurable by planet-level civilization are trivial under the treatment of atomic-level biomodification equipment. In the end, all the experimental subjects survived and were completed, carried out preliminary biological modification. The preliminary conclusion has been determined. The data provided by Mooney in the report is very accurate. Magic power can indeed transform carbon-based creatures into energy creatures. In addition, after killing some of the modified creatures, the magic power we detected, the total amount did not increase but decreased by a quarter. A spire-shaped researcher summarized. Dimension and Spacetime engineer Eddick carefully reviewed the reports of each experiment. With the assistance of atomic-level detection instruments, the internal changes in these creatures were recorded in detail. But the conclusion he came to was very surprising. The total amount of magic power has not increased but decreased? Ida was confused, because according to the information given by Mooney, the derivation of magic power should be related to the death of living creatures. Is the information wrong? Ada did not jump to conclusions easily, and immediately asked people to use quantum-level observation instruments to conduct a more detailed inspection of the corpses of these creatures. After some fiddling, things turned out just as he expected. The magic power did not disappear out of thin air, but was transformed. The sudden physical alienation and transformation at the cellular level of those experimental subjects require energy consumption. Of course, if this alone cannot hide from their detection, what is more important is that while the magic power invades the body cells and provides them with energy for division, it directly disguises and replaces some of the alienated limb cells, and also hides them from them. Rough inspection. The information conveyed by Mooney stated that magic, a strange energy source, can affect any element. But now they have discovered another even more amazing fact. That is, magic can be easily converted into other substances. Quick! Quick! Report this news, Ida said excitedly. With the preliminary research results, it means that they can get more magic samples. But before Ada could report it, a piece of news came over. While conducting magic research, another laboratory came up with a strange creature that existed in the soul state, and tested it from this thing. There were a lot of magic reactions. Ida took the report and looked at it for a few times, then said thoughtfully, "This is very similar to quantized data consciousness." The so-called quantized data consciousness is a technology of geometric civilization, which can upload one's own memory to the optical brain. According to the developer's vision, it is used in conjunction with energy transformation technology, and can achieve a certain sense of immortality. However, this technology was shelved due to its high difficulty and internal controversy. Now it seems that the growth and decline of magic power are likely to be related to the consciousness of intelligent creatures. Ada quickly realized this and hurriedly asked someone to get another batch of experimental subjects. He needed to confirm his conjecture. The preliminary research on magic power has been carried out for more than a month, with unremitting technical support. Ada once again made a major breakthrough. He found a way to convert soul into magic power. What makes Ida feel a little dissatisfied is that the entire transformation process will inevitably cause some losses, and the loss rate is about 25%. According to some energetic researchers, these lost magic powers entered the high-dimensional world in a quantum state when they were converted into microscopic particles, thus breaking away from their control. This kind of phenomenon has been encountered in the past,
when capturing other microscopic particles. But the current geometric civilization's research on dimensions is still at the initial stage, and there is no way to intercept it.
It seems that we can only use more primitive methods,
Ida said helplessly. But it's normal to think about it. Even the Magic Empire, which is far superior to them in dimensional technology, needs to rely on the method of Planet Wrench to achieve the derivation of magic power. They'd better not be too ambitious. Anyway, there are so many galaxies under the rule of geometric civilization. It is easy to set aside 180 as planet pastures. Chapter 651 Fake Science and Real Magic.
It's only been a little over a month. But have you achieved such results?
In the Eternal Star, Lin En is monitoring the research work of geometric civilization through magic power from a distance of hundreds of light years. In fact, this feeling is a bit weird, like watching a part of your body being played with and studied, especially when a group of geometry stars are standing around and gesticulating with great fanaticism. However, the speed of the other party's research progress was indeed beyond Lin En's expectation. He figured out the basic nature of magic power in a few days, and confirmed that the soul is the key factor in deriving magic power in just 1 month, and founded the method of transformation. As for now, the geometric civilization has begun the construction of planetary ranches. It is expected that the first batch of 30 planets will be transformed into pastures for cultivating magic power. If everything goes well, 70 more planets will be transformed. Only with to describe it. You have a lot of money. This is also the reason why Lin En didn't use the number 7 element to adjust the passage of time and stay on a planet to slowly accumulate strength. After all, it was too slow. Now the geometric civilization is equivalent to helping him work and expand his strength. Of course, while those geometric stars were conducting experiments, Lin was not idle, trying to guide and imprint the two concepts into the minds of these researchers. First, magic power can be manipulated directly through strong magnetic fields. Secondly, there will be considerable losses when converting magic power, part of which will be included in the quantum sea. These two concepts were deliberately made up by Lin, and were presented in the geometric star experiment, and he tried to get the other party to confirm that this was one of the characteristics of magic. It is not easy to create two fake features out of thin air. Although the essence of scientific research is a combination of rigorous logical reasoning and empirical observation, through a large number of experiments to summarize the rules. Lin En, who has almost absolute control over this part of the magic power, can artificially make the magic power show what he wants during the experiment. Desired form. But the technology of the geometric civilization is no joke. It is several levels ahead of them, and can achieve precise observations at the quantum level. Moreover, research on such important resources will inevitably be verified repeatedly. As long as any observation is inconsistent with the previous conclusion, the geometric civilization will become alert. You can imagine how difficult it is to go through thousands of experiments and subsequent magic application development without revealing any flaws. Fortunately, Lin En naturally has his own method, which is spell slots. This is the basis for wizards to cast spells conveniently. To a certain extent, it is also a rule. As long as the conditions are met, extremely complex spells can be released in an instant. Lin En added a card when the magic power was being restored and transformed, allowing part of the magic power to return to the quantum sea. In this way, no matter how many times the geometric civilization experimented, the results they obtained would not change at all. The so-called 25% loss is actually the tax paid to him. After all, under the eyes of the geometric civilization, Lin En cannot recover the magic power openly, and can only get back part of it through this method. Since it is ultra-distance transmission through the quantum sea, the geometric civilization does not have sufficient evidence to connect this situation with itself. As for why it is only 25% and not more, it is naturally because doing things requires a certain degree. If this ratio is too high, the geometric civilization will definitely study desperately how to prevent magic from entering the quantum sea. The possibility of exposure will be greatly increased.
It's time to go see him.
Lin En stood up. Since everything is normal at the geometry civilization, it's time to deal with another matter. Lin took one step and reached the moon hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, found an empty place, and released Og, the god of life and creation, bound by the electromagnetic barrier. After a month and a half of confinement, Og's expression remained as usual. Not anxious at all. For a god, a month is the blink of an eye. Lin En had not directly attacked him before, so Og knew that there was still room for discussion. However, someone's tough attitude also made the god of life and creation feel very bad, and he did not dare to put on airs like before and speak very sincerely.
Great gods from foreign lands. It seems that you have thought clearly. We have common interests, and cooperation is the best solution.
Lin En was noncommittal and interrupted directly.
Tell me, how many gods are there in the main world? How many worlds do they control? And what is the composition of the people? How many great gods are there like Harry? How many main gods are there?
Og hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to say it openly as a certificate of surrender. He was also a little worried that Lin would imprison him again if he disagreed with him again.
There are still 107 gods in the main world, including 8 great gods and 3 main gods.
This number was even higher before, but the failure of the last operation and the fall of Danex, the Lord of the Undead, and Diana, the moon god, caused the main world to lose 8 gods in succession. Lin nodded. This information was similar to what he saw in the remaining memories of the moon god Diana. It seemed that no new gods had been born in the past 1,000 years.
In that case, why did you betray the main world?
Lin En asked curiously. There are hundreds of gods, which is a very huge force.
Of course, it's for one's own benefit.
Og answered simply, without any concealment. Just as Lin En and others suspected, the entire main world is not monolithic. It is also divided into different divine systems. It has even been broken into a pot of porridge in several divine wars. And there is not much cohesion. Being able to unite this time is entirely due to the power of the Lord God and his desire to conquer the new world. However, after the great god Harriet led 5 gods into the universe and were destroyed, and the main god personally took action but was severely injured, many gods began to have their own little ideas. In recent months, the situation has been exacerbated by the fact that the Lord gods have joined forces but have been unable to destroy the black hole blocking the door to time and space. Some gods have clearly realized that their opponent this time is not the defenseless natives, but a dangerous and powerful enemy. Og naturally did not want to be used as cannon fodder. He knew very well that he lacked a backer. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to be sent to the moon god realm as a vanguard. The benefits of this war may not come to you, but you may very well become a victim of the war. However, Og did not intend to reveal his embarrassing situation, but said that now that the 3 main gods have united, he was only sent to inquire about the information. In a short time, the main world may launch a large-scale invasion. Chapter 652. There are 300 billion stars like this in this galaxy. Og's words did not frighten Lin. He also knew that a black hole alone could not keep the gods of the main world out forever. So they were also actively preparing for war during this period. Immediately afterwards, Lin asked the most important question.
What can you do for us?
Og's face condensed. He understood that now has reached the most critical moment. Status has always been determined by value.
I can serve as a bridge between you wizards and the gods of the main world. I think you are not willing to fight against hundreds of gods at the same time. Right,
Og said in a deep voice. He knew exactly what the Wizarding Council wanted. From the time when they voluntarily withdrew from the foreign land, and then when the black hole blocked the time and space passage. It can be seen that these wizards are definitely not as good as the main world in frontal combat. Otherwise, the war would have started long ago. How could they be so cowardly? Therefore, winning over allies has become the top priority. Of course, the premise of all this is that in the subsequent confrontation, the Magic Empire demonstrates sufficient strength. Otherwise, all the rhetoric will be in vain. Lin En nodded. When they first faced the threat from the main world, they had thought of this plan. To fight against each other. Ella also sent a crow over, pretending to be the apostle of the god of life and creation, and induced the Lord of the Dead to fight them to the death. In the end, he succeeded in drawing chestnuts from the fire, trapping both sides. In addition, they had no chance to fight with them. The rest of the gods who are neutral or can be won over to meet, can only shelve this idea for the time being. The emergence of this true god of life and creation is undoubtedly a new opportunity. Feeling that Lin's hostility was significantly reduced, Og also relaxed a little in his heart, and then talked about another very important thing. That is, reward. If you want to win over the gods of the main world, it is obviously impossible without benefits.
It's better to use the divine realm in exchange,
Lin En said with a smile.
How many worlds do you control?
Og couldn't wait to ask. This was also an important reason why he chose to rebel. According to the main god Morgos, this is a region larger than the main world, enough to give birth to several new main gods. Lin En did not answer directly, but pointed to the distance, the huge fireball standing in the void of the universe.
Is this the star of your world?
The god of life and creation turned around and glanced, not too surprised. The stars in the main world are much larger than this.
Not bad.
Lennon nodded, and then continued.
There are 300 billion stars like this in this galaxy.
3,000. Billions? Og almost wondered if he heard it wrong. Maybe it was 3,000? But as gods, it is impossible for high-dimensional life forms to mishear such low-level things.
In this void, every star point you can see is a star, and the number of planets will increase several times,
Lin said lightly. Og was so horrified that it was beyond words. Although he had expected it in advance, the vastness of the universe still exceeded the limit of his imagination. Although he was horrified, Og was not dazzled by the shocking news, but hurriedly asked,
Are there other gods in these planes?
No. Lin shook his head, but before Og could get excited, he spoke again.
But there are rules here. A god like you will most likely be arrested and studied once he leaves the star domain ruled by the council.
Og was dubious. There was no doubt about the power of God. He couldn't help but wonder if the other party was deceiving him.
Did you see those battleships?
Lin pointed to an experimental battleship flying over the moon.
Every battleship has the power to rival a lesser god. We have thousands of battleships like this.
Og immediately put away the contempt in his heart. He had seen it before in the moon god realm. A battleship against a god is a bit exaggerated. But when the number increases, it is indeed very difficult to deal with.
Then how much of this vast star field belongs to wizards? And what forces are there?
Og suddenly asked. Of course, Lin knew that the other party was measuring the strength of the Wizards' Council to judge whether to cooperate or find another one. So he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers.
Probably this is it.
The moment Lin finished speaking, countless dense light points appeared in the void. This was a galaxy that had shrunk billions of times, but still looked very vast. One of the starfields the size of a palm exuded a blue shimmer. This is not the star domain under the rule of the Magic Empire, but the territorial scope of geometric civilization.
It doesn't look too big,
Og said with a raised brow. The group of stars emitting blue light looked very small in the vast galaxy.
4,700 light years across. Flying from one end to the other at twice the speed of light. You will have to fly for more than 2,000 years,
Lin added, and explained to Og the meaning of the speed of light and light years. There are at least tens of millions of stars in this area. Even if the environment is suitable, only 1% or even 1,000th of the planets that can transform and develop life are still an astonishing number. Lin was reminding the other party that the wizard's strength far exceeded expectations. If he offended the council and wanted to escape secretly, he would have to fly for thousands of years to escape from this star field. Really have. Is it that big? Og's expression couldn't help but change, and he looked at the vast starry sky with no end in sight again. No matter how he expanded his perception, he couldn't sense the end.
Has the Lord God Moragos assigned you any other tasks?
Lin asked again.
There is nothing more than obtaining information about wizards,
Og said with twinkling eyes. A smile appeared on Lin's face.
In that case, during this period, why not let me give you a job?
Og's face darkened. In his opinion, he had told so much information about the main world that he should have handed in a letter of surrender.
In my opinion, the priesthood of life and creation should be very suitable for the transformation of the planet,
Lin said with conviction. Og nodded hesitantly, somewhat unsure of what the other party meant.
In the star field we rule, there are countless planets with suitable locations and sizes. The council currently lacks enough manpower to transform them. This is a waste of resources,
Lin said slowly. He spoke.
If you are interested, you might as well take over this job. For every 15 planets that are transformed, you can choose one as your own divine domain.
Chapter 653, Cooperation and the Idea of Becoming the Lord God.
You sure?
Lin's suggestion made Og a little unbelievable. This was the first time he heard that it was difficult to spare manpower to transform the divine realm because of the excessive number of planes. If we find an empty and suitable plane for development in the main world, I am afraid we will have to fight for the head. And it is not impossible to trigger a divine war. But isn't 15 to 1 too little? There was a bit of hesitation on Og's face. If you want to transform an empty plane into a paradise for life, the amount of work is not small. The most important thing is that Og is worried that after hundreds of years of hard work, if someone suddenly turns his back and refuses to recognize him, then his efforts will be in vain.
You only need to be responsible for the transformation of the star itself. We can provide complete biological transformation technology. There is about 7 times the time flow rate difference between the big universe and the main world. The Parliament can also use the power of dimensions to accelerate this process. It is impossible to calculate. How long has it been? It is estimated that it will only take a few months to complete the transformation of a divine domain.
Lin En said firmly. And he naturally knew what the other party was worried about. Og hesitated for a while. He did not think that these wizards could transform living beings better than himself, the god of life and creation. He had deep hopes for Lin En's suggestion of transforming a plane within a few months. Doubts? But in the end said nothing. Because this was an opportunity to test the other party's ability. If he really followed what Lin En said, he would only need to work hard for a few years to obtain a divine domain. There would be no risk in the whole process. And there would be no more cost-effective deal than this. You must know that after leaving the main world, his power has been greatly reduced. If the main god notices his betrayal, then the god's domain may be captured and all believers will die. Now if a new divine domain can be established in the big universe, it will undoubtedly have an extra layer of protection. What's more, there are so many undeveloped planes in the universe that there is no need to fight for them. But there is a lack of people to develop them. It is possible that he will be one step closer and even become the main god.
Of course, there is a prerequisite for our cooperation.
Lin suddenly interrupted Og's reverie.
What conditions?
Og paused.
I don't trust you. The god of another world,
Lin En said bluntly.
Ella, who wanted to cooperate with us last time, made an extremely stupid decision to open the time and space door between the two worlds. You have also seen the consequences.
Isn't that Ella? The new moon goddess? One of your people? Og was suddenly confused. According to the speculations of the gods in the main world, Ella's defection in the last war was probably a ploy. After all, the great god Harriet encountered an ambush when he led the 5 gods into the universe. These wizards had obviously planned it in advance. However, Og did not dare to refute Lin's remarks, and could only explain in words.
Now that the main artifact has been destroyed, if I want to open the space-time channel again, I will not do anything so stupid unless I sacrifice my life. I said, I don't trust you. Unless this possibility is completely eliminated, our cooperation may not be able to continue.
Lin En said forcefully.
I need to add a layer of protection to your godhead.
Og's face suddenly became very ugly. Godhead is the most important thing for a god. The so-called protection is actually adding a restriction. Usually this is only done when you are completely defeated in the battle between gods and humiliated to become a god. It also means that you will be controlled by others in the future, and the other party can kill you at the slightest thought.
It seems you have decided to choose another path.
Lin didn't wait for Og to think about the countermeasures. Seeing that the other party did not respond immediately, he raised his hand. The originally expanded electromagnetic barrier immediately began to shrink, and the surrounding space also appeared. Obvious curls.
Please wait a moment. Maybe we can talk again. Such as making a vow to never go back on it.
Lin En's moodiness and rapid change of face made Og very uncomfortable. He didn't understand why he was so angry for a second. They were still chatting happily. But the next second, it was time to differentiate between life and death.
You have 10 seconds to decide your fate.
Lin En held his right hand lightly, and a large number of antimatter elements emerged from the void, neatly arranged around under the constraints of the magnetic field. Feeling the threats from all sides, and the shrinking electromagnetic cage, Og's expression changed again and again. He had no doubt that if he said no, the other party would immediately kill him. But Og is still a little unwilling. After all, one of the purposes of his risk of leaving the main world is to escape the control of the main gods. But now it is obviously too late to regret, because his life is in the hands of the other party. 10 seconds passed quickly, and at the last second, when Lin was determined to take action, Og finally spoke.
The previous agreement must be changed. For every 10 planets that are transformed, I want one of them to be my divine domain.
The moment the voice fell, the antimatter elements that were constantly gathering around disappeared. Lin put down his hand and nodded lightly.
Can!
Lin En's attitude of agreeing instantly made Og wonder if what he wanted was too little. But now that he had let it out, he could no longer repent. So he had to hand over the godhead with a dark face. Lin En took the godhead and looked at it carefully. This is a fist-sized, shining strange substance, which is constantly transforming between flames and water flow, both of which are the source of life. You can vaguely see the shadows of many different creatures inside. Maybe this is it, a past creation of the god of life and creation. Although this was not the first time he saw the godhead, Lin En was still very interested in it. The methods for promotion of the gods in the main world are different from theirs. So Lin En has always been very curious about how the other party's godhood was condensed. Unfortunately, many gods died in his hands. But only the god of lies. He had actually obtained the godhead. But due to the situation at the time, he had no time to study it. So he had to destroy it. Og watched someone playing with his godhead with anxiety, his resentful eyes almost reaching the sky. Lennon didn't want to go too far, so he gave up the idea of research for the time being, added a formal prohibition, and used the priesthood of lies to do some secret tricks as insurance, and finally returned the godhead. Og hid the godhead immediately, then adjusted his mentality, and spoke straightforwardly.
According to what you said, there is a time gap several times between this star field and the main world. I don't think the three Lord Gods will come over in a short time. The work of transforming the plane can begin now.
Chapter 654. What we want is to create gods in batches. In the big universe. In the galaxy number 1732. After Lin En had a friendly conversation with Og, he took him to a planet in this galaxy.
Is this the plane?
Og stared down at the desolate continent under his feet. His eyes were filled with barren land, without any breath of life. He could still vaguely see the dry riverbed on the undulating landscape. It was probably here tens of thousands of years ago. It was once a big river. Judging from the area, it is probably a medium-sized plain.
Yes, it's right here.
Lin nodded. Planet 1732 is the most barren life star among the three galaxies compensated by the geometric civilization. It can't even talk about the word life, because there are not even microorganisms here. No. Fortunately, the location of this planet is good. Not far or close to the star. According to Lin's speculation, this place should have had an atmosphere, oceans, and even vegetation before. Perhaps it encountered some disaster by chance, causing a complete ecological imbalance, and finally turned into a Death Star. The difficulty of transforming this place is obviously much more difficult than that of Planet 1700. But Lin is not prepared to rely on the help of geometric civilization anymore, which will probably arouse the other party's suspicion. It just so happens that Og's arrival solves this problem for him.
How about it? Can it be done?
Lin asked. It's a bit troublesome, but that's about it. Og did not reply, but took a step forward, and powerful life and creative power emerged from his body. The next moment, an extremely bright light bloomed on this dark, dead planet. The loose and fragmented sand on the surface was completely decomposed under the shroud of light and disappeared without a trace. When the light swept across, the sunken basin turned into a vast ocean. High mountains rise above the earth. The vast desert has turned into a large oasis, and wide rivers pass through the mountains and forests and oases. Wherever the light goes, everything is a paradise. What a magical power. No matter how many times, Lin will still be surprised by the magic of magic. And the life and creation priesthood is more useful than he previously expected. Lin En, whose strength has been greatly improved, can naturally see at a glance that the mountains, seas and oases under his feet are not simply imitations of divine power, but real substances. In other words, Og turned soil into water, basins into mountains, and deserts into oases in an instant. It is worthy of the name of life and creation. Of course, there is nothing unscientific about this. The essence of everything is the same, and the transformation between elements is just the difference between multiple protons and neutrons. For a god, who can deeply control the microscopic realm and even control strong and weak nuclear forces, realizing the transformation of matter is not a big deal. However, if you want to complete such a large-scale transformation in a short period of time, the amount of divine power consumed is by no means a small amount. Og only transformed about 1/10 of the area before he stopped awkwardly. After resting for a while, he changed of place and started again. It took 3 months for the initial transformation of the planet to be completely completed, and Og was very tired. Obviously, he overestimated his own power. After leaving God's domain, transforming a desolate planet without external help was undoubtedly a hard job for Og. But Og knew very well that now was the time to show his value. So he tried his best and completed the initial planet transformation in just over 3 months. As a price, his divine power was almost exhausted. Without the support of the gods and believers, it would take a long time to recover.
The next step is the evolution of life.
Og turned to look at Lin. The transformation of a plane is only the most basic part of building a divine domain. The subsequent task of building an ecosystem is also very arduous. And most importantly, it takes a long time. A slightly simpler way is to migrate and replace the ethnic groups formed in other planes into the new world, and wait for them to slowly reproduce and increase the population. Some gods who are not good at transforming the divine realm usually choose this method, but the time is counted in thousands of years. Og naturally has his own methods that can greatly shorten this deadline, but he is even more curious about how Lin's bold words can be completed within a few months.
It's almost time.
Lin nodded and turned to look at the sky. A crack suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then expanded rapidly. Within the deep space-time gate, 35 ships, with a diameter of several kilometers, slowly sailed out and flew to various parts of the planet. While Og was undergoing planetary transformation, the Parliament was not idle either. Thanks to the Geometric Civilization's ecosphere technical information, it had already studied the plan for planetary transformation. Each battleship contains a group of organisms that evolved from Planet 1700. Their natural adaptability is extremely strong, and they can survive and reproduce quickly as long as they find a similar environment and throw it into it. At the same time, Lin also took out their secret weapon. After getting the more than 3,000 tons of element number 7 traded by the Geometric Civilization, the use of this thing became much more casual. The low-latitude expansion began soon, and the entire planet was enveloped by an invisible thin film material, slowly sinking into the quantum sea. Og was keenly aware of the changes in the outside world. The light brought by the star had completely disappeared from the planet. Is it some kind of magic to manipulate time and space? Og secretly thought that in the last war, gods such as thunder, fire, and space fell here one after another. It is very likely that the godhood and priesthood were obtained by the other party. It is not surprising to obtain the corresponding priesthood. While Og was guessing, he turned his attention to the biological communities sent to various parts of the world by the warships. After a while, he noticed the weirdness of these creatures. Their intelligence is not weak, but their reproduction and iteration speed is very fast. It often only takes 3 or 4 months from birth to death. In less than 2 years, they expanded from small groups occupying the corners of the planet to the entire hilly forest and plains, with the population increasing hundreds of times. Og raised his eyebrows. This is not a good thing. The rapidly expanding biological community will consume all the resources in this area in a very short period of time, and then rapidly decline. Fast iteration also means that it is easy for ecological imbalances to occur, such as too many or too few predators, causing a chain reaction that breaks the originally stable ecosystem. But what Og didn't expect was that dozens of modified creatures were dropped by the Council to maintain an almost extreme ecological balance.
Here we go!
Just when Og was surprised, Lin's voice suddenly sounded. What started? Og was a little confused at first, and then his expression became extremely solemn, as if he sensed something. What is about to begin is the ceremony of becoming a god. Chapter 655, Herib, the god of physics? On planet 1732. On a vast and individually divided plain, 35 huge and peculiar interstellar battleships were docked in a temporarily transformed station. This is the Ecological Research Institute established by the Parliament on this planet. The internal facilities and layout are basically copied from the Biological and Genetic Research Laboratory of the Geometric Civilization on planet 1700. During the more than 10 years they stayed there, the Torio and others were not only improving their strength, but more importantly, learning and deciphering the ecosystem technology of geometric civilization. For example, their atomic level detectors and microbiological transformation machines. After obtaining the samples, hundreds of alchemy masters worked for several years to successfully create imitations, which became the largest model for them to independently complete the transformation of the planet. Rely, seeing that the entire world's ecological circle has become more balanced, Herib knew that the time had come.
Have our arrangements been checked?
Herib did not dare to be careless when it came to promotion.
It has been tested already. There should be no problem,
the Torio said cautiously and with a hint of expectation. In the past half year, in addition to using interstellar battleships to release biota in various areas of the entire planet, they have also established 360 magic base stations, evenly distributed throughout the planet. Herib nodded, and immediately stood in the center of the alchemy circle. With the help of the magic network, he began to communicate with the magic base stations scattered everywhere, and then expanded his own domain. With each magic base station as the center of the circle, huge magic power quickly emerges in all directions, targeting the entire world. The power of the Parliament is now different from that of the past. With the experience provided by Lin Un's precedent, Herib does not need to encroach step by step. He can completely bring the entire planet under control in one go and try to directly attack the medium divine power. It's just that this process is very long. It will take several years to transform a planet with a mass of more than 40 trillion tons under your feet into a divine domain.
It seems that in the near future, there will be another god among you,
Og said with envy. As soon as you are promoted, you can enjoy a medium-level divine realm. This is not a perk that everyone can enjoy.
It's us,
Lin corrected, and then asked with interest how the gods in the main world were promoted. Og hesitated for a moment, and then spoke truthfully. As one of the newly rising gods, Og's knowledge of the development process of the main world is very limited. He only knows that it was once just an ordinary plane in the endless void. Then a group of seekers were born, those who control destiny, and began to learn and control magic. They were the first gods, and after that there was a melee among the gods. However, since the division of priesthood has been completed, no new gods have been born in the past thousands of years. Lin nodded. It seems that the development of the main world is somewhat similar to that of the Eternal Star. It also involves mastering magic, researching magic, monopolizing beliefs, and fighting among the gods. If there were no interference from aliens, and no coveting from the main world, the Eternal Star might eventually develop to a stage where gods rule the galaxy, and even expand outward.
What kind of god is he planning to become? Flame, disaster, sky, order, undead?
Og asked curiously. Thunder in space should be unlikely. A newborn god with such powerful rules would easily suffer backlash.
Maybe it's physics,
Lin said briefly. The god power he was making contained a lot of physics knowledge. As for whether it could be condensed into this priesthood, it was unknown. Og was frowning and thinking about what this physics was.
Physics means grasping the inner laws of things,
Lin explained.
This is a bit like the priesthood of knowledge.
Og raised his eyebrows, and at the same time felt a little strange that the other party could feel relieved after handing over such an important priesthood. Aren't you worried that this new god will steal his faith from him after he becomes stronger?
We have no faith, and we don't need believers.
Lin saw Og's confusion and said bluntly.
If you don't have believers and don't have enough faith, how can you become gods?
Og's mind became a little confused, and he asked in disbelief.
Who said there is no second way to become a god?
Lin said with a smile.
According to the universe, we are considered a kind of high-dimensional creature.
Og was very aware that there were considerable differences between different worlds. But it still took 10 minutes to absorb this information, because the information contained in it was too great. The Wizards' Council ruled an extremely vast star field and mastered an alternative method of becoming a god. If given enough time, he simply could not imagine that one of these wizards would be born. How many gods? However, time is the most important factor. If the main world breaks through the black hole blockade before then no matter how strong the potential is, it will be useless.
You must have applied some kind of time and space spell outside this plane. Right?
Og asked solemnly.
Yes. 10 seconds here are equivalent to 1 second in the universe,
Lin responded casually. Since Og was brought in, it was impossible to hide this information. The 10-fold difference in flow speed made Og somewhat stunned. If we also include the 7-fold difference in flow speed between the big universe and the main world, that's 70 times. Og suddenly understood why the information they received about these wizards did not correspond to the facts every time. With such a difference in time flow, anything could happen. At this moment, Lin was sensing Harab's promotion. Seeing that the other party did not need his help, he continued to build the magic in his mind. A few years is a long time for mortals, but it is a blink of an eye for gods. Lin, who has nothing to do for the time being, can only use this to pass the time. He only needs to watch the god of life and creation do not just run around and disturb the research of Vittorio and others. Og on the side saw that Lin had no intention of moving and did not dare to act on his own. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Harab's divine domain had expanded to this point. As a high-dimensional life form, he can naturally see that the fragmented Harab is being put back together bit by bit. This time is about 8 years. I'm so envious. Og secretly lamented that if it were in the main world, whether it was the promotion of gods or the condensation of priesthood, complete protection must be done. Otherwise, a more powerful god might snatch the priesthood and annihilate the soul. Chapter 656 The Second Star God of the Council. There is no accurate concept of time in the endless quantum sea. It may have been 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Lin, who closed his eyes and meditated on improving his magic, opened his eyes again. What appeared in front of them was a dense green forest, with towering giant trees blocking the sky. Winding streams passed through below. Surrounding them were countless large and small trees, floating freely in the air, with sharp peaks. A strange creature with pointed ears, probably similar to a goblin. A few tens of meters away, a big hunt was going on. Dozens of powerful beasts were galloping in the dense forest, preparing to kill a group of sharks. In the rapid stream, agile fish twisted their bodies and jumped out of the water to hide, survive predator attacks. In just 8 or 9 years, Planet 1732, which was originally empty and dead, was transformed into a scene of everything competing and full of vitality. Lin En and Og were suspended in the sky above the dense forest. They were very conspicuous but did not attract the attention of any living beings. They were like illusory shadows. Occasionally, a few fairy-like creatures flew by and even chased them from the body. Go right through.
It's so fast.
Although he had expected it, Og was still very surprised when he saw the changes in the entire planet in just a few years after waking up. In the past few years, Og has not been idle. Although he can't do anything under Lin's guarding, he can take advantage of these times to restore his previously severely depleted divine power. They are now awakening together because the ascension ceremony is about to be completed, and it has reached the most critical moment to consolidate the priesthood. In the sky, Herev's broken and twisted body was completely put back together, which meant that he successfully passed the most difficult level and was not dazzled by the endless details brought by the quantum and high-dimensional realms. The next moment, all the creatures on the planet felt a sense of trembling rising from the bottom of their hearts, and they all looked up to the sky. In the blue sky, strong elemental power is constantly surging like a whirlpool, and various strange scenes can be vaguely seen in the blooming light and shadow. Spheres of different sizes fell from the sky at the same time, and a lever stood on the scale, swinging up and down on both sides. Lin En could tell at a glance that they were free fall. Lever principle, resistance and friction. Finally, you can even see the movement of the galaxy. These are undoubtedly classical laws of physics. At this moment, Lin En was keenly aware that there seemed to be some changes in the Olympian godhead. He seemed to have lost something, but he had gained another part of new power. Within the godhead, the laws of mechanics glowed and became extremely active. While Lin En was pondering, the strange noises in the sky began to gradually disappear, and the terrifying sense of oppression that enveloped the entire planet slowly subsided.
Let's go!
Lin had already sensed Herev's arrival, but the location was not here. Og also nodded with interest. He took one step and followed Lin to the place where the ascension ceremony began. Herev's figure emerged from the virtual reality in the center of the alchemy circle, looking extremely excited. Legend and Star God are two completely different realms. Now he can see the truth of the world with his eyes.
Congratulations, Speaker Herev.
Anthony and others on the side looked at Herev with great envy. Taking this step was the difference between heaven and earth. They just didn't know whether they would be so smooth in the future. Lin En also stepped forward to congratulate Herev, and then asked about the details of this promotion, especially the priesthood issue, and whether he would obtain the physical priesthood as they had expected.
No, I am just the god of mechanics now.
Herev shook his head and said with regret, Is it just a branch of physics? Lin En raised his eyebrows. It seemed that obtaining the priesthood was not as simple as he thought. Og was not surprised, because according to Lin's explanation of this so-called physical priesthood, the scope was so large that it could support a main god. How could a new god control such a powerful priesthood?
It's already great to get the priesthood of mechanics,
Lin En said with relief. Mechanics covers a wide range of areas and is an extremely important subject in physics. From the movement of elements to the movement of celestial bodies, everything is in mechanics. Within the scope of the research, there should be no problem in using this priesthood alone to advance to great power in the future. Herev also quickly adjusted his mentality. He knew very well that his abilities were limited. When he was learning the Godhead through cohesion, it was almost beyond his control. And in the past 8 years, although he relied on the magic network, the magic base stations laid all over the place, and the death of intelligent creatures on this planet to break through to the divine realm, he is still a weak god for the time being. He needs to wait until he is fully familiar with the priesthood and controls the entire planet. Only by deepening the divine realm into the core of the earth can one be promoted again. In addition, among the several speakers who also stayed in planet 1732, 2 have already completed a breakthrough in this small realm and became the legendary wizards of the 9 rings. None other than Aurora and Vittorio. But now, among the 3 galaxies nominally owned by the Parliament, there is only one life star left.
I should be next. Right,
Aurora said impatiently. She completed the promotion before Vittorio. According to the rules set before, the last star of life should be reserved for herself. Vittorio opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only sigh. He was clearly the first to be promoted to the 8th ring legendary wizard. But Herev and Aurora actually surpassed him in the promotion to the 9th ring. The rules had been set before, and Vittorio didn't want to go back on his words. He could only comfort himself secretly in his heart. There were still many planets in the 3 galaxies, but their orbital positions were different. Life could not be born naturally, and it was not completely incapable of action. God's domain. The only difference is that it may be a little more troublesome to maintain in the future.
Speaker Herav, you and Og will be responsible for presiding over the next promotion ceremony.
Lin took out a ball of element number 7 and handed it to Herav. He was not prepared to spend all his time here. As long as it is a god, it can unfold the low-dimensional expansion of element number 7. Not to mention that mechanics also involves dimensions and space-time. So there should be no problem in maintaining its movement in the quantum sea.
I think you have recovered after such a long time. Right. Your Majesty, Og?
Lin turned his head and said with a smile. Og's face became strange. And then he realized that the 8 years of free time and relationships were deliberately reserved for himself. Chapter 657, Methods of Entering the Main World and Material Transformation. He had just recovered and had to continue working. Og was not dissatisfied. On the contrary, the strength displayed by the Council this time was far beyond his expectations. Whether it was the dimensional magic that controlled the flow of time or the amazing biological transformation technology, it was all in some way. This level proves that the Parliament does have the power to compete with the main world. What's more, he has been promised that for every 10 divine realms built, he can get one of them as a reward.
According to your prediction, how long will it take for those main gods to invade this universe?
Lin suddenly asked.
I'm afraid it's hard to say.
Og hesitated. In fact, he didn't know that the 3 main gods had spent several months trying to completely destroy the huge source of gravity blocking the gate of time and space. But this time their plan to send themselves to break through the blockade of the source of gravity was successful. Og was not sure whether the main god Morgos had tampered with the main artifact, or whether he could sense the status of this thing. If it can't, then the universe will be safe for a long time. But if it can, once it realizes that this thing has been destroyed, the main god Morgos will definitely be angry, and may continue to send other gods to enter, or use some other method to break through the limitations of the gravitational source. Og knew very well that Lord God Morgos was by no means an easy guy to deal with, and he preferred the latter.
If you want to be sure, I can provide a channel to enter the main world,
Og said hesitantly.
Do you have other ways to enter the main world?
Og's words made Lin extremely surprised. Although the black hole covering the space-time door was the best means of protection, it also caused them to lose a safe way to go to the main world. Channels. What's more, there are probably a bunch of gods guarding the other end of the space-time gate. Breaking through from there is simply a recipe for death. Og nodded. Since he dared to take the initiative to invite Ing, he was naturally well prepared. After receiving the call, he placed an artifact in the main world. It contained his split soul, and could serve as a link between the 2 worlds. Coordinate. This is the second bargaining chip in his hand, and it is also a way out. If the situation is extremely unfavorable, as long as he is not killed on the spot and waits patiently for the opportunity, after he is out of control, he can return to the main place without resorting to external force. World. I had been hiding it before. On the one hand, I didn't trust these wizards. On the other hand, I was watching whether the power possessed by the Council was worth the heavy bet.
Very good. This will help us a lot,
Lin said with a smile, and there was a hint of intimacy in his words. And he promised to wait until Og helped Aurora and Vittorio complete the Ascension ceremony. After that, a planet will be divided as his divine domain, and it will not be included in the previous agreement. As for entering the main world, Lin was not too anxious. Firstly, they might fall into a trap. And secondly, they need to be well prepared. After receiving Lin's promise, Og was naturally overjoyed. A god without the blessing of a divine domain is like a lost dog. It is easy to perish in battles. Therefore, it is natural to rebuild the divine domain as quickly as possible. No god can have too many of these things. After some discussion, Aurora's transformation of the planet was scheduled for 2 years. Herav, who had just been promoted, still needed some time to become familiar with his power. Of course, these 2 years are 2 years here, which is 2.5 months in terms of the time of the big universe. The rest of the legendary wizards, Anthony and others, who are still in the 8th ring, are also working hard, hoping to be promoted as quickly as possible and become the 5th and 6th star gods of the Council. Even some great wizards feel a lot of pressure. With Herav's breakthrough, only star gods may be able to hold the position of speaker in the future, and the lower limit for members will be raised to the level of legendary wizards. If they don't want their status to reduce it, the breakthrough must be completed as soon as possible. 2 years is not a long time. It passed in the blink of an eye. Planet number 1732, which entered the quantum sea, returned to the galaxy. Herav and others barely stayed for a moment before teleporting through the wormhole to another galaxy to help Aurora complete the ascension ceremony. According to this method of new members being promoted later, and the rest accelerating their training, it won't be long before the council will be able to have more than a dozen star gods. But Lin En knows that the resources in their hands are not as abundant as imagined. It takes about 1,000 tons of element 7 to create a godhead. In other words, it is only enough for 3 people to complete the promotion. This is why Lin promised Og to give him a planet in advance as a divine domain. Because of this, Lin did not go with Hera to transform the next planet, but continued to focus on the geometric civilization. They stayed in the Quantum Sea for another 10 years, which would be 10 months in the universe, if calculated from the day of the transaction. More than a year had passed. At the speed of scientific research of geometric civilization, the research on magic power has probably made considerable progress. Moreover, their actions on planet 1732 this time were not deliberately concealed, which is bound to cause some shock within the geometric civilization, just as Lin En expected. Although the geometric civilization handed over control of the 3 galaxies, it did not relax its surveillance here at all. So when Lin En, Og and others arrived, they paid attention to the situation here. The observers also reported immediately that they had discovered the second high-dimensional life form of the Magic Empire. This has undoubtedly aroused the great attention of the leaders of the Circle. Since the last war, only Lin, a high-dimensional life form, has appeared in the Magic Empire. Many geometry people have speculated that this may be related to previous anomalies and black holes. In just a few months, Og built a desolate planet into a paradise on Earth, which shocked the Yuanpan leaders who watched the images.
They just completed the conversion of matter without the help of any instruments.
Researcher Ida stared at the image, not daring to miss the slightest detail. After the light from that high-dimensional life form swept across its body, the wasteland turned into a river, the basin turned into an ocean, and the desert turned into an oasis. Of course, it can be done with the technology of the home planet, but the process is very complicated, and such a large-scale transformation will definitely take tens to hundreds of years.
Magic! Magic!
The Supreme Leader's whole body shone with excitement. He understood that all this was probably because of the magic of magic, and immediately asked Eda and others about the current status of their research on magic. Ada did not disappoint the leaders. With the tilt of the entire civilization's resources, they have successfully found a way to transform carbon-based life forms into energy life forms. Chapter 658, Geometric Civilization of Technological Explosion. Researcher Ada proudly showed his research results to a group of geometry stars. A giant owl beast locked in an energy shield. This is a native amphibious creature of the home planet. Because of its good meat quality, it has been cultivated on many planets. There are many of them, and the leaders present have naturally seen them. But now this owl beast is different. Its whole body is azure, and its body shape is constantly flowing like water waves. Ada stretched out a segmented limb from his body, tapped the void, and a light screen appeared. On it were the various data of this energy-formed owl beast, which could only be described as ridiculously high.
We found that after the energy transformation of the owl beast, it showed extraordinary physical functions, and its intelligence was greatly improved. It can completely retain its own memory and thinking ability, and can even rely on training and allows it to master the ability to use electromagnetic waves to transmit messages. And it also has a unique ability, which is to control elements within a certain range.
As he spoke, Ada used some simple instructions to direct the owl beast trapped in the energy shield to demonstrate his abilities to the disk leaders. In fact, this experiment had been successful before. Just to get more funds, Ada did not rush to report it as soon as possible, but spent 50 atom hours on doing a lot of basic training on it.
No matter from any aspect, the life level of energy organisms is much higher than that of carbon-based organisms. This is a practical path of evolution,
Ada said impassionedly. The Yuanpan leaders present were very excited. If Ada had not concealed the data, then this energy biological transformation would be perfect, and it could transform back and forth between energy and material states at will. This energy called magic is simply like the original particle of the universe.
Can you tell me how long its lifespan is?
A ring-shaped leader asked quickly.
A conservative estimate is more than 10,000 years,
Ada said with great confidence. 1,000 years. Ada's answer shocked all the geometry stars in the conference hall. Lifespan is a difficulty that troubles every living thing. Although after entering the interstellar age and undergoing physical transformation, the lifespan of geometry people has been greatly improved. Depending on the level of technology, it is around 500 to 1,000 years. But obviously no one will dislike their lifespan being too long, especially leaders who hold power.
Have you conducted ethnic experiments? What is the success rate? Are there any other side effects?
Another Yuanpan leader asked eagerly. His lifespan is coming to an end. So he is also the most enthusiastic about energy transformation. Can't wait to start right away. Ida immediately said that the success rate is only about 70% for the time being. But as long as he continues to improve it, he is sure to increase this probability to 100%. As soon as these words came out, the geometric stars in the conference hall suddenly fell into an almost fanatical state. As early as hundreds of years ago, the geometric civilization had carried out similar energy transformation technology. However, during the experiment, it encountered many problems, and the success rate was extremely low. So it was temporarily shelved. This time Ida's ability to achieve significant results so quickly is also due to these recently released research materials. And the good news is not limited to this. Researchers who are conducting research on ecosystems and weapons have also reported their breakthroughs in magic research. The first is the magic derivative plan that has always been listed as the most important project of geometric civilization and has received the most resources. They have established ranches on more than 30 living planets as experimental sites. Everything seems to be going well so far. However, because the geometric civilization lacks the dimension manipulation technology like the Magic Empire, it will take several years to see the results. Fortunately, as an alternative, the simultaneously implemented plan to cultivate magical creatures in the breeding cabin has also achieved a breakthrough. Now it has implemented industrial cultivation, breeding and killing, and finally extracted the magic power, which can greatly speed up the acquisition of special energy such as magic power. The last thing is about the development of weapons. Since magic can affect dimensions, it is natural to use magic to develop and improve artificial black hole technology, greatly reducing the difficulty of manufacturing collapse cores, normalizing such cutting-edge weapons that originally took 10 years to create, and even using this to develop more powerful weapons. Dimensional weapons. Although most of the many disruptive technologies developed based on magic are just signs, the potential revealed is already shocking enough. Amidst the calls to increase investment in research resources and start human experiments as soon as possible, some leaders noticed something was wrong. The Magic Empire handed over magic power to them so easily, and did not stop or interfere with the experiments in any way. It's really strange. Judging from previous contacts, this is by no means a civilization that advocates the concepts of absolute peace and absolute goodwill. However, the objections of some people are of no consequence at all. On the one hand, there are random conjectures, and on the other hand, there are real technological advances. Everyone knows how to choose. If we are hesitant because of some concerns, then there is no need for science to develop. Lin En, who was hundreds of light years away, was watching the discussion in the conference hall through the perspective of the energized owl beast. It has to be said that the situation here is better than he had expected. In just over a year, the geometry civilization has mastered the most important technologies of magic power derivation and carbon-based biological energy transformation. And its methods are better than theirs. Much more ruthless. The Congress has made the planet rancher focus on survival of the fittest, relying on racial reproduction and natural selection to determine life and death. For the creatures on the planet, it can be considered a complete life. Moreover, the wisdom of the fourth level is not enough to form a thinking ghost after death, but is a scattered fragment of consciousness. If left alone, it will soon return to nature, and it is this part of the energy that they convert. But Lin must also admit that this kind of industrial breeding is very efficient. It is like being tied up in small cages and eating, sleeping, and eating until the slaughtered cattle and sheep are fattened in the industrial ranch of the previous life. Lin En is also very interested in the artificial black hole modification technology being carried out by geometric civilization. If this thing can really be mass-produced, it will be much easier to deal with the gods of the main world in the future. If you open a door, hundreds of man-made black holes will blast directly through it, and most of the gods connected to their divine realm will be torn apart. Chapter 659 Snake Swallowing Elephant Controls the Geometric Galaxy.
Experiment number 513 can begin.
In the big universe, Galaxy 0600. In a cutting-edge scientific research laboratory, hundreds of geometric aliens were restrained in a huge instrument, with the impact of terrifying energy from all directions. Their bodies were directly shattered into a ball, discrete elementary particles. Immediately afterwards, thousands of mechanical limbs extended out from all directions. These scattered particles reunited under the inexplicable force, and finally transformed into long and colorful creatures. But there were also some instruments, empty and empty. It had clearly failed in the final stages of reorganization. Researcher Ida was about to let people record the research data this time. when the door of the research room was opened heavily. The person who suddenly broke in was the disc leader, Gerda. The moment he entered the door, he asked eagerly,
"What is the success rate of the experiment now?" "The success rate has increased to about 85%. If you give me some more time, at most 2 years, no, 1 year, I will be sure to increase this probability to more than 95%.
Researcher Ita said firmly. However, the disc leader, Gerda, was not prepared to give him this time.
85%. That's enough.
Gerda couldn't wait that long anymore. His lifespan had already reached its limit. In order to continue his existence, he had undergone physical transformation more than 70 times, and he had to live for another 2,700 years. All functions have been weakened to the extreme, and side effects such as limb imbalance and trance have even occurred. According to the calculations of the optical brain, he still has up to 20 atomic hours left. Because of this, after attending the meeting, he anxiously found Ada, started human experiments directly, and did his best to provide the other party with all the resources he needed. Of course, these experimental subjects were not captured by force, because there was no need for force or coercion. There were more than 200 billion geometric aliens in the vast star field he controlled. There are many adventurists here, as well as geometric aliens, who want to continue their lifespan, but want to continue it. They can pull out a lot of experimental subjects at will. The reason why the scale of the experiment is limited is simply because the reserve of magic power is limited. In just a few months, they have tried countless methods, and this is the one with the highest success rate so far. Gerda knows very well that it is difficult for energy transformation technology to make major progress in a short period of time, and he can't wait any longer. 85% is completely worthy of a gamble.
I will finally give you 10 atomic hours to prepare. Try your best to ensure that this energy transformation is completed no matter what the cost,
Gerda said decisively. All around, the guards guarding the laboratory pointed their weapons at the researchers, and their meaning was very obvious. At the moment when his life was about to come to an end, Gerda could no longer care about anything else but to stimulate the potential of researchers in this way. Ada suddenly felt a lot of pressure and vaguely regretted that he had rashly accepted the funding from the Yuanpan leader. But at this point, he could only bite the bullet and instruct the other researchers to adjust the data to see if the plan could be optimized again. 10 hours later, the disc leader, Gerda, accepted the magical transformation as promised, and then stepped into the instrument. Ada and others were extremely nervous. When they clicked to confirm, their hearts were already raised. On the throat, the terrifying energy beam bombarded down from the top of the instrument. Almost instantly, the leader, Gerda's body was submerged in the energy impact, and the flesh disintegrated layer by layer until it completely disappeared in place. It was an unspeakable pain, but it was nothing to Gerda, because it was the hope of life. Ita and other researchers stared at the data displayed on the light screen, not daring to relax at all. They all knew that if the experiment failed, they would probably be buried with it. At the same time, Gerda has been immersed in the endless sea of consciousness. This is an extremely strange experience, a bit like the feeling of connecting thinking, memory and light brain. And there is a chaotic darkness in the sea of consciousness, with countless tiny lights flashing constantly. These are all the memory fragments of Gerda. Among them, there was a ray of light that was the brightest. It attracted Gerda's attention the moment it appeared, but he soon realized something was wrong. This ray of light vaguely reflected a figure.
"Why did you appear here?"
Gerda said in horror, and she recognized it at a glance. This was Lin, the interstellar governor of the Magic Empire.
"No, it should be said that you appeared in my territory,"
Lin retorted with a smile. "This place is part of the magic network. It just connects the other party's sea of consciousness and manifests it." Gerda's illusory figure shook violently. The moment he saw Lin, he already realized that this was a trap. The other party handed over the magic power to them so easily and agreed to the transaction request, probably just for this moment. Gerda was so frightened that he wanted to send an electromagnetic wave message. But this was the magic network, the world of consciousness, and all his actions were meaningless. Lennon didn't waste any time, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and chains poured out from all directions. Outside, in the scientific research laboratory, Ita and other researchers stared closely at the huge instruments in front of them. But they still didn't see Gerda's body being reorganized, and they suddenly became anxious.
"Could it be data failure?"
A researcher couldn't help but said. Ada's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. There was a 15% chance that he would not be so unlucky. Just when more than 100 guards surrounded it, a new change finally occurred inside the instrument. A ring-shaped sound and shadow appeared inside, which was exactly the shape of Gerda.
Success! Success!
Ida said extremely excitedly, and immediately controlled the instrument and opened the protective cover. The other researchers also breathed a sigh of relief and let go of their worries.
Master Gerda, how are you feeling? Do you need a physical examination? Or are you ready to take a rest first?
The assistant on the side immediately stepped forward and asked thoughtfully.
No, I feel very good. Very good.
Gerda walked out of the instrument with a happy look on her face. She refused directly and continued to speak to her assistant's suggestion.
Immediately report this good news to the DISC Council and continue to increase investment in my research. I dare say that this technology will definitely become the most important foundation for us to move towards high-dimensional civilization.
Chapter 660, The God of Optics, and the Transformation of the Eternal Star.
Very good. Everything seems to be going well.
In the big universe, inside the Eternal Star, Lin withdrew his sight that was hundreds of light years away, and there was a smile on his lips. After several years of planning, continuous deception, and even taking risks to hand over the magic power, now I finally have something to gain. In fact, in Lin's view, the threat of geometric civilization is actually no smaller than that of the main world, and may even be much greater. After all, the scope of the opponent's influence is too large, ruling tens of millions of star systems. It is definitely not something they can do to defeat such a behemoth head-on. So Lin knew very well that once the lies of the wizards in the parliament were exposed, they would need to face a more difficult war with nowhere to hide. The massive resources, powerful technology, and terrifying production capabilities of the geometric civilization are enough to crush them to death. Lin and even believed that if the geometric civilization went into full-scale war with the main world, it would be able to gain a considerable advantage. In small-scale battles, the gods of the main world may have the absolute upper hand. But with the despairingly vast territory of geometric civilization, it is completely possible to trade space for time. As long as the geometry researchers successfully decipher the characteristics of magic, they will be able to reverse the situation of the war. This is also the greatest advantage of technological civilization. Of course, its flaw is also obvious. That is, the individual strength is pitifully weak. Even after deep genetic modification, it cannot resist the power of the magic network at the soul level. Because of this, Lin will target those controllers of geometric civilization, the disc leaders. Start directly from the top and swallow the elephant with the snake. This is undoubtedly a crazy and feasible plan, because although the geometric civilization is a powerful civilization that has reached the 6th level, and it has a parliamentary system on the surface, in fact the people in power are not elected. Judging from the information extracted from the minds of the geometricians he killed, every geometrician has already decided whether it will be a soldier, captain, scientific researcher, or leader the moment it is produced. With enough achievements, one can jump to a higher level. Coupled with the long lifespan of the geometric planet people, this class nature has been solidified again. As leaders, the disc leaders have almost absolute rights in each star field. As long as you control them, you are equivalent to controlling the entire geometric civilization. So after learning that the geometric civilization wanted to achieve energy ascension and advance to a high-dimensional civilization, Lenin followed the trend and made a plan. The method that researcher Ada was able to improve the energy ascension so easily was also thanks to Lin's help that he had such a high success rate. Of course, all the geometric stars who were promoted through this method are pseudo-legends. In addition, without systematic magic learning, if you randomly pick a speaker in the parliament, you can easily defeat dozens of them. The next thing to do is to let the controlled, Gerda, publicize the benefits of becoming an energy life form, and continue to optimize the experiment, so that more Yuanpan leaders who are approaching their life expectancy can put down their worries. This will obviously take some time to wait. While Lin was planning how to turn the huge threat of geometric civilization into help, the development of Eternal Star has also reached a new level. First of all, a real spaceport has been established in the orbit of the planet. Ship repairs no longer need to be docked in the planet. There is also a giant energy extractor that surrounds the entire star, which can continuously absorb the energy overflowing from the star. The energy collected and used to supply the spacecraft gradually looked like an interstellar civilization. These technologies were undoubtedly copied from the geometric civilization. Now that he controlled a disc leader, Lin was able to package and send all the opponent's basic technologies through Gerda. In addition, relying on the impact of the last fall of Ella, the parliament completely cleared away the remnants of the church and the empire, and completely eliminated the believers of the moon god from the kingdom. The basic education that had been implemented before was also very effective. More than 1 million apprentices graduate every year and join the kingdom's construction boom. Magic-based stations are also being established in various places. The next step is to implement all wizards. The resources currently owned by the Parliament are enough to accomplish this feat. Some members even propose to directly engage in energy ascension, like the geometric civilization. By then, everyone all are legends. However, Lin En knew that the current citizens of the kingdom were far from being mentally prepared for this. In fact, the sudden changes in the past 2 decades have had a huge psychological impact on them, and they were not willing to accept such changes in a short period of time. Not an easy task. Lin En also had a plan for this, and the only solution was to use time to make up for it. After Goethe transmits the technology and obtains more elements 7, Lin will venture into the depths of the quantum sea, increase the flow rate difference of time to more than 30 times, and then use 5 complete transformation in 10 years. While Lin was planning, a visitor stepped onto the top floor of the tower. It was Herav.
It seems that Speaker Aurora has been promoted? This is faster than I thought.
Lin En's face immediately showed a slight smile. At this time yesterday, he felt something, because there were some changes in the Godhead, but he couldn't be 100% sure.
I just don't know what the priesthood is.
Lin En asked curiously.
It's light, or it can also be called the god of optics.
Herav answered. Lin En nodded. This is a good priesthood. It will be released in the form of light. It belongs to the same category of physics as the mechanics priesthood and has extremely high potential. After all, the photon is a gauge boson and an elementary particle in the standard model, and most of the energy released is in the form of light.
Now Aurora has taken the god of life and creation to help Speaker Vittorio be promoted, so I have some free time.
Herav raised his eyebrows, and then took out a microscopic. The triangular box spoke again.
That OG asked me to bring this, saying it can open a passage to the main world, but there is only one chance.
Lin En carefully took the triangular box over. After sensing it, he immediately understood in his heart that the function was just as Herav said. But the energy was limited. There was only one chance, and it could only allow a god to carry part of the power. Pass. Chapter 661, we can use black holes as bows and neutron stars as arrows.
When do you plan to take action, and who will you send to carry out this task?
Herav asked with a hint of worry. Exploring the main world is definitely a dangerous job. Once discovered and caught, it may be difficult to even think about death. And according to Og, when opening the space-time door, it is likely to attract the attention of the 3 main gods.
Let's use the avatar, and let me go in person,
Lin En said cautiously.
We only have one chance to safely go to the main world. With just one incarnation, I'm afraid we can't do much.
Right. Herav frowned. And using an incarnation is not without risks. The original moon god Diana left some souls in the main world, and the gods of the main world used the connection between the souls as the coordinates to open the time and space door.
So I want to bring some other things,
Lin said with a smile, and then told the story of how he had controlled a geometric civilization leader in the past few months.
You are so courageous.
Herav was also stunned when he heard that Lin En had quietly infiltrated into the highest level of geometric civilization. Although he had guessed at the beginning that Lin En gave the magic power to deceive the opponent, but they didn't expect that they actually wanted to directly control the other party's senior leaders, and thereby take charge of the entire geometric civilization.
The advanced technology mastered by the geometric civilization is the blind spot of the gods of the main world. So I plan to use this as a breakthrough,
Lin En explained with a smile. This is the strategy he has been implementing all along, using magic to deal with geometric civilization, and using technology to deal with the gods of the main world. Lin En, who has the memory of Goethe, is very clear that the geometric civilization is already studying how to weaponize magic power, especially the optimization of artificial black hole technology. It is estimated that progress will be made soon. This is undoubtedly good news. If a single incarnation enters the main world, it will be limited in what it can do, and it is even less possible to perform powerful magic like dimensional black holes. However, it can be done with technological means. Goethe's movements are not too slow. With the cover of his identity as a leader, he does not need the permission of others to do most things. So in just half a month, a weapon loaded with the basic technological crystals of geometric civilization were sent through the wormhole. As for the artificial black hole technology, it took nearly half a year of planning before Goethe found a suitable reason to apply for a miniature black hole core that is still under experiment. And by the way, he also got some research on geometric civilization, wormhole data, and related instruments. Everything is ready, and Lin has no intention of delaying anymore. Deng even decides to take action now, But before that, he needs to put some pressure on the gods of the main world. Lin immediately summoned Herav and came to the outside of the black hole's horizon. After not seeing each other for a while, both of them keenly discovered that the coverage of this thing had improved a lot compared to before. Lin immediately thought that the gods of the main world must have injected a lot of energy into the black hole. But they did not crush it, but instead became the black hole's nourishment.
What are you going to do?
Herav asked as he stared at the black hole in front of him, which was called a cosmic disaster. Having this thing blocking here not only blocks the invasion of the gods of the main world, but also blocks their entry. Herav does not doubt that Lin can temporarily break through the gravitational constraints of the black hole. But ordinary attacks, after being weakened by the gravity of the black hole, are not threatening enough at all. On the contrary, it may be seen that they are attacking in the east.
Wouldn't it be better to just use the power of the black hole itself?
Lin explained casually. Herav paused for a moment. Before he could figure it out, Lin started to take action. He moved several huge meteors with a diameter of more than 300 kilometers from the universe and spent a month transform these super meteors into miniature neutron stars. Its mass is between 30 billion tons and 60 billion tons. This is also the limit of what he can do now with his electromagnetic priesthood to control strong nuclear force. These neutron stars are naturally created to pass through the outside of the black hole smoothly, so as not to be directly torn apart by gravity and thus lose the threat. While making it, Lin also explained his method to Herav. The gravitational pull of a black hole and the gravitational pull of a planet are actually the same thing. The only difference lies in the intensity. They can compare the black hole to a large whirlpool in the sea, and its terrifying suction can draw everything around it into it. The space-time gate is located within the coverage of the black hole, and its position is constant.
I have confirmed the gravitational data of the black hole. We can use a method similar to a gravitational slingshot to accelerate these microneutron stars and let them enter the black hole at a specific angle. In this way, it will not fall into it in a straight line, but will keep rotating around the black hole and continue to accelerate in the process. As long as the path is calculated, it can rush directly into the space-time gate,
Lin said decisively. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to accelerate at tens of billions of tons of matter to close to the speed of light. The energy required is not to mention that they cannot come up with it. And the geometric civilization is also difficult. But it is possible to do it with the help of the power of a black hole. The power of the impact is equivalent to the entire energy released by billions of hydrogen bombs concentrated at one point.
Using a black hole as a bow and a neutron star as an arrow. How wonderful!
Herav clapped his hands heavily and said with appreciation. He had heard before that when Lin En went to the wizard's land, he used the power of the maelstrom to break through the danger. The same principle was true. In this way, the black hole in front of us is no longer an obstacle, but a help.
So now all it takes is a gentle push.
Lin raised his hand, flicked his middle finger, and a manufactured miniature neutron star flew towards the black hole, although it was said to be gentle. In fact, this blow had already used all its strength. So almost instantly, it entered the event horizon of the black hole. There was nothing but darkness. Darkness. Nothing to see there. But Lin was able to observe the flight trajectory of this thing by sensing the changes in dimensional space. After calculating the path in his mind and confirming that it was accurate, Lin sent the remaining miniature neutron stars in one by one. Finally, he estimated the time. The time flow rate inside the black hole and the universe were different. Fortunately, he calculated it according to the formula. It is not difficult to come out. The best time to open the space-time door is probably 3 days later. Chapter 662, Destroying the Pantheon. Next to the Pantheon, a surging space-time gate is standing in the endless void. The god of storms and the god of sin guard the two ends of the time and space gate, maintaining the operation of the time and space gate. This is undoubtedly a hard job and requires a lot of divine power. But someone must do it. Otherwise, the only channel from the main world to another universe will completely disappear.
I just don't know what happened to Og.
The god of sin asked with emotion as he stared at the surging space-time gate. The god of storms on the side shook his head. He was not optimistic about Og's actions. Rushing into another world alone was tantamount to committing suicide. What's more, according to the main god Morgos, handing Og the main artifact would be too much. Destroyed? What's strange is that the Temple of Life and Creation has not been destroyed, and the Divine Realm is still running, which means that Og should not have died. For this reason, His Majesty the Lord God Morgos has sent men to explore the God Realm of Life and Creation.
Do you think Og has been arrested? Is it possible that those so-called wizards are planning a counterattack?
The god of storms spoke with a hint of worry. The successive defeats in the main world made him a vague feeling of uneasiness emerged. They will be guarding this place for the past 2 months. Once the opponent launches a large-scale counterattack, the two of them will be the first to bear the brunt. There was a mocking smile on the corner of the god of sin's mouth. It was indeed possible that Og was captured. But it was completely impossible to say that those wizards planned a counterattack. It can be seen from the fact that the other party has escaped from the moon god realm in a hurry, and is now huddled in his own world, desperately blocking their entry. It can be seen that the other party is afraid of their power. If it were not for the boundary wall, the power of the gods would be greatly weakened, and they would not be able to take it. There is nothing the other party can do. Just as the god of sin was about to speak, a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. And then in front of the two of them, dense cracks suddenly appeared in the seemingly empty void. The attack had already arrived. But the two gods who had just been distracted did not notice when the attack occurred. But fortunately, there was protection put in place by the Lord God himself. Just as the god of storms was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the protective barrier that was riddled with holes in front of him suddenly exploded. This attack also came very suddenly, and the god of storms only slightly saw a beam of light flying out of the black hole. Sound cannot be transmitted in the void, but the impact of electromagnetic rays is more terrifying than this. The collision of two powerful forces caused huge ripples in time and space. It was like a huge boulder was dropped heavily in the lake, and the surrounding space was obviously distorted at this moment. The two gods were shocked to find that the protection put up by the main god himself exploded. But they didn't have time to use magic to call for help, because there was a third attack right after. This time without the influence of the protective barrier. The god of storms could completely see the attacking object. It was a ball that was only the size of a baby's hand. It looked insignificant, but its mass and speed were astonishing. It reached the upper limit of what the space could bear. The space in the area it crossed was shattering, and a terrifying quantum tide surged up. And its target is the Pantheon standing in the void behind. The idea of intervening flashed through his mind. But under the strong intuition of crisis, the storm god gave up the idea. There is no way he can stop it. However, the successive attacks also attracted the attention of several gods guarding the Pantheon. In fact, the moment the protection shattered, the god of judgment took action first. Chains of judgment blocked the surrounding airspace, including time and space. But this alone was obviously not enough to block the impact of the micro-neutron star. These chains often break apart as soon as they are formed, and the space distortion caused by the movement of supermassive matter at the speed of light is enough to break them. At some point, the surrounding darkness has been infected by divine power. This kind of darkness was very deep, as if a black hole eliminated all light. In this 0.01 second, the speeding miniature neutron star disappeared from the sight of the gods. This time it is the god of darkness who takes action. In the endless void, darkness occupies everything. This is his home court. It's just that the crisis has obviously not been resolved. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Immediately afterwards, another god took action. The god of destruction threw the scepter in his hand, and hit the miniature neutron star located in the dark god's domain with precision. As soon as the two came into contact, they exploded together. At the moment of the explosion, countless fragments of the neutron star scattered in all directions, like migratory locusts. Even the tiny fragments weigh hundreds of millions of tons. In the words of the main world, these fragments of small worlds carry enough energy to kill a god. The digital gods present did not dare to neglect, and immediately blocked the surrounding airspace. But the face of the god of dark night changed again, because something penetrated the darkness. It was definitely not fragments. There was more than one. It's just that the attack came too fast. Even if it was discovered at the first time, the god of dark night would not be able to intercept the collision of a miniature neutron star of this magnitude. The dark god realm that was constructed before even tricked the other gods. Sin was penetrated by a miniature neutron star that flew by just as it sensed the threat coming. No, penetration is not appropriate to describe it. Although the size of the micro-neutron star is small, with the blessing of huge mass and speed, the destructive area is very wide, directly smashing the hundreds of meters high body of the god of sin. The fragments were drawn into the torn space-time vortex. After destroying a god, this miniature neutron star did not stop at all. 1/100th of a second later, it tore open the blockade zone jointly constructed by several gods. Then the second and third micro-neutron stars broke through the defense line under the cover of the shattered fragments, aiming directly at the Pantheon behind. This majestic temple standing in the void is the manifestation of the main god's divine power. Even if it is divine magic, It is not easy to defeat a single brick in it. But now this solid protection is as weak as paper. The outer wall is directly penetrated, followed by the bright paintings, thick columns, and statues full of divine glory. The broken gap continued to expand, and the walls that were penetrated were cracked layer by layer. In just a few seconds, the majestic and magnificent land of the gods, which had been condensed in the void for millions of years, exploded under the gaze of the gods. Chapter 663. First make the opponent stupid, and then defeat him with wisdom. The Pantheon was destroyed. This scene horrified the gods present. But the attack from the other side of the space-time gate did not stop. 2 more miniature neutron stars flew out from the space-time gate, as if they were going to destroy the remains of the Pantheon together. Lose. Fortunately, at this time, the Lord God Morgos had arrived. As he raised his hand, an inexplicable force spread along the 4-dimensional space and time. The 2 miniature neutron stars that were flying at extremely high speeds suddenly shifted slightly without slowing down. Then the shifts became larger and larger, and they flew past both sides of the Pantheon in an arc. Finally, it was very strange. Crashed together. Tens of billions of tons of mass collided with each other at the speed of light. The power of the explosion was undoubtedly terrifying. A burst of extremely bright light bloomed in front of everyone. For a moment, the entire airspace seemed to be trembling. The terrifying energy impact was mixed with countless debris was splashed, and huge cracks spread in the void. Several gods present felt palpitations in their hearts. Such power could only be matched by 2 worlds colliding with each other. However, these aftermaths were resisted by the Lord God Morgos. A big hand stretched out, holding the overflowing energy and splashing fragments in the palm of his hand, and then crushed them. Immediately afterwards, the collapsed Pantheon began to tremble violently, as if time had flown back. The collapsed pillars were re-erected, and the broken walls were quickly repaired, becoming even taller and more magnificent than before. However, divine magic can repair the damaged palace, but it cannot erase the shame of the opponent destroying the land of the gods in front of his face. Everything happened too suddenly. From the beginning of the attack to the time it hit the Pantheon, it only took tens of seconds. Morgos rushed over immediately after sensing that the protection he had laid out was being attacked. Unfortunately, it was still slow. 1 step forward. The intense anger stirred up time and space, and the ripples continued to spread around like ripples. The 5 gods who stayed in the Pantheon breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the main god has arrived, it means that they are safe. As for the fallen god of sin, not even Morgos has the ability to reverse the result of the god's death. The only thing to be thankful for is that the other party died in the main world. The fall does not mean the end. As long as the god's domain is still there, it will be in the world. Resurrection after 1,000 years. Of course, the premise is that during this period of time, his divine domain and priesthood are not taken away. Even in the best situation, his divine power will decline after recovery.
Your Majesty Morgos, what should we do now? Are we ready to counterattack?
The god of storms asked cautiously. The 8 consecutive rounds of terrifying neutron cannons just now left a big impression on his heart. Shadow. Such an attack is already comparable to the superior divine arts. Only the cooperation of several of their gods can stop one of them. It is definitely not something they can compete with on their own strength. From the god of storms' point of view, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that several beings with great divine power launched an attack here together, and the other is that the opposite world also has existences of the main god level. It is very likely that Og, the god of life and creation, brought the main artifact to the opponent's world and caused a lot of trouble, causing great losses. So the opponent also responded with the strongest counterattack. Morgos did not explain or respond. As if he sensed something again, the vertical pupil between his eyebrows suddenly bloomed with a glimmer of light, and a narrow space-time channel was opened. And then pointed his finger. Tens of seconds ago, 8 miniature neutron stars passed through the space-time gate one after another. In the main world, within the divine domain of life and creation, Lin En was directly blocked not long after he slipped in. His luck was undoubtedly a bit bad. According to his original plan, he used the super neutron cannon to accelerate the black hole to cause commotion, divert the attention of the gods, and then sneak in quietly. However, the idea was good, but the action was not smooth. The impact of the 2-dimensional space-time gate was too great to cover up. The most important thing was that Lin did not expect that the main god Morgos sensed that the main artifact was destroyed. Later, 2 gods happened to be sent to the divine domain to investigate the situation. This coincidence caused the current embarrassing situation. The powerful brilliance of divine magic behind him kept flashing, and Lin En had no intention of fighting. He started running away almost as soon as he was discovered, trying to stay as far away from this divine realm as possible. If a divine battle were to take place here, the result would be absolutely devastating. Herd, the god of knowledge and alchemy, naturally would not let Lin En escape in front of him. And he could see at a glance that the opponent in front of him was just an avatar. This was a perfect opportunity to grab the credit. At the same time that Lin En rushed out of the divine realm of life and creation and stepped into the boundless void, a strange realm was formed, wrapping the surrounding airspace inside. The void and darkness are still the same, but there are many more stars and dots of light. Those are runes. Alchemical runes? Is it some kind of alchemical circle? It seems to be integrated with the divine realm. Lin En realized this immediately, and then discovered that an illusory scale appeared under his feet. And Herd, the god of knowledge and alchemy, stood at the other end of the scale. This is an artifact he created through alchemy, scale of wisdom. Knowledge is weight. The scale of wisdom can materialize it, and in turn impose it on the opponent. Almost at the moment when the phantom of the scale appeared, Lin En realized that he was restrained by some kind of heavy pressure. And then the scale began to tilt, but towards Lin En. The god of knowledge and alchemy was obviously wrong. Having lived for millions of years, his accumulation of knowledge was certainly terrifying. But Lin En also had the federal database and the basic technological reserves of geometric civilization in his mind. Especially the latter is the most deadly, which represents the scientific research reserves of an interstellar civilization. The manifestation of this knowledge was heavier than the entire world. The unprepared god of knowledge and alchemy was almost crushed to death. Do it! The god of knowledge and alchemy shouted in fear. Lin En, who had just figured out the situation, immediately felt that his brain had become groggy. Even the elements that made up the body began to become silent. Even the memory declined inexplicably. The tilt of the scale stopped abruptly, and even began to slowly move towards the other side. Transferred to one side. It is the god of stupidity and stupidity who takes action. Although their clergy are opposed to each other, the power of their cooperation is very powerful. In more popular terms, it means first making the opponent stupid, and then using your own wisdom to defeat him. Chapter 664 The God of Stupidity and Stupidity. Reluctant, stupid, under the influence of the inexplicable power. Lin's thinking became confused and his memory gradually faded. If his body is here, he will naturally not be affected by these powers. But now, he is just an incarnation, and his power is equivalent to that of a weak god who has just completed his promotion. Now he is bound by the power of the balance, and he can only resist this with difficulty. Threats come to mind, and as the balance was reversed, a huge pressure emerged around him. This high pressure came from all directions, even through dimensions, as if it was going to crush him completely. Such a strange attack that directly affects the spirit was obviously beyond Lin En's expectation. At the same time, he also realized that there was a second god who was going to surround him. In fact, the power of the god of knowledge and alchemy alone has exceeded his expectations. If the other party had not used this kind of divine domain that turns knowledge into power, but had combined with the god who had not yet come forward to launch a direct attack. Only I'm afraid I'm dead now. Suffering physical and mental blows at the same time. Lin lost the ability to resist at this moment. His chaotic brain was unable to organize an effective counterattack. The only thing he could do was to try his best to retain some of the more important memories, and then gave up resistance completely. As the balance continued to tilt, the body composed of divine power gradually collapsed, and the body shape shrank to about 70% of its original size. And even the body began to become illusory. Just when Lin's body was about to completely collapse, the tilt of the scale suddenly stopped. And then the chaos in his brain also quickly faded. This was not because he broke free on his own, but because the god of knowledge and alchemy stopped giving him a fatal blow. After all, killing the intruder is not the first priority. Compared with this, it is more important to find out what means the other party used to reach the main world, and whether it is related to the god of life and creation. However, the encounter on the scale of wisdom just now made the god of knowledge and alchemy extremely cautious, and he handed over this task to his colleagues without hesitation. The next moment, the true face of the god of dullness and stupidity appeared in front of Lin En. The other party's appearance was simply indescribable, like a pile of mud mixed with stumps and filth, exuding an aura that made people feel violent and crazy. After the god of knowledge and alchemy came into contact with the restraints of the scales, a strange tentacle extended from the mud and flew straight towards Lin's body. This is exactly the magic filthy touch. All substances contaminated with filth will be infected by this power, and it can even assimilate some weaker gods and make them become part of themselves. It's just that Lin En's movements were obviously faster than him. The moment the restraint disappeared, he opened his eyes. A strong beam of light erupted from the palm of his hand, killing the god of stupidity and stupidity behind the extended tentacles. Break. The filthy black mud cracked, and blood that couldn't be said to be flesh or mud spurted out from the crack. These separated flesh and blood did not splash randomly, but seemed to be some kind of living creatures, extending and rolling towards Lin from all directions. Although the god of dullness and stupidity has always had abnormal thinking due to his priesthood, it does not mean that he has no ability to make logical judgments. Naturally, it is impossible not to guard against the opponent's desperate counterattack. But what greeted it were hundreds of ultra-high-intensity cosmic rays. The filthy flesh and blood rolled in from all directions were quickly shattered into pieces. The few remaining attacks were blocked by the protective shield that lit up around them. Everything happened in an instant. Such a sharp and decisive counterattack not only caught the god of dullness and stupidity by surprise, but also the god of knowledge and alchemy. He used the scale of wisdom to consume the opponent's divine power, allowing the god of dullness and stupidity to confuse the opponent's thinking. Normally, this incarnation should not have the ability to resist in a short period of time. But now it still bursts out with such powerful power. The god of knowledge and alchemy did not know that the double blow of body and spirit was indeed not something Lin could bear, and it did deprive him of his ability to resist to a certain extent. However, before his thinking was completely confused, Lin put some of the more important, the memory was stripped away, and then he conserved his strength as much as possible and allowed the other party to destroy his body. Because Lin En also knew that the other party would most likely not kill him directly in order to obtain information. Whether it was scales or consciousness erosion, it was to weaken his ability to resist. Obviously, he guessed it right. The moment the restraints were removed, Lin let the stripped memories return and condensed all the remaining power to ensure that he was not weak in reaction and speed. However, he used advanced geometric civilization to attack and defend. Experimental individual weapons are all world-destroying weapons. Their shortcomings are also obvious. They have limited energy and cannot sustain long-term battles. So only quick victory. While shattering the filthy mud, Lin En took action. He ignored the god of stupidity and foolishness that was broken into countless pieces. Instead, he rushed towards another opponent in the distance, letting himself go from the beginning of the battle. The god of knowledge and alchemy, who has always been in a safer position. Such a reckless action poses too many threats. But the god of knowledge and alchemy has become vigilant. The other party's performance just now has confirmed that this is by no means an easy enemy to deal with, and must have something to rely on. Since the other party wants to get close, then just don't let him get close. After the phantom of the scale disappeared, the runes that formed it were not extinguished. When the god of knowledge and alchemy moved his mind, these runes scattered and the void lit up again. The space was stretched countless times at this moment. In order to use the artifact, the scale of wisdom, the god of knowledge and alchemy took the initiative to close the distance between the two parties to about 10 kilometers. With the speed of Lin En's incarnation, he could arrive in a 10,000th of a second. But now, he was just a short distance away. End of the world. In this moment, hundreds of filthy touches have been rolled up again. The protective shield on the outside of the body is constantly vibrating. It cannot resist the erosion of filth at all, and soon becomes completely corroded. The two gods' responsibilities were somewhat in conflict, but their cooperation was particularly tacit. As the protection was broken down, more than a dozen tentacles penetrated directly into Lin En's body. Pity. Lin En sighed as he saw the enemy in front of him, but was unable to activate Dimension Jump because he had consumed too much power. One incarnation alone was indeed not enough to deal with the encirclement of the two gods. Fortunately, the purpose of his trip has been achieved. Then it's time to end it. Chapter 665, The Black Hole That Collapsed. The disaster that caused the universe to collapse. The filthy tentacles were waving in the boundless void. Neither Lin's antimatter sword nor the subsequent cosmic rays had a fatal impact on him. On the contrary, after finishing all the output in an instant, Lin En had already fallen into a low period of strength. The god of stupidity and stupidity obviously seized this opportunity, waving the touch of filth to break through the outer protection, greedy stabbing into various parts of Lin En's body. It was like facing a gluttonous feast, constantly infecting and tearing apart. Lin En clearly noticed that the infected elements were getting out of his control, and even his body was becoming torn apart. However, sometimes the transition between hunter and prey happens in an instant. Just when the touch of filth penetrates deeply into the brain, it touches something round and extremely hard. What followed was a trembling feeling that penetrated deep into the soul. The god of stupidity and stupidity had not experienced this feeling for tens of thousands of years. It was the fear of impending death. The god's reaction speed cannot be faulted. Within a 10,000th of a second, a ball of dark black sludge was peeled off from the body and fled in the opposite direction. Using the divine body as a cover to resist the enemy's attack and separate part of the core strength to escape is undoubtedly the best response strategy under normal circumstances. Even if it is a high-level divine spell, its power will be greatly reduced after destroying a divine body. To be able to make such a decision and abandon the divine body at the moment he senses danger, the god of dullness and stupidity is already decisive. However, the situation this time is different, because what is stored in Lin En's mind is an artificial black hole from the geometric civilization. Within 0.001 second, Lin activated the core of the black hole. As the material with a mass comparable to a planet collapsed inward, the terrifying gravity exploded. The first person to suffer was Lin En. But this was done deliberately, because the core mass of this black hole was too small, and the scope of the event horizon was limited. So this incarnation was the first sacrifice. As for the second sacrifice, it is the divine body left behind by the god of stupidity and stupidity. Different from Lin En's incarnation, the god of stupidity and stupidity came here in his true form. This actively sent energy greatly increased the mass of the black hole core, and also allowed the power of this cosmic disaster to truly be revealed. The god of stupidity and stupidity, who was fleeing crazily, immediately felt the powerful tearing force that penetrated all dimensions. The filthy mud on the outside peeled off layer by layer, and the godhead was quickly revealed. The god of knowledge and alchemy, who is also within the event horizon of the black hole, is also horrified. His whole body has been wrapped in a powerful anti-gravity field, and countless flashing runes form a protection that can barely resist the tearing of gravity. Even so, it was still being drawn closer. The god of knowledge and alchemy kept searching for strategies in his mind, but the distance between the two sides was too close. As the god of dullness and ignorance was completely swallowed by the black hole, the gravity that became stronger again completely cut off the possibility of the god of knowledge and alchemy escaping. Just when the god of knowledge and alchemy was about to fall into despair, a huge force more shocking than a black hole suddenly broke in. It was a finger, and even the diameter at its narrowest point was more than 1 kilometer. The surrounding space became distorted the moment it appeared, and then the finger pointed directly towards the singularity of collapse. The moment the two came into contact, time and space seemed to stand still, as if two supernovae collided together and then exploded together. Distorted and chaotic lights raged in the distorted time and space. In the vision of the god of knowledge and alchemy, the entire world began to become blurred, and vision, hearing, and perception all disappeared without a trace at this moment. Some kind of strange power protected his body. Even so, the god of knowledge and alchemy could still feel it, and even the slightest aftermath of the leak could tear him apart. I don't know how long it took. Maybe it was an instant, a day, or a month, but the raging energy tide finally calmed down. The next moment, the figure of Lord God Moragos appeared in the void. The god of knowledge and alchemy was keenly aware that one of the fingers on the opponent's right side was missing, but also disappeared with the terrifying miniature black hole. This is the main world, Moragos' home ground. His power can be brought into full play here. It is naturally not difficult to solve a miniature black hole.
Thank you for your help, Your Majesty Moragos. Your power is greater than the shining stars.
The god of knowledge and alchemy who survived the disaster said with great gratitude.
How did he appear in the main world?
Moragos asked directly, ignoring the praise of the god of knowledge and alchemy. The pantheon of the front leg was destroyed, and there was also a problem on the back leg. Two gods died before and after him. Being slapped in the face one after another made Moragos extremely angry. The god of knowledge and alchemy naturally did not dare to hide anything, and immediately told the whole story, including the details of the battle.
I suspect that Og may have provided assistance to those wizards,
the god of knowledge and alchemy said hesitantly. Naturally, Moragos also knew this. The passage connecting the two planes appeared in the god of life and creation. This was absolutely inseparable from Og. It's just that there is no definite evidence to prove the other party's betrayal. Punishing and destroying the other party's divine domain can easily arouse the dissatisfaction of the gods. It is obviously an unwise decision in this special period. After all, there is another possibility. That is, the other party has captured Og and connected the two worlds in some way. Moragos glanced silently at the divine realm of life and creation below, trying to trace the traces left by Lin En. But there was no response from any related divine power in the divine realm. In the microscopic world invisible to the naked eye, millions of atomic-level detectors have been quietly distributed within the god's domain. This is a pure technological creation. The geometric civilization uses extremely advanced micro-engraving technology to directly transform atoms into detection and engineering instruments. Even with the perception ability at the level of the Lord God, it is impossible to accurately perceive atoms of this magnitude without any abnormal magic power. After all, there are too many atoms in the domain of the God of life and creation. It is about 10 to the power of 45. A huge number that is difficult to write down directly. Unless you explore area by area in detail, you cannot identify it at all. This is the reason why Lin En left behind and desperately moved the battlefield to the void. Chapter 666, Chemical Priesthood and High-Dimensional Galaxies. After searching and finding nothing, Morgause could only suppress the anger burning in his heart for the time being. Lights and shadows in the void flew past in the distance. They were the gods who had received the news and rushed to support. But they were obviously a step too late. When they learned that the Pantheon had been blown up, and 2 gods had fallen as a result, the gods present were shocked. Some of the weaker gods were secretly glad that they were not responsible for protecting the Pantheon this time. Otherwise this would have happened. The next person to die might be himself.
Your Majesty Morgause, is it possible that we just sit back and watch those wizards run rampant in the main world?
Sun God Art asked unwillingly. Although with every contact, the power displayed by the wizards is refreshing the upper limit of their expectations. In the eyes of the Sun God, the power of the main world is still enough to crush all resistance. These annoying natives from another world kept popping up and attacking like worms in the ground. Once they were ready to eliminate them, they would hide in the narrow gaps. Apart from being disgusting, he could not think of anything else. It's an adjective. There are not a few gods who think like the Sun God Ult. They all can't wait to enter the other world and wipe out all those annoying natives.
They can't hide for long. Art, I have found the weakness of this spell. What they rely on to maintain will soon be completely useless,
Morgause said with confidence. This is not an empty word of comfort. Morgause is fully confident. The last time they fought, his perception ability was greatly restricted across the boundary wall. But this time it was different. The other party was stupid and the world once again used this powerful magic. After destroying it, Morgause has figured out the reality of this thing. In the big universe and in the eternal star, the news of the death of the split soul reached Lin's mind almost simultaneously. It was a strange feeling of weakness, as if a part of himself had been severed. This connection is also the only way to span 2 universes. Lin suspects that it may involve a dimension higher than the 4th dimension. However, due to the barrier of time and space, he cannot see what the incarnation is doing, nor can he directly exchange information. Can only be noticed at the moment of death. Things really didn't go that smoothly. Lin En sighed secretly. He spent so much effort and moved 8 asteroids to make them into miniature neutron stars in order to allow this incarnation to sneak into the main world smoothly. But unfortunately, it was still discovered. Fortunately, he still had a preliminary plan. Lin could only hope that those atomic-level detectors could successfully hide from the Lord God's detection. While patiently waiting for the opportunity, Vittorio also completed the ascension ceremony after Aurora. His priesthood is the god of chemistry. This made Aurora and Herav, who had made the first breakthrough, even more envious. After all, Vittorio could be said to have monopolized an entire subject. Lin En was not surprised, although chemistry is a very large subject. To put it bluntly, it is a basic subject that studies the composition, structure, properties, transformation and application of matter at the atomic and molecular level. In a sense, it is not too much to say that it is a branch of physics. Therefore, if you want to truly make achievements in chemistry, you have to learn physics. In addition, there is a lot of good news from the geometric civilization. For example, researcher Ada has once again improved the energy ascension technology, increasing the success rate to about 90%. This time, more than 50 people have a lifespan. The approaching Yuanpan leaders couldn't wait to carry out the transformation, and the results were very gratifying, except for a few unlucky ones. All of them were successful. This also means that 50 more star fields are indirectly controlled by him. Although in order to avoid being noticed by others, Lin En cannot directly command their army to attack the main world. But he can still obtain a lot of conveniences. For example, Element 7. Super strategic resources like this are apparently owned by the entire civilization, and the allocated shares are determined by discussions at the disk meeting. But as long as they are living creatures, have complex thinking, and have the ability to think independently, even if they are in the same country, there will also be disputes in various regions. But it is only because the universe is too dangerous that it appears so united. Therefore, The leaders of the major star regions secretly hide their inventories and conduct research behind the scenes. The total reserves of more than 50 star systems are about 3,000 tons, which is even more than what was obtained from the last transaction. Lin En asked a group of manipulated leaders to gather these number 7 elements in the name of researching weapons, and then used wormhole technology to secretly deliver them. With the support of this batch of materials, Lin En expanded the previously agreed 50-year planet development plan to the entire galaxy. In other words, make the entire galaxy high-dimensional. This is undoubtedly very difficult, because the scope of a star system is so large that even if it only contains 5 planets, its diameter is more than 500 million kilometers. For comparison, the size of the Eternal Star is only a pitiful 40,000 kilometers. The resources they have are somewhat scarce. But this time, he is not the only one who can perform low-dimensional expansion. Together with Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio, there are 4 gods working together. As for Og, the god of life and creation, Lin's trust in him is far from enough. And naturally, he will not let him get involved.
Actually, we don't need to make the protective shield into a circle. A flat irregular ellipse may be more suitable. After all, the orbits of these planets are very stable, and the inclination angles are very low, less than 5%, so they need to be covered. The scope will be greatly reduced,
Vittorio suggested after listening to Lin's description. Herav also suggested changing the orbits of some distant planets, or kicking the farthest planet out of the solar system to reduce the scope of the galaxy.
Anyway, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, consider removing a planet,
Lin En said thoughtfully. A planet represents a god, and the internal material reserves can also be used as energy reserves at critical moments. This is also the reason why Lin wants to take the entire galaxy into high-dimensional space, so that they can do a lot more things in these 50 years. Herav and others did not have any objections. After making a decision, they dispersed to 4 fixed points that had been calculated before with the sun as the center. Each person had 1,000 tons of element 7 in their hands. Excited almost at the same moment, the 4 communication electromagnetic waves quickly spread to the distance.
Low dimensions. Expand.
Chapter 667 50 times the speed. Merging with the sun. In the vast universe. In a corner of the 4 Cantilever galaxy, a layer of thin film material invisible to the naked eye spreads rapidly in all directions with the 4 gods as the base. This is not the first time for these people to control this thing, so naturally they are all very comfortable with it. However, the situation this time was different from before. Element number 7 needed to be extended to the entire galaxy, and they only had 3,000 tons of inventory smuggled in by the leaders of the geometric civilization, and 1,500 tons of remaining materials for making the godhead. The old method obviously won't work. But fortunately Lin already has a new idea. When fighting Og in the Quantum Sea a few months ago, the shield constructed of element 7 was damaged several times. At that time, Lin discovered that these holes could be temporarily blocked with divine power to resist quantum attacks, the invasion of the tide. So he planned to use a mesh structure. These unfolded elements number 7 would weave an oval fishnet like thin threads, covering the galaxy inside, and the gaps would be filled with divine power. This is undoubtedly a very huge project. Even with Lin En and others working together, it took 10 days to complete this big fishing net. The only good thing is that the process of entering the Quantum Sea was relatively smooth, and as Lin expected, the barrier formed by divine power was enough to withstand the quantum tide. Og, the god of life and creation, looked up at the gradually closing grid in the sky, amazed by the generosity of the wizards, and then lowered his head and continued his work. The red star under his feet is the divine realm that Lin En gave him. This place is extremely far from the star, and the temperature is below -100 degrees Celsius all year round. It is not a planet suitable for the survival of life. This was not someone's deliberate embarrassment. In fact, after helping Aurora and Vittorio complete the ascension ceremony, Lin asked him to choose one of the remaining 4 planets in the galaxy. Og was cautious. Choice under consideration. Although the orbital position of the red star is not very good, it is very large in size, and contains several times more material and energy than the Eternal Star. Once its transformation is completed, even the gods in the main world will be destroyed, and he will not be downgraded because of this. The disadvantage of being difficult to modify is nothing in comparison. On the other side, Lin En and others have pulled the entire galaxy into the Quantum Sea. Such a behemoth going deep into it is like smashing a huge boulder on the lake. Such an obvious signal can easily arouse the thoughts of other visitors. It was inevitable that they would be attacked by malicious people. Before entering the 10 times speed of time, several people were ready to deal with it at any time. To Lin's expectation, it was very peaceful along the way. They could clearly sense through the fluctuations of time and space that there were not a few visitors in this area. But unlike last time, no civilization tried to attack or approach here. On the contrary, there were many. The less perceived target is slowly moving away. In an instant, Lin figured out that when they entered the quantum sea, they always brought a planet alone, using the sea as a metaphor. It was a fish that rashly broke into the dangerous sea and could easily attract predators. Interest of. But this time, a whale broke in. Their size is so huge that they can bring an entire galaxy into the quantum sea. All civilizations that are interested in them need to weigh their own level before showing any malicious intent. Under such a near-miss voyage, the galaxy successfully entered the ultra-high time flow rate zone. There were many visitors below 40 times the flow rate. But beyond this value, the number of visitors began to become less and less. The reason is very obvious. The faster the flow of time, the consumption of magic power is also an astronomical figure. The civilization that enters here through technological means also needs energy problems. Fortunately, they had already made sufficient preparations before and established planet ranches on the moon and several undeveloped continents of the Eternal Star. They also had 4 gods as support to share the pressure, so they could still maintain it. It took a month before Lin and others finally manipulated the galaxy to reach the predetermined time zone, and found a flow rate interval with the fewest visitors to freeze. It's finally safe. Herav was really relieved. He was on tenterhooks along the way, especially at the stage where the time flow rate was 30 to 50 times. There were many galaxies much larger than theirs. Existence. The other party can easily crush them as long as they have malicious intentions. Aurora and Vittorio were also a little relieved, and they would be able to settle down for a while. In the past 50 years, Lin has already made plans. The most important task is naturally to digest various advanced technical materials obtained from the geometric civilization and complete the transformation of the entire star system. To this end, the Council built 130 engineering spacecraft to prepare for large-scale construction throughout the galaxy. In addition, the National Wizards plan that has been underway before will also be carried out simultaneously. In summary, it will take 50 years to make up for the shortcomings and make the Magic Kingdom under the rule of the Wizards Council truly become a de facto galaxy-level civilization. Of course, these tasks can be handled by the legendary wizards of the Council, and there is no need for them to take action. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio continue to be responsible for maintaining the operation of the galaxy in the Quantum Sea, while using the 50-year gap to familiarize themselves with the newly acquired priesthood. Lin is preparing to do something big. He plans to fuse the sun. Turning a star into a divine realm was an idea that Lin had long ago, but he never did it because he was unsure. After all, the star is 1 million times larger in size and 300,000 times more massive than the Eternal Star. And unlike ordinary planets, it is an extremely dangerous existence. Like hundreds of billions of hydrogen bombs exploding in a star, even at a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers, a little energy escaping from the surface is enough to turn a planet into a Death Star. However, Lin learned from Og that the main world also has a sun god, which shows that merging stars is not impossible. This time he plans to challenge the limit. Taking one step forward, Lin came directly to this huge fireball. The terrifying solar wind was blowing slowly. This is the high-speed charged particle flow in the stellar atmosphere. Its speed can reach thousands of kilometers per second. Just getting close requires facing it. Attacks countless tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. To God, the mere solar wind was of course nothing. Lin ignored the obstruction of the storm and walked step by step towards the interior of the star. As he raised his hand, the convective layer on the surface of the sun, which was constantly surging like magma, appeared, was separated. Chapter 668 Sun Core and Solar Wind. Hot. Sticky. Scalding hot. The moment he entered the star's convective layer, Lin felt a huge pressure. He was now walking in the center of a nuclear explosion. If he hadn't already become a god, he would have been torn to pieces by this violent energy. However, this also made Lin's breakthrough to the outside of the star much slower. It took him a full week to penetrate the troposphere and radiation layer, and see his target, this time the solar core. This is the area where stars undergo thermonuclear reactions. The temperature is as high as 18 million degrees. What's even more terrifying is that the internal pressure is 300 billion times the atmospheric pressure. A large amount of hydrogen elements gather and compress here, fuse into helium atoms, and are released. The light and heat become the source of heat in the entire galaxy. What Lin has to do is to make this star a part of himself. As his thoughts surged, The divine realm around Lin En had quietly unfolded, infecting the entire sun core with magic power. As the core of the star, its volume is only about 1/15 of the whole. But even so, it is already very large, with a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers. And it will take decades to slowly digest it. Although Lin En was well prepared, when he actually started to transform the divine realm, he was still shocked by the violent and majestic power of the sun. If the planet is compared to a calm pond, then the star is a surging river. The material inside is either undergoing a fusion reaction under ultra-high pressure, or it has been converted into energy and is in a state of eruption. It is very unstable. If you want to infect it, you must first withstand the violent energy impact. Lin En once experienced a similar feeling when fusing the core of the planet, but it was tens of thousands of times more terrifying. The confrontation within the star soon caused more intense stellar activity. Solar flares became more frequent. Solar winds, that were dozens of times more violent than before, surged in all directions of the galaxy at a speed of 5,000 kilometers per second. The surface of the closest planet began to heat up rapidly, and the land on the side facing the sun even began to dissolve. The eternal star, which is located at the second position in the orbit of the star, has also been violently invaded. Fortunately, in addition to the atmosphere, there is also protection set up by Lin En on the outside of the planet. It was originally to prevent the prying eyes of geometric civilization, but now it just blocks the solar wind of invasion. The moon, which was just behind the eternal star at this moment, escaped the disaster. A crisis that could destroy the world was eliminated in this way. However, some people still noticed the strange movement in the sky.
The sun seems to be getting brighter than before.
The wizard Wei Rui looked up and stared at the shining sun in the sky, murmuring to himself. Several students beside him also raised their heads when they heard this. And then tears suddenly flowed down. Just like what Verrier said, the sun has indeed become brighter than before. This is not just an illusion. In the past, when I looked at the sun, I felt it was a bit dazzling at most. But now it has reached the point where I feel dazzling at a glance, as if to the point of burning people blind.
Could it be that the end is coming?
A new wizard said anxiously. Although the church has been disintegrated for many years, the spread of doomsday theory is very widespread. And now it has derived countless versions. And the sun explosion is one of them. The wizards of the Special Nature Conservation Society are very keen to promote this argument, and even believe that the wizard's uncontrolled transformation of the world will cause huge disasters. And returning to nature and original ecology is the most correct decision. Of course, the wizard Wei Rui sneered at this argument.
Have all your books been read into the dog's belly? This must be the peak period of stellar activity.
Wei Rui talked eloquently, explaining to the other party what sunspots, spots, spectral spots and flares are. The wizard curled his lips. He could also find what Wei said on the magic network, but it didn't correspond to it at all. According to the predictions of the astronomy wizards in the academy, the next peak period of stellar activity should be 5 years later. Several wizards present looked at their Dean Johnny, wanting to argue over the issue.
This is indeed something abnormal.
Johnny also noticed the abnormality of the sun. But before the students of the disaster sect were happy, he spoke again.
I think the speakers may have made some new moves.
Compared to these outstanding students who have just graduated, Johnny, as a member of parliament, naturally knows more. A group of students have also thought of this possibility, although they do not know the council's plan to transform the galaxy. Nor do they know that the entire galaxy has entered the quantum sea. There are often reports on star field transformation in the Magic Daily, especially about the moon. Now the transmission between the eternal star and the moon is very convenient. As long as you can tolerate the monotonous life there is no problem in settling on the moon. It is not impossible for those indescribably powerful speakers to take action against the sun, Wei Rui and others, who can enter the magic network to search for information at any time, know very well how huge a star is. But after all, those huge numbers are just symbols on paper, and there is still no accurate estimate of the star's power. Concept.
By the way, Dean Johnny, since you completed the breakthrough last month, you should also be the speaker now.
Right? Wei asked curiously.
It's still far away.
Johnny smiled and shook his head. A month ago, she did complete the legendary promotion ceremony and successfully became the 69th legendary wizard of the parliament. However, in recent years, the threshold for becoming the speaker has become higher and higher. Now, even the 8th ring wizard may not be able to qualify, let alone her new legend. Hearing this, Wei Rui and others were a little disappointed. If Dean Johnny really became the speaker of the parliament and the de facto leader of the Wizards' Council, their future careers would be much easier. Johnny rolled her eyes at a few people. How could she not see what these students were thinking? They thought about taking shortcuts every day.
Okay, let's put the sun aside for now. Even if it really explodes, it's not something you should consider. You should think more about how to behave in the academic seminar later, so as not to embarrass the college.
Johnny, he said in reminder. Wei Rui and others came to their senses immediately, feeling a little nervous. They heard that this seminar was very grand and many famous people would come. Johnny looked at the towering spire with a nostalgic look on her face. She still remembered that many years ago, when she was still an apprentice, someone brought them together to shine in academic seminars. Now that times have changed. It is. I am responsible for leading the team myself. Chapter 669, 50-Year Development Plan and Counterattack on the Main World. The Tower of Olympiad is located on the capital of the Magic Kingdom, with a total height of 339 meters. It is a miracle completed in 30 days by 4 legendary wizards working together. The interior has been transformed by force field magic, and the space is 10 times larger than it appears on the outside. The number of wizards who came to participate in the seminar this time has reached 150,000, which is more than every academic conference in the past. It must be more solemn. However, this is not the entire number of official wizards in the Parliament. In fact, this number has exceeded 7 million. A few decades ago, Raphael would never have dared to imagine such a number in his dreams. But with the combined effect of the magic network and the popularization of education, it has become a reality. And those who are qualified to attend the meeting, in addition to the great wizards and legends, are all the leaders among the official wizards. 150,000 wizards gathered in a very large terrace stand constructed by magic. The furthest stand from the conference center was 2 kilometers away. Only by relying on far-sighted magic and amplification magic could the situation here be understood. The entire seminar turned into a mess. Raphael had to emphasize silence over and over again, but to no avail. In the end, he sucked out all the air in the Tower of Mathematical Olympiad and finally controlled everyone's mouths. Then Raphael expanded his domain and divided the huge seminar site into tens of thousands of areas. Only the areas he allowed could have sound propagated. After settling the messy noise, Raphael took out the application list and asked each school of thought to take the stage to present their research results according to the serial numbers on it. The first person to take the stage was the legendary wizard Boulder, who had made great achievements in the research of force fields and dimensional magic. He brought the optimization and improvement technology of the space-time gate. The importance of the space-time gate is self-evident, especially when traveling between ultra-long-distance star fields. Even if you travel at several times the speed of light, it will take dozens or hundreds of years to reach the destination. Therefore, establishing a space-time gate has become the only choice. It's just that such a powerful dimensional magic is very difficult to cast, and it can almost be said to be exclusive to gods. However, after studying the method of establishing wormholes in geometric civilization, Boulder found an optimized plan, and after working with a group of alchemists after discussing for several months, the masters jointly developed a magic circle that penetrated the 4 dimensions. It only takes 6 legendary wizards, who are proficient in force field magic, to cast spells at 2 transmission points to create a space-time door. In this way, when the time and space gate needs to be built in the future, there will be no need to trouble Lin En and others to take action. This discovery is undoubtedly a blockbuster. It means that the popularization of time and space transmission has become possible. The Parliament can not only use it for interstellar navigation, but can even have the luxury of building a large number of time and space gates inside the planet to shorten the time of transportation and passage. Drop to lowest. However, there are many issues that need to be considered. For example, whether building a large number of portals on the planet will disrupt time and space, and whether it will affect the gravity of the planet itself, requires further consideration and research. After deliberations by more than a dozen judges, this achievement was nominated for a Corona Medal. Boulder was so excited that it was indescribable. Although today is different from the past, the Corona Medal has become less scarce, but it is still the highest honor in the entire magical world. What's more, every legend wants to be qualified to be promoted to Star God as soon as possible, which requires high enough merit to be ranked in front of everyone. The issuance of the Sun Crown Medal also excited the wizards, who longed for fame and prestige. As wizards from one school came to power, 17 Silver Moon medals and more than 50 star medals were quickly issued. Johnny and others were also among them. They relied on improved energy protection devices and were nominated for a Silver Moon medal. The wizards of the council were able to achieve so many results in a short period of time, which is also due to the fact that in recent years, The council has acquired a large amount of basic scientific knowledge from the geometric civilization, which has made up for the shortcomings in exploring laws. In addition, the number of wizards increased dramatically, so the entire parliament also ushered in a second wave of technological explosion, and it was a more comprehensive upgrade. For example, the simple messaging machine invented a few years ago set off a buying boom in the kingdom, but it was almost eliminated after only 2 years, because Anthony has reduced the difficulty of casting projection magic by several levels, relying on the power of the magic network. Even a wizard apprentice can talk face-to-face with his colleagues thousands of miles away. With such convenience, naturally no wizard is willing to buy a messaging machine that only has a call function. Now only some civilians are using it. After almost a month of continuous work, the magic seminar officially ended. However, before the unsatisfied wizards could leave, Raphael announced another important news. Starting today, the entire Eternal Star, no, it should be said that the entire galaxy will enter a state of war. Hearing this, the wizards present were in an uproar.
Speaker Raphael, are you going to start another war? Who is the enemy this time?
A great wizard stood up from his position eagerly. Those veteran wizards are no longer surprised. Ever since they left the wizarding land, the war has not stopped. However, they have recently reached cooperation with the geometric civilization, so they have been stable for a long time.
This time our opponent is the god of the main world,
Raphael said straightforwardly. This answer was not beyond everyone's expectations. Speaking of which, the parliament had already fought against the gods of the main world several times. Whether it is Diana, the moon god who brings magic to this world, the Lord of the Dead who comes across the border, or the 6 gods who descend, they all come here to invade this world without exception. Compared with the geometric civilization that has temporarily reached cooperation, the threat from the main world is obviously more deadly.
In fact, just before the academic conference, Lynn, Herav, Vittorio and Speaker Aurora worked together to send the entire star field into the quantum sea.
Raphael once again announced a major announcement news. This information was only known to the legendary wizards before, but now there is no need to hide it. After all the wizards present digested the news, Raphael spoke solemnly again.
The time flow rate we are currently experiencing is about 1/50th of that of the universe. According to Speaker Lin, we have a total of 50 years of preparation time this time. We want to build a huge interstellar fleet in this star field, master all the technologies sent by the geometric civilization, use all available power, and then counterattack the main world.
Chapter 670 The Extinguished Sun. We will build cities on distant stars, turn basins into oceans, and deserts into oases. Knowledge is our strength, and courage is the guide for progress. We perform the miracle called magic, and use 50 years to create a paradise for wizards. As a huge galaxy spacecraft passed through the sky, melodious songs resounded in the sky of Boulder Star. This ballad born in the era of great construction has also become the most popular fashion at the moment. The ballad has spread to 5 planets and 7 satellites in the galaxy. However, the lyrics say it is 50 years, but in fact, they have spent 67 years in the quantum sea. Few people know why they have not returned to the big universe. Herav, Aurora and Vittorio, who are responsible for maintaining the protective shield, have long been unable to withstand it. At 50 times the flow rate, it is difficult for the divine realm in the great universe to supply such a huge consumption. Fortunately, 2 star gods were born again in the past 67 years, Anthony and Boulder. With their joining, we can successfully maintain it, and we can even change shifts and take a rest. Those new generations born during the period of great construction have even accepted that there are only 4 stars in the sky, a moon and a particularly shining sun. In these 67 years, the remaining 4 desolate planets in the galaxy have been developed. And just like the song said, huge city groups have been built. At this moment, the Wizard Star, which is 45 million kilometers away from the sun, is crowded with people in the towering buildings. More than a dozen children are gathering in the streets and alleys, listening to the old bard telling about the past's story. These children did not know the bard's name or where he lived, but they understood that the legendary adventures told by him were very attractive. Although these histories are also recorded in the magic network, those cold words are naturally not as good as the lively and vivid explanations on the spot. Especially the story about the magic star. They never got tired of hearing it several times. But what the bard is telling today is not an exciting wizard adventure, but a more distant story. A story that happened in the Empire before the wizard liberated the continent. The story was not exciting. It was about the aristocrats' pretentiousness, the church's indifference, and the suffering of the common people.
You mean that only nobles could eat meat in the past? Commoners like us were only allowed to eat bread? Well, some stewed beans and wild vegetables,
the tallest child said in disbelief. If he only eats these things every day, it must be very greasy.
To be precise, it's black bread. It's harder than stone. Sometimes sawdust and grass are added to it. It tastes like chewing a piece of bark.
The bard's voice was very low, but it made people laugh. Hear it very clearly. The children looked at each other in confusion. It was difficult to imagine what bread that was harder than a stone looked like, because the bread they bought was all soft and fluffy, like clouds in the sky.
Whoever knows how to make bread from tree bark and grass will definitely not be able to sell it,
the tall child said with his lips curled up, feeling that the old man in front of him must be deceiving him.
And how do you know brown bread tastes like tree bark? Because I have eaten,
the bard said.
I've eaten both black bread and tree bark. That kind of bread is difficult to swallow even with water, but it is full and can keep people alive. In times of famine, you can only eat bark, fern roots, dirt, or people,
the bard said very seriously. The children were all frightened and speechless, unable to imagine the age-lish scene. The bard suddenly changed his previous solemn look and said with a smile,
"So be lucky. You were born in a good era."
The heavy pressure on their hearts suddenly disappeared. The children stared at the old man in front of them with strange eyes, guessing his identity. According to the records of the Magic Network, it was almost 100 years ago that the church ruled the continent. Just as they were thinking about it, a large number of guards rushed over and surrounded the area. The dozen or so children who had just breathed a sigh of relief immediately became nervous. Could it be that this person was actually a fugitive? But this guess was interrupted the next second.
"Your Excellency, Speaker, this is a message from the Supreme Council, asking you to go to home number 4.
The leading captain said respectfully.
"I know."
The bard nodded, then glanced at the bewildered children, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone.
Could he be?
The tallest child suddenly thought of something and stammered and was speechless.
"That is Speaker Boulder, the 6-star god of the Parliament, the ruler of the planet beneath my feet,"
the leading captain said with a smile. As for being a bard as a personal hobby of the other party, or as a memory of the past, it is rumored that bard was the speaker's profession before he became a wizard. Just when the children were shocked that the speaker was telling them a story, Boulder had already flown to his destination. The so-called fourth home is the fourth planet in the orbit of the star. 10 years ago, Sanchez defeated many competitors and won the qualification to become a god with a major biology paper. Now counting the time, it should be almost. A new god is about to be born in this galaxy. By the time Boulder flew to the planet, everyone else had already arrived. It seemed that he was a step too late, and the promotion ceremony had ended long ago. Boulder shook his head, but still walked up and congratulated him.
"Congratulations, Speaker Sanchez. I wonder what the priesthood is this time."
Sanchez, who was pleasantly surprised by the breakthrough, was about to reply, but was blocked by a sudden change, and the light disappeared from them without warning. It was clearly daytime on this planet, and it was noon, the time when the light was the brightest. As the leader of the planet, Sanchez knew even more clearly that they were facing the direction of the sun. But at this time, the light disappeared. Then it can only be. Several star gods suddenly turned their heads to look at the sun. But the star that had been standing in the universe for tens of billions of years completely disappeared from sight. Sunday. Extinguished? Such a thought came to Boulder's mind. But the next second, a light 1,000 times more intense than before bloomed.
"Quick! Stop it!"
Herav shouted in horror. If such a terrifying ray reaches various planets, the protection they put up alone may not be able to block it. Even if a tiny bit leaks in, the damage caused will be horrific. Chapter 671 The Sun is Me. I am the sun. The extremely dazzling and frightening light swallowed up the darkness, and it was still spreading at an extremely fast speed. The planet closest to the sun had already been swallowed up. There are already faint signs of being breached in the magic protective layer on the outside of the planet. Fortunately, at this time, several star god level speakers had arrived. Aurora was the first to take action. As the god of optics, dealing with such light pollution is obviously her strength. However, this power is too powerful. It is not as simple as pure light, but the embodiment of magic power and will. All she can do is reduce the power of these rays as much as possible. Vittorio, Anthony, Boulder, Sanchez, Og and others each entered a planet to strengthen the internal protection. Herav, the strongest, also had the most arduous task and needed to destroy those who had been weakened. The rays are concentrated and eliminated to prevent the galaxy shield constructed by the seventh element and divine power from being directly broken. But just when Herav was about to take action, the terrifying aurora rays suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only an extremely shining point of light in front of them. Herav realized something immediately, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. After 67 years, Lin En woke up from his endless sleep. Of course, sleeping is not an appropriate description, because Lin En has never been idle in these years, infecting and digesting the huge and violent energy in the sun's core. This is by no means an easy task, so much so that Lin couldn't even focus on observing the outside world, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the work of taming the stars. It was only just now that he finally completed the last step. He is one with the stars. Now Lin is the sun itself, or the star is within him. This is a completely different feeling from turning the planet into a divine realm before. Lin En has never experienced such a powerful energy gain. It has even reached the point where it is difficult to control. If he moves his body slightly, he can feel a majestic force that seems to be coming, pouring out. However, Lin En knew very well that once this power was out of control, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. So he had been very careful to control the energy spillover when infecting the sun's core. And it was not until the final fusion that something went wrong. Lin En restrained 99% of the energy, but the leaked 1% was still extremely terrifying. When he realized something was wrong, he quickly took back the power. After adapting to the current situation for a while, Lin En scanned the entire star field. After the fused stars, his perception ability could cover the entire star system. Naturally, he noticed the changes at a glance. Except for the Eternal Star, the 4 originally empty planets were filled with the breath of life, and they looked the same on the outside. Changed from the previous wild appearance, the vast majority of the area was occupied by azure oceans and green jungles. The most critical thing is that the number of people connected to the magic network has reached 1,070,000,000. This is undoubtedly a huge number. You must know that the minimum requirement to connect to the magic network is to become a wizard apprentice. And before he enters the core of the star, this value is less than 50 million. The 20-fold increase is an exaggeration. It seems that during the period when he merged with stars, the entire galaxy has developed very well under the leadership of the Parliament. Even better than he expected. Just as Lin En was thinking about it, he saw several streaks of light speeding towards this side. It was Herav and the others.
Anthony, Sanchez and Speaker Boulder. Congratulations!
Lin's eyes swept over the newly promoted star gods, paused, and said with a smile,
I didn't expect you guys to be promoted first. This does surprise me.
According to the previous promotion order of legends, he thought that Raphael and others would be one step faster. Boulder is also very proud. He can be said to be the oldest citizen of the kingdom when he became a wizard in the old era. He was still a bard in his 40s. It was only after the Wizards' Council invaded the kingdom that he began to be exposed to knowledge and became a wizard apprentice. Due to his excellent talent and the convenience of the magic network, he was promoted very quickly, and it took him about 20 years to complete his transformation from civilian to legend. Previously, relying on his great achievements in improving portal technology, he jumped ahead of everyone and qualified for promotion. Anthony and Sanchez also obtained the right to use the remaining 2 planets in the star field to transform the divine realm by improving projection magic and energy life technology. As for Raphael, as the leader of the daily affairs of the Parliament, he had too many things to deal with every day, which actually delayed his promotion. However, Raphael has already broken through and become a 9-ring legendary wizard, and his promotion is expected to be fast. In these 67 years, the Council built a total of 700 Galaxy-class battleships, and after using the curvature engine technology of the geometric civilization, they no longer need a god as fuel. There has also been a breakthrough in artificial black hole technology, but the matter and space in the galaxy are limited, so it is still at the theoretical stage for the time being.
Has it already been 67 years?
Lin En was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that 50 years was plenty of time, but it seemed that he still underestimated the difficulty of fusing stars.
By the way, Speaker Lin, where has the sun gone?
Bold suddenly asked. They were standing where the sun originally was, but the star had disappeared.
Now I am the sun.
Lin En raised his eyebrows. Since stars exist in different forms than planets, he directly used this huge energy to recreate a more powerful divine body to deal with the main world's challenges. Threaten. In this way, no matter where he goes, he is equivalent to being in the divine domain. Hearing this, Herav and others couldn't help but twitch their expressions. If the sun is gone, What will happen to the revolution and rotation of the planets in the future? The reason why there are no problems now is because they are using their divine power to maintain the rotation of the planet and try to prevent the inhabitants of the planet from being too much affected. But they can't always maintain this state with their divine power. Lin pondered for a moment, and then spoke.
It doesn't matter. Just create another gravity point.
After the words fell, Lin stretched out his hand without waiting for anyone to react. The surrounding space was distorted and compressed, and soon a mass point was formed. A wave of space-time ripples began to spread toward the entire star field with this particle as the center, simulating a gravity similar to that of the Sun. And all the planets that had just left the orbit of the star returned to the right track. After that, as long as a super-large fusion furnace is built in the orbit of each planet to provide a light source, the problem will be solved. Of course, this is a temporary measure. In the future, they can consider getting a sun of similar mass and size from other galaxies. Chapter 672 Lin, so I am also the Lord God? Lin solved the problem of planetary orbit by just doing something casually, leaving Herav and others stunned. The power of the gods is very powerful, and they themselves have experienced it. For ordinary creatures, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as omnipotent and omniscient. But on a cosmic scale, this power seems small again. Terrifying magic can destroy all life on a planet, but its impact on the universe, galaxies, and even galaxies is minimal.
Speaker Lin, I wonder how far you have come now. Great power?
Boulder asked curiously. Under his perception, Lin was as hot as the sun, exuding a huge sense of oppression.
Maybe,
Lin said uncertainly. Although he had witnessed the battle between the great god Hariel and the geometric civilization fleet, he was not very clear about the hierarchy among the gods. The only thing he knows is that after merging with stars, his power has been greatly improved. Coupled with the computing power of 1,070,000,000 wizards in the magic network, he can easily do things that used to be extremely difficult. For example, if you want to create a miniature black hole before, you must either find suitable stars as materials from the universe, or you must use 70% of your divine power for transformation. But now this range has been reduced to about 10%, and you have to master space and time. The degree has also been further improved. If there is anyone who knows enough about the god system, it is Og, who is the god of the main world.
Your Majesty Lin, I wonder if you can now use mechanics, optics, biology, and other corresponding priesthoods.
Og asked hesitantly. Lin paused for a moment, then tried it, reaching out his hand to remove part of the energy from his body. Soon, a ball of fire was suspended in Lin's palm, constantly releasing heat to the surroundings like a small sun. Immediately afterwards, Lin's 5 fingers pinched lightly, and the fireball became distorted and kept changing its shape. First, the general outline was created, and then the head, wings and body were created. About a few hours later, a strange-looking monster finally appeared in front of them. It looked a bit like a crow, but its whole body was red gold, and its tail feathers were shining with bright lights. The most surprising thing is that it actually has 3 legs. Although the triangle is the most stable structure, 3-legged creatures in nature are usually deformed.
3-legged crow?
Herav was a little surprised. He didn't know what the purpose of this was, but it seemed to be quite sacred. Everyone present could naturally tell that Lin was using his biological priesthood to create a brand new energy creature. Strictly speaking, energy organisms are also a form of biology. The biotransformation technology they inherited from the geometric civilization contains the technology to transform carbon-based organisms into energy life forms. So it is also within the category of biological priesthood. Inside, although all gods can theoretically create dependents, the whole process is actually very troublesome. For example, the divine attendants that Lin created before to fool the geometric civilization are actually just a kind of incarnation of divine power. The function of the priesthood is to simplify all processes, just like summarizing all the knowledge in the mind and creating a software. As long as the corresponding values and requirements are input, it can be created.
I call it the Golden Crow, a derivative of stellar energy. It usually obtains energy by swallowing light,
Lin explained. This thing is naturally the monster he created with the biological priesthood based on the Golden Crow in mythology. Lin then tried several other priesthoods, and he was able to use them successfully. Lin had noticed this before. The priesthood gathered by Herav and others could trigger his mathematical Olympiad priesthood. But this time it was even more obvious. He could even directly use the power of the corresponding priesthood.
This should be the prototype of the divine system,
Og said confidently. And then seeing that Herav and others were confused, he explained the information about the divine system. Hearing that the gods within the pantheon would be restricted by the main god, several people present frowned.
Isn't this an upgraded version of the magic network or magical system?
Vittorio reminded. Herav and others also thought of this, and it became much easier to accept it.
So I am also the main god now?
Lennon raised his eyebrows.
I can't be sure.
Og shook his head. His knowledge stopped here. He only knew that the key to becoming the main god was to create a god system. But Og didn't know exactly how to do it. He heard that it was necessary strong enough clergy as support. Among the three so-called great gods in the main world, only the dead god of thunder and war, Hari, had this opportunity. Because of this, Hari was the most active when invading this universe. After all, if you want to complete the accumulation to the main god level, resources are indispensable. Og looked at Lin with envy. In this vast universe where there are no other gods, resources can be said to be unlimited. Lin En did not embarrass Og anymore. It was good for a god with medium power to know this information. Then he asked about the development of the parliament in the past 67 years.
All the information has been uploaded to the magic network. It's faster for you to check it yourself,
Vittorio said with a smile. Lin paused for a moment, and then opened the magic net with kindness. Before the fusion star fell into sleep, Lin En released the authority of the magic network. After decades of iteration and transformation, it now has a bit of an internet flavor. After calling up the relevant information and checking it carefully, Lin En was also surprised. The changes in the kingdom during this period far exceeded his expectations. The first is the issue of population. The number of citizens of the kingdom has increased to a total of 4.3 billion. The extremely abundant food supply and the lack of fertility protection measures have caused the kingdom's fertility rate to hit new highs in the past 60 years. The popularization of education and the increase in the concentration of magic power on the planet have also made the implementation of the National Wizards Plan very smooth, especially the children born in the past 10 years or so. After receiving systematic knowledge training, almost everyone can roughly master magic. Of course, it has brought about a lot of problems, and the separation between wizards and non-wizards has become more and more serious. Whether or not you can use the magic network is completely two different worlds. According to the reports of some observers in the parliament, some older generations do not have magic. Talented poor people are often discriminated against and suppressed. And some affairs officers even acquiesce in this happening. Chapter 673 Low-dimensional bosons and high-dimensional fermions. Lin En has already seen many problems like this, so he is not too surprised. As long as it is an advanced intelligent life form, it is always difficult to avoid conflicts. When we were in the land of wizards, conflicts between civilians and wizards had already begun to emerge. The wizards who held power, wealth, and status eliminated the nobles and also took their place. The difference between the two is that the wizard itself represents advanced productivity. Even an apprentice can be equivalent to 10 laborers, while the nobles have nothing special except their status. However, since his arrival, these contradictions have been temporarily alleviated due to the huge progress in productivity. Until now they have been exposed again. The reason is also very simple. The number of wizards has reached a quarter of the group, and it has gradually become an unavoidable problem. The method that Lin En has been asking the parliament to implement is also very simple, which is to promote the process of magic in the entire kingdom. If everyone is a wizard, then the conflict between wizards and the poor will naturally be resolved. The only problem is it is too slow and can only be achieved as generations pass. And it will take at least another 50 years. Fortunately, there is more good news in comparison. In addition to the surge in population, the parliament has also basically absorbed various technologies provided by geometric civilization in these years. The antimatter annihilation furnaces built on various planets have replaced the efficiency of the old hydrogen fusion furnace has been increased dozens of times, and the energy can be described as inexhaustible. Now that the spacecraft has been updated to the 10th generation, navigation no longer requires gods as fuel to cruise at the speed of light. With breakthroughs in material science, various data have improved several times compared to before. One piece of good news after another made Lin very happy. This situation was much better than he had expected.
What should we do next? Should we return to the big universe?
Herav asked.
I think it's better to stay here. 50 times the time flow allows us to do a lot of things.
Vittorio raised objections. Since they can maintain their existence in the quantum sea now, they might as well continue. Stay. The remaining people also have different opinions. Boulder prefers to continue to stay here. It has only been 20 years since he completed his promotion, and he is still some way away from breaking through to the medium level of divine power. Aurora and Anthony are more inclined to go back. They have been here for 67 years. It is somewhat boring in this small world. The most important thing is that the promotion of the star god must find a suitable person in the outside world. Planets will do. This is currently the best way for the parliament to improve its overall strength. Lin pondered for a while, and then made a final decision.
Then wait another 3 years, and then go back.
Having just completed his promotion, he needs some time to get familiar with the increased power. But it is not appropriate to stay here all the time. Although the 50 times speed of time gives them an advantage. Now that the council has absorbed and applied the basic technology given by the geometric civilization, it is impossible to make any major breakthroughs in a short time. Moreover, the resources of a galaxy have been almost fully utilized by them, and they urgently need external resources to supplement them. In addition, there are still many things to deal with in the geometric civilization. The 70 years here are about 1.5 years in the big universe. He has already sensed that there are some non-human beings in the links of the magic network. They should be here. After a period of time, some leaders began to ascend in energy. After agreeing on a time to leave, Boulder and others returned to their own divine realms to make final preparations. Lin flew into the quantum sea alone to get familiar with the newly acquired power. The link with each priesthood is only the shallowest part. What is more important is the breakthrough at the micro level. Now he can see things even tinier than protons and neutrons, such as electricity, such as light. To put it bluntly, they are elementary particles. Lin could only roughly perceive their existence before, but now he can see them more intuitively. As he expected, the electrons scattered throughout the quantum sea are actually a huge hole, part of the huge electrons in higher dimensions. However, this connection is beyond human cognition and is both continuous and interrupted. The freer the electrons are, the more closely they are connected with each other. They can easily penetrate the dimensions through this connection and appear anywhere in the universe. And those electrons affected by factors such as magnetic fields and gravity are like free kites. It was tied to a silk thread and could only swing within a limited area. The dimensions are curled up layer by layer. After watching for about half an hour, Lin felt dizzy. This was due to the fatigue in his soul. Even the billion-level wizard's computing power could not allow him to observe the higher dimensional space for a long time. It can only be stopped temporarily. As he reached out, Lin used mechanical magic to capture a wisp of dust from the galaxy, used matter analysis to break it into protons and neutrons, and then used electromagnetic priesthood to temporarily eliminate the strong nuclear force and split it into tinier quarks and leptons, then continued to cut. However, this time he hit a wall. Lin tried to make 2 piles of quarks collide with each other at the speed of light. As a result, only some high-quality quarks lost part of their energy. But they could not be broken. Then, there is the use of smaller-scale electronic knife cutting and spatial cutting. Lin tried various methods, but all failed. According to the Federal Standard Model theory, fermions and bosons are likely to be the basic particles of the universe. Quarks and electrons are a type of fermions, while photons are bosons. The combination of particles is used as of the difference between the two. Simply put, bosons can be stacked infinitely in a region and have low-dimensional characteristics. It can be compared to a low-dimensional object with no width or height that can be continuously stacked in a high-dimensional space without taking up any space. But fermions cannot do that. The number of fermions that can be accommodated in the same space is always limited. However, Lin believes that fermions and bosons are by no means the most basic particles in the universe. Even though they are very small, they are still far from the Planck length. In fact, geometric civilization has determined that particles smaller than electrons are real, and named them the original particles of the universe. They believe that they form all the basic particles, and are the basis for the conversion of energy. They are the link between the tangible and the intangible, the boundaries of the real grand unified theory. It's just that using the means of geometric civilization, it is impossible to capture, influence or separate this original particle of the universe. Chapter 674, The Power to Change the Rules, and the Plan That Was Discovered. Just when the Eternal Star reached the aphelion for the 3rd time, 3 years had passed in an instant. In the first 2 years, Lin's research focused on the microscopic and dimensional aspects. Now he can directly analyze and simulate quark-level basic particles. And his control of the 4 fundamental forces has also reached a new level. In the last year, Lin spent his time on the Mathematical Olympiad. This is the basis for him to become the main god. And it is also the key to analyzing the laws of the world. Both divine magic and magic are themselves an application of the laws of the universe. What this law itself is, and how it is formed is the law of the universe. One of the ultimate questions. Now Lin naturally cannot give an answer, But after reaching a more advanced realm, he has vaguely touched some edges, and has a certain ability to modify the rules. This kind of power is undoubtedly terrifying. Once the laws of the universe change, technology and magic will be completely useless. To give a simple analogy, the direction of the electromagnetic force follows the left-hand rule. When the left hand is flat and placed in the magnetic field, the magnetic field lines penetrate vertically into the palm of the hand. When the four fingers point in the direction of the current, the direction of the thumb is the direction of movement of the conductor. If Lin reverses the entire rule and turns it into the right-hand rule, then when the warships of the geometric civilization use the magnetic field to accelerate the proton cannon to attack, they will in turn blow themselves up. However, this kind of modification is not omnipotent. First, it can only affect the range covered by one's own divine domain, or it can act on a certain limited area. Second, it needs to comply with the law of energy conservation. Energy will not be generated out of thin air, but will only be transformed into each other. Even energy sources such as magic that originate from higher dimensions are no exception. While he was deep in thought, the message from the magic network directly broke him out of his conjectures and thoughts about the application of the rules. Now is the time to return to the big universe. At the same time, in the big universe, in Galaxy 0600, a group of researchers are extremely nervously carrying out the final instrument debugging work. This giant energy state conversion device covering an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers stores 50% of the antimatter elements in the entire star field. If there is any problem, the entire planet will be blown up into the universe, and it may even affect other planets in the galaxy. It took 17 atom hours just to test and debug. After confirming that everything was normal, researcher Ada let the 100,000 geometricians, who had been prepared, enter it to transform the energy state of carbon-based organisms. The whole process takes about 6 atomic hours, and all the researchers are waiting anxiously, because this experiment was not approved by the DISC conference and was conducted privately with the tacit approval of the leader Gerda. If they succeed, they can use this as their merit, convince the Yuanpan Council, and become the heroes who promote the entire civilization to achieve a major leap. They may also become a member of the Yuanpan leaders. If they fail, they will most likely be charged and tried. Heaven and HL are in an instant. However, taking some risks is necessary in Ada's opinion, because they are by no means the only ones who are conducting private research on how to carry out large-scale energy state transformation. The competition is very fierce. 6 atomic hours passed slowly under intense data monitoring. Seeing that there were no omissions in the final stage of energy plasticity, all the researchers present breathed a sigh of relief.
The results have come out. Everything is normal. The first batch of 100,000 people, a total of 95,300 people have been promoted. Our calculations are correct. The success rate exceeds 95%.
An assistant was extremely excited. Speaking out, this is undoubtedly a huge success, indicating that the energy of the tribe has soared, and the plan to promote to high-dimensional life forms is absolutely feasible. They can build one or even several giant energy state conversion devices in each star field. In up to 100 years, the entire civilization will be reborn and become a true energy life civilization. Lead researcher Ida was equally excited. The probability of 95% is already very high and can be used directly, which even gave him the idea of accepting the transformation immediately. As a researcher of carbon-based biological energy state transformation, Eda is naturally a staunch supporter of the theory of ascension, and is of course very keen on transformation. As early as 300 years ago, the geometric civilization had thoroughly studied the genetic modification of carbon-based life. The upper limit was placed there, and there was no room for progress. They needed to explore new paths. And there are so many benefits to becoming an energy life form, including a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years, the ability to survive in the universe without a protective shield. And the most important thing is that the speed of thinking is no longer limited by the physical body. It's just that Ada has a long lifespan and cherishes his life more than others. Now that he has achieved great achievements and has the opportunity to become a member of the Yuanpan leader, he is not 100% sure and is a little hesitant after all.
Anyway, let's send this good news to the leader first.
Ida suppressed the idea of immediate transformation for the time being and gave the order directly. At this moment, the door of the institute was hurriedly opened, and a square-shaped researcher broke in, his body flashing with chaotic lights. And he spoke eagerly to report.
Lord Ida, we just captured the whereabouts of the magic signal. What a coincidence!
Ida, who was already overjoyed at the success of the experiment, was even happier now. This is truly a double blessing when studying the characteristics of magic power. Ada discovered that when converting matter with magic power, part of it would automatically enter the quantum sea and then disappear without a trace. They tried many methods, but it was difficult to offset this loss. Ada has always been very curious as to why these escaped magic powers flew to the quantum sea and where they went. So related research has been ongoing. Ada suspected that magic power was similar to electrons, which were a whole in a higher dimension. When changing its form, part of it would be attracted back to its origin. The intruding researcher was very anxious and sent Ada a separate message using electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency, interrupting his reverie.
Lord Ada, something is wrong. We have found the exact coordinates. It is about 300 light years to the southwest. South close?
As soon as he said this, Ada was extremely surprised. Then he suddenly thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. 300 light years to the southwest. Isn't that the location of the star field to which the Magic Empire belongs? Realizing this, Ada immediately felt a biting chill rush into his heart. Chapter 675. The Disk Conference that determines the survival of civilization. What exactly is magic? And why does the Magic Empire trade this extremely precious energy so easily? These two questions have troubled Ada for a long time. It's just that cutting-edge scientific research is always accompanied by unknown risks. And they have all seen the wonders of magic. If they can use and master it, they will definitely take this civilization to a new level. It was with this idea that Ada put aside the confusion in his heart and prepared to use the development of science to solve the problem. However, the study of the phenomenon of magic power spontaneously entering the quantum sea gave Ada a wake-up call. They used the magic power derived from the death of intelligent creatures to spontaneously return to the Magic Empire's residence. This made Ada smell a strong smell of conspiracy, and countless possibilities flashed in his mind. Since the other party can use some method to let part of the magic power enter the quantum sea when the form changes, it may not be unable to manipulate and control other magic powers. Once they spread magic to the entire geometric civilization, what will happen is simply unimaginable to Ada. This is a complete trap. The other party's trading magic is not a gift at all, but a deliberate effort to let them spread and utilize this energy. Ada subconsciously wanted to inform the leader, Gerda, of this news, before figuring out why magic power spontaneously returns to the Magic Empire. All use and research of magic power must be suspended. But just when Ada was about to press the emergency call, he suddenly stopped, looked at the assistant beside him, and asked hesitantly,
Has there been any reply to the message we just sent? Yes. Lord Gerda is very happy and is going to hold a high-level disk meeting and commend our achievements in public,
the assistant replied. However, Ada was not happy at all, and her mind kept thinking about the abnormalities of the leader of this star field, Gerda, in recent years. Since the adventurous completion of the energy transformation, Gerda began to have some personal guards and high-level people in the star field carry out energy transformation. Ada felt a little strange before. After all, these people are not as close to life as Gerda. There is no need to be so anxious. They can wait for another 10 or 8 years, even if the success rate is increased by 5%. Always good. In addition, Gerda also gave them the green light when it came to the research on magic. It can be said that he has never refuted any of their experimental requirements, and even did not hesitate to openly violate the laws of geometric civilization. As a researcher, Ada's moral bottom line is very low, so he directly conducts 100,000 level human experiments without any scruples. However, according to his understanding, the leader Gerda's past style tends to be conservative, even if it is for the sake of geometry. The survival of civilization is somewhat far-fetched if we let go of our hands and feet. So the second guess came to Ada's mind. Their energy conversion technology was developed based on magic power. It was essentially a way of using this special energy. Can the Magic Empire have some influence on those geometricians who have completed energization by relying on magic power? Or, the soaring energy of geometric civilization is what the other party wants them to do? The more Ada thought about it, the more frightened he became. If this guess was correct, then the geometric civilization had undoubtedly fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. What makes Ada even more stressed is that according to his understanding, many Yuanpan leaders have completed energy transformation, and even more than 60% of the people in this laboratory have completed transformation. Ada is not entirely sure who is trustworthy and who is not. The internal signals of the star field are relatively independent, and Ada cannot contact the supreme leader at all. Wait, Gerda seems to be preparing to hold a high-level meeting. Ada suddenly thought of the words of his assistant just now, and then realized that this was his perfect plan to expose the conspiracy of the Magic Empire, and most of the leaders would be there by then. Thinking of this, Ada considered sending a message, 10 days later. In the big universe. Galaxy 0001. Thousands of galaxy-level warships arrived at the outermost edge of the star's gravity through temporary wormholes, and were allowed to enter after being tested. This is the core center of geometric civilization, the birthplace of civilization, and the protection is the most stringent. What's more, this is a high-level disk meeting, which usually happens once every 100 years, and all high-level officials will be present. The meeting location is set up in a high-dimensional space. Although the study of geometric civilization in dimensions is still in its infancy, it is still possible to create an independent high-dimensional space. The purpose is naturally to avoid the enemy's attack. With so many important people gathered together, if a hostile civilization is attacked, the consequences will be disastrous. Gerda was not the last one to come, and certainly not the first. In the huge conference hall, electromagnetic waves of various frequency bands were flashing continuously, and almost all the high-level officials were debating Gerda's plan to increase the energy of the ethnic group. There are conservatives who are stubborn and feel that they cannot give up the characteristics of carbon-based life. And there are also radicals who believe that they should completely relax restrictions and complete the energy leap as quickly as possible. Regarding the diplomatic strategy towards the Magic Empire, it was also the focus of the debate. There were dozens of proposals proposed, and they were constantly arguing with each other. Ida has not seen such a grand occasion for a long time. It has to be said that contact with the Magic Empire injected new vitality into the entire civilization. The last time such a situation occurred was more than 1,000 years ago in the records of the optical brain, when they had just discovered element 7. Just after everyone arrived, the Supreme Leader pressed the warning bell, and a strong electromagnetic wave suddenly covered the entire place, turning all communications into chaotic signals. The thousands of disk leaders present immediately realized that the meeting had begun. The first speaker was Gerda, and he proposed this high-level meeting.
What I want to explain is the recent progress in energy technology.
Gerda did not mean to be polite at all. He went straight to the point and said that the batch energy state conversion technology has been successful, and the probability is as high as 95%. He came out and even said that he was fully confident that the probability would be increased to 100% by the end of the year. This undoubtedly solves one of the most worrying issues for the opposition. After all, no matter how high the probability is, as long as there is a possibility of failure, people will be worried. No one can guarantee that they will not become the unlucky guy.
As for technical questions, Ada will be responsible for answering them for you.
Hearing this, the Yuanpan leaders present all looked over. Ida stood up nervously, knowing that this would be his only chance.